Chapter 1 Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The lightning came from someone else's failure. Shen Wei was grinding lotus root into paste when the sky above Azure Crane City turned the color of a fresh bruise, purple-black streaked with veins of white, so bright they left afterimages on the inside of his eyelids. He dropped the mortar and stepped back from his workbench just as the first crack of thunder shook the herbalist shop hard enough to rattle every jar on every shelf. 3 ceramic containers of dried foxglove toppled and shattered across the floor. "Get away from the window," Master Ho shouted from the back room. But Shen Wei was already moving toward it, not away, because through the warped glass he could see something that made his 18-year-old heart slam against his ribs with the particular terror of witnessing something that should not exist. A pillar of lightning, not a bolt, but a sustained column of crackling white energy, connected the sky to the hilltop 3 miles east of the city. Someone was attempting a tribulation. Someone was failing. The column pulsed once, twice, and on the third pulse it shattered outward in a ring of expanding force that ripped tiles from rooftops and sent market stalls tumbling end over end through the streets. Shen Wei threw his arms over his face as the shop window exploded inward. Glass bit into his forearms. The shockwave lifted him off his feet and slammed him into the wall of dried herb drawers behind him. Something cracked, the wood, or his spine, or both. Then the residual lightning found him. It wasn't the main bolt. The main bolt had already killed whoever had been foolish enough to attempt a tribulation without proper preparation. What found Shen Wei was the scattered remnant, a tendril of tribulation energy no thicker than a finger, bright as a sun, which threaded through the broken window and struck him directly between the eyes. The pain was absolute, not localized, not burning or cutting or crushing, which were pains the body understood and could categorize. This was something else entirely. Every nerve in his body fired simultaneously, every muscle locked, and for 3 seconds that stretched into an eternity, Shen Wei existed as nothing but pure, undifferentiated agony. Then it stopped. He lay in a pile of shattered drawers and scattered herbs, staring at the ceiling. His vision swam. His body felt like it had been unmade and reassembled slightly wrong, joints aching in directions that joints should not ache. The taste in his mouth was metal and ozone and something else, something sweet and terrible, like rotting flowers. Master Ho appeared above him, the old herbalist's face pale with concern. His mouth moved, but for several seconds Shen Wei heard nothing but a high, crystalline ringing. Then his hearing returned, and with it came something new. Numbers. Floating above Master Ho's head, in characters made of light so faint they could have been a trick of his damaged vision, was a sequence. 14 years, 7 months, 22 days, 8 hours. Shen Wei blinked. The numbers remained. "Boy, can you hear me?" "Shen Wei." Master Ho was shaking his shoulder. The old man's hands were rough from decades of herb preparation, calloused at the fingertips where he tested leaves for texture and moisture. "Say something." "I see." Shen Wei's voice came out as a croak. "I see numbers. You're concussed. Don't move. I'll prepare a clarity tonic." Master Ho turned away, and as he did, the numbers above his head shifted with minute precision. 14 years, 7 months, 22 days, 7 hours, 59 minutes. Counting down. Always counting down. Shen Wei sat up despite the old man's instructions and looked through the ruined window at the street outside. People were emerging from doorways and from beneath overturned carts, dusting themselves off, shouting at each other about the damage. Above every single one of them, floating like lanterns in a festival, were numbers. The woman selling roasted chestnuts at the corner, 31 years, 2 months, for days. The guard patrol sergeant surveying the damage, 6 years, 11 months, 18 days. A child clinging to his mother's leg, 67 years, for months, 9 days. Another child, a girl of perhaps 5, standing alone near the fountain, had numbers that made Shen Wei's stomach turn to ice. 3 days, 4 hours, 12 minutes. He looked down at his own body. Above his hands, his chest, everywhere he could see, nothing. No numbers. No faint characters of light. Just empty air where a countdown should be. He raised his eyes to the space directly above his own head and saw what wasn't there. Nothing. A blank space. Not 0, not infinity, not any number at all. Simply an absence so profound it felt like staring into a hole in the fabric of the world. "Master Ho," he whispered. "What was that lightning?" "Tribulation, overflow." The old man was already mixing herbs with practiced efficiency, his back to Shen Wei. Some fool tried to break through to Foundation establishment on that hilltop. Must have failed. The backlash scattered everywhere. Half the city probably felt it. You're lucky to be alive, boy. That window could have taken your throat. Lucky. Shen Wei looked at the little girl by the fountain again. 3 days. She had 3 days left to live, and she was using one of them to splash her feet in the water while her numbers counted down with mechanical precision. He closed his eyes, and the numbers were still there, burning against the black of his eyelids like brands. Master Ho pressed a warm cup into his hands. Drink. You need rest. Shen Wei drank. The tonic was bitter with lotus core and sweet with honey, a standard clarity blend he'd prepared 1,000 times himself. It did nothing for the numbers. They stayed, hovering above Master Ho's head with patient, terrible certainty. 14 years, 7 months, 22 days, 7 hours, 47 minutes. Still counting. Always counting. Except for him. Chapter 2. The next 3 days were the worst of Shen Wei's life. He woke the morning after the lightning strike hoping the numbers had been a hallucination, a side effect of the concussion, as Master Ho had suggested. But when he opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling beam above his pallet, he saw a spider working at its web, and above the spider floated 0 years, 0 months, for days, 16 hours. Even spiders had timers. He went through his morning routine in a daze, washing with cold water from the basin, pulling on his faded brown apprentice robes, binding his black hair into his simple tail. The small mirror above the basin showed his own face, sharp features that people called fox-like, dark eyes set beneath eyebrows that angled slightly upward at the outer edges, giving him a permanent expression of mild skepticism. Above his reflection, nothing. The blank space followed him even in mirrors. The walk from the herbalist shop's back room to the front counter was 12 steps. In those 12 steps, Shen Wei passed Master Ho, 14 years, 7 months, 21 days. The shop cat, 3 years, 1 month, 8 days, and a beetle crossing the floor, 0 years, 0 months, 0 days, 2 hours, 14 minutes. He stepped on the beetle. Its timer vanished. A customer entered at mid-morning, a heavy-set woman with a persistent cough who came weekly for lung-clearing herbs. Her timer read 22 years, for months, 3 days. That seemed reasonable for a woman of her age and health. Shen Wei weighed out her usual order with hands that trembled only slightly. You look pale, the woman observed. Did the lightning scare you? Yes, Shen Wei said, because it was simpler than the truth. He tried to work. He ground herbs, sorted dried roots by grade, restocked shelves, swept glass from the still unrepaired window. But the numbers followed him everywhere. Every person who walked past the shop carried their countdown above their head like a crown of quiet despair. Some had decades. Some had years. A few had months. And then there was the girl. He first saw her on the second day, the same girl from the fountain, the 5-year-old with the 3-day timer that was now a 1-day timer. She was walking with her mother through the market district, holding a stick of candied hawthorn, her cheeks flushed with the simple happiness of sugar and sunshine. Her timer read, 1 day, 7 hours, 33 minutes. Shen Wei left the shop counter. Excuse me, he said to the mother, inserting himself into their path with none of the social grace the situation required. Your daughter, is she well? Has she been ill recently? The mother, timer reading 38 years, 9 months, frowned at him. Who are you? I'm an herbalist apprentice. Shen Wei, from Master Ho's shop on Jade Willow Street. I noticed your daughter seems, she has a pallor that suggests she's perfectly healthy. The mother pulled her daughter closer, her expression shifting from confusion to the particular suspicion that women in Azure Crane City developed towards strange young men who approached their children. Mind your own business. Please. Shen Wei heard the desperation in his own voice and couldn't moderate it. There may be something, an illness that isn't showing symptoms yet. If you could take her to a physician, I said mind your own business. The mother's voice was sharp now, edged with anger. She swept her daughter up onto her hip and walked away at a pace just short of running. Shen Wei stood in the market street and watched the girl's timer recede into the crowd. 1 day, 7 hours, 28 minutes. He tried twice more. He visited the guard station and attempted to report a danger to a child, but when asked what specific danger, he could only stammer about a feeling and was told to stop wasting their time. He returned to the fountain where he'd first seen the girl and waited for hours, but she didn't return. On the 3rd day, he woke before dawn. The girl's timer, if his count was right, should be in its final hours. He left the shop at first light and searched the market district, the residential lanes, the temple square. He found nothing. At noon, he heard the scream. A crowd had gathered at the north end of the market, near the livestock pens. Shen Wei pushed through, already knowing what he'd find. The girl had been playing near the pens when a delivery cart's wheel had broken, sending 2 tons of loaded cargo careening down the sloped street. The driver had tried to stop it. The mother had tried to pull her daughter clear. Neither had been fast enough. The girl lay beneath the cart's edge, her body twisted at an angle that no living person's body should achieve. Her candied hawthorn stick was still clutched in her right hand, the sugar coating bright as blood in the midday sun. Above her head, nothing. The timer had vanished. Not reached zero. Simply gone, as though it had never existed. The mother's screams were the kind that damaged something in the people who heard them. Not just loud, unraveled. The sound of a human being coming apart at the seams. Shen Wei stood at the crowd's edge and felt those screams settle into his bones like stones sinking into still water. He had known. For 3 days, he had known, and he had done nothing useful. He'd approached the mother with the social competence of a brick thrown through a window, and then given up when his first clumsy attempt failed. The girl had died exactly on schedule, her timer running out with the precision of a perfectly maintained clock, and all his knowledge had produced was a slightly earlier onset of grief. He walked back to the shop and sat behind the counter and stared at the wall for 4 hours. Master Ho found him there at dusk. The old herbalist took one look at Shen Wei's face and, with the wisdom of a man who had raised an orphan for 12 years, said nothing. He simply placed a bowl of rice and pickled vegetables in front of Shen Wei and sat across from him in companionable silence. Master Ho, Shen Wei said eventually, if you knew someone was going to die and you couldn't stop it, would you still try? The old man chewed his rice thoughtfully. Yes, he said, because the point of trying isn't always succeeding. Sometimes it's proving to yourself that you're the kind of person who tries. And if trying makes it worse? If the person thinks you're insane and runs away from the help you're offering, then you learn to offer help more skillfully. Master Ho set down his chopsticks. What is this about, boy? Shen Wei looked at the 14 years, 7 months, 20 days floating above his master's head and said, nothing. Just thinking. That night, lying on his pallet, Shen Wei made a decision. He didn't know what the numbers were. He didn't know why he could see them, or why his own space was blank, or what any of it meant in the larger order of a world where cultivators could shatter mountains and mortals could die beneath cart wheels. But he knew one thing with the certainty of a man who has watched a child die on schedule. He would not waste this. Whatever the numbers were, whatever the blank space above his own head signified, he would learn to use it. Not clumsily, not desperately, not by accosting mothers in the street. He would learn the rules of this new vision, and he would find a way to change what the numbers said. Or he would die trying. Which, given his lack of a timer, might not even be possible. Chapter 3. Mrs. Chun came into the shop every Tuesday and Friday, regular as the temple bells. She was 53, the widow of a silk merchant who'd left her a modest fortune and a thriving business that she'd grown into something considerably less modest. Her hair was steel gray, pulled back in a severe bun. Her robes were always expensive but never ostentatious, the particular style of wealth that doesn't need to announce itself. Her timer, when Shen Wei had first seen it 2 weeks ago, had read 8 years, 2 months, 14 days. Reasonable for a 53-year-old mortal in good health. Perhaps even generous. Today, when she walked through the door, her timer read 5 months, 26 days. Shen Wei nearly dropped the jar of dried chrysanthemum he was shelving. He stared at the numbers, blinked, looked again. 5 months. 2 weeks ago it had been over 8 years. Timers didn't change like that, not naturally. In the weeks since the lightning strike, he'd been obsessively cataloging the numbers, and he'd noticed patterns. Timers fluctuated by small amounts, a day here, a few hours there, based on minor changes in health or circumstance. But a drop of nearly 8 years in 2 weeks was catastrophic. Something was actively killing Mrs. Chun, and she didn't know it. Good morning, Shen Wei. Her voice was as brisk as always, though now that he was looking for it, he noticed a faint tremor in her hands that hadn't been there before. The skin beneath her eyes had darkened. She moved with the careful precision of someone managing discomfort they hadn't yet acknowledged. My usual order, please. Her usual order was a digestive blend, dried ginger, orange peel, licorice root, and a pinch of cardamom. Mild, standard. Nothing that would address whatever was draining years from her life. Of course, Mrs. Chun. Shen Wei measured the herbs with steady hands while his mind raced. He couldn't make the same mistake he'd made with the girl's mother. No wild claims, no desperate warnings. He needed evidence. How has your digestion been this week? Adequate. She paused. Though I've noticed more fatigue than usual. And my appetite has diminished somewhat. Fatigue. Loss of appetite. In conjunction with a timer drop that dramatic, Shen Wei's herbalist training kicked in alongside his new ability. Mrs. Chun, may I ask, have you changed anything in your routine recently? New foods, new medicines, new anything? Nothing comes to mind. She accepted the wrapped herbs and placed her payment on the counter. Why do you ask? Your complexion suggests a mild qi stagnation in the liver meridian. Nothing serious, but it might be worth having a physician examine you. Just as a precaution. She gave him a look that was half amused, half impressed. You've been studying, I see. Very well, I'll consider it. She left. Shen Wei immediately began thinking. The timer drop was too sudden for natural illness. 8 years didn't evaporate in 2 weeks from a slowly developing disease. This was something introduced, something external acting on her body. Poison was the obvious answer, but it would have to be a slow poison, something that accumulated over time rather than striking all at once. Otherwise, her symptoms would be more dramatic. He thought about who would want Mrs. Chen dead. She was a successful merchant. In Azure Crane City, successful merchants had competitors, and competitors sometimes found moral boundaries inconvenient. After the shop closed, Shen Wei made a decision that Master Ho would have strongly disapproved of. He followed Mrs. Chen. Not immediately. He waited until the next morning, stationing himself at the tea house across from Mrs. Chen's silk warehouse at dawn. He watched her arrive, watched her interact with workers and suppliers and customers. He noted every person she ate or drank with. He observed her routine for 3 days, rising before dawn and returning to the shop barely in time to open. On the second day, he noticed something. Mrs. Chen took her midday meal at the Silver Pavilion, a moderately upscale restaurant frequented by the merchant class. She sat at the same table, ordered from the same menu, and was served by the same waiter, a thin man with nervous eyes whose timer read 42 years. Nothing remarkable. But on the second day, a man joined her for the meal. Zhao Peng, a rival silk merchant whose business had been declining as Mrs. Chen's rose. He was large, florid-faced, with the aggressive joviality of a man who used friendliness as a weapon. His timer, 29 years, 8 months. He brought a bottle of wine to the table. A gift, he said, from a recent trip to the southern provinces. Mrs. Chen poured from the bottle Zhao Peng had brought. Zhao Peng drank from a different bottle, his own, which he'd ordered separately from the restaurant stock. Mrs. Chen's timer ticked down by 6 hours in the span of a single meal. Shen Wei's hands tightened on the teacup he was pretending to drink from. There it was. The wine. Zhao Peng was poisoning Mrs. Chen through gifts of wine, probably laced with something that accumulated in the liver, which explained the qi stagnation symptoms and the fatigue. He needed proof. Physical, demonstrable proof that would convince Mrs. Chen and, if necessary, the city magistrate. On the third day, after Mrs. Chen and Zhao Peng left the restaurant, Shen Wei entered and, through a combination of misdirection and a small bribe to the busboy, obtained the bottle of wine Zhao Peng had gifted. He took it back to the herbalist shop and spent the evening running every test he knew. The poison was clever. It was a derivative of spirit root extract, a natural compound found in certain rare mushrooms that, in small doses, caused nothing more than mild drowsiness. In accumulated doses over weeks, it slowly degraded the liver's ability to process spiritual energy. For a mortal like Mrs. Chen, this meant gradual organ failure. Death would look entirely natural, a middle-aged woman whose liver simply gave out. Shen Wei documented everything. He wrote down his testing methodology, his results, the specific compound identification, and the means of delivery. He sealed a sample of the wine in a jade-lined bottle that would preserve its composition. Then he went to Mrs. Chen. He didn't go as a wild-eyed boy with impossible claims. He went as an herbalist apprentice with a professional concern, carrying his evidence in a neat case and wearing his cleanest robes. Mrs. Chen, I need to speak with you about a serious matter. He presented his findings calmly, methodically, the way Master Ho presented diagnoses to skeptical patients. I believe you're being poisoned through the wine gifts from Zhao Peng. Here is the compound analysis. Here is a sealed sample for independent verification. I recommend you see a physician immediately for a liver assessment, and you should bring this evidence to the magistrate. Mrs. Chen listened without interruption. Her expression moved from surprise to skepticism to cold, calculating fury as she examined his documentation. How did you know to investigate this? She asked. Your complexion changes over the past 2 weeks. The fatigue you mentioned. It was consistent with spirit root accumulation. He paused. I'm an herbalist. I noticed these things. It was almost true. He noticed her timer change. The herbalism filled in the rest. The important thing was that the evidence was real, verifiable, and damning. Mrs. Chen acted with the decisiveness that had built her business empire. Within a day, she'd been examined by 3 independent physicians, all of whom confirmed early-stage liver degradation consistent with spirit root poisoning. Within 2 days, the magistrate had Zhao Peng in custody. The rival merchant broke down under questioning and confessed. He'd been slowly poisoning her for a month, planning to buy her business from her heirs after her natural death. Mrs. Chen's timer, when Shen Wei next saw her, read 7 years, 11 months, 8 days. Not quite back to the original 8+ years. The poison had done some lasting damage, but she was alive. She would live. The numbers had changed because he'd changed the circumstances they measured. Mrs. Chun pressed a heavy pouch of silver into his hands. He tried to refuse. She pressed harder. "You saved my life, young man," she said, her steel-gray eyes bright with something between gratitude and the fierce protectiveness of a woman who has just learned that the world is more dangerous than she'd thought. "Whatever made you look closely enough to notice, don't ever stop looking." Shen Wei walked back to the shop with silver in his pocket and a theory forming in his mind. The timers weren't fate. They weren't fixed, immutable decrees carved into the fabric of reality. They were predictions, extremely accurate predictions based on the current trajectory of a person's life. Change the trajectory, and the timer changed with it. He could change them. He could save people. Above his head, the blank space continued to say nothing at all. Chapter 4. Word spread. As word always does in a city where gossip is the unofficial currency. The specifics mutated with each retelling. Shen Wei, the herbalist apprentice, had predicted Mrs. Chin's poisoning through his herbal expertise, through a prophetic dream, through a secret cultivation technique, through communion with spirits. The truth was buried under layers of embellishment until it was unrecognizable, which suited Shen Wei perfectly. The less people knew about the actual mechanism, the safer he was. But the attention itself was a problem. It arrived in the form of Fong Du on a Tuesday evening, 3 weeks after the Mrs. Chin incident. Fong Du was the kind of man who made rooms smaller when he entered them. Not through physical size, though he was large enough, broad-shouldered, heavy-jawed, with hands that looked like they'd been designed primarily for breaking things and only incidentally for grasping them. It was his presence that compressed the space. The particular gravity of a man who had decided that the world owed him something and was collecting the debt by force. He ran the Iron Fist Gang, which controlled most of the protection rackets in Azure Crane City's merchant district. He also, according to the floating numbers above his head, had exactly 11 days, 4 hours, and 38 minutes left to live. Shen Wei was alone in the shop. Master Ho had gone to the mountain villages for his monthly herb-gathering trip, when Fong Du walked through the door with 2 of his men. The men were unremarkable, hard faces, cheap swords, timers reading decades. Muscle. It was Fong Du who drew the eye, and not just because of his shrinking timer. "You're the boy who predicted the Chun woman's poisoning," Fong Du said. It wasn't a question. "I identified a toxic compound in a wine sample. That's herbalism, not prediction." Fong Du smiled. It was the kind of smile that had preceded many unpleasant events in many people's lives. "Don't play modest. I've had 3 different people tell me you knew she was dying before any physician did. Before she even showed symptoms." He leaned on the counter, and the wood creaked under his weight. "I want you to tell me my future. I'm an herbalist, not a fortune teller. And I'm a businessman making a reasonable request." Fong Du's smile didn't change, but something behind his eyes shifted, a door closing, a lock engaging. "I've been having dreams. Bad ones. I want to know if they mean something." Shen Wei looked at the 11 days, 3 hours, 57 minutes floating above Fong Du's head. The man was going to die in less than 2 weeks. Whatever was coming for him, rival gang, failed deal, angry debtor, it was already in motion. "I can't tell you your future," Shen Wei said carefully. "I'm not a cultivator. I have no spiritual abilities. What I did for Mrs. Chun was identify a poison through standard herbal analysis. Then analyze me." Fong Du straightened up, and his 2 men shifted their hands to their sword hilts in the reflexive way of people who were accustomed to their boss's conversations ending in violence. "Tell me if someone's poisoning me too." "That's not how. I wasn't asking." The shop fell silent except for the creak of settling wood and the distant sounds of the evening market. Shen Wei felt the familiar cold weight of fear in his stomach. Not the existential dread of the timers, but the immediate, practical fear of a young man facing 3 armed men in a closed room. He thought quickly. He couldn't reveal the timers. That would make him a target for everyone who feared death, which was everyone. But he couldn't refuse outright without consequences. Fong Du's reputation for responding to refusal was well established and consistently unpleasant. "I can do a basic health assessment," Shen Wei said. "Standard diagnostic techniques. I'll need to examine your pulse, your eyes, your tongue, and ask some questions about your diet and habits. If there's something wrong, I'll find it. If there isn't, I'll tell you that too. But I can't predict the future." Fong Du considered this for a long moment, then sat on the customer's stool and extended his wrist. Shen Wei took his pulse. It was strong, regular, unremarkable. Fong Du's eyes were clear, his tongue a healthy pink, his reflexes normal. Physically, the man was fine. Whatever was going to kill him in 11 days wasn't a disease or a poison. You're healthy, Shen Wei said honestly. No signs of poisoning or illness. Then why the dreams? I'm not qualified to interpret dreams. You'd need a divination specialist for that. Fong Du's jaw worked. The dreams are about dying. Every night for the past month, I dream about dying. Different ways each time, stabbed, burned, drowned, crushed, but always dying. He leaned forward. Someone told me you can see death. That you look at a person and know when they'll die. Is that true? The temperature in Shen Wei's blood dropped by several degrees. Someone had talked. Not the specifics. No one knew about the numbers. But the inference from Mrs. Chen's case had been sharper than he'd hoped. See death. Close enough to be dangerous. No, Shen Wei said flatly. I can't see death. I identified a poison through laboratory analysis. The rumors have exaggerated what happened. Fong Du stared at him. Behind those heavy-lidded eyes, Shen Wei could see a calculation in progress. The particular mathematics of a man deciding whether violence would extract truth more efficiently than patience. I think you're lying, Fong Du said slowly. But I also think you're scared, and scared people say stupid things, so I'll give you a chance to reconsider. I'll come back tomorrow. Think about whether you want to help me willingly. He stood, his men falling into formation behind him. At the door, he paused. I'm a reasonable man, herbalist. But I'm also a man with bad dreams and a feeling in my gut that says something's coming. If you can help me, I'll pay well. If you refuse again. He let the silence complete the sentence. They left. Shen Wei locked the door, closed the shutters, and sat in the dark shop, breathing in short, shallow gasps until his heart rate returned to something approaching normal. 11 days. Fong Du had 11 days left. Whatever was coming for the gang leader would arrive regardless of what Shen Wei did or said. The question was whether Shen Wei would still be in the city when it happened, or whether Fong Du's next visit would go less politely. He spent the night packing. Not everything, just essentials. A change of clothes. His herbal reference texts. The emergency fund Master Ho kept in the loose floor tile beneath the counter, which contained enough silver to sustain travel for perhaps a month. A leather case of basic medicinal compounds. And a small jade pendant his parents had left him. The only inheritance from people he'd never known, who died when he was too young to remember their faces. He left a letter for Master Ho explaining nothing, because there was nothing he could safely explain. He apologized for the stolen silver. He promised to repay it. He didn't know if either promise meant anything. At dawn, he left Azure Crane City through the eastern gate, walking into the mist-draped mountains with a pack on his back and numbers floating above every living thing around him. 3 miles past the city walls, the road narrowed to a track that wound through cedar forest and past abandoned mining claims. The air was cold and tasted of pine resin and morning frost. Shen Wei walked with the particular energy of a young man fleeing something, which meant quickly and without looking back. He walked for 2 days. On the morning of the 3rd day, Shen Wei paused at a stream crossing to refill his water skin. As he knelt by the water, he heard a sound behind him, the crack of a branch under weight, and turned to see 2 men emerging from the tree line. They wore the rough leathers of highway bandits and carried short swords with the casual familiarity of regular use. Shen Wei's hand went to the utility knife at his belt, an herbalist's cutting tool, not a weapon, but the only blade he had. He glanced at the bandits' timers. The first, 14 years, 6 months. The second, 22 years, 8 months. Both had years. Neither was going to die today, which meant, with terrible clarity, that Shen Wei was the one in danger. Traveling alone, the first bandit said, in the tone of someone who already knew the answer and found it amusing. The mountains are dangerous for lone travelers. Lucky we found you. We can escort you safely. For a reasonable fee. I have nothing worth stealing. Everyone has something worth stealing. Your pack, for instance. Those robes look like they've still got some wear in them. And that jade pendant at your throat. That looks interesting. Shen Wei's hand closed around the pendant reflexively. This was my parents'. It has no material value. Then you won't miss it. The bandit stepped closer, and his partner moved to flank. Standard highwayman tactics, converging angles, cutting off escape routes. Hand over the pack and the pendant, and you can walk away clean. Shen Wei looked at his options. He could fight, with an herbalist knife against 2 armed men with combat experience, which would end predictably. He could run, but they had the angles covered, and he was carrying a heavy pack. He could comply, but the jade pendant was the only connection to parents he'd never known, and something in his chest locked down at the thought of surrendering it. The thing about having no timer was that he didn't know if he would die here. The bandits' long timers suggested they survived this encounter, but that didn't mean Shen Wei did. Maybe his death, the death that had never been written, would happen here, on a mountain trail, at the hands of men who wouldn't remember his name. He drew the utility knife. The bandits exchanged a look that managed to be simultaneously amused and pitying. Then the arrow appeared. It came from the forest to the north, silent as a thought, and embedded itself in the ground exactly between the two bandits with a precision that turned chance into message. The shaft hummed with residual force, its fletching vibrating like a plucked string. "The next one," said a voice from the trees, calm, elderly, carrying the particular authority of someone who has earned the right to be calm in violent situations, "goes through the larger one's left knee. I'm told the recovery time is quite unpleasant." The bandits ran. Shen Wei, still holding his pathetic knife in a grip that had turned his knuckles white, stared at the arrow in the ground. It was beautifully made, black lacquered shaft, hawk feather fletching, ahead of what appeared to be spirit-infused steel. An expensive arrow, for an expensive warning. The bowman emerged from the trees. He was old, perhaps 70, perhaps older, with a face like weathered stone and white hair tied back in a loose knot. He wore plain gray robes that had been mended many times, sandals that had seen thousands of miles, and carried a recurved bough of black wood with the casual ease of a limb. His eyes were sharp, clear, and deeply amused. Above his head, numbers glowed. 2 years, 3 months, 18 days. "You hold a knife like a boy who's never cut anything tougher than a root vegetable," the old man observed. "Which, given the herb stains on your sleeves, is probably the case. Thank you for, don't thank me yet. I didn't save you out of charity." The old man walked to his arrow, pulled it from the ground with a smooth motion, and inspected the head before returning it to his quiver. "I saved you because I've been watching you for the past 2 days, and I have questions." Shen Wei's grip on the knife tightened. "Watching me? Since you left Azure Crane City. I was in the market when the word spread about the Chun woman. I was curious. Then I saw you look at that gang leader. Fengdu, yes? And the expression on your face was very interesting." "Interesting how?" The old man tilted his head, studying Shen Wei with the focused attention of a healer diagnosing an unfamiliar ailment. "You looked at him the way someone looks at a man who's already dead. Not with pity, not with fear, with certainty. As though you could see something about him that no one else could." Silence. The stream gurgled between its stones. A bird called from somewhere in the canopy. Shen Wei felt the mountain wind on his face and tasted the particular flavor of a conversation that was about to change everything. "My name is Tian Shou," the old man said. "And unless I'm very much mistaken, you can see the numbers." Shen Wei said nothing. "It's all right," Tian Shou said gently. "I know about the numbers because I used to see them too. A lesser version. I could only see my own." He paused, and a shadow crossed his weathered face. "Mine reads 2 years and 3 months. Give or take. 2 years, 3 months, 18 days. Shen Wei's vision corrected silently. "Come with me," Tian Shou said. "I have a great deal to tell you, and you have a great deal to learn. And given my somewhat limited schedule, I prefer to start immediately." The old man turned and walked into the forest without checking whether Shen Wei followed. Shen Wei looked at the 2 years, 3 months, 18 days, then at the trail behind him leading back to a city where a gang leader would soon be dead, and an old herbalist would wonder where his apprentice had gone. He followed Tian Shou into the trees. Chapter 5. Tian Shou's home was a cave. Not a simple cave. A complex of natural chambers in the granite mountainside, connected by passages that had been widened and smoothed by what appeared to be decades of patient work. The entrance was concealed behind a curtain of hanging moss and a spirit formation that Shen Wei's non-cultivator eyes couldn't see, but could feel as a faint pressure against his skin, like walking through cobwebs made of static. Inside, the main chamber was surprisingly comfortable. A sleeping area with layered furs. A cooking hearth with an actual chimney carved into the rock. Shelves cut into the walls holding hundreds of jade slips, scrolls, and books. A cultivation platform of polished stone. And, incongruously, a small garden of luminous mushrooms growing in a bed of enriched soil near a crack that admitted daylight. "Sit," Tian Shou said, gesturing to a cushion near the hearth. "Tea first. Answers after." He prepared tea with the same efficiency Master Ho brought to herb preparation. Precise measurements, controlled temperature, exact steeping time. The tea was pale gold and smelled of something Shen Wei couldn't identify, sweet and faintly electric. "Thunderleaf," Tian Shou said, noting his expression. "Grows only where tribulation lightning has struck. Appropriate, given your circumstances." He settled across from Shen Wei and held his cup with both hands, the steam curling between them. "Tell me everything. From the lightning strike to now? Don't omit details." Shen Wei hesitated for exactly 3 seconds, then told him everything. The lightning, the numbers, the blank space above his own head, the girl with 3 days. Mrs. Chun. Fengdu the timers on everything. Insects, animals, people. The way they counted down with mechanical precision. The way they changed when circumstances changed. Tian Shou listened without interruption, his expression unreadable. When Shen Wei finished, the old man set down his tea and was silent for a long moment. The Fate Weavers, he said finally. The what? An ancient sect. Destroyed 500 years ago. They were cultivators who could perceive and manipulate the fundamental forces governing life and death, specifically, the temporal boundary of living things. What you call timers, they called the thread's measure. Each living being has a thread of fate, and each thread has a measured length. The Fate Weavers could see that measurement, and they were destroyed by an entity they called the Bureau of Fate. Tian Shou's eyes darkened. I don't know the Bureau's true nature. No one does. But 500 years ago, they descended on the Fate Weaver sect and annihilated it. Every elder, every disciple, every affiliated clan. The official history says the Fate Weavers were heretics who defied heaven's will. The unofficial history says they discovered something about the timers that the Bureau didn't want known. What did they discover? I don't know. What I know is fragments. Pieces I've gathered over 40 years of searching. Tian Shou reached into his robe and produced a small jade slip, clouded with age. I was an affiliate of the Fate Weavers, not a member, an herbalist and healer who worked with them. When the destruction came, I was away on a gathering expedition. I returned to find ashes and silence. You said you could see your own timer. A minor ability. The Fate Weavers sometimes granted diminished versions of their sight to trusted allies, as a kind of warning system. I received the ability to see my own thread's measure. Only mine. He tapped the air above his head. 2 years and 3 months. 18 days, Shen Wei said quietly. Tian Shou blinked, then smiled. A genuine smile, warm and slightly sad. More precise than I expected. The full sight, then. Not a fragment. Everything alive. I can see every timer. Except your own. Yes. Tian Shou's expression became grave. That's the part that concerns me. A blank timer doesn't mean immortality. It doesn't mean invulnerability. Among the Fate Weavers' records, blank timers were mentioned only twice. Once in reference to a being that existed outside the normal flow of time, and once in reference to a being whose death had never been written, an anomaly in the system, someone who should not exist. Shen Wei's tea had gone cold in his hands. Which am I? I don't know, but I intend to help you find out. Tian Shou leaned forward. However, finding out requires cultivation. The timer sight you have now, seeing the numbers, is the most basic level. As your cultivation advances, the ability will evolve. At Foundation Establishment, you'll see not just when people die, but how. At higher realms, you'll be able to interact with the timers directly. And perhaps, at a level I can only theorize about, you'll understand why your own timer is blank. I'm not a cultivator. I've never cultivated a day in my life. You have spiritual roots. Minor ones, I can sense them. The lightning that struck you wasn't random. Tribulation overflow seeks out those with latent spiritual energy, and the fact that you survived contact with it confirms you have the foundation for cultivation, however modest. He stood. I will teach you. I have 2 years and 3 months, 18 days, as you so precisely note, to turn an herbalist apprentice into something that can survive what's coming. What's coming? Attention. Tian Shou's voice was flat. You can see every timer in existence. You saw Fong Du's death coming. You saved Mrs. Chun by changing her timer. The more you use this ability, the more ripples you create. And ripples attract notice. He looked at Shen Wei with the particular intensity of a man who is running out of time and knows exactly how little he has left. The Bureau destroyed the Fate Weavers for what they could see. What do you think they'll do when they find you? The cave was silent except for the drip of water somewhere in the deeper passages. Shen Wei looked at the luminous mushrooms in their garden, each one glowing with a faint, steady light that pulsed in rhythm with something he could almost feel but not quite name. When do we start? He said. Now, said Tian Shou. Sit on the platform. Close your eyes. And forget everything you think you know about the boundary between life and death. Shen Wei sat. He closed his eyes. And in the darkness behind his eyelids, the numbers glowed. Chapter 6. Cultivation, Shen Wei discovered, was an exercise in controlled suffering. The first 3 weeks were nothing but meditation. Tian Shou had him sit on the stone platform for 8 hours a day, eyes closed, breathing in precise patterns designed to open his spiritual meridians, the invisible channels through which qi flowed in the bodies of cultivators. For Shen Wei, who had never opened a single meridian, this meant forcing spiritual energy through pathways that were effectively sealed shut. The pain means it's working, Tian Shou said on the 4th day, when Shen Wei's face had gone the color of old parchment and his hands were trembling. The pain means I'm dying. You're not dying. You'd know if you were dying. You have a rather unique perspective on the matter. Tianxiu adjusted Shen Wei's posture with firm hands. Your meridians are narrow. Fourth-grade spiritual roots, as I suspected. But the timer ability compensates. You can feel the flow of temporal energy, which is a subset of qi. Use that. Don't try to force pure qi through your channels. Let the temporal energy lead, and the qi will follow. The temporal energy. Shen Wei had noticed it without knowing what to call it. A secondary current that ran beneath the normal qi of the world. Cooler, smoother, tasting of age and endings. It was the energy that powered the timers, and it flowed through him with the ease that regular qi could only envy. When he shifted his focus from qi to temporal energy, his meridians opened like gates swinging wide. The breakthrough to qi condensation stage 1 happened on the 23rd day of his training. It felt like stepping from a dark room into sunlight, a sudden expansion of awareness, as though the world had been muffled and was now speaking clearly for the first time. His spiritual sense, previously non-existent, bloomed outward in a sphere that encompassed the entire cave complex. He could feel the rock, the water, the mushrooms, the insects in the cracks. He could feel Tianxiu's cultivation, a vast, quiet ocean of power that dwarfed Shen Wei's own puddle. And the timers became clearer. The vague characters of light sharpened into crystal precision. Hours resolved into minutes. Minutes into seconds. He could see the countdown with surgical exactness. Good, Tianxiu said, examining him with the critical eye of a craftsman inspecting his work. Qi condensation stage 1. Your timer ability should now show exact times down to the second. Let's test. They walked to the nearest village, a small farming community at the mountain's base. Shen Wei scanned the timers of the villagers and reported exact lifespans, down to the second, fluctuating in real time based on the minutiae of their lives. A farmer who took a drink of water gained 3 seconds. A child who nearly tripped on a stone lost half a second, then regained it when she caught herself. The resolution improves with cultivation, Tianxiu explained as they walked back. At qi condensation, you see the fine grain. At foundation establishment, you'll see the manner of death, images, impressions. At higher realms, he paused. At higher realms, the Fate Weavers could do things I can only describe as rewriting reality. Over the next 2 months, Shen Wei progressed through qi condensation with a speed that surprised even Tianxiu. Stage 2 came after 4 weeks of intensive meditation, and Stage 3 arrived 3 weeks after that. The temporal energy that powered his ability also fueled his cultivation, creating a feedback loop. The more he cultivated, the stronger his timer sight became, and the stronger his sight became, the more temporal energy he could access for cultivation. By Stage 3, the timers had developed a new feature, color. Previously monochrome gold, they now showed gradients. Healthy lifespans with decades remaining glowed warm amber. Shorter lifespans shifted toward cool silver. Timers approaching 0 burned angry red. The Fate Weavers called this the spectrum of endings, Tianxiu said. It's an intuitive layer that helps you process large numbers of timers simultaneously. In a crowd, you can scan for red timers, the people closest to death, without reading each number individually. Between cultivation sessions, Tianxiu taught him other things: martial arts, basic sword technique, survival skills, cultivation theory, and the fragmentary history of the Fate Weavers. The old man was a patient but demanding teacher who expected effort, tolerated failure, and absolutely refused to accept excuses. You have a gift that the most powerful cultivators in history would have killed for, Tianxiu said one evening, as they sat by the hearth eating roasted mountain pheasant. But a gift without discipline is just a novelty. The Fate Weavers didn't fall because they were weak. They fell because they relied on their ability and neglected traditional cultivation. You will not make that mistake. You sound like you're preparing me for a war. I'm preparing you for a life that will not be peaceful. Tianxiu's voice was gentle, but his eyes were hard. The Bureau destroyed the Fate Weavers. The ability didn't die with them. It's resurfaced in you. When the Bureau notices, and they will notice, they'll come for you. Your only defense is power. Enough power to make the cost of coming for you higher than the Bureau is willing to pay. Shen Wei looked at the old man's timer. 2 years, 0 months, 14 days. The numbers hadn't changed by more than a few hours since they'd met. Tianxiu's death was fixed, not the flexible, circumstance-dependent countdown that most people carried, but something rigid, predetermined, as though carved in stone rather than written in sand. Master Tian, Shen Wei said carefully, your timer. It doesn't fluctuate the way others do. It's fixed. A long silence. I know, Tianxiu said quietly. There are some deaths that can't be changed. The Fate Weavers knew this. Some threads are woven too tightly into the pattern to be altered without unraveling something larger. My death is one of those. He smiled, And it was a smile that had made its peace with something most people spent their whole lives running from. 2 years. I've known for 40 years that I would have 2 years from the day I met the one who would inherit the Fate Weaver's sight. That's why I waited for you. You waited 40 years? I waited 40 years. And I would wait 40 more. He poured more tea. Now, let's discuss your entrance into the Azure Crane sect. Chapter 7. This is a terrible idea, Shen Wei said. Most important decisions feel that way, Tian Shou replied. The sect entrance exam begins at dawn. You should sleep. They stood at the edge of the forest overlooking the Azure Crane sect's mountain compound. Below them, torches lined the path leading to the sect's main gate, where dozens of young hopefuls had already set up camp for the night, their nervous energy visible in the way they paced, practiced sword forms, and argued about what the exam would involve. You trained me for 3 months. I'm at Qi condensation stage 3. Most of these candidates have been cultivating since childhood, and none of them can see what you see. Tian Shou produced a small jade token from his sleeve, a flat disc inscribed with characters Shen Wei couldn't read. This is a Fate Weaver recognition token. It won't mean anything to the sect elders, but keep it on your person during the exam. It will stabilize your temporal perception under stress. Shen Wei took the token. It was warm to the touch, and when he held it, the timers in his vision sharpened by a degree he hadn't thought possible. The numbers above the distant examinees' heads resolved from general approximations to second-by-second precision. The exam will have 3 phases, Tian Shou continued. Physical assessment, spiritual assessment, and combat assessment. For the first 2, just perform honestly. Your Qi condensation stage 3 is sufficient for admission to the outer sect. It's the combat assessment that concerns me. Because I'll lose. Because you'll win, and the way you win will draw attention if you're not careful. Tian Shou's eyes were steady. You can see your opponent's timers. In a combat situation, timer fluctuations reveal intent. When someone is about to strike a lethal blow, the timer of their opponent fluctuates. You'll instinctively read these fluctuations and dodge attacks you shouldn't be able to dodge. This will look like prescience, and prescience attracts the wrong kind of curiosity. So what do? When ugly, take hits you could avoid. React a half-second slower than your ability allows. Look like a mediocre fighter who got lucky, not like someone with supernatural foresight. Tian Shou gripped his shoulder. Survive the exam. Get into the sect. Access their library, their resources, their knowledge. And don't reveal what you can do to anyone. The next morning, Shen Wei joined the line of candidates at the sect gate. There were 43 of them, ranging in age from 15 to 20, all at various stages of Qi condensation. He scanned their timers reflexively, a habit he developed over 3 months. The information arranged itself in his mind like a ranked list. Longest timer, a girl of 16 with 78 years remaining. She radiated health and confidence. Shortest timer among the candidates, a nervous boy of 18 with 4 years, 2 months. Not a combat death, his timer was silver, not red. Illness, probably. The physical assessment was straightforward. Obstacle course, endurance run, strength test. Shen Wei performed in the middle of the pack, which was exactly where he wanted to be. Not noteworthy. Not memorable. A Qi condensation stage 3 who was competent but unexceptional. The spiritual assessment was harder to control. An elder tested each candidate's spiritual root grade and Qi capacity. Shen Wei's 4th grade roots drew a disapproving frown, but his Qi reserves, bolstered by the temporal energy that the elder's assessment technique couldn't distinguish from regular Qi, were noted as unusually substantial for his root grade. Then came the combat assessment. The format was simple, single elimination sparring. Each candidate fought until they lost. The number of wins determined ranking for sect placement. Shen Wei didn't need to win. He needed to survive enough rounds to qualify for the outer sect, which required a minimum of 2 victories. His first opponent was a boy named Lu Feng, Qi condensation stage 2, 52 years on his timer, calm and well-trained. The moment the bout began, Shen Wei saw it, the subtle flickering of Lu Feng's timer as the boy prepared to attack. A dip of 0.3 seconds when Lu Feng shifted his weight to his back foot, telegraphing a lunging strike. Another dip when his eyes focused on Shen Wei's left shoulder, revealing the target. Shen Wei waited, let the lunge come, sidestepped at the last possible moment, but clumsily, stumbling, making it look like luck rather than foresight. He countered with a basic shoulder strike that caught Lu Feng off balance. The boy went down. The judge called the match. His second opponent was stronger, Qi condensation stage 4. A girl with quick hands and aggressive footwork. Her timer was long, 61 years, and stable, which told Shen Wei she was confident and controlled. He watched the fluctuations, felt the rhythm of her attacks through the subtle dips and rises of fractions of seconds, and dodged what he could while deliberately taking a hit to the ribs that he could have avoided. He won the second match with a sweep kick that looked more desperate than calculated. His third opponent, unnecessary for qualification but continued by the judges to establish final ranking, was the most dangerous, a young man at Qi condensation stage 5, faster, stronger, and considerably more skilled. His timer read 44 years, stable as stone. This was someone who fought often and fought well. Shen Wei lost, deliberately, but it required less acting than the wins had. The stage 5 cultivator was genuinely better. Shen Wei took a hit to the chest that sent him skidding across the arena floor and stayed down when the judge called the match. 2 wins, 1 loss. Sufficient for outer sect admission. Unexceptional. Forgettable. As he picked himself up from the arena floor, his ribs aching from the hit he'd taken in the second bout, an assessment elder made notes on a jade tablet and announced, Shen Wei, age 18, Qi condensation stage 3, 4th grade spiritual roots, combat ranking 17th of 43. Assigned to the outer sect, Blue Heron Dormitory. He bowed, accepted his assignment token, and walked toward the outer sect buildings with the careful nonchalance of someone who had exactly the result he wanted. From the spectator gallery above the arena, a pair of eyes followed him with interest that Shen Wei didn't notice until it was too late. Chapter 8. The Azure Crane Sect organized its disciples with the precision of a military hierarchy and the subtlety of a caste system. Inner disciples lived in stone pavilions with private rooms, access to high-grade cultivation resources, and personal instruction from elders. Outer disciples lived in wooden dormitories with shared rooms, access to the basic cultivation library, and instruction from senior outer disciples who were only marginally more experienced than they were. Shen Wei's dormitory room had 2 beds, a desk, a window that faced the training grounds, and a roommate who snored like a hibernating bear. The roommate's name was Jiang Tao, a cheerful, round-faced boy from a farming village who was at Qi condensation stage 1 and seemed largely unconcerned about his place in the sect hierarchy. His timer read 57 years, healthy and stable. He was, as far as Shen Wei could tell, exactly what he appeared to be, an unremarkable young man with modest talent and zero guile. They say the inner disciples get their own bathrooms, Jiang Tao said on their first evening, staring at the dormitory's communal washroom with the particular dismay of someone who has recently discovered communal living. Individual bathrooms. With heated water. We have heated water. We have lukewarm water 3 mornings a week. That's not the same thing. Shen Wei settled into the routine of outer sect life with the efficiency of someone who understood that the routine itself was not the point. It was camouflage. He attended lectures, practiced basic sword forms, meditated in the communal cultivation hall, and performed the menial sect duties assigned to outer disciples: cleaning, maintenance, message delivery. He was competent, quiet, and deliberately unremarkable. The timers, however, made the sect an overwhelming experience. 300 disciples, dozens of elders, hundreds of servants and staff, every one of them carrying their countdown above their heads. In the dining hall, he ate surrounded by a constellation of numbers. In the lecture halls, he couldn't focus on the instructor's words without the instructor's timer demanding his attention. In the dormitory at night, he could see Jiang Tao's numbers glowing faintly through the darkness. He learned to manage it. Tian Shou had taught him a focusing technique, a mental exercise that narrowed his timer perception to a chosen radius. At minimum focus, he could see only the timers of people within arm's reach. At maximum, he could scan an entire building. He kept his focus narrowed during daily activities and expanded it only when he needed information. It was during one of these expanded scans, 2 weeks into his sect residence, that he noticed Zhao Kang. The young master of the Zhao family was impossible to miss even without the timer perception. He moved through the sect like he owned it, which, given the Zhao family's financial contributions to the Azure Crane Sect, was not entirely inaccurate. He was 22 years older than Shen Wei, with the sharp features and aristocratic bearing of old cultivation wealth. His robes were inner disciple quality but custom-tailored, with the Zhao family crest embroidered in gold thread at the collar. His cultivation was at Foundation Establishment Stage 2, significant for his age and miles above anything in the outer sect. His timer read 62 years, for months. Long, stable, confident. The timer of someone who expected to live a long life and had the power to ensure it. Shen Wei first encountered him during a cross-sect sparring session, one of the monthly events where inner disciples demonstrated techniques for the outer sect's supposed education, which in practice meant inner disciples beating outer disciples to establish hierarchy. Zhao Kang's opponent was an outer disciple twice his size, a body cultivator at Qi condensation stage 5, who had clearly been chosen for his impressiveness rather than his chance of winning. The match lasted 4 seconds. Zhao Kang moved once, a single sword strike so fast that Shen Wei's eyes couldn't track it, and the body cultivator was on the ground with a line of blood across his chest and an expression of confused pain. Adequate resistance, Zhao Kang said to the prone man, in the tone of someone evaluating a training dummy's performance. Your defense opens when you shift to your right foot. Correct that. The outer disciples muttered, resentful but cowed. The inner disciples laughed, delighted by the casual dominance. Shen Wei, standing at the back of the crowd, watched Zhao Kang's timer and said nothing. It was after the sparring session that he noticed the second thing. Zhao Kang was accompanied by a girl, younger, perhaps 15, with the same sharp Zhao family features softened by youth and an expression of chronic boredom. She wore inner disciple robes despite her age, which meant she was either phenomenally talented or phenomenally well-connected. Probably both. Zhao Mei, Zhao Kang's younger sister. Her timer read, 2 years, 1 month, 14 days. Shen Wei stopped walking. 15 years old. 2 years to live. The number was red-edged, shifting with the irregular rhythm of active decline. This wasn't a fixed death like Tian shows. It was something dynamic, something happening to her right now. An illness, a condition, something eating away at her lifespan in real time. He watched her move, looking for physical symptoms. She was thin, thinner than a girl her age should be, with shadows under her eyes that could have been fatigue or could have been something worse. She moved carefully, as though conserving energy, though she disguised it well behind an air of aristocratic poise. Nobody around her seemed alarmed. Zhao Kang walked beside her with the protective closeness of a brother, but not the urgency of someone who knew his sister was dying. The Zhao family healers, if they'd examined her recently, had either missed whatever was wrong or were treating it ineffectively. Her timer dropped by 3 hours while Shen Wei watched. Not slowly. It lurched, like a clock skipping forward. Whatever was affecting her had just gotten worse. Shen Wei thought about the girl with the candied hawthorn. 3 days. He'd known for 3 days and done nothing useful. He thought about Mrs. Chun. Evidence, careful presentation, actionable intelligence. He thought about Tian Shou's warning. Don't reveal what you can do. He spent the next week observing Zhao Mei. Not following her. That would have been noticed and punished, but positioning himself in places where he could see her during normal daily activities. The cultivation library, where she studied techniques her brother had recommended. The dining hall, where she ate small portions and always left early. The medicine pavilion, where she collected weekly prescriptions from the sect healers. The prescriptions interested him. Using his herbalist background, he identified the compounds from a distance. Energy restoration pills, blood replenishing tonics, mild pain suppressants. Standard treatments for chronic fatigue. Nothing that addressed the underlying cause, because the sect healers didn't know the underlying cause. But Shen Wei could see it. At Qi condensation stage 3, his spiritual sense was limited, but combined with his timer ability, he could detect something attached to Zhao Mei's spiritual signature. A parasitic energy coiled around her core, like a vine strangling a tree. A spiritual parasite, feeding on her cultivation base and her life force simultaneously. These parasites were rare, but not unknown. Shen Wei had read about them in Tian Shou's medical texts. Organisms of pure spiritual energy that attach to a host's meridian system and siphon qi, gradually weakening the host until death. They were nearly impossible to detect with standard spiritual scans because they mimicked the host's own energy signature. But they couldn't hide from the timer. The parasite's effect was written into Zhao Mei's countdown, a visible drain that showed up as the lurching, irregular decline he'd been tracking. He needed to tell someone. But he couldn't tell Zhao Kang. The young master would demand to know how an outer disciple at Qi condensation had diagnosed something the sect's foundation establishment healers had missed. He couldn't tell the healers directly. They'd dismiss an outer disciple's opinion without examination, and by the time they took it seriously, Zhao Mei could lose months. Anonymous tip. Like Mrs. Chun, but cleaner. Shen Wei wrote a note on plain paper using his left hand to disguise his writing. Zhao Mei carries a spiritual parasite attached to her core meridian. Standard scans will not detect it. Use a spirit resonance diagnostic at the 7th harmonic frequency. The parasite will be forced to reveal itself. Act quickly. She has less time than you think. He delivered the note to the medicine pavilion's intake box, a drop box where any disciple could submit health concerns anonymously, and waited. The response was faster than he'd expected. Within a day, Zhao Mei was called to the medicine pavilion for an enhanced diagnostic. Within 2 days, the sect's head healer, an elder at core formation stage, publicly announced the discovery and successful extraction of a rare spiritual parasite from an unnamed inner disciple. Within 3 days, Zhao Mei's timer read 54 years, 8 months, 12 days. Shen Wei let out a breath he'd been holding for a week. Chapter 9. The note didn't stay anonymous for long. Zhao Kang was not the kind of man who accepted gifts without understanding their source. His sister had been dying, slowly, invisibly, in a way that the entire Zhao family's wealth and connections had failed to detect, and someone had saved her with a scrap of paper and a medical insight that surpassed every healer the family employed. That kind of debt demanded a face. He investigated with the methodical intensity of someone who had been trained since birth to identify threats, allies, and assets. The note's paper was standard sect issue. The handwriting was disguised but consistent with a right-handed person writing with their left hand. The medical knowledge demonstrated was specialist level, either a skilled healer or someone with significant exposure to spiritual medicine. The diagnostic recommendation, spirit resonance at the 7th harmonic, was a technique documented in only 3 texts in the sect's library, all restricted to inner disciples and above, except one copy, which had been transcribed into a general medical reference in the outer sect's basic library. A reference that the library records showed had been checked out by one person in the past month. Shen Wei, outer disciple, former herbalist apprentice. Shen Wei was preparing herbs in the dormitory, a personal project, not a sect assignment, when the door opened and Zhao Kang walked in. There was no knock. Young masters of the Zhao family did not knock on outer disciples' doors. Shen Wei. Zhao Kang stood in the doorway with the posture of a man who was accustomed to having space made for him. His eyes, sharp, dark, missing nothing, swept the room and catalogued its contents in the time it took to draw a breath. The herbs on the desk. The medical reference opened beside them. The jade token Tian Shou had given him, resting on the windowsill. Young Master Zhao. Shen Wei stood from his desk, keeping his expression neutral. Zhao Kang's timer glowed steady above his head. 62 years, for months. The man wasn't here to fight, but the energy radiating from him, Foundation Establishment Stage 2, barely restrained, filled the small room like heat from a furnace. You wrote the note about my sister. It wasn't a question. Shen Wei could have denied it, but the look in Zhao Kang's eyes told him that denial would be interpreted as an insult, and insulting a man who had just tracked him down over a perceived debt was poor strategy. Yes. How did you know? The sect healers examined her 3 times. My family's personal physician examined her twice. None of them found the parasite. Shen Wei had prepared for this question. I recognized the symptoms. Before I joined the sect, I was an herbalist apprentice. I've read extensively on spiritual parasites. They're a special interest of mine. The specific symptoms your sister displayed, chronic fatigue, periodic energy drops, subtle weight loss, match the profile of a Cormoridian parasite. The diagnostic technique I recommended is the only reliable method of detection. You recognized symptoms that 5 trained healers missed. Healers look for diseases. They run standard diagnostic protocols. Spiritual parasites aren't in the standard protocols because they're rare. An herbalist's perspective is different. We look for patterns that don't fit, anomalies in presentation. Your sister's anomalies were subtle but consistent with parasitic attachment. Zhao Kang stared at him for a long, uncomfortable moment. Shen Wei held his gaze, keeping his breathing steady, keeping his expression open and honest. The explanation was plausible. It was also true, as far as it went. He had recognized symptoms. He'd just also had the unfair advantage of seeing her timer dropping in real time, which had told him something was wrong before any symptom would have been visible. Why anonymously? Zhao Kang asked. Because I'm an outer disciple with 4th-grade spiritual roots and no reputation. If I'd walked into the medicine pavilion and told a core formation healer that he'd missed a diagnosis, I would have been laughed out of the room. The anonymous note was the fastest way to get your sister treated. Another long silence. Then Zhao Kang did something unexpected. He lowered his head in a bow. Not a deep bow, a precise 30-degree inclination that, in the formal language of cultivation society, indicated the acknowledgement of a genuine debt. My sister's life is worth more than anything I own, Zhao Kang said, straightening. You saved her. I owe you a debt that I intend to repay. Name your price. I don't want payment. That wasn't what I asked. I said name your price. Now or later, whatever you need, whenever you need it. This debt stays open until you call it in. Shen Wei looked at the young master's face and saw something he hadn't expected, sincerity. Beneath the aristocratic composure, beneath the cultivator's arrogance and the young master's entitlement, Zhao Kang was a brother who loved his sister and was offering genuine gratitude with the only vocabulary he knew, the language of obligation and debt. All right, Shen Wei said. I'll remember the offer. Zhao Kang nodded. turned to leave, then paused at the door. One more thing. You said you recognized symptoms. My sister was 20 feet away from you during that sparring session. She was wearing full robes and showing no visible signs of illness. The fatigue she displayed could have been attributed to a dozen normal causes. He looked back at Shen Wei with eyes that were sharp as blades. You recognized symptoms that weren't there yet. From 20 feet away. In a crowd. A pause. I'm not going to ask how. Not today. But I know there's more to this than herbalist's intuition, and one day, I expect you'll trust me enough to explain. He left. Shen Wei sat on his bed and listened to his own heartbeat slowly return to normal. Zhao Kang was too smart. The explanation had been good, carefully prepared, logically consistent, medically plausible, but it wasn't good enough for a man whose entire life had been spent navigating the treacherous social dynamics of cultivation aristocracy. Zhao Kang knew something didn't add up. He was choosing not to press the issue, but his patience had limits. Shen Wei needed to be more careful, or he needed allies who could be trusted with the truth. He looked at the space above his own head, the blank, empty, terrifying absence where a countdown should be, and wondered, not for the first time, whether the absence meant he had infinite time to figure things out, or no time at all. Chapter 10. The alliance between Shen Wei and Zhao Kang was, from the outside, inexplicable. Outer disciples didn't associate with inner disciples. Fourth-grade spiritual roots didn't befriend first-grade prodigies. Herbalist apprentices from the outer district didn't walk beside young masters of the Zhao family. The sect's social hierarchy was as rigid as its cultivation hierarchy, and violations were punished not by formal rules, but by the far more effective mechanism of collective disapproval. Zhao Kang didn't care. Whether this was because his position made him immune to social pressure, or because he genuinely didn't notice it, Shen Wei couldn't determine. The young master simply appeared at Shen Wei's dormitory one morning, announced that they would be training together, and proceeded to drag Shen Wei to the inner sect's private training grounds as though this were the most natural thing in the world. Your sword technique is appalling, Zhao Kang said after watching Shen Wei attempt the basic forms. Who taught you? My cultivation master. He's primarily an archer. That explains it. Your footwork is adequate, but your strikes have no commitment. You move like you're trying to avoid being hit rather than trying to hit. Isn't avoiding being hit the point? No. The point is making the other person wish they hadn't been born. Avoiding their strikes is a secondary benefit. Zhao Kang's training was brutal, efficient, and exactly what Shen Wei needed. The young master was a natural teacher when he deigned to teach, explaining principles with a clarity that the sect's actual instructors rarely achieved, demonstrating techniques with controlled precision, and correcting errors with the blunt honesty of someone who found politeness less useful than accuracy. In return, Shen Wei offered what he could: herbal knowledge that Zhao Kang found unexpectedly valuable, analytical perspective on combat that the young master's direct approach sometimes missed, and a willingness to speak honestly that Zhao Kang received from no one else in his orbit of sycophants and subordinates. Everyone in this sect either fears me or wants something from me, Zhao Kang said one evening, as they sat on the training grounds observation platform watching the sunset paint the mountain in shades of amber. You don't do either. I fear you a normal amount, Shen Wei said. You could crush me with one hand. But you don't act afraid. You argue with me. You tell me when my analysis is wrong. You don't modify your behavior based on my family name. Zhao Kang turned to look at him with an expression that was almost curious. Why? Because I can see your timer, and a man with 62 years left isn't going to kill me in a training exercise. Because I've seen the girl with 3 days and the gang leader with 11, and after that, a young master's temper doesn't register on my fear scale. Because the thing I'm truly afraid of isn't you. It's the blank space above my own head and the questions it represents. Because you're helping me train, Shen Wei said instead. And I don't think gratitude and fear should coexist. Zhao Kang looked at him for a long moment, then laughed. It was a real laugh, surprised, genuine, unguarded. Shen Wei realized it might have been the first real laugh the young master had produced in weeks. Their partnership grew. Over the following month, they trained together 3 times a week. Shen Wei's combat skills improved dramatically under Zhao Kang's instruction, and his cultivation advanced steadily. Qi condensation stage 4, then stage 5. He was approaching the peak of Qi condensation, with foundation establishment on the horizon. But it was during the monthly, sect-wide assessment, a formal evaluation of all disciples' progress, that things took a dangerous turn. The assessment was conducted by a panel of elders in the sect's Great Hall. Each disciple demonstrated their cultivation level, performed assigned techniques, and received evaluations. For outer disciples, it was an opportunity to be noticed. For inner disciples, it was a formality. For elders, it was an administrative necessity. For Elder Mu Qian, it was a hunting ground. Shen Wei had noticed Mu Qian on his first day in the sect, but hadn't given him particular attention. The elder was a thin, narrow-faced man in his apparent 50s, with the pallid complexion of someone who spent most of his time indoors, and the precisely controlled movements of a cultivator who maintained his body through qi rather than exercise. He held the position of outer sect supervisor, responsible for the training and advancement of outer disciples. His timer read, 847 years, 3 months, 11 days. Shen Wei had stared at that number for a full 10 seconds the first time he'd seen it. 847 years. For a cultivator at Mu Qian's level, core formation stage 7, according to the sect records, a natural lifespan would be 300 to 400 years at most. Having more than twice that was biologically impossible through normal cultivation. Something was deeply, fundamentally wrong with Elder Mu Qian. During the assessment, Mu Qian observed each outer disciple's demonstration with the detached efficiency of a man performing a routine task. But when Shen Wei stepped forward and performed his assigned technique, a basic qi circulation pattern, something changed. Mu Qian's eyes narrowed. His hands, folded in his lap, tightened, and his attention, which had been distributed evenly across the candidates, focused on Shen Wei like a lens concentrating sunlight. Shen Wei felt the attention as a physical sensation, the weight of a cultivator 3 realms above him directing spiritual sense at his body. It lasted only a moment, but in that moment, he felt exposed, examined, catalogued. Adequate, Mu Qian said, his voice toneless. Next, Shen Wei returned to his place in the line, his pulse elevated. The elder had noticed something. Whether it was the unusual quality of Shen Wei's qi, tinged with temporal energy that a perceptive cultivator might find anomalous, or something else, Mu Qian had flagged him. After the assessment, as the outer disciples filed out of the Great Hall, Shen Wei felt a hand on his shoulder. Disciple Shen Wei. Mu Qian's voice was mild, pleasant, utterly controlled. Up close, his face was smoother than it should have been for his apparent age, another sign that his lifespan was being artificially maintained. Your qi circulation is unusual. Not deficient, unusual. I'd like to conduct a more thorough evaluation in my office tomorrow. Standard procedure for disciples who show unconventional spiritual development. Standard procedure. Shen Wei had been in the sect long enough to know there was no such procedure. Of course, Elder Mu, he said, bowing. That night, he sat on his bed in the dark dormitory and looked at the ceiling. Jiang Tao snored beside him, his 57-year timer glowing faintly in Shen Wei's vision like a nightlight. 847 years. A man who should not be alive was interested in a boy who might not be able to die. Shen Wei had a very bad feeling about tomorrow's evaluation. He reached for the jade token Tian Shou had given him, held it tight, and planned. Chapter 11. Shen Wei didn't go to Mu Qian's office the next day. Instead, he went to the sect's restricted archives. It was a calculated risk. The restricted section of the library was off-limits to outer disciples, protected by formation arrays that detected unauthorized spiritual signatures. But Shen Wei had spent the past month studying the formation from the outside, and he'd noticed a flaw. The detection array was calibrated to standard qi signatures. His temporal energy, which formed the backbone of his spiritual signature, wasn't in the array's detection parameters. It was like having a key made from a metal the lock didn't know existed. He slipped through the formation barrier at midnight, the temporal energy in his meridians flowing through the detection grid without triggering a response. The restricted archive was a circular chamber cut into the mountain's core, lined floor to ceiling with jade slips, scrolls, and bound manuscripts. Spirit lanterns provided dim blue illumination, their light flickering with the ambient spiritual energy that pervaded the space. He didn't know exactly what he was looking for. Tian Shou had told him the fragments of Fate Weaver knowledge, whatever the sect might possess, would be in the restricted section. The old man had also warned that the knowledge might be incomplete, damaged, or deliberately obscured. Shen Wei worked methodically, scanning shelf labels and catalog markers. The archive was organized by subject: cultivation techniques, alchemical recipes, formation blueprints, historical records, and a smaller section marked classified, Elder Council authorization required. He started there. Most of the classified materials were financial records, disciplinary proceedings, and inter-sect correspondence, the mundane administrative secrets of a large organization. But near the back, behind a shelf of expired trade agreements, he found what he was looking for. A single damaged scroll, its case cracked, and its jade markers faded with age. The label, barely legible, read, "Historical reference, those who read the thread." Shen Wei's hands trembled as he opened it. The text was fragmentary. Portions had been burned or deliberately erased, leaving gaps that made the complete meaning impossible to reconstruct. But what remained was enough to accelerate his heartbeat to a pace that suggested imminent cardiac distress. The thread readers, known formally as the Fate Weavers, possessed the ability to perceive the terminal boundary of all living beings. Their sight evolved through cultivation, beginning with simple temporal awareness and advancing to include causal vision, temporal manipulation, and in the highest practitioners, the ability to. The next section was burned. Destroyed by decree of the Bureau of Fate, which identified the Weavers as a terminal threat to the established order of. Another burned section. Warning: any individual displaying thread reader abilities must be reported immediately to the Bureau's designated representative. The appearance of a reader is classified as a first-order existential event. Under no circumstances should. The scroll ended. Whatever followed had been torn away, leaving ragged edges and silence. Shen Wei read the fragments 3 times, committing them to memory. First-order existential event. The language was bureaucratic, clinical, and absolutely terrifying. His ability wasn't just rare or unusual, it was classified as an existential threat by whatever the Bureau of Fate was. He replaced the scroll carefully, making sure it looked undisturbed, and turned to leave. Elder Mu Qian was standing at the archive entrance. An outer disciple in the restricted archives. Mu Qian's voice was conversational, even friendly, which made it considerably more frightening than anger would have been. That's a serious offense, Disciple Shen Wei. Expulsion level. Elder Mu, I was looking for advanced herbal references. You didn't realize that the large sign reading restricted, inner disciples, and above applied to you. Mu Qian stepped into the archive, and the spirit lanterns dimmed slightly as his cultivation pressure filled the space. Or perhaps you didn't realize that the formation array at the entrance is supposed to prevent exactly this kind of unauthorized access. His eyes narrowed. Tell me, how did you bypass the formation? Shen Wei's mind worked at maximum speed, calculating options. Lying about how he'd bypassed the formation was necessary. Revealing the temporal energy loophole would reveal too much about his nature. Getting caught in the restricted section was bad, but survivable. Outer disciples who trespassed were typically punished with labor assignments, not expulsion, unless the elder involved wanted to make an example. And Mu Qian's 847-year timer told Shen Wei that this elder had secrets far more dangerous than a curious outer disciple. I noticed a gap in the formation's coverage near the southeast corner, Shen Wei said, pointing to a section of wall where the formation markers were slightly misaligned. A genuine deficiency he'd noticed, but hadn't actually used. The detection field has a weak spot about 2 inches wide. I'm thin. Mu Qian glanced at the indicated spot. His expression didn't change. And your interest in the restricted archives was purely academic? Yes, Elder. I was researching spiritual parasites. There's a reference text, Liang's Compendium of Spiritual Afflictions, that I was told is in this section. Researching spiritual parasites. Something flickered in Mu Qian's eyes. Not suspicion, but recognition. A connection being made. This wouldn't be related to the recent discovery of a parasite in a certain inner disciple, would it? Shen Wei kept his expression neutral through an act of will that cost him a year's worth of composure. I read about it on the sect notice board. It sparked my curiosity. Curiosity. Mu Qian smiled. The expression was technically correct. Lips curved upward, eyes slightly crinkled, but it communicated nothing resembling warmth or humor. Curiosity is a dangerous quality, Disciple Shun. It leads young men into restricted archives and restricted knowledge and restricted trouble. He stepped aside, clearing the path to the exit. I'm assigning you 3 weeks of kitchen duty as punishment for the trespass. Report to the head cook at dawn. And in the future, if you need access to restricted materials, request it through proper channels. Yes, Elder Mo. Shen Wei bowed and left, walking with measured steps that didn't betray the hammering of his heart. Behind him, he heard the faint rustle of Mu Qian moving among the scrolls, and specifically, the sound of the elder picking up the scroll Shen Wei had read. As he crossed back through the formation barrier, a cold certainty settled in his chest like a swallowed stone. Mu Qian knew. Maybe not everything. Maybe not the specifics of the timers and the blank space. But he knew that Shen Wei's curiosity about spiritual parasites wasn't academic, and he knew that the Fate Weaver scroll was the real reason for the visit. The elder had been waiting at the archive entrance, which meant he'd either followed Shen Wei or had been alerted by a secondary detection system. Either way, Shen Wei was now on Elder Mu Qian's radar. And a man with 847 years of stolen time had a great deal of practice at dealing with problems. The restricted archive had given him one piece of critical information and one piece of terrifying confirmation. The information, the Bureau of Fate was real, and Shen Wei's ability was flagged as a first-order existential event. The confirmation, his instinct about Mu Qian was right. The Elder's interest wasn't protective or disciplinary, it was predatory. Shen Wei needed to learn more about Mu Qian. He needed to learn fast, and he needed to do it without the Elder noticing. The kitchen duty, it turned out, would provide the perfect cover. Chapter 12 Kitchen duty in the Azure Crane sect was, technically, punishment. It involved 12-hour shifts of cooking, cleaning, and hauling supplies for 300 disciples and their associated staff. The work was physical, unglamorous, and performed in a sweltering underground complex that smelled permanently of rendered fat and spiritual beast stock. It was also, Shen Wei realized within his first day, an intelligence goldmine. The kitchen served everyone. Inner disciples, outer disciples, elders, servants, visiting dignitaries, all of them ate, and the kitchen staff heard everything. Gossip flowed through the meal preparation area like water through a valley, carrying with it the sediment of every rumor, relationship, and resentment in the sect. Shen Wei listened. Mu Qian took another batch of outer disciples for special training, said one of the cooks. A weathered woman named Auntie Pang whose timer read a healthy 19 years and whose opinions about the sect's elders were expressed with the freedom of someone who knew she was too valuable to fire. Third batch this year. 6 disciples each time. They always come back different. Different how? Shen Wei asked, scrubbing a wok with studied casualness. Quiet. Tired. Some of them drop a cultivation stage or 2. One boy last year, what was his name? Went from Qi condensation stage 5 to stage 2 after a month of Mu Qian's special training. The healers said it was cultivation deviation, but I've been cooking for cultivators for 30 years, and cultivation deviation doesn't make a 19-year-old look 40. Shen Wei's hands tightened on the wok. Look 40. His hair went gray. Skin got thin and papery, like he'd aged 20 years in a month. Auntie Pang snorted. But nobody asks questions about an outer elder's training methods. Not when the sect leader has bigger concerns and the outer disciples have nobody advocating for them. Over the following days, Shen Wei compiled information with the systematic thoroughness of an herbalist cataloging specimens. He identified every outer disciple who had undergone Mu Qian's special training in the past 2 years, 18 in total, 3 batches of 6. He tracked down 9 of them still in the sect. Their timers confirmed Auntie Pang's observation. All 9 had lifespans dramatically shorter than their age and cultivation would predict. A 20-year-old with 8 years remaining. A 22-year-old with 12 years. A 19-year-old whose timer read 3 years, 7 months, and whose face, when Shen Wei found him in the communal cultivation hall, bore the gaunt, hollowed look of premature aging. Mu Qian was stealing lifespan from his own students. The mechanism was unclear. Shen Wei didn't have the cultivation knowledge to understand how lifespan could be transferred, but the pattern was unmistakable. 18 disciples entered Mu Qian's training with normal timers. They emerged with drastically shortened ones. Mu Qian's own timer, 847 years and climbing. The man was a parasite. The spiritual parasite in Zhao may have been natural, a creature of instinct, feeding to survive. Mu Qian was something far worse, an intelligent being who had chosen to extend his own life by shortening others. Shen Wei needed proof, not timer evidence. He couldn't reveal that without exposing himself, but physical, verifiable proof that Mu Qian's training was harmful. The medical records of the affected disciples would show the same pattern of premature aging and cultivation regression. If he could access those records and present them alongside testimony from the victims. But that required foundation establishment. He needed the evolved timer sight, the ability to see how people would die, to understand the full scope of what Mu Qian was doing. And he needed more cultivation power to protect himself when the confrontation came. Because confrontation was coming. Mu Qian had already shown interest in Shen Wei. The elder was watching, evaluating, deciding. And the next batch of special training candidates would be selected soon. Shen Wei doubled his cultivation efforts. Every free hour, before dawn, after kitchen shifts, late into the night, he meditated on the stone platform in the outer cultivation hall, pulling temporal energy through his meridians with increasing urgency. The feedback loop between his timer ability and his cultivation accelerated. The clearer his timer vision became, the more temporal energy he could access, and the more temporal energy he processed, the faster his cultivation advanced. He was approaching the peak of Qi condensation stage 5. Foundation establishment was close. He could feel it like a wall in his meridians, a barrier that needed one final push to breach. Meanwhile, Mu Qian's timer continued its slow climb, 847 years, for months. The elder was still feeding. Chapter 13 The breakthrough to foundation establishment came at midnight, 3 days after his kitchen duty ended. Shen Wei was meditating in his dormitory room. Jiang Tao was out on night patrol duty, when the barrier between qi condensation and foundation establishment simply dissolved. There was no dramatic explosion of energy, no column of light, no tribulation. Just a quiet, almost gentle expansion, as though his spiritual body had been a clenched fist that finally opened. His meridians widened. His qi reserves tripled. His spiritual sense extended outward in a sphere that now encompassed the entire dormitory building, the training grounds beyond it, and the first few levels of the inner sect above. And the timer ability evolved. It happened the moment the breakthrough stabilized, a sudden, overwhelming flood of new information that made Shen Wei gasp and press his hands against his temples. The numbers above every living being in his perception radius were still there, still counting down with crystal precision. But now each set of numbers was accompanied by an image. A vague, impressionistic scene, like a watercolor painted from a fading memory, showing how that person would die. Jiang Tao's timer, 57 years, 2 months. The death image, an old man in a bed, surrounded by people, eyes closing peacefully. Natural death, decades from now. The guard patrolling outside, 34 years. Death image, a battlefield, smoke and blood, a blade he didn't see coming. War, sometime in his 30s. The cat sleeping on the windowsill, 2 years, 7 months. Death image, a cold night, stiff joints, quiet cessation. Old age, for a cat. And then, testing the range of his new sight, Shen Wei extended his perception toward the elder compound on the mountain's upper levels. He found Mu Qian's signature, the distinctive energy of 847 years of stolen time, and looked at his death image. Golden eyes. The image was clearer than the others, sharper, more vivid, as though the manner of Mu Qian's death was more certain than most. It showed a dark chamber, the elder backing away from a figure whose face was obscured by shadow, but whose eyes blazed with golden light. The golden-eyed figure raised a hand, and something threads, lines of light, erupted from the gesture and struck Mu Qian like blades made of time. Shen Wei stared at the image. The golden eyes. His own eyes, when the timer ability was fully active, glowed gold. Tian Shou had mentioned it during training. A subtle luminescence that appeared when he was perceiving timers at maximum intensity. The golden-eyed figure in Mu Qian's death image was him. He was going to kill Elder Mu Qian. Or rather, the timers were predicting that he would kill Elder Mu Qian. The image was a possibility, not a certainty, and possibilities changed with circumstances. But the clarity of the image suggested a high probability. This wasn't a vague maybe, but a likely future. Shen Wei sat in the dark and thought about what it meant to see your own role in someone's death. The timer had shown him other people's fates, the girl with 3 days, Mrs. Chen's poisoning, Zhao Mei's parasite. But those had been things happening to other people, events he could observe and sometimes change. This was different. This was him, his hands, his eyes, his power, ending a life. Was it murder if the person deserved it? Was it justice if the death was foreseen? Could he choose not to fulfill the prediction, or had the act of seeing it already set it in motion? He visited Tian Shou the next morning, making the 3-hour mountain trek that had become routine. The old man was sitting in his cave's garden, tending the luminous mushrooms with the careful attention of someone who knew exactly how many mornings he had left. I broke through to Foundation establishment, Shen Wei said. Tian Shou examined him with spiritual sense and nodded approvingly. Stage 1. Solid foundation, excellent temporal integration. Your death visions have activated. Yes. And he hesitated. I saw something in Elder Mu Qian's death vision. He described the image. Tian Shou listened with his usual patience, then was quiet for a very long time. A paradox, the old man said finally. Seeing your own role in another's death creates what the fate weavers called a feedback loop. You've seen the future, and knowing the future changes your behavior, which changes the future, which changes what you see. The death vision will now be in constant flux, shifting as your decisions shift, updating in real time based on the probability of your confrontation with Mu Qian. Can I choose not to confront him? You can choose anything. But consider what you know. Mu Qian is stealing lifespan from outer disciples. He will continue to do so. The next batch of victims is being selected now. You have the knowledge to stop him and the ability to expose him. Choosing not to confront him is a choice, but it's a choice that costs other people their years. Shen Wei looked at the mushrooms. Their gentle glow pulsed with a rhythm that matched his heartbeat. The death vision showed golden eyes. My eyes, when the ability is active. It showed me at a higher cultivation level than I'm at now. The power in the image was significant. Foundation establishment isn't enough. Then you need to grow stronger before the confrontation, which means gathering evidence, building alliances, and advancing your cultivation simultaneously. Tian Shou stood, joints creaking. Tell me about the disciples Mu Qian drained. Shen Wei told him. The 18 disciples, the shortened timers, the premature aging. Tian Shou's expression grew colder with each detail. Lifespan harvesting. Tian Shou said, the words carrying the weight of profound disgust. A forbidden art even in the Fate Weaver's time. Mu Qian must have found fragments of the technique somewhere. It requires knowledge of temporal energy manipulation, which means he's either encountered Fate Weaver relics, or he's connected to the Bureau. Or that. Tian Shou's timer glowed above him. 1 year, 10 months, for days. The old man looked at Shen Wei with eyes that held both warning and encouragement. Be careful, but be relentless. Mu Qian has centuries of practice hiding his crimes. You have something he doesn't. The ability to see exactly what he's taken and exactly whom he's taken it from. Shen Wei returned to the sect with a plan. It had 3 parts: gather evidence, advance cultivation, and prepare for a confrontation that the timers said was inevitable. The evidence gathering began immediately. Chapter 14. The death visions were overwhelming. In the first week after his breakthrough, Shen Wei walked through the sect in a state of constant, low-grade horror. Every person he passed now carried not just a number, but a scene, a miniature theater of death playing on loop above their heads. Most were unremarkable. Old age, illness, the quiet diminishments of a life lived to its natural end. But some were violent. A guard who would die in a bar fight. A cook who would be crushed by a falling beam during a storm. A disciple who would drown in the river during a training exercise next spring. He wanted to warn them all. He wanted to run through the sect shouting the specific details of their deaths and how to avoid them. The impulse was physical, a pressure in his chest that made breathing difficult and sleep impossible. But he couldn't. Tian Shou's warning echoed. The more ripples he created, the more attention he attracted. Each person he saved changed the web of fate in unpredictable ways. The girl with 3 days had taught him that he could change timers. But Mu Qian's 847 years of stolen time had taught him that some people change timers for monstrous purposes. He needed to be strategic, not impulsive. He focused on Mu Qian. The Elder's death vision, golden eyes, dark chamber, threads of light, was now in constant flux, as Tian Shou had predicted. Some days the image was sharp and clear, the golden-eyed figure, Shen Wei, definitely Shen Wei, the resemblance unmistakable at higher resolution, standing dominant over a cowering Mu Qian. Other days the image blurred, shifted, showed alternate scenarios. Mu Qian fleeing, Mu Qian fighting back, Mu Qian dead by other hands. The probability of each outcome danced with Shen Wei's decisions and preparations. He advanced his cultivation with a discipline that bordered on obsession. Foundation establishment stage 2 came within 3 weeks, the temporal energy flowing through his expanded meridians like a river that had broken through a dam. At stage 2, the death visions sharpened further. He could now see not just the manner of death, but the emotional content, the fear, the pain, the occasional peace. Mu Qian's emotional content was terror. In every version of the Elder's death that Shen Wei could see, Mu Qian died afraid. Whatever the golden-eyed figure represented, it was something the Elder feared more than death itself. Meanwhile, Shen Wei tracked the evidence trail. He identified the location of Mu Qian's special training, a private chamber in the outer sect's basement levels, sealed with formations that prevented spiritual detection from outside. He couldn't enter without being detected, but he could observe who went in and who came out. The chamber's formation array had a particular energy signature, tainted with stolen temporal energy, that his timer sight could detect from 3 buildings away. He also tracked the affected disciples. Of the 9 he'd identified, 3 were willing to talk, quietly, fearfully, in places where they couldn't be overheard. Their stories were consistent. Mu Qian's training involved sitting in a formation circle while the Elder performed a technique that made them feel old and drained. They'd been told this was a normal side effect of advanced cultivation training. They believed it because they had no reason not to trust an Elder. 2 of the 3 had visible premature aging. Gray hair at 20, wrinkles around the eyes of a teenager, hands that shook with a tremor more typical of 70 than 17. Shen Wei documented everything in a memory jade, a small crystal that could store visual and auditory information for later playback. Testimony, observation logs, timer data, carefully recorded without revealing the source. He was building a case. The problem was that a case, no matter how thorough, required someone to present it to. The sect leader was at nascent soul stage, well above Mu Qian, but the sect's internal politics were opaque. Shen Wei didn't know which elders were aligned with Mu Qian, which were neutral, and which might be sympathetic. Accusing a core formation elder of forbidden arts was a potentially fatal gambit if the accusation was heard by the wrong ears first. He needed more. He needed to catch Mu Qian in the act. The opportunity came when he learned that Mu Qian had selected a new batch of 6 outer disciples for special training. The selection list was posted on the outer sect's notice board, and among the names, Shen Wei recognized 3 young, talented disciples who had recently attracted attention for their rapid advancement. Perfect targets for a lifespan harvester. The training was scheduled to begin in 4 days. Shen Wei had 4 days to prepare. He confided in Zhao Kang, not about the timers, but about the evidence he'd gathered. The young master listened with the cold intensity of a man whose sister had nearly died from a spiritual parasite and who was now hearing about a worse kind of predator. I can delay the training session by 2 days, Zhao Kang said. My family has enough influence to request a schedule change for the outer sect. That gives you 6 days instead of 4. I need to see inside the chamber while the formation is active. I'll arrange that too. The Zhao family donated several of the formation arrays in the outer sect's basement. I have access codes that Mu Qian doesn't know about. For the first time since arriving at the Azure Crane sect, Shen Wei felt something he hadn't expected: hope. Not the desperate, fragile hope of a man fighting alone, but the sturdy, load-bearing hope of someone who has an ally. They had 6 days. It would have to be enough. Chapter 15. The trap was elegant. Shen Wei had to admit that, even as it closed around 3 innocent people. Mu Qian's special training chamber was located 2 levels below the outer sect's main building, in a section of the mountain that had been carved out centuries ago for storage and subsequently forgotten by everyone except the elder who had repurposed it. The chamber itself was circular, 30 feet in diameter, its walls inscribed with formation arrays that Shen Wei's timer-enhanced perception could read like text. The formations were designed for one purpose: to extract temporal energy from the people inside them and redirect it to a single recipient. A lifespan-draining formation. Elegant, efficient, and utterly forbidden. Shen Wei observed from the corridor outside, using the access point Zhao Kang had arranged, a maintenance passage that connected to the chamber through a ventilation shaft. The shaft was narrow, dark, and smelled of damp stone, but it gave him a clear view of the chamber's interior through a grated opening. 3 of the 6 selected outer disciples had arrived. Mu Qian had staggered the sessions, 3 at a time, which reduced the risk of all 6 comparing experiences simultaneously. The 3 disciples sat in the formation circle, cross-legged, eyes closed, faces showing the trusting obedience of young people following an elder's instructions. Mu Qian stood at the formation's control node, his hands moving through cultivation seals with practiced fluidity. His expression was serene, almost beatific, the face of a man performing a task he'd perfected through decades of repetition. He activated the formation. The effect was visible to Shen Wei's timer sight instantly. Lines of golden energy, temporal energy, lifespan itself, made visible, rose from the 3 disciples like steam from boiling water. The energy gathered in the formation's channels, flowing along the inscribed lines in the floor and walls, converging on Mu Qian's position. The elder absorbed it through his palms, his body glowing briefly with stolen years. The disciples' timers dropped. 3 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours. In real time, Shen Wei watched years being siphoned from 3 young people who trusted the man stealing from them. Their faces changed. Not dramatically, not yet, but the subtle shifts of someone aging slightly faster than they should. Skin losing a fraction of its elasticity. Hair color deepening from youth's pure black to something fractionally less vibrant. The changes were too small to notice in a single session, but compounded over the weeks of training, they would become the premature aging the previous victims displayed. Mu Qian's timer ticked upward. 847 years, 5 months. He'd gained weeks of life in minutes. Shen Wei wanted to intervene immediately. Every instinct screamed at him to crash through the grating, disrupt the formation, save the 3 disciples. But Tian Shou's voice echoed in his mind. Be careful. Be relentless. And Zhao Kang's addition. We need proof that will convince the sect assembly, not just one witness's testimony. The memory jade in Shen Wei's hand was recording everything. The formation's activation, the energy transfer, the elder's cultivation seals, the disciples' unconscious suffering. Visual evidence that any cultivation expert could interpret. When the session ended after an hour, the 3 disciples stood up looking tired but otherwise unaware of what had happened. Mu Qian dismissed them with avuncular warmth, patting shoulders and offering encouragement about their progress. The disciples left looking grateful. Shen Wei remained in the shaft for another 20 minutes, recording Mu Qian's post-session activities, the elder checking the formation's efficiency, adjusting a calibration seal, and, critically, consulting a jade slip that appeared to contain notes on optimal draining rates. Evidence of premeditation, not accidental harm. When Mu Qian finally left the chamber, Shen Wei retreated through the maintenance passage and climbed back to the surface with a memory jade full of damning evidence and a decision to make. The smart play was to wait, gather more evidence, prepare a comprehensive case, approach the sect leader through careful channels. The confrontation in the death vision showed Shen Wei at a higher cultivation level, Foundation Establishment Stage 3, at least, which he hadn't reached yet. But the 3 disciples in that chamber would lose more years in their next session. And the session after that. And the one after that. Every day Shen Wei waited was lifespan stolen from people who couldn't defend themselves. He thought about the girl with the candied hawthorn. 3 days. 3 days of knowing and doing nothing useful. He thought about Mrs. Chun. Evidence, careful presentation, decisive action. He chose action. Chapter 16, the next session was scheduled for 3 days later. Shen Wei spent those 3 days in preparation. First, cultivation. He pushed himself through marathon meditation sessions, forcing temporal energy through his meridians with an intensity that left him trembling and nauseous. Foundation Establishment Stage 2 was stable. Stage 3 was close. He could feel the barrier thinning with each hour of cultivation. Second, strategy. He studied the formation's architecture from his memory jade recordings, identifying the weak points where disruption would be most effective. The formation was a network. Energy flowed from each disciple through individual channels to the central collection node. Disrupting any single channel would reduce efficiency but not stop the drain. Disrupting the central node would shut it down entirely. But the central node was where Mu Qian stood. Getting to it meant getting through a core formation stage 7 cultivator who would not appreciate the interruption. Third, allies. He briefed Zhao Kang in full, everything except the timers. The evidence from the memory jade. The formation's architecture. The plan. You're going to confront a core formation elder at Foundation Establishment Stage 2, Zhao Kang said, his voice carefully neutral. I'm going to disrupt a formation. If I hit the right node at the right time, the formation collapses regardless of cultivation difference. And if Mu Qian decides to kill you before you reach the node, that's where you come in. Zhao Kang's jaw tightened. Then he nodded. I'll be in the maintenance passage. If things go wrong, I intervene. The Zhao family's reputation will make Mu Qian hesitate. Killing an outer disciple in secret is one thing. Killing one in front of the Zhao heir is another. Thank you. Don't thank me. Just don't die. The paperwork for explaining a dead ally is tedious. On the day of the session, Shen Wei positioned himself in the ventilation shaft as before. Zhao Kang waited in the maintenance corridor, his cultivation suppressed to avoid detection. The 3 disciples entered the chamber. Mu Qian entered after them. The formation activated. Shen Wei watched the golden energy begin to rise from the disciples. Temporal essence, lifespan made visible, flowing toward Mu Qian's outstretched hands. The disciples' timers dipped. The elders climbed. He had to time this precisely. The formation was most vulnerable during the energy transfer's peak, the moment when all channels were fully active and the central node was processing maximum throughput. Disrupting at that moment would cause a cascade failure that would release the stored energy back to its sources. Disrupting earlier or later would only partially shut it down. He waited. The energy flow intensified. The channels in the floor glowed brighter. Mu Qian's face was a mask of concentration, his hands moving through seals that maintained the extraction rate. Peak. Shen Wei kicked the ventilation grating out of its frame and dropped into the chamber. The timing was calculated for maximum disruption. He landed 3 feet from the nearest formation channel, a line of inscribed characters glowing with stolen temporal energy, and slammed his palm against the floor with every ounce of qi he possessed. But not regular qi. Temporal energy. The same energy the formation was designed to channel, introduced at the wrong point, in the wrong direction, at the wrong time. The effect was like pouring water backward through a pipe. The channel he'd touched reversed flow, sending energy cascading back through the network. The next channel reversed. Then the next. In less than a second, the entire formation was running backward, temporal energy flowing from Mu Qian toward the disciples instead of vice versa. The elder screamed, not in pain, in rage. The stolen temporal energy being ripped back through the formation channels burned like acid in reverse, and years of accumulated power bled from Mu Qian's grasp. His timer fluctuated wildly. 847, 840, 830, 815. Decades of stolen life evaporating in seconds. Mu Qian severed the formation with a brutal pulse of qi that shattered 3 of the floor's inscription lines. The cascade stopped. The chamber went dark except for the spirit lantern's dim glow and the fading phosphorescence of the broken formation lines. The three disciples collapsed, unconscious but alive. Their timers, Shen Wei noted with fierce satisfaction, had restored several months of life. Mu Qian turned to Shen Wei. The elder's face had aged. Not drastically. The reversed flow hadn't undone centuries of harvesting, but enough. The smooth, artificially youthful skin now showed its true years. Lines had appeared around eyes that burned with murderous fury. His timer had stabilized at 793 years, still obscene, but 54 years less than it had been. You, Mu Qian said, and the word carried the weight of a death sentence. Elder Mu Qian. Shen Wei's voice was steady despite the terror thundering through his body. I've witnessed your lifespan-draining formation. I've recorded its operation on a memory jade that is currently not on my person. If I don't return to my dormitory by midnight, the jade's contents will be delivered to the sect assembly. A bluff. The memory jade was actually in Zhao Kang's possession in the maintenance corridor, but the principle was sound. Mu Qian couldn't risk the evidence reaching the sect leader. You foolish boy. Mu Qian's cultivation pressure descended on the chamber like a physical weight, driving Shen Wei to his knees. Core Formation Stage 7 versus Foundation Establishment Stage 2. The difference was beyond vast. It was categorical. Do you think a memory jade will matter? Do you think anyone will believe an outer disciple's accusations against an elder with 3 centuries of service? They'll believe the evidence. The formation inscriptions. The medical records of 18 disciples with unexplained aging. The testimony of victims. Testimony can be discredited. Evidence can be fabricated. And the boy who collected it can simply disappear. Mu Qian raised his hand, and spiritual pressure focused on Shen Wei's chest like a vice closing around his heart. Who would miss an orphan from the outer district? The pressure increased. Shen Wei felt his ribs creak, his lungs compress, his vision narrow. His timer's sight blazed. Mu Qian's death vision was shifting rapidly, the golden-eyed figure flickering in and out as probability calculations updated in real time. And then, in the death vision, the golden eyes solidified. The vision locked. The probability became near certainty. Not today, but soon. Shen Wei looked up at Mu Qian through a film of pain and saw the elder's timer still counting its stolen centuries. And he smiled. I know what you're afraid of, Shen Wei said, his voice thin but clear. You're afraid of golden eyes. Mu Qian's hand faltered. The pressure eased by a fraction. Something had hit the elder's composure, a crack in the mask of murderous confidence. What did you say? Golden eyes. In a dark chamber. Threads of light that cut like blades. Shen Wei was describing the death vision, Mu Qian's death vision, playing in Shen Wei's sight right now. You've seen it too, haven't you? In your dreams. In the moments before sleep. The thing that's coming for you. The elder's face went white. Not with fear of Shen Wei, with fear of the truth. Whatever Mu Qian's stolen centuries had given him, they hadn't given him peace. They'd given him time to be afraid. The formation has been disrupted, Shen Wei continued, pressing the advantage. The evidence exists. And the longer you spend trying to silence me, the more likely someone notices you're in a locked chamber with 3 unconscious disciples. A footstep in the maintenance corridor, deliberate, audible, unmistakable. Zhao Kang, announcing his presence without revealing himself. The sound of a witness. Mu Qian looked toward the corridor, then back at Shen Wei. The calculation in his eyes was rapid, furious, and ultimately pragmatic. Killing Shen Wei here and now was possible, but increasingly costly. The evidence existed elsewhere. A witness lurked in the corridor. The 3 disciples on the floor would need explanations. This isn't over, Mu Qian said. The words were quiet, controlled, and absolutely sincere. You've made an enemy you cannot imagine, disciple Shen. He collected his cultivation pressure, swept his robe straight, and left the chamber through the main door, stepping over the unconscious disciples without a downward glance. Shen Wei remained on his knees, breathing hard, every muscle trembling with residual stress. Zhao Kang appeared at the ventilation shaft's opening, his face tight, with controlled fury. He threatened to kill you. He threatened to make me disappear. There's a nuance. The nuance is irrelevant. We need to move fast. He'll try to destroy evidence and discredit you before we can present the case. Shen Wei looked at the 3 unconscious disciples on the chamber floor. Their timers had stabilized. Some of the stolen years had been returned by the formation's reversal, though not all. The damage was cumulative and partially permanent. Help me get them to the healers, Shen Wei said. Then we prepare for war. Chapter 17. The war started with a lie. Mu Qian moved faster than Shen Wei had anticipated. Within hours of the confrontation, the elder had filed a formal complaint with the sect assembly. Outer disciple Shen Wei had attacked an elder during a training session, causing injury to 3 fellow disciples through reckless disruption of a sanctioned formation exercise. The charge was assault on a superior, interference with elder-sanctioned activities, and endangerment of fellow disciples. The punishment for these charges, if upheld, was expulsion and spiritual crippling, the forcible destruction of a cultivator's meridians, rendering them permanently mortal. Shen Wei learned of the charges from Jiang Tao, who burst into their dormitory room at dawn with a face the color of fresh snow. "The notice is on the main board," Jiang Tao stammered. "Your name, the charges, Shen Wei, what happened?" "Something necessary." Shen Wei was already packing. "Not to run, to prepare." "Is my name the only one on the notice?" "Yes. There's a hearing scheduled for tomorrow morning." Tomorrow. Mu Qian was accelerating the timeline, trying to get Shen Wei removed from the sect before the counter-evidence could be organized. Smart. Ruthless. Expected. Zhao Kang arrived 20 minutes later, grim-faced, and carrying the memory jade. "I've made 3 copies," the young master said. "One with me, one hidden in the Zhao family's secure vault at the sect, and one with a messenger headed to my father's estate. Even if Mu Qian destroys 2 of them, the 3rd survives. The hearing is tomorrow." "I know. And we're not ready. The testimony from the affected disciples needs to be formalized. They need to appear before the assembly in person, and half of them are too afraid of Mu Qian to speak. Then we focus on the physical evidence. The formation itself. The medical records. The formation chamber is already sealed. Mu Qian had it locked down an hour after the incident, securing the scene of the attack, he called it. And the medical records of the affected disciples have been reclassified as confidential by Mu Qian's authority as outer sect supervisor. Shen Wei sat on his bed and looked at the ceiling. Mu Qian had been doing this for centuries. Of course he had contingencies. Of course he had the institutional authority to bury evidence. The elder wasn't just a predator. He was a predator embedded in the power structure, with roots so deep that pulling them out would damage the structure itself. "We can't win through the sect's official channels," Shen Wei said. "Not in one day. Not with Mu Qian controlling the evidence." "Then what?" Shen Wei closed his eyes. In the darkness behind his eyelids, Mu Qian's death vision played. Golden eyes, dark chamber, threads of light. The probability was high and climbing. But the vision didn't show a tomorrow confrontation. It showed something bigger, something later. "I need to run," Shen Wei said. "Temporarily. Avoid the hearing, avoid the crippling, stay free to build the case. Mu Qian expects me to either fight or submit. He doesn't expect me to disappear. Running makes you look guilty. Running keeps me alive and cultivating. I can't expose Mu Qian from a prison cell with destroyed meridians." Zhao Kang's jaw worked. "I'll facilitate. The Zhao family maintains a mountain lodge in the outer ranges. It's technically sect territory, but rarely patrolled. You can hide there while I work the political angle from inside." They moved that night. Zhao Kang used his family's influence to clear the sect's eastern gate, a small gate used for supply deliveries, and Shen Wei slipped out in the hour before dawn, carrying his pack and the memory jade copies with him. The outer mountains were cold, dark, and mercifully empty. Shen Wei hiked for 6 hours through terrain that would have been challenging for a mortal, but was merely tiring for a Foundation establishment cultivator. The Zhao family lodge was a small stone building on a shelf of rock overlooking a valley, austere but solid, with a cultivation room, a sleeping area, and a cold storage larder that Zhao Kang had stocked in advance. Shen Wei settled in and began to cultivate with the singular focus of a man who knew that his window of safety was measured in days, not weeks. Foundation Establishment Stage 2 had been stable for weeks. Stage 3 was imminent. He threw himself at the barrier with everything he had, channeling temporal energy through his meridians in a torrent that made his bones ache and his vision blur. The wall between stages resisted, thinned, cracked, and held. He tried again, and again. For 2 days he meditated without sleeping, pushing against the barrier with increasing desperation. The breakthrough refused to come. Something was missing, some catalyst, some insight, some shift in understanding that would transform quantity of effort into quality of advancement. On the 3rd day, Zhao Kang arrived with news and food. "Mu Qian is hunting for you." He sent 3 groups of disciples to search the outer mountains. Zhao Kang set down the supplies with controlled force. The sect assembly accepted his version of events. "You've been formally declared a fugitive from sect justice." The evidence. Inadmissible. Mu Qian argued that memory jades can be fabricated, which is technically true, and the assembly agreed. "Without the formation chamber and the medical records, both of which Mu Qian has locked down, we have nothing the assembly will accept." Shen Wei looked at the mountain vista beyond the lodge's window. The timers of distant travelers glowed on the roads below like scattered stars. "Then we need the formation chamber." It's sealed. Seals can be broken. And Mu Qian will need to use the chamber again. His timer, his years, they deplete naturally. He'll need to harvest more. When he does, we need to be there. Not to disrupt, but to witness, with enough witnesses that the assembly can't ignore it. That could take weeks. I know. Shen Wei sat on the lodge's cultivation platform. I need to reach Foundation Establishment Stage 3 before then. And I'm stuck. Zhao Kang studied him with the evaluating eye of a combat instructor. Stuck how? The breakthrough won't come. I can feel the barrier, but I can't push through it. Something's missing. Zhao Kang sat cross-legged opposite him. When I broke through to Foundation Establishment, my master told me something. He said the barrier between stages isn't a wall, it's a mirror. You push against it, and it pushes back with equal force. The only way through is to stop pushing and start understanding what the mirror is showing you. What does that mean? It means the barrier reflects whatever you're avoiding, the thing you don't want to face. For me, it was the fear that my family's reputation was the only reason I succeeded, that I wasn't actually talented, just well-resourced. When I acknowledged that fear, the barrier dissolved. Shen Wei closed his eyes and looked at the barrier. It was there, a shimmering, impenetrable surface in his spiritual sense, separating Stage 2 from Stage 3. He pushed against it, and it pushed back. He pushed harder, and it resisted harder. He stopped pushing. The barrier showed him his reflection. And in the reflection, the blank space above his head stared back at him. The thing he was avoiding. The question he'd been running from since the lightning strike. Not, what can I do with this power? Or how do I stop Mu Qian? But the fundamental, terrifying question that lived at the core of everything. Why is my timer blank? Was he already dead? Was he immortal? Was he something that shouldn't exist? The anomaly the Fate Weaver scroll had mentioned? The answer might be beautiful or terrible or simply incomprehensible, but avoiding it was building a wall inside him that was identical to the barrier between stages. He stopped avoiding. He looked at the blank space, really looked at it, with his timer sight fully open, pouring every ounce of perception into the void where his death should be. And for one instant, so brief it might have been imagination, he saw something in the blankness. Not a number, not an image. Something deeper, a thread, golden, stretching upward through dimensions he couldn't name, connecting to something vast and distant and alive. His blank timer wasn't empty. It was connected to something so far beyond his current perception that it registered as absence. The barrier shattered. Foundation Establishment Stage 3 swept through him like a tide, expanding his meridians, deepening his chi reserves, sharpening his death visions to razor clarity. And with it came a certainty that settled into his bones like medicine. He was going back to the sect. He was going to face Mu Qian. And the golden eyes and the death vision were his. They had to be. Chapter 18 Returning to the sect was, objectively, insane. Shen Wei acknowledged this as he and Zhao Kang hiked through the pre-dawn darkness toward the Azure Crane sect's eastern perimeter. You're aware that you've been declared a fugitive, Zhao Kang said, not for the first time. Yes. And that returning to the sect means walking into a facility where every guard has been told to arrest you on sight. Yes. And that Mu Qian will almost certainly try to kill you before you reach the assembly hall. Yes. Just confirming. Zhao Kang adjusted the sword on his back. For the record, I think this plan has an unacceptable number of steps that rely on, and then we don't die. Noted. The plan was simple in structure and terrifying in execution. They needed to enter Mu Qian's sealed formation chamber, document its configuration with the precision required for sect assembly acceptance, and extract the evidence before the elder could intervene. To do this, they needed to bypass the seal, which Zhao Kang's family access codes could theoretically accomplish. They needed to avoid the guards, which Shen Wei's timer sight would handle. Guards with long, stable timers were on routine patrol and wouldn't deviate from their routes, while those with shorter timers or fluctuating readings might be positioned specifically to intercept. They needed, essentially, to commit an act of espionage against their own sect, document a crime that the sect's leadership had been unwilling to acknowledge, and escape before the criminal in question could deploy his 3-century advantage. They entered through the eastern supply gate at the 3rd hour before dawn, using Zhao Kang's supply run authorization as cover. The gate guard, timer, 44 years, stable, routine-oriented, waved them through with barely a glance. The outer sect's basement levels were deserted at this hour. Their footsteps echoed in the stone corridors, amplified by the silence into something that sounded like drum beats. Shen Wei's timer sight was fully expanded, scanning for any living thing within 3 buildings. The nearest person was a night duty cook 2 levels up, timer stable, no threat. Mu Qian's chamber was sealed with a formation barrier, more sophisticated than the restricted archives, designed to prevent both entry and the detection of what lay beyond. Zhao Kang produced a jade key, a Zhao family override token, and pressed it against the formation's primary node. Nothing happened. He changed the seal, Zhao Kang muttered, examining the formation markers. Added a secondary layer key to his personal chi signature. My override can't get past the new layer. Shen Wei studied the formation with his timer-enhanced perception. The secondary layer was woven with temporal energy, stolen temporal energy, carrying the signatures of the disciples Mu Qian had drained. It was, in a sense, a lock made from other people's lifespan. I can open it, Shen Wei said. How? The seal uses temporal energy. My cultivation is based on temporal energy. I can attune to the signatures and redirect the seal's energy flow. He placed his palms against the formation barrier and pushed his temporal perception into the seal's architecture. The stolen lifespan signatures were tangled, knotted, the remnants of dozens of draining sessions woven together. But temporal energy was temporal energy, regardless of its source, and Shen Wei's affinity for it was natural rather than stolen. He unraveled the secondary seal in 40 seconds. The barrier dissolved with a sound like ice cracking, and the chamber door swung open. Inside, the formation was exactly as Shen Wei remembered, circular, inscribed with channels and nodes, the central collection point where Mu Qian stood during sessions. But in the days since Shen Wei's disruption, the formation had been repaired and upgraded. Additional channels had been carved into the floor. New nodes had been added. The capacity had been increased. He's planning a larger harvest, Shen Wei said, reading the formation's architecture. This configuration could drain a dozen people simultaneously instead of 3. Zhao Kang was already placing recording jades at strategic points around the chamber, documenting the formation from every angle. The inscriptions alone are proof of forbidden arts. No legitimate training formation uses these energy routing patterns. They worked quickly. Shen Wei mapped the formation's architecture in a fresh memory jade, while Zhao Kang placed additional recording devices. The physical evidence was irrefutable. The formation's design matched descriptions of lifespan harvesting arrays in the sect's own restricted archives. Any formation expert who examined it would reach the same conclusion. 15 minutes in, Shen Wei's timer sight caught something. A timer approaching. Fast. From the upper levels. Core formation energy signature, burning with stolen years, moving with the purpose of someone who has been alerted to an intrusion. Mu Qian is coming, Shen Wei said. For minutes, maybe less. They collected the recording jades and ran. The escape route through the maintenance corridors should have brought them to the eastern gate in 3 minutes. It brought them to a dead end instead. The corridor had been sealed. Mu Qian's work, probably prepared in advance for exactly this contingency. Alternative route, Zhao Kang said, already scanning the corridor for options. The old drainage tunnel. It connects to the ravine outside the sect. They found the drainage tunnel entrance behind a rusted iron grate. The tunnel was narrow, dark, ankle-deep in stagnant water, and smelled like a century of neglect. They ran through it at full speed, water splashing, the sound of pursuit echoing from the main corridors behind them. They emerged in the ravine outside the sect's eastern wall as dawn was breaking. Cold air, pine scent, the sound of the river. Behind them, the drainage tunnel was silent. Mu Qian hadn't followed into the tunnel itself, which suggested the elder was waiting for them to return through official channels. We have the evidence, Shen Wei said, holding up the memory jades. The formation documentation. The medical records of the drained disciples. I copied them from the sealed files while we were in the basement. You copied sealed medical records? I accessed the filing system through the same temporal energy bypass I used on the chamber seal. The files were stored in jade slips keyed to Mu Qian's energy signature, and his energy signature is stolen temporal energy. Zhao Kang looked at him with an expression that combined admiration, concern, and something approaching awe. There's more to you than herbalism, Shen Wei. There's more to most people than what they show. That's either profound or evasive. Both. They retreated to the mountain lodge with their evidence and began preparing the case that would bring Elder Mu Qian down. Chapter 19. The sect assembly convened 4 days later, not because of Shen Wei's evidence, but because Mu Qian overplayed his hand. In his fury at the chamber's breach, the elder had escalated his hunt for Shen Wei to a level that drew unwanted attention. He'd mobilized not just sect guards, but his personal disciples. A dozen Foundation establishment cultivators who were, Shen Wei noted with grim satisfaction, all showing the telltale signs of lifespan drainage. He'd requested authority to search the Zhao family's sect properties, which brought him into direct conflict with Zhao Kang's father, who contacted the sect leader to express his displeasure. The sect leader, Grand Elder Yun Feng, nascent soul stage 4, timer reading a healthy 312 years, convened an emergency assembly to address the escalating tensions. The agenda: resolve the dispute between Elder Mu Qian and the Zhao family, adjudicate the charges against outer disciple Shen Wei, and restore order. Shen Wei surrendered himself at the assembly hall's entrance, accompanied by Zhao Kang and carrying the evidence. The hall was vast, a stone amphitheater carved into the mountain's heart, with seating for 100 elders and viewing galleries for disciples. The sect leader sat at the apex, flanked by the 5 grand elders. Below them, ranked by seniority, sat the remaining elders. Mu Qian occupied a seat in the 3rd row, his expression a mask of righteous authority. Outer disciple Shen Wei surrenders himself to sect justice. The assembly herald announced: charges: assault on an elder, disruption of sanctioned training, endangerment of fellow disciples, and flight from sect authority. I also bring countercharges, Shen Wei said, his voice carrying clearly in the amphitheater's acoustics. Against Elder Mu Qian. Charges: forbidden cultivation practices, specifically lifespan harvesting. Assault on no fewer than 18 outer disciples through unauthorized spiritual drainage. Theft of lifespan totaling centuries of stolen years. The hall erupted. Elders shouted. Disciples in the galleries gasped. Mu Qian rose from his seat, his face white with fury. This is absurd, Mu Qian declared. The boy is a fugitive making desperate accusations to escape punishment. Grand Elder, Shen Wei addressed the sect leader directly. I present evidence. Memory jades documenting the formation array in Elder Mu Qian's private chamber beneath the outer sect. Formation analysis confirming the array is designed for lifespan extraction, a forbidden technique documented in the sect's own restricted archives. Medical records of 18 outer disciples who participated in Elder Mu's special training and subsequently exhibited symptoms consistent with premature aging and lifespan reduction. He placed the memory jades on the assembly's evidence platform. The formation specialist, Elder Feng, a thin woman with sharp eyes and a 34-year timer, picked up the first jade and examined it. Her expression changed from skepticism to disbelief to cold horror in the span of 3 seconds. This is genuine, Elder Feng said, her voice flat. The formation inscriptions in this jade match the classical pattern of a 5th-generation lifespan extraction array. There is no legitimate cultivation application for this formation. The hall went silent. Mu Qian's mask slipped. For one instant, Shen Wei saw the man beneath. Not the composed elder, not the authoritative supervisor, but a creature centuries old, sustained by stolen years, cornered by the truth. The evidence is fabricated, Mu Qian said, but his voice lacked conviction. The formation exists, Shen Wei replied. It's in your chamber, beneath the outer sect, sealed by a barrier key to your personal chi signature. The medical records are from the sect's own files. The 18 disciples can testify, and several of them are here today, in this gallery, showing the physical effects of your theft. He gestured to the gallery, where 3 of the affected disciples, those brave enough to attend, stood with faces that showed the premature aging that Shen Wei had been documenting. Gray hair on young heads, wrinkled skin over firm bones, the visible signature of stolen time. Grand Elder Yin Feng descended from his seat. His cultivation pressure, nascent soul stage 4, vast and controlled, settled over the hall like a calming blanket. Elder Mu Qian, the sect leader said, you will submit to a full spiritual examination. Immediately. If the accusations are unfounded, the examination will clear you. If they are not, he left the sentence unfinished. The implication was clear. Mu Qian looked at the sect leader, at the evidence platform, at the 3 aged disciples in the gallery, at Shen Wei. His timer was fluctuating, the first time Shen Wei had seen it do so. The death vision was shifting rapidly, probability cascading through scenarios. In most scenarios, Mu Qian submitted, was examined, was found guilty, and was executed by the sect. In a few scenarios, Mu Qian ran. In one, just one, he fought. His eyes locked on Shen Wei's. He chose to fight. Chapter 20. The attack came without warning and with the full force of a core formation stage 7 cultivator who had nothing left to lose. Mu Qian's first strike was a wave of compressed chi that shattered the evidence platform, scattering memory jades across the hall floor. His second was a targeted pulse aimed directly at Shen Wei, not to injure, but to kill. The energy crossed the distance between them in the time it took to blink. Shen Wei was already moving. His timer sight had shown the death vision shift the instant Mu Qian made his decision. The moment the elder's eyes changed, that fraction of a second between resolution and action, Shen Wei read it through the timer fluctuations and threw himself sideways. The chi pulse hit the stone wall behind him and blew a hole the size of a carriage through solid granite. The assembly hall descended into chaos. Elders leaped from their seats, some erecting defensive barriers, others moving to evacuate the disciple galleries. Grand Elder Yunfeng's cultivation pressure surged, but Mu Qian was already in motion. A core formation elder moving at combat speed was faster than any Foundation establishment cultivator should be able to track. Shen Wei tracked him anyway. The timer site showed everything. Each of Mu Qian's strikes registered as a fluctuation in Shen Wei's death probability, a spike when the attack was on course, a dip when Shen Wei moved to avoid it. By reading these fluctuations faster than conscious thought, Shen Wei's body responded to attacks before they arrived. He dodged the third strike, a blade of concentrated qi aimed at his throat, by dropping flat. He avoided the fourth, a formation technique that would have sealed his meridians, by stepping into the one gap in its coverage. He evaded the fifth, sixth, and seventh in a fluid sequence of movements that looked like dancing and felt like dying repeatedly. The sect elders were closing in. Grand Elder Yunfeng's nascent soul pressure was crushing down on Mu Qian, but the elder, burning stolen years for power, his timer dropping as century after century of harvested lifespan converted to combat energy, was strong enough to resist. You burned years for power before, Shen Wei gasped, dodging another strike. In your special training sessions, you don't just steal lifespan, you spend it. And right now you're spending faster than you ever have. Mu Qian's timer was plummeting. 793 became 750. 750 became 700. 700 became 600. Each technique, each burst of combat power, each second of resistance against the Grand Elder's pressure cost the elder years of stolen life. You will not take what is mine, Mu Qian screamed, and the veneer of the controlled, calculating predator shattered into the face of something desperate, ancient, and terrified. Those years are mine. He launched a final, massive technique, a formation strike that pulled power from every stolen year he'd accumulated. The hall shook, cracks spiderwebbed across the ceiling. The energy was enormous, directed at everything and nothing, the death throes of a man who had outlived his stolen welcome. Shen Wei's eyes blazed gold. It happened without conscious decision. The temporal energy in his meridians ignited, his perception expanded to a degree he'd never achieved, and the world slowed to a crawl. He could see every thread of energy in Mu Qian's technique. He could see the stolen years burning away, each one a tiny golden mote of light that flared and died. He could see the elder's timer dropping like a stone. 500, 400, 300, 200. And he could see the weak point. Every technique had a structure. Every structure had a flaw. Mu Qian's final strike was powered by stolen time, and stolen time had a fundamental instability. It didn't belong to the person using it. The seams between different victims' lifespan energy were visible to Shen Wei's golden gaze, hairline fractures in a technique that appeared solid but was actually a patchwork. He struck the weakest seam with a pulse of pure temporal energy, not stolen, not channeled through a formation, but naturally generated by his own cultivation. The seam split. The patchwork unraveled. Mu Qian's final technique collapsed inward, the stolen years detonating rather than deploying, each fragment returning to its original direction, outward, away, back to the places it had been taken from. The energy washed over the hall in a wave of golden light. Where it passed, Shen Wei felt timers shift. The three aged disciples in the gallery gained months, their faces smoothing, their gray hair darkening by degrees. Not a full restoration. The damage was too old, too entrenched, but a partial return. Mu Qian stood in the center of the hall, emptied. His timer, 0 years, 0 months, 0 days, for minutes. The stolen years were gone. What remained was the natural lifespan of a man who was 370 years old and had been surviving on theft for most of that time. Without the stolen years, his body remembered its true age. He aged. It was horrifying and pathetic and somehow, beneath the horror, deeply sad. His skin thinned and wrinkled. His hair, already gray, went white and began to fall. His spine curved. His hands, which had drained the life from 18 young people, shook with the tremor of extreme old age. You? His voice was a whisper, barely audible. His timer, 2 minutes. You have golden eyes. The scroll mentioned golden eyes. The thread reader who would come to judge. I'm not here to judge you, Shen Wei said, and found that he meant it. I'm here to stop you. You've stopped me. Mu Qian's legs buckled. He collapsed to the stone floor, and his timer hit 30 seconds. The bureau, they knew you'd come. They wrote my ending with you in it. His timer reached 0. The last of the stolen years evaporated, and elder Mu Qian crumbled. Not like a body dying, like a shell emptying. The years he'd stolen had been the only thing holding his ancient body together, and without them, there was nothing left to hold. The hall was silent. Grand Elder Yunfeng stood over the remains, his expression unreadable. The elders stared. The disciples in the gallery were weeping, shouting, clinging to each other. Shen Wei felt the golden glow in his eyes fade. His cultivation had advanced in the crisis. Foundation Establishment Stage 3, solid and stable. The breakthrough that had eluded him now completed in the crucible of combat. His death visions were sharper, his temporal perception deeper, and the blank space above his head was the same profound, unsettling absence it had always been. Grand Elder Yunfeng spoke. The evidence is clear. Elder Mu Qian practiced forbidden lifespan harvesting. His actions have harmed numerous disciples and violated the fundamental laws of our sect. The sect leader's voice was controlled, formal, carrying the weight of authority across the silent hall. All charges against outer disciple Shen Wei are dismissed. His actions in exposing Elder Mu Qian's crimes are recognized as meritorious service to the Azure Crane sect. Shen Wei bowed. His legs were shaking. His hands were trembling. But his voice, when he spoke, was steady. Thank you, Grand Elder. The assembly began to disperse, elders conferring in urgent clusters, disciples flooding the galleries with noise. Zhao Kang appeared at Shen Wei's side, gripping his arm, whether to support him or to confirm he was real. Shen Wei couldn't tell. You're alive, Zhao Kang said. Apparently. Your eyes were gold. During the fight. Glowing gold. I know. We're going to talk about that later. I know. As the hall emptied, Shen Wei caught movement at the far exit. A figure standing in the shadows, watching. Not an elder, not a disciple. A person in dark robes, face obscured by a mask of black lacquer and gold filigree. A mask that covered everything except a pair of eyes that held no emotion, no humanity, nothing at all. Above the figure's head, no timer. Blank. Like Shen Wei's own. An absence so total it felt like a wound in reality. The figure spoke, and the words reached Shen Wei across the hall with perfect clarity despite the distance. The Bureau has noticed you. Then it turned and walked through the wall. Not through a door, through the wall, as though the stone was mist and the figure was the only real thing in the room. Shen Wei stared at the wall where it had vanished. The Bureau of Fate. They were real. They were watching. And they had noticed. Above his head, the blank space continued its silence, carrying no answers and no comfort. Only the certainty that whatever came next would be larger and more dangerous than anything that had come before. Chapter 21. 3 months after Elder Mu Qian crumbled to dust on the assembly hall floor, Shen Wei stood in a crowd of cultivators at the Grand Pavilion of Heavenly Accord and tried to remember how to breathe. The Inter-Sect Conference was an annual event, a gathering of the region's major sects, clans, and independent cultivation families for trade, diplomacy, and the carefully calibrated social warfare that passed for polite society in the cultivation world. Representatives from 32 organizations filled the pavilion, their cultivation pressures mingling in the air like competing perfumes. Qi of every elemental affinity swirled through the hall, fire-attuned energy from the Crimson Lotus delegation, earth resonance from the Iron Mountain sect, water aspect spiritual pressure from the Emerald River clan. Shen Wei navigated through the crowd with his timer sight narrowed to a 5-foot radius, because expanding it in a room this dense would be like trying to read 1,000 books simultaneously. Even at minimum range, the timers pressed against his awareness, a constant whisper of numbers and death visions that he'd learned to treat as background noise. He was here as an official delegate of the Azure Crane sect, a status earned by his exposure of Mu Qian. The sect had promoted him to inner disciple, a reward for meritorious service that was also, he suspected, a strategic move to keep him visible and under observation. Grand Elder Yunfeng was no fool. The man had recognized that Shen Wei's abilities extended beyond herbalism, and keeping a useful anomaly close was preferable to letting it wander unsupervised. Zhao Kang walked beside him, comfortable in his element, acknowledging acquaintances with the precise calibration of nods and greetings that constituted upper-class social navigation. The young master had been elevated to senior inner disciple after the Mu Qian incident, though his role in it had been carefully downplayed to avoid antagonizing the elder factions. Try not to look like you're attending your own execution, Zhao Kang murmured. It's a conference, not a tribulation. I'm fine. You've been clenching your jaw for 20 minutes. I can hear your teeth grinding from here. Shen Wei made a conscious effort to relax his jaw. The problem wasn't social anxiety. After facing Mu Qian's killing intent, a room full of polite cultivators held limited terror. The problem was that several people in this room had timers that made his skin crawl. A portly elder from the Western Plains Academy. 2 years, 1 month. His death vision showed illness, something in his chest, slow and consuming. He didn't know yet. A young woman from the Emerald River clan, 6 months, 13 days. Her death vision was violent. Someone she trusted, a blade in the dark. She was laughing at something her companions said, unaware that her remaining life could be measured in seasons. And then there was the delegation that made every timer in the room seem insignificant. The Crimson Lotus Sect occupied the pavilion's eastern quadrant with the territorial confidence of an organization accustomed to dominance. 20 cultivators in red and gold robes, arranged in precise hierarchical formation around their leader. Sect leader Bai Xian. Shen Wei saw him and stopped walking. Bai Xian was tall, broad-shouldered, with features that conveyed authority the way a mountain conveyed permanence. His hair was black streaked with deliberate silver at the temples, an aesthetic choice, not age. His robes were crimson silk with gold lotus embroidery, so fine it seemed to move when he breathed. His smile was warm, his handshake firm, his voice rich with the particular resonance of a man accustomed to being heard and heeded. His timer read, 1,247 years, 8 months, 19 days. Shen Wei's breath stopped. 1,247 years. Mu Qian's stolen 847 years had been monstrous. Bai Xian's exceeded it by 4 centuries. The timer glowed with a sickly luminescence that Shen Wei had come to associate with stolen time. Not the natural amber of honestly lived years, but a greenish gold, tainted, composite. This was lifespan harvested on a scale that dwarfed anything Mu Qian had achieved. Shen Wei. Zhao Kang's voice came from somewhere distant. The Crimson Lotus Sect leader, Shen Wei said, his voice barely above a whisper. How much do you know about him? Bai Xian? Charismatic, influential, publicly generous. Funds orphanages and cultivation scholarships across the southern provinces. The regional council considers him a stabilizing force. Zhao Kang followed Shen Wei's gaze. Why? Because his lifespan timer shows over 1,200 stolen years. Because whatever Mu Qian was, this man is 100 times worse. Because if Mu Qian stole from 18 disciples, Bai Xian has stolen from thousands. Instinct, Shen Wei said. Something about him feels wrong. Zhao Kang studied Bai Xian with the appraising eye of a young master, trained to evaluate threats. His cultivation is core formation stage 9, peak of the realm, half a step from nascent soul. That's impressive for his apparent age, but not unprecedented. It was unprecedented, actually. A cultivator at core formation stage 9 should have a natural lifespan of 500 to 600 years at most. Bai Xian's 1,200 required external supplementation on a massive, systematic, ongoing scale. He wasn't just a harvester, he was an industry. The death vision above Bai Xian's head was the most complex Shen Wei had ever seen. It shifted constantly, showing dozens of possible deaths: assassination, duel, betrayal, old age, cosmic intervention. The complexity suggested a man whose fate was deeply entangled with many others, a spider at the center of a web, connected to so many threads that pulling any single one would vibrate the entire structure. Shen Wei filed the information and focused on the conference's primary social objective: meeting the representatives he was supposed to meet, making the connections he was supposed to make, and projecting the image of a promising young inner disciple who had exposed one corrupt elder and was now enjoying the rewards. The image shattered when he saw her. Lin Yuyan stood at the edge of the Lin clan's delegation like a sword among ornaments, straight-backed, cool-eyed, radiating a contained intensity that made the air around her feel several degrees colder. She was beautiful in the way that winter mornings were beautiful, sharp, clear, and possessed of a clarity that made everything around her seem slightly blurred by comparison. Her hair was dark as ink, pulled back from a face that combined her clan's aristocratic bone structure with an expression of studied indifference. She wore robes of pale blue silk that complemented her ice element cultivation, the fabric shimmering with frost crystals that weren't decorative but functional. Ambient spiritual energy made visible. Her timer read, for years, 2 months, 7 days. 19 years old. For years to live. The number was red-edged and unstable, fluctuating with the irregular rhythm that Shen Wei had learned to associate with active curses or persistent spiritual afflictions. Not illness. Curses had a different temporal signature, tangled and recursive, looping back on themselves. This was something ancient, woven into her bloodline rather than applied to her individually. The death vision was worse than the number. It showed Lin Yuyan alone, in a room that might have been a cultivation chamber or a mausoleum, her body crystallizing from the inside out. Ice consuming flesh, bones becoming frost, a curse fulfilling its final design by turning the victim into a monument to the crime that had created it. Shen Wei looked at this vision and felt something crack in his chest. Not his ribs, not his sternum, but something deeper. Something that had been carefully armored against emotional investment in the fates he witnessed. He'd seen hundreds of death visions since his breakthrough. Children who would grow old. Soldiers who would die in battle. Elders who would expire peacefully. Each one was a tragedy in miniature, but he'd learned, painstakingly, agonizingly, to carry them without breaking. Lin Yuyan's death vision broke something. He didn't know why. Perhaps it was the cruelty of it, a bloodline curse, inherited, inescapable, punishing a 19-year-old girl for an ancestor's transgression 3 centuries past. Perhaps it was the way she carried herself, with a dignity that suggested she knew something was wrong and had chosen to face it standing. Perhaps it was something simpler, less rational, more human. He looked at her and wanted her to live, with a force that startled him. "You're staring," Zhao Kang observed. "Lin Yuyan. Lin clan. I know who she is. Daughter of Patriarch Lin Guang, Ice Element prodigy, rumored to be approaching core formation despite being the youngest cultivator in 3 generations of her clan to reach foundation establishment. Also famously unapproachable. The last man who tried to court her spent 3 days thawing his extremities. I need to meet her." Zhao Kang looked at Shen Wei with an expression that combined surprise, calculation, and something that might have been amusement. "That can be arranged. But Shen Wei, what exactly are you seeing when you look at her?" The question was carefully phrased. Zhao Kang still didn't know about the timers, but the young master was observant enough to recognize the patterns. Shen Wei's inexplicable knowledge about Zhao Mei's parasite, his certainty about Mu Qian's crimes, his ability to read combat situations with supernatural precision. Zhao Kang had constructed a theory, likely that Shen Wei possessed some form of enhanced spiritual perception, and was testing it with increasing directness. "I see someone who needs help," Shen Wei said, "and I think I might be the only person who can provide it." That's cryptic and slightly arrogant, which means you're serious. Zhao Kang adjusted his robes. "Follow me. I'll introduce you. Try not to get frozen." Chapter 22. The introduction was accomplished through the elaborate social choreography of inter-sect diplomacy. Zhao Kang approached the Lin clan's senior representative, exchanged pleasantries, mentioned his companion's interest in ice element cultivation theory, and arranged a brief meeting with Miss Lin that was technically about academic exchange and practically about Shen Wei's inability to stop thinking about a 4-year countdown above a 19-year-old girl's head. But the meeting would wait. First, the conference's formal proceedings. The opening ceremony was held in the pavilion's central hall, a domed chamber whose ceiling was enchanted to display the night sky regardless of the time of day. Stars turned slowly overhead as the regional sect leaders took their places on the raised dais. Bai Xian spoke first, as the region's most prominent sect leader. His speech was masterful, warm, inclusive, optimistic, hitting every note of unity and shared prosperity that the assembled cultivators wanted to hear. His voice resonated through the hall with the practiced ease of a man who had given thousands of such speeches, each one perfectly tailored to its audience. Shen Wei watched the crowd's timers as Bai Xian spoke. The reactions were visible in the numbers. Timers steadied when people felt reassured, fluctuated when they felt uncertain, ticked up by fractions of seconds when genuine optimism briefly improved their projected lifespan. Bai Xian's speech was literally making people live longer through the mechanism of hope. The irony was not lost on Shen Wei. A man who had stolen 1,200 years of life from others was, in this moment, giving tiny increments of life back through inspiration. The gift was infinitesimally small compared to the theft, but it was real, and the crowd couldn't see the theft, only the gift. This was what made Bai Xian more dangerous than Mu Qian. The disgraced elder had been a parasite hiding in shadows, draining students in a secret basement. Bai Xian was a pillar of public virtue, admired, respected, and protected by the very society he was draining. Exposing him would require not just evidence, but a dismantling of the trust that an entire region had invested in his image. After the ceremony, Shen Wei expanded his timer sight and systematically scanned the Crimson Lotus delegation. 20 cultivators, ranging from foundation establishment to core formation. Their timers were normal. No signs of drainage, no premature shortening. Whatever Bai Xian was harvesting, it wasn't from his own sect members, which meant the source was external. Mortals, probably. People without cultivation, without protection, without the ability to resist or even perceive what was being done to them. The scale required to accumulate 1,200 years of stolen lifespan from mortals, each of whom could contribute at most a few decades, was staggering. Hundreds, possibly thousands. Shen Wei felt the familiar cold weight of knowledge settle into his stomach. He was 18 years old, at Foundation Establishment Stage 3, 3 months past his first real combat experience, and he was looking at a problem that dwarfed everything he'd faced before. He couldn't do this alone. He couldn't even do this with Zhao Kang. He needed allies, information, and time. Ironically, time was the one thing he couldn't see on his own timer. Chapter 23. The meeting with Lin Yuyan took place in the conference's garden terrace, a cultivated space of ornamental trees and spirit flower gardens suspended over the mountainside by formation arrays. The view was spectacular, cloud-wreathed peaks extending to the horizon, their surfaces glittering with the ambient spiritual energy that made this region one of the most productive cultivation territories on the continent. Lin Yuyan arrived precisely on time, accompanied by a single attendant who positioned herself at a discreet distance, close enough to observe, far enough to allow private conversation. The attendant's timer read 47 years, stable and unremarkable. Disciple Shen Wei of the Azure Crane Sect, Lin Yuyan said, and her voice matched her element. Clear, precise, carrying an undercurrent of cold that wasn't hostile so much as defensive. I've heard of you. The one who exposed Elder Mu Qian. Miss Lin, thank you for meeting with me. Young Master Zhao said you had questions about ice element cultivation theory. Her silver blue eyes assessed him with the efficiency of someone accustomed to evaluating potential threats and potential wastes of time. I should tell you that I'm not in the habit of providing free instruction. I'm not looking for instruction. I'm looking for understanding. Shen Wei chose his words with care. I study the intersections between cultivation elements and temporal dynamics, how different elemental affinities affect lifespan, healing rates, and spiritual resilience. Ice element cultivators present unusual patterns that I find professionally interesting. Lin Yuyan's expression shifted from guarded assessment to cautious interest. Temporal dynamics. That's an unusual specialty for a foundation establishment cultivator. I had an unusual teacher. Master Tianshou, I assume. The hermit who trained you before you entered Azure Crane. At Shen Wei's surprised expression, she smiled. A small, controlled expression that reached her eyes, but not her mouth. I research people before I meet them. Your background is eclectic. That's one word for it. The more accurate word would be suspicious. An orphan herbalist struck by tribulation lightning, trained by a mountain recluse with no verifiable sect affiliation, who then joins a mid-tier sect and immediately exposes a centuries-old criminal conspiracy. Her eyes narrowed. That's either extraordinary luck or extraordinary ability disguised as luck. Shen Wei looked at her timer. For years, 2 months, 6 days. It had dropped a day since he'd first seen her. The curse was active, persistent, consuming. Would you like to spar? He asked. The question was deliberately unexpected, designed to break through the social fencing. It worked. Lin Yuyan's composure cracked for a fraction of a second, revealing genuine surprise beneath the ice-maiden exterior. Spar? You're at Foundation Establishment Stage 3. I'm at Foundation Establishment Stage 8. I know, but I learn more from losing than from talking, and I suspect you do too. A pause. Then, the terrace has a practice area. 5 minutes. No spiritual artifacts, standard rules. The practice area was a flat stone platform at the terrace's edge, ringed by a protective formation that would absorb excessive force and prevent combatants from falling off the mountainside. Lin Yuyan took her position with the fluid grace of someone who trained daily and enjoyed it. Her cultivation pressure expanded. Foundation Establishment Stage 8, dense and cold, carrying the sharp edge of ice element chi that made Shen Wei's skin prickle. She was powerful, 5 stages above him, with an elemental affinity that specialized in precision and control. He was going to lose this fight. The question was how he lost, and what he learned in the process. She attacked first. Ice formed from ambient moisture in the air, crystallizing into a barrage of razor-thin shards that converged on Shen Wei from 3 directions simultaneously. The technique was elegant. Each shard flew at a slightly different speed, designed to create a web of overlapping attacks that closed escape routes progressively. Shen Wei's timer sight read the attack as a series of probability fluctuations. Each shard that would hit him registered as a dip in his short-term survival probability. He dodged by reading the probability map, stepping into the spaces where no shard's trajectory intersected. Lin Yuyan's eyes widened by a millimeter. You evaded that. Barely. No. You evaded that completely. Not a single shard touched you. She recalibrated, and her next attack was faster, more complex. Ice constructs forming and dissolving in rapid succession, testing his evasion from angles that shouldn't have been readable. Shen Wei dodged again, and again, and again. Each evasion was informed by the death probability fluctuations, his personal early warning system, translating lethal intent into readable data. He wasn't faster than her attacks. He simply knew where they would be before they arrived. But he couldn't counterattack. Lin Yuyan's defense was immaculate. a shell of cold energy that redirected any force he attempted to project. His foundation establishment stage 3 couldn't generate enough chi to penetrate an 8-stage defense. The gap was too wide. The spar devolved into a display of complementary extremes. Lin Yuyan's overwhelming offense against Shen Wei's inexplicable evasion. She couldn't hit him. He couldn't hurt her. They circled each other on the stone platform, the air between them crystallizing with cold and humming with temporal energy. After 10 minutes, Lin Yuyan stopped. She was breathing hard, not from exertion, but from the concentration required to attack someone who dodged everything. Her expression had changed from guarded assessment to something more complex. Respect, curiosity, and a trace of something warmer that she immediately buried under composure. How, she asked. You're 5 stages below me. Your spiritual sense shouldn't be fast enough to read my attacks at that speed. I don't read your attacks. I read the space between them. It was the closest to truth he could offer without revealing the timers. Your ice techniques are precise, but precision creates patterns. Patterns have gaps. I find the gaps. Nobody finds gaps in my techniques. I've fought core formation cultivators who couldn't evade the way you just did. Maybe they were looking at the wrong things. She stared at him. Then she laughed, a sound so unexpected that her attendant, watching from the terrace edge, actually startled. The laugh was unguarded, genuine, and it transformed her face from beautiful and cold to beautiful and alive. You're interesting, Shen Wei, she said, and the words carried a weight that simple social compliment couldn't account for. I accept your premise. We learn more from fighting than from talking. We should do this again. I'd like that. They stood on the practice platform with the mountains stretching below them and the sky turning gold with sunset, and Shen Wei felt the golden thread of their connection. Something he couldn't see yet, something that didn't exist yet, but something that his timer perception whispered was forming, slowly, in the space between two people who had found each other interesting. Her timer, for years, 2 months, 6 days. He would change that number. He didn't know how yet, but he would. Chapter 24. The conference lasted 5 days, during which Shen Wei accomplished 3 things. First, he sparred with Lin Yuyan 3 more times. Each session lasted longer and taught him more. Her ice techniques were a revelation. Precision and control elevated to an art form. Every crystal a calculated tool. Every frost a deliberate architecture. His evasion impressed her. Her power awed him. The dynamic between them settled into something that wasn't quite partnership and wasn't quite rivalry, but occupied a space between them that grew warmer with each meeting. On the 3rd sparring session, she said something that stopped him cold. I'm dying, you know. They were resting on the practice platform, drinking tea that her attendant had prepared. The words were delivered with the same precise composure she brought to everything. Factual, measured, stripped of self-pity. What do you mean? My bloodline carries a curse. 300 years old, woven into our spiritual roots. Every generation, the firstborn daughter dies before 25. My grandmother died at 23. My mother survived only because she wasn't firstborn. My aunt died at 21. Lin Yuyan held her tea with both hands, and for the first time, Shen Wei saw the faintest tremor in her fingers. I'm 19. I have perhaps 4 years. Perhaps less. For years, 2 months, 5 days. Less than she thought by 2 months. The healers can't break it, but undoing a bloodline curse required power far beyond foundation establishment. The references indicated core formation at minimum, the level at which a fate weaver could share lifespan between willing individuals and directly interact with temporal energy structures. Shen Wei was at foundation establishment stage 3. Core formation was a full realm away. He had 4 years. For years, 2 months, 5 days. Less if the curse accelerated. He needed to cultivate faster. The 3rd thing Shen Wei accomplished was intelligence gathering on by Xian. Over 5 days, he discreetly scanned the Crimson Lotus delegation, observed their interactions, and collected data. The results were disturbing. By Xian's 1,200 years of stolen lifespan had a pattern. The temporal energy was layered, each layer representing a different source, different victims. The oldest layers were faint, degraded, 300 years or more in age. The newest were fresh, vibrant, acquired within the past month. The man was still actively harvesting. But from whom? His own sect members were clean. The other cultivators at the conference showed no signs of drainage. The source had to be outside the cultivation world. Mortals, in remote areas, where disappearances wouldn't be noticed. Shen Wei filed this knowledge alongside the urgency of Lin Yuyan's curse and the slow countdown of Tianshou's timer, which was now at 1 year, 9 months. 3 clocks ticking, each counting toward a different crisis. And above his own head, the blank space that told him nothing about how much time he had to solve any of them. Chapter 25. Shen Wei returned to the Azure Crane sect after the conference and immediately visited Tianshou. The old man's cave was unchanged, mushrooms glowing, tea steeping, the quiet permanence of a space that existed outside time's anxiety. But Tianshou himself had changed. The 2 months since their last meeting had thinned him. His movements were slower, more deliberate, each one calculated to conserve energy that was no longer replenishing. His timer, 1 year, 9 months, for days. Counting, as always. You've advanced, Tianshou observed, examining Shen Wei's spiritual signature. Foundation Establishment Stage 3, Solid Foundation, Excellent Temporal Integration. The combat with Mu Qian didn't destabilize your base. It strengthened it. Shen Wei sat on his usual cushion and accepted tea with the reverence of a student who understood that every cup shared with this teacher was one of a finite number. Master Tian, I need to discuss several things. He told Tianshou everything. Lin Yuyan's curse, by Xian's stolen years, the Bureau's masked figure at the assembly hall. The old man listened with his characteristic patience, his hands wrapped around his teacup, his eyes distant but focused. The Lin clan curse, Tianshou said when Shen Wei finished. Yes, I know of it. You do? It was placed by a fate weaver named Wei Lian, my direct ancestor, as it happens. The old man's expression was heavy with old guilt. The Lin clan patriarch of that era betrayed the fate weavers during the Bureau's assault. He provided the Bureau with the locations of hidden fate weaver families in exchange for his clan's survival. Wei Lian, with his dying breath, cursed the patriarch's bloodline. Every firstborn daughter would carry the curse until the line ended or a fate weaver chose to lift it. A fate weaver. Meaning me. Meaning you. The irony of fate working through the descendants of those who destroyed the fate weavers is not lost on me. Tianshou set down his tea. But lifting the curse requires core formation at minimum. At that level, your timer ability evolves to allow lifespan sharing. Temporary redistribution of temporal energy between willing individuals. The curse can be disrupted by introducing external temporal energy directly into the bloodline's foundation. How long to reach core formation? At your current advancement rate, with focused cultivation and no interruptions? 6 to 8 months. Lin Yuyan had 4 years. 6 months was manageable. But no interruptions was optimistic. Bai Xian was still harvesting. The Bureau had declared its interest, and the cultivation world didn't pause for personal projects. The Bai Xian situation is more immediate, Tianshou continued. 1,200 years of stolen lifespan suggests harvesting on a scale I've never encountered. He's not draining cultivators. That would attract notice. He's draining mortals. Hundreds, possibly thousands, from areas where the disappearances won't be investigated. Villages, Shen Wei said, remembering Auntie Pang's comments about Mu Qian's victims. Remote villages where deaths can be attributed to plague or beast attacks. Precisely. And Bai Xian has been doing this for centuries, since before the current generation of sect leaders took power. He's embedded in the region's power structure. Exposing him will be exponentially more difficult than exposing Mu Qian. Tianshou rose, moved to his shelves, and retrieved a jade case Shen Wei hadn't seen before. It was old, ancient. Actually, the jade darkened with centuries of temporal energy exposure. The characters on its surface were in the Fate Weaver script that Shen Wei could partially read from his timer perception. I've been keeping this for the right moment, Tianshou said, placing the case in Shen Wei's hands. It contains the complete set of Fate Weaver cultivation techniques that I preserved from the sect's destruction. Basic techniques through nascent soul realm. They're designed to work with temporal energy specifically. Standard cultivation methods will always be slower for you than these. Shen Wei opened the case. Inside, nestled in silk that had survived 5 centuries, were 7 jade slips, each one pulsing with a warm golden light that resonated with the temporal energy in his meridians. Master Tian, don't argue. You need them. I certainly won't be using them. The old man smiled, and the warmth in it was vast enough to fill the cave. These techniques will accelerate your cultivation significantly. Foundation establishment to core formation in 3 to 4 months, if you're diligent. Which you are. Your timer, Shen Wei said quietly. 1 year, 9 months. It hasn't changed. It won't change. My death is woven into the larger pattern. It's fixed, immutable, part of the fabric that holds other fates together. Tianshou's voice was gentle, but it carried the finality of someone who had long ago made peace with a door that couldn't be opened. Don't waste your energy trying to change it. Spend your energy on the things that can be changed. They spent the rest of the day studying the Fate Weaver techniques. The jade slips contained cultivation methods that were elegantly designed for temporal energy manipulation, meridian expansion techniques that used the flow of temporal energy as a scaffold, Chi compression methods that leverage the timer ability's perception to optimize spiritual density. Each technique built on the previous one, creating a progression that was far more efficient than standard cultivation methods. As Shen Wei left the cave at dusk, Tian called after him. The Bureau's masked agent. The one you saw at the assembly hall. Yes. If it was a member of the Bureau proper, not an automated construct, but an actual agent, then it has a blank timer, like yours. That means it exists outside the system, like you. Be very careful. Entities outside the system cannot be predicted by entities outside the system. You are blind to each other's fates. Shen Wei walked down the mountain in the gathering dark, the jade case warm in his pack and the weight of 3 ticking clocks in his chest. Lin Yuyan's curse, by Xian's crimes, and Tian's quiet, fixed, inevitable ending. Above his head, the blank space said nothing. It was becoming a familiar companion, the silence where an answer should be, the void that was either a gift or a sentence, and which he was beginning to suspect was something stranger than either. Chapter 26 The cultivation techniques in the Fate Weaver Jade Slips transformed Shen Wei's advancement from a steady climb into a controlled ascent. Within 3 weeks of beginning the Fate Weaver methods, he broke through to Foundation Establishment Stage 4. Within 5 weeks, Stage 5. The temporal energy that had always been his primary cultivation resource now flowed through pathways specifically designed for it, like water finding a riverbed after years of flooding across flat ground. His meridians expanded, his chi density increased, and his timer ability sharpened to a degree that was almost painful in its clarity. At Stage 5, death visions became detailed enough to include context, not just the manner of death, but the events leading up to it. He could see causal chains, the sequence of decisions, accidents, and circumstances that would lead a person to their final moment. This added an analytical layer to the emotional weight of the visions. He could now identify intervention points, moments where a changed decision would redirect the chain toward a different outcome. He used this ability sparingly, saving it for the people who mattered most. Lin Yuyan's death chain was a tangle of curse energy and bloodline interaction, complex, recursive, and deeply rooted. The intervention point he could see was exactly where Tian had predicted, core formation level temporal energy, introduced directly into the bloodline's foundation. He cultivated. He trained with Zhao. He corresponded with Lin Yuyan through jade message exchanges that began as professional discussions of cultivation theory and gradually, almost imperceptibly, shifted towards something more personal. And he failed to notice Han Peng. Han Peng was a fellow inner disciple, a young man of 20 with a round, friendly face, a timer reading 31 years, and a disposition so aggressively likable that his company was like sitting in warm sunlight. He'd befriended Shen Wei shortly after the Mu Qian incident, approaching him with the straightforward enthusiasm of someone who admired a hero and wanted to associate with heroism. Shen Wei, who was cautious by nature and paranoid by experience, had initially been wary. But Han Peng's timer was stable, his death vision unremarkable, old age, peacefully, in a garden, and his behavior consistent with genuine friendliness rather than calculated approach. Over the weeks, Shen Wei had lowered his guard. This was a mistake. Han Peng had a gambling problem. Not the dramatic, visible kind. Not the man who staggered home drunk from dice halls at dawn. His was quieter, regular visits to private gambling rooms in the city below the sect, modest wagers that slowly compounded into debt that was anything but modest. By the time the conference had ended and Shen Wei was deep in his Fate Weaver cultivation, Han Peng owed 300 spirit stones to a gambling house whose owners had connections that extended far beyond the city's borders. 300 spirit stones. A year's income for an inner disciple. An impossible debt for a young man with no family wealth and no extraordinary abilities. The collectors came at night, 2 men in plain robes whose cultivation pressure suggested Foundation Establishment Stage 6, professionals, not thugs. They presented Han Peng with a choice, pay within the month, or provide a service of equivalent value. The service they described was simple, information about a specific fellow disciple. His abilities, his habits, his training schedule, his relationships. Anything unusual about his spiritual perception or cultivation methods. The disciple they asked about was Shen Wei. The men worked for the Crimson Lotus Sect. Han Peng, frightened, indebted, and lacking the moral foundation to choose debt over betrayal, began feeding information to Bai Xian's agents. The first meeting happened in a wine shop 3 streets from the sect's western gate. Han Peng sat in a private booth, sweating despite the cool evening, while the 2 agents ordered tea with the calm deliberation of men who conducted this kind of business regularly. Nothing dramatic, the lead agent said. He was a thin man with forgettable features and a voice like oiled silk, the kind of person designed by nature to avoid being remembered. We're not asking you to steal secrets or sabotage formations. We simply want to understand your friend, his habits, his patterns, the small details that make a person predictable. He's not predictable, Han Peng said, and the irony of defending the friend he was about to betray passed him entirely. Everyone is predictable to someone patient enough. Start with his daily schedule. Han Peng started small. Shen Wei's training schedule, his preferred cultivation times, the location of his usual meditation spots. Information that seemed harmless in isolation, but, assembled by a patient intelligence operation, formed a detailed picture of Shen Wei's routines and vulnerabilities. Then the questions became more specific. Does Shen Wei display any unusual perceptive abilities? Does he seem to know things he shouldn't? Has he ever mentioned seeing things others can't? Han Peng, who had spent months at Shen Wei's side without noticing anything overtly supernatural, answered honestly, nothing visible. But he mentioned the Mu Qian exposure, how Shen Wei had somehow identified a lifespan harvesting formation that experienced elders had missed, how he'd known about Zhao Mei's spiritual parasite before any healer, how he dodged attacks in sparring with an uncanny precision that didn't match his cultivation level. The picture that by Xian's agents assembled was incomplete but suggestive. A young cultivator with impossible perception, a connection to the fate weavers through a mysterious mountain teacher, an ability to detect lifespan abnormalities. By Xian, who had been harvesting lifespan for 3 centuries and had learned to recognize threats before they materialized, read the intelligence reports and made a decision. Shen Wei knew none of this. His timer sight could see Han Peng's stable 31-year countdown and unremarkable death vision, and nothing in either suggested betrayal. The timers showed death, not treachery. They measured lifespan, not loyalty. For all their power, they were blind to the most human of dangers. Chapter 27. The breakthrough to core formation happened on a moonless night in the sect's private cultivation chamber, for months after the inter-sect conference. Shen Wei had been pushing toward this barrier for weeks. The Fate Weaver techniques had accelerated his advancement dramatically. What would have taken a year through standard methods took months. But the core formation breakthrough was a qualitative leap, not just a quantitative one. It required not just sufficient qi and stable meridians, but a fundamental restructuring of the cultivator's spiritual architecture, the formation of a spiritual core, a condensed nexus of power at the center of the dantian. For standard cultivators, the core formed from compressed qi. For Shen Wei, the core formed from compressed temporal energy. The process was agonizing. Temporal energy didn't want to be compressed. It was, by nature, flowing, directional, moving always from future to past, from living to dead. Forcing it into a static structure was like trying to build a dam out of running water. It resisted, flowed around his attempts, dissolved his constructions. For 3 hours, he struggled. For 3 hours, the barrier held. Then he remembered the blank space above his head. He'd looked at it during his Foundation Establishment Stage 3 breakthrough and seen, for one instant, a golden thread stretching upward. He did the same now, turning his timer perception inward, looking at the absence where his death should be. And this time, he saw more. The golden thread was still there, stretching upward through dimensions he couldn't name. But now he could see where it was anchored, not to the loom, not to any external mechanism, but to himself. The thread was his own temporal energy, flowing outward into the world, connecting him to every timer he perceived. He was the anchor point. The blank space wasn't absence, it was connection. He was connected to every living timer in existence, and that connection was why his own couldn't be read. You couldn't measure the measuring device. This understanding changed the nature of his core formation. Instead of compressing temporal energy into a static ball, he shaped it into a nexus, a point from which temporal energy radiated outward and returned, a beating heart of time that pulsed in rhythm with every timer in his perception radius. The core formed with a sound like a bell struck in a cathedral, pure, resonant, and absolute. Core formation stage 1. And with it, the timer ability's next evolution. He could feel it immediately, a new dimension to his perception, deeper than numbers and death visions. He could now sense the connections between timers, the way one person's lifespan was affected by another's existence. When he looked at 2 people standing together, he could see the subtle ways their timers influenced each other, how a spouse's happiness added years, how a rival's stress subtracted them. And he could share. The core formation evolution allowed lifespan sharing, the temporary redistribution of temporal energy between willing individuals. He tested it the next day, in the sect's medical ward, where an elder named Brother Wu was dying. Timer: 2 days, 3 hours. The old man had been a groundskeeper for 40 years, beloved by everyone. brought low by a fever that standard medicine couldn't break. Shen Wei sat beside him and asked, as gently as he could, if Brother Wu was willing to accept help. What kind of help? The old man wheezed. A donation. From someone who has more time than they know what to do with. He didn't explain the mechanism. He simply placed his hand over Brother Wu's and channeled temporal energy, his own inexhaustible supply, drawn from the blank space that connected him to the fabric of time itself, into the old man's faltering system. The effect was immediate. Brother Wu's timer jumped. 2 days became 6 months. Then a year. The fever broke within the hour, the old man's body responding to the influx of temporal energy with a vitality it hadn't possessed in decades. I feel. Brother Wu sat up, color flooding his face. I feel 20 years younger. Shen Wei looked at the timer. 1 year, 8 months. Not decades. The donation was temporary, and Brother Wu's body was old enough that even additional temporal energy couldn't overcome the accumulated wear. But he had time. More time than the fever had left him. The technique worked. And Shen Wei's own timer, the blank space, showed no change. He'd given temporal energy to another person and lost nothing, because the blank space wasn't a finite reserve. It was a connection to the source. He was, for all practical purposes, a fountain of time. And he had 4 months before Lin Yuyan's curse killed her. Chapter 28. The letter from Lin Yuyan arrived 3 days after Shen Wei's core formation breakthrough, carried by a jade messenger hawk that materialized from an ice crystal on his windowsill. The village of Huangling has gone silent. My clan received reports of 200 deaths overnight. Official cause, plague. Unofficial assessment, impossible. Plague doesn't kill 200 people simultaneously. Something else happened. She included coordinates. The village was in the rural highlands between Lin clan territory and the Crimson Lotus Sect's domain, a remote farming community that supplied grain to several regional markets. Shen Wei read the message twice, then found Zhao calm. We need to investigate, Shen Wei said. A dead village? Zhao Kang's expression was skeptical. That's a matter for the regional authority, not 2 sect disciples. The village is in Crimson Lotus territory. Zhao Kang's expression shifted from skeptical to understanding. He'd been briefed on Shen Wei's suspicions about Bai Xian, not the timer evidence, but the circumstantial analysis. You think Bai Xian is responsible. I think 200 simultaneous deaths in Crimson Lotus territory is worth investigating. They left the sect that afternoon, traveling east with the speed that foundation establishment and core formation cultivation allowed. Lin Yuyan met them at the regional waypoint, a rest station at the intersection of 2 major trade roads, accompanied by Zhao Mei, who had insisted on joining when she heard about the investigation. Zhao Mei had grown in the months since her parasite was removed. At 16, she was now at Qi condensation stage 7, advancing rapidly with the freed cultivation energy that the parasite had been suppressing. Her timer read a healthy 54 years, and she moved with a confidence that hadn't existed before Shen Wei's intervention. She greeted Shen Wei with a bow that carried more respect than formality, the gratitude of someone who knew, even without being told, that her life had been saved by the quiet young man with the dark eyes. The 4 of them reached Huangling at dusk. The village was exactly what Lin Yuyan's letter had described. 200 dead, found in their homes and fields and market stalls, every body displaying the same expression, eyes closed, faces peaceful, postures relaxed, as though they'd simply fallen asleep and never woken. Shen Wei expanded his timer perception to maximum range and swept the village. The bodies were empty, no residual timer energy, no death visions, nothing. In every corpse he'd seen before, there was a lingering trace of the timer's final moments, a fading echo that persisted for days after death. These bodies had been drained so completely that even the echoes were gone. But the air above the village was thick with something else. Temporal energy, massive quantities of it, still dispersing, like heat radiating from a fire that had only recently been extinguished. The energy signature was composite, made up of hundreds of individual contributions, each one representing a full human lifespan's worth of temporal energy extracted in a single moment. There was a formation here, Shen Wei said, kneeling to examine the ground. His core formation perception could detect formation traces that his foundation establishment site would have missed. A large one. It covered the entire village. He traced the lines with his fingers, following channels cut into the earth beneath the road surface. The formation's architecture was similar to Mu Qian's basement array but scaled up by orders of magnitude. A 5th-generation lifespan extraction array modified for mass application. These people were drained, Shen Wei said. Every year they had left. Taken simultaneously, through a formation they never saw. Lin Yuyan's face was pale, her ice element composure cracking under the weight of 200 peaceful dead faces. How is this possible? A formation this large would require an operator at core formation or above, someone with knowledge of temporal energy manipulation, and a reason to harvest this many years in a single operation. Shen Wei stood. The trail leads northeast. Toward Crimson Lotus territory, Zhao Kang finished. They followed the trail, a fading ribbon of stolen temporal energy, visible to Shen Wei's perception like footprints in snow. It led through farmland and forest, across 2 rivers, and into the foothills that marked the boundary of Crimson Lotus Sect's domain. At the boundary, the trail dispersed. The stolen energy had been absorbed, processed, and distributed into the Crimson Lotus Sect's territory like water absorbed by dry earth. The endpoint was impossible to determine without entering the sect itself. 200 lives, Lin Yuyan said quietly. 200 people who woke up that morning expecting to tend their fields and feed their families and grow old in their village. And someone erased them for their years. Not someone, Shen Wei said. By Xian. You can't know that. But her voice lacked conviction. She had seen the timer fluctuations herself during the festival, faint echoes of Shen Wei's perception, transmitted through the golden thread that connected them. She had felt the drain, felt the stolen years flowing out of 5,000 innocent bodies, and the sensation had turned her cold elegance into something sharp and dangerous. The formation design matches the lifespan extraction techniques Mu Qian used, the same school, the same principles, scaled up. Mu Qian was a minor practitioner. This is the master's work. He looked at the 3 of them, Zhao Kang with his cold fury, Zhao Mei with her quiet determination, Lin Yuyan with her ice-edged resolve. Bai Xian has been doing this for centuries, draining entire villages, covering the deaths as plague or beast attacks. The scale is beyond anything I imagined. We need evidence, Zhao Kang said. Real evidence, not circumstantial analysis. We need more than evidence. We need an army. Shen Wei looked northeast, toward the Crimson Lotus Sect's distant peaks. Bai Xian is core formation stage 9, backed by an entire sect, protected by regional politics, and funded by centuries of stolen resources. Exposing him requires either overwhelming proof or overwhelming force. Or both, Lin Yuyan said. Or both. Chapter 29. Over the following weeks, they investigated systematically. Shen Wei's core formation perception allowed him to detect residual temporal energy across distances that would have been impossible at Foundation establishment. He mapped the pattern of depopulated villages, communities that had died of plague or been destroyed by spirit beasts, across 3 decades of regional records. The pattern was damning. Every dead village was in a remote area. Everyone was within a day's travel of Crimson Lotus Sect territory. Everyone had been found with the same inexplicable simultaneity. All inhabitants dead at once, in positions of peace. 27 villages. Over 4,000 mortals. The numbers hit Shen Wei like a physical blow. 4,000 people. 4,000 lifespans, each 1 decades long, harvested and consumed by one man's refusal to accept the natural boundary of his existence. The collective stolen years would account for Bai Xian's 1,200. 4,000 lifespans averaging 30 remaining years each yielded far more than needed, which meant either the harvesting was inefficient or Bai Xian was sharing the surplus with allies. Lin Yuyan proved invaluable as an investigator. Her Lin clan connections gave her access to regional records that the Azure Crane sect couldn't obtain, and her analytical mind found patterns that Shen Wei's timer-focused perception missed. She correlated the village death dates with Crimson Lotus Sect activities and discovered a suspicious coincidence. Every mass death occurred within a week of a major Crimson Lotus Sect event, a tournament, a celebration, a public ceremony. The events are cover, she explained, her voice carrying the cold precision of someone who has found the thread and is pulling it with controlled fury. The sect's attention is focused inward during events. Resources are committed to the celebration. Security is redirected from the outer territories to the event grounds. It's the perfect window for a covert operation. And the next Crimson Lotus event? Shen Wei asked. The annual Harvest Festival. 3 weeks from now. Open to the public. Thousands of mortals attend for free food and entertainment. Shen Wei felt the cold weight of understanding settle in his chest. The festival isn't just cover. It's the operation. Thousands of mortals, gathered in one place, inside the Crimson Lotus Sect's formations. You can't mean, I do. The festival is a mass harvesting event, not a lethal one. That would be too obvious with thousands of witnesses. But a controlled drain, taking a few years from each attendee. Nobody notices losing 5 years. Nobody shows symptoms from a moderate drain. But 5 years from 5,000 people is 25,000 years of stolen time. The magnitude was staggering. Bai Xian wasn't just a parasite. He was an industry, running an annual operation that harvested millennia of human life under the guise of public celebration. We need to see it, Shen Wei said. We need to witness the festival, document the formation, and record the drain in progress. You want to infiltrate the Crimson Lotus Sect's most public event, Zhao Kang said flatly. Thousands of people attend. For more won't be noticed. 4 more cultivators, one of whom just exposed a lifespan harvester and is known to Crimson Lotus intelligence through. Zhao Kang paused. His expression changed. Through channels I can't identify. But Bai Xian would have researched you after the Mu Qian exposure. He knows your face. Then I'll change my face. Shen Wei looked at Zhao Kang. The Zhao family's disguise formations. Can you get one? The disguise formations are family treasures. Can you get one? A long pause. I'll get 2. 1 for you, 1 for me. Lin Yuyan and Zhao Mei can attend as themselves. The Lin clan has legitimate trade relations with Crimson Lotus, and Zhao Mei can accompany as Lin Yuyan's attendant. The plan took shape over the next 2 weeks. Shen Wei cultivated aggressively, pushing toward core formation stage 2 with the Fate Weaver techniques. The additional power wouldn't be enough to challenge Bai Xian directly. The gap between core formation stage 1 and stage 9 was enormous, but it would give him better temporal perception and a wider safety margin. Lin Yuyan trained her ice techniques with a focused fury that Shen Wei recognized as anger transmuted into preparation. The dead villages had affected her deeply, not just the injustice, but the specificity. Her own clan's trade with Crimson Lotus now felt like complicity, and the cold elegance that defined her public persona had been replaced, in private moments, by a heat that was far more dangerous. My clan profited from partnership with a murderer, she said one evening, as they sat on the terrace where they'd first sparred. Every bolt of silk we traded with Crimson Lotus was purchased with stolen lives. Your clan didn't know. Ignorance isn't innocence. Not when the truth was there to be found. She looked at him with silver blue eyes that held a flame he'd never seen before. Not ice's cold, but ice's sharpness, the cutting edge of a glacier that was moving and would not stop. I want him destroyed, Shen Wei. Not exposed. Destroyed. We'll destroy his operation. The man himself will face justice. Justice and destruction aren't the same thing. They should be. Chapter 30. The betrayal came 2 days before they planned to leave for the Crimson Lotus Harvest Festival. Shen Wei was cultivating in his private chamber. The core formation stage 2 breakthrough was tantalizingly close, when his timer perception caught something wrong. A fluctuation in the ambient temporal energy of the sect, the kind of disturbance created by a formation array activating where no formation should be. He expanded his perception and found it. A group of 5 cultivators approaching his chamber from the underground passages, their cultivation signatures suppressed, their movements coordinated in the pattern of an assassination team. All 5 were at Foundation Establishment Stage 6 or above. Their timers were long, decades remaining, all of them, which meant they expected to survive this encounter. Which meant they expected Shen Wei to be the one who didn't survive. He had 30 seconds. He used them. He grabbed the jade case of Fate Weaver techniques, his memory jades of evidence, and the few personal items that mattered, the jade pendant from his parents, a letter from Lin Yuyan, the token Tian Shou had given him. Everything else was expendable. The assassins breached the door with a formation-enhanced strike that reduced the reinforced wood to splinters. 5 figures in black, faces covered, weapons drawn, moving with the professional efficiency of people who killed for a living. Shen Wei was already gone. He'd exited through the window, using a burst of temporal energy to accelerate his movement beyond what core formation stage 1 should allow. It was a trick he'd discovered in the Fate Weaver techniques, a short-duration time manipulation that effectively tripled his speed at the cost of extreme energy expenditure. He landed on the roof, sprinted across 3 buildings, and dropped into the outer sect's drainage tunnel, the same tunnel he and Zhao Kang had used to escape during the evidence-gathering mission. The tunnel was dark, foul, and familiar, and he ran through it with the desperate energy of someone who has just realized they've been hunted. He emerged in the ravine outside the sect and kept running. The assassins followed. Their suppressed cultivation signatures flared as they abandoned stealth for speed, 5 spiritual pressures converging on his position from different angles. They were fast. Foundation Establishment Stage 6 was 2 stages below him in theory, but they were combat specialists, and their coordinated movement cut off escape routes with military precision. Shen Wei stopped running. Not because he'd given up, but because he'd reached the clearing where he'd planned to make his stand, a wide, flat area of exposed rock where the ravine opened into the valley. Open ground, clear sight lines, and most importantly, no enclosed spaces where 5 opponents could corner him. They arrived within seconds of each other, fanning out in a semicircle. 5 black-clad figures, weapons ready. Their timer fluctuations telling Shen Wei exactly when each one would strike. Who sent you? Shen Wei asked. No answer. They attacked. But Shen Wei had read the answer in the seconds before the assault. The lead assassin's death vision, distant, decades away, unremarkable, showed a detail that his enhanced perception caught. A crimson lotus, embroidered on the man's inner garment beneath the black. Crimson Lotus Sect. By Xian. The fight was brutal, fast, and nearly fatal. 5 against 1, with Shen Wei outclassed in numbers if not in individual power. His timer sight gave him the edge. He could read every strike's trajectory through the probability fluctuations, dodge attacks that should have been invisible, and exploit the split-second gaps between coordinated strikes. He incapacitated 2 in the first minute, non-lethal strikes to meridian points that would shut down their cultivation for hours. The third went down when Shen Wei used a temporal energy pulse to temporarily slow the man's personal time, causing him to stumble as the world around him moved too fast. The fourth and fifth were harder. They adapted to his evasion style, attacking from blind angles that his timer sight covered more slowly. A blade caught his shoulder, a clean cut through his robe and the flesh beneath, drawing a line of fire across his left arm. Another strike grazed his ribs. He won, barely, by burning temporal energy in a technique that the Fate Weaver Jade Slips described as moment stillness, a flash freeze of the temporal energy in his immediate surroundings that created a micro-region of slowed time. The fourth assassin's thrust became sluggish, and Shen Wei sidestepped it and drove his palm into the man's chest. The fifth saw the technique and hesitated, 1 second of hesitation that Shen Wei's timer sight caught and exploited. 5 assassins, incapacitated. Shen Wei stood in the clearing with blood running down his arm and his breath coming in ragged gasps. He searched the lead assassin and found what he expected, a jade slip containing orders, encoded in Crimson Lotus cipher, authorizing the elimination of the perception threat at Azure Crane. The orders referenced an intelligence source within the sect, an informant who had provided detailed information about Shen Wei's abilities, schedule, and vulnerabilities. The intelligence source was identified by a code name, Coin. Shen Wei stared at the word. Coin. A gambler's reference. Han Peng. The realization didn't hit like a blow. It settled like poison, slow, spreading, transforming familiar memories into something toxic. Every friendly conversation, every shared meal, every moment when Han Peng had asked casual questions about Shen Wei's training, his abilities, his plans. Each one reframed from friendship to intelligence gathering, from interest to betrayal. His timer sight had shown Han Peng's lifespan as stable and his death vision as peaceful. The timers hadn't warned him because betrayal wasn't death. You could destroy someone's trust, sell their secrets, put assassins on their trail, and still live to a peaceful old age. The timers measured life. They didn't measure loyalty. Shen Wei bound the assassins, left them in the clearing with a spiritual tether that would dissolve in 12 hours, and walked through the forest toward Tianshou's cave. He needed to think. He needed to plan. And he needed to grieve the friendship that had never actually existed. Chapter 31. He didn't go to Tianshou. He went to Zhao Kang. The young master was at the Zhao family's mountain lodge, the same safe house they'd used during the Mu Qian crisis. When Shen Wei arrived, bleeding from his shoulder and carrying 5 unconscious assassins' worth of intelligence, Zhao Kang took one look at him and said, "Why Xian moved?" Through Han Peng. Han Peng has been selling information about me to Crimson Lotus agents. Shen Wei sat heavily on the lodge's stone bench. The assassination team knew my schedule, my chamber's defenses, the patrol gaps in the outer sect perimeter. All information only an inner disciple with personal access would have. Zhao Kang's face went still, the particular stillness of controlled fury that Shen Wei had learned to recognize. I'll have Han Peng detained. No. If we detain him, Bai Xian knows his intelligence source is compromised. Let Han Peng operate. Feed him misinformation. Use his channel to misdirect Bai Xian's attention. That's cold. That's necessary. Shen Wei heard the hardness in his own voice and didn't soften it. Han Peng had chosen his side. Grief was for people who deserved it. And Shen Wei's grief was already fully allocated to a dead teacher, an accursed woman, and 4,000 murdered villagers. There was nothing left for a traitor who had sold him for gambling money. But the betrayal had taught him something valuable, something the timers couldn't, the limits of his own perception. He had trusted the timers as a universal warning system, believing that if someone meant him harm, the numbers would show it. They didn't. The timers measured lifespan, not intent. A man could betray you to your death while carrying a peaceful 60-year countdown, and the numbers would show nothing wrong. The timers were truth, but they weren't the whole truth. He would never make that mistake again. From now on, Trust would be earned through action, not assumed through numbers. They spent the night planning. The assassination attempt changed the calculus. Bai Xian knew about Shen Wei now, knew that someone with unusual perceptive abilities was investigating him. The element of surprise was gone. But the Harvest Festival was still 3 weeks away, and their plan to infiltrate could still work, provided they adjusted for the increased threat. The adjustments were significant. Shen Wei sent messages to Lin Yuyan and Zhao Mei, updating them on the situation and reorganizing the infiltration plan. Lin Yuyan responded with a message that was notable for its economy. Understood. I'll be ready. He won't touch you again. The next step was formal. The 4 of them, Shen Wei, Zhao Kang, Lin Yuyan, and Zhao Mei, met at the mountain lodge and, in a ceremony that felt both ancient and necessary, formed an alliance. It wasn't a casual agreement or a verbal promise. Zhao Kang insisted on the formal cultivation rite, a binding of spiritual energy between allied cultivators that created a resonance link, allowing them to sense each other's general location and emotional state within a limited range. The rite was traditionally used between sect brothers or married couples. Using it for a 4-person alliance was unconventional, but, as Zhao Kang argued, unconventional situations require unconventional responses. The ceremony was simple. Each cultivator contributed a thread of their spiritual energy to a shared formation circle, which wove the threads into a permanent bond. When the circle activated, Shen Wei felt the connection snap into place. 3 new presences in his awareness, each one distinct. Zhao Kang's energy felt like steel, hard, reliable, unwavering. Zhao Mei's felt like new growth, eager, strong, reaching upward. Lin Yuyan's felt like winter moonlight, cold, clear, beautiful. The alliance stands, Zhao Kang declared, against Bai Xian and anyone who supports his crimes. They began recruiting. Shen Wei provided a list. Cultivators he'd identified through the investigation whose family members had been among the dead village's populations. Daughters and sons of the 4,000 stolen lives, scattered across sects and clans, many of them unaware that their parents' deaths had been anything other than plague or beast attack. The recruiting was delicate. They couldn't reveal the full truth to everyone. The risk of information leaking back to Bai Xian was too high. Instead, they presented evidence of foul play in the village deaths and offered the alliance as a vehicle for investigation and potential justice. 12 cultivators joined within 2 weeks. All were foundation establishment or above, all had personal stakes, and all were vetted through Shen Wei's timer site. Their lifespan stable, their death visions showing no imminent betrayal. It wasn't foolproof. Han Peng had taught him that timers didn't catch everything, but it was better than nothing. Meanwhile, Shen Wei advanced. Core Formation Stage 2 arrived on the 5th day after the assassination attempt, catalyzed by the combat experience and the emotional fuel of Han Peng's betrayal. His timer ability deepened further. Death visions now showed not just the manner and emotional content of death, but the broader web of causation, who was responsible, directly or indirectly, for each person's end. When he looked at the 12 recruits' dead parents, examining the residual timer echoes that still lingered in the assassination evidence, he could see the causal threads leading back to a single source. Bai Xian. Every thread, every death, every stolen year traced back to one man's insatiable hunger for time that wasn't his. Chapter 32 The Crimson Lotus Sect's outer compound was a masterwork of public-facing architecture. Grand pavilions in red and gold rose from sculpted gardens where spirit flowers bloomed in perpetual summer. Training grounds with gleaming equipment. Dormitories that were more like palaces. Everything designed to project wealth, power, and the particular brand of curated virtue that was Bai Xian's public image. Shen Wei entered the compound through the public gate, wearing Zhao Kang's disguise formation like a second skin. The formation altered his facial features, his build, his spiritual signature, transforming him from a notable young cultivator into an unremarkable merchant's assistant attending the pre-festival marketplace. His timer sight was fully active, scanning the compound's population with the discrete intensity of an intelligence operative behind enemy lines. The Crimson Lotus disciples were, for the most part, exactly what they appeared to be, cultivators of varying talent and ambition, going about the business of sect life without any apparent awareness that their leader was a mass murderer. Their timers were normal, their death visions unremarkable. Whatever Bai Xian was doing, he was doing it without the knowledge of his general membership. But the inner compound was different. Shen Wei couldn't enter the inner areas. Those were restricted to Crimson Lotus disciples and approved visitors, but his core formation perception could sense through walls. The inner compound's temporal energy signature was wrong. Dense, layered, composite, the same sickly luminescence he'd seen in by Xian's personal timer, but distributed throughout the compound's infrastructure. The entire inner compound was built on stolen time. The formations in the walls, the arrays in the training grounds, the defensive structures, all of them were powered by temporal energy harvested from mortals. The Crimson Lotus Sect's impressive facilities weren't the product of cultivation excellence. They were the product of murder. He mapped what he could from the outer compound, noting formation nodes, energy flow patterns, and the location of the main hall, a massive red-lacquered building at the compound's center whose foundation radiated temporal energy, like a furnace radiated heat. The main hall was the heart. Beneath it, Shen Wei could sense something massive, a formation array so large and complex that it made Mu Qian's basement circle look like a child's drawing. This was the collection array, the master formation that Bai Xian used to harvest, process, and store stolen lifespan. Getting under the main hall would require entering the inner compound. Getting into the inner compound would require either an invitation or an infiltration. Neither was trivial. Shen Wei spent 3 days in the outer compound, gathering information and refining his map. He noted guard rotations, formation barrier schedules, and the particular patterns of movement that indicated security versus routine activity. He identified 7 formation nodes in the outer walls that connected to the main array beneath the hall, access points that, if exploited, could reveal the array's full architecture. On the 3rd night, he found a way in. The compound's drainage system, a network of channels that carried wastewater from the inner compound's facilities to an exterior treatment pool, passed beneath the main hall's foundation. The channels were narrow, fetid, and protected by formation barriers at regular intervals. But the barriers were designed to prevent spiritual energy from escaping, not from entering. They were one-way filters, and Shen Wei's temporal energy, flowing with the same signature as the stolen time that powered them, passed through without resistance. He crawled through drainage channels for an hour, emerging in a service tunnel beneath the main hall. The temporal energy here was overwhelming, a constant, oppressive pressure of stolen years that made his skin crawl and his timer's sight blur. He narrowed his perception to immediate surroundings and moved through the darkness. The formation array was beneath the main hall's central chamber, carved into the mountain's bedrock. It was enormous, 100 feet in diameter, with thousands of inscribed channels forming a pattern that Shen Wei recognized from the Fate Weaver techniques as a 7th-generation lifespan collection array, far more advanced than the 5th-generation array Mu Qian had used. This wasn't just a draining tool, it was a factory designed to harvest, refine, store, and distribute stolen temporal energy with industrial efficiency. At the array's center was a reservoir, a crystallized mass of compressed temporal energy, glowing with the sickly composite light of thousands of stolen lives. It pulsed with a rhythm that matched a heartbeat, as though the stolen years had developed a collective existence of their own. Shen Wei recorded everything. The formation's architecture, the reservoir's composition, the energy flow patterns, the connections to the outer compound's infrastructure. He spent 2 hours documenting the operation's full scope, working in silence, in darkness, surrounded by the compressed remnants of 4,000 murdered lives. When he emerged through the drainage channels and returned to the outer compound, his face was set in an expression that Zhao Kang would later describe as terrifying in its calm. Chapter 33. The Harvest Festival began on the autumn equinox, and 5,000 mortals came to die by inches. They didn't know, of course. They came for the food, lavish spreads of spirit beast meat and cultivated vegetables, free to all attendees. They came for the entertainment, martial demonstrations, fireworks formed from elemental chi, puppet shows animated by minor spirit techniques. They came for the prestige. Attending a cultivation sect's festival was a social milestone for mortal communities, a brush with the world above their own. Shen Wei attended in disguise, positioned in the outer crowd where his timer perception could encompass the entire festival grounds. Zhao Kang was similarly disguised, stationed at the opposite end of the grounds. Lin Yuyan attended openly, using her Lin clan credentials. Zhao Mei accompanied her. The festival's opening ceremony was presided over by Xian himself, resplendent in crimson and gold robes, his warm smile beaming across the crowd like a benediction. His speech was about community, about the bond between cultivators and the mortal populations they protected, about gratitude for the trust that ordinary people placed in those blessed with spiritual power. Shen Wei listened to the speech and watched 5,000 timers. It started at noon, 2 hours after the festival began. Subtle, nearly imperceptible. If Shen Wei hadn't been watching for it, if he hadn't known exactly what to look for, he would have missed it entirely. The timers dipped. Not dramatically, not the years-long plunge of a lethal harvest. A gentle decline. 3 years here, 5 years there, 7 years from the old, 2 from the young. The decline happened over the course of an hour, smooth and gradual, masked by the festival's spiritual energy atmosphere. To anyone with standard spiritual perception, the festival grounds simply felt energetic, lively. The ambient qi was elevated, the air was fresh, the food was excellent. The elevation in ambient qi was the drain. The formation beneath the main hall, connected to arrays throughout the festival grounds, was siphoning temporal energy from every mortal in attendance. The spiritual energy they felt, the invigoration, the vitality, was the sensation of their own lifespan being extracted. They were experiencing their death as pleasure. 5,000 people, each losing between 2 and 7 years. The total, roughly 20,000 years of stolen life, processed through the underground array, compressed into the reservoir, added to by Xian's 12 centuries. He watched a family near the food pavilion, a farmer, his wife, their 3 children, the youngest barely old enough to walk. The farmer's timer dipped by 4 years as he ate a bowl of the festival's complimentary stew. His wife lost 3 years. The children, whose lifespans were longer and more resilient, lost 1 year each. The youngest, the toddler, held on his mother's hip, gnawing on a piece of spirit beast jerky that had been offered with a smile by a Crimson Lotus disciple, lost 8 months. 8 months of a baby's life, stolen through a piece of dried meat at a festival. The family moved on, laughing. The farmer hoisted his eldest daughter onto his shoulders. The mother bounced the toddler on her hip. They had no idea that they had collectively lost over a decade of shared life in the time it took to eat a meal. Shen Wei tracked them through the crowd, watching their timers stabilize at their new, lower levels. The loss was permanent. Once temporal energy was extracted through a formation, it didn't regenerate naturally. Those years were gone. The farmer would die 4 years earlier than fate had intended. The toddler would never see the birthday she was supposed to celebrate in the year that had been taken from her. Shen Wei's hands were shaking, not with fear, with rage. A fury so complete and so controlled that it felt like ice rather than fire, like the cold precision of a blade being sharpened for a specific purpose. He recorded everything. The timer fluctuations, the energy flow patterns, the formation activation signatures. The evidence was comprehensive, detailed, and damning. And it wasn't enough. Evidence had to be presented to someone with the power to act. The Regional Cultivation Council was by Xian's political territory. Half the members owed him favors. The Azure Crane sect was powerful enough to challenge Crimson Lotus, but only if the sect leader was willing to commit to a conflict with the region's most prominent organization. They needed to expose by Xian publicly, in a way that couldn't be buried, denied, or politicized. They needed to catch him in the act, with witnesses, at a scale that made deniability impossible. And they needed to do it before the next festival. Chapter 34 Lin Yuyan's curse accelerated 3 weeks after the Harvest Festival. Shen Wei was in the middle of a cultivation session. Core Formation Stage 3 was approaching, each stage coming faster now as the Fate Weaver techniques optimized his advancement. When the resonance link he shared with the Alliance spiked with a sudden, sharp pulse of distress. Lin Yuyan's thread. Cold, sharp, and fading. He found her in the Lin clan's guest quarters at the Azure Crane sect, where she'd been staying since the alliance was formalized. She was on the floor of her cultivation chamber, curled on her side, her skin sheeted with frost. That wasn't her own technique. It was the curse, manifesting physically for the first time, her body beginning the slow crystallization that her death vision showed as her final fate. Her timer, 8 months, 14 days. For years had become 8 months. The curse had accelerated, possibly triggered by the stress of the investigation, possibly by the natural progression of a 300-year-old affliction reaching its terminal phase. Don't touch me directly, she gasped when Shen Wei knelt beside her. The curse, it's reactive. Skin contact will transmit frost damage. He ignored her. He placed his palm on her forehead, and the curse bit, cold that went beyond temperature into something metaphysical, a pain that lived in the bone rather than the skin. He gritted his teeth and pushed temporal energy through the contact, channeling his core formation ability directly into the curse's structure. The curse resisted. It was old, deeply woven, embedded in Lin Yuyan's bloodline at the spiritual root level. His temporal energy collided with the curse's architecture and was deflected, redirected, absorbed into the curse's own energy supply. For a horrible moment, the curse strengthened. Her timer dropped to 8 months, 2 days, and Shen Wei felt the cold spread from her forehead up his arm like climbing frost. He adjusted. Instead of fighting the curse directly, he fed temporal energy around it. Not to the curse, but to Lin Yuyan's body, reinforcing the lifespan that the curse was consuming. Like filling a leaking bucket, The cure wasn't plugging the leak, but adding water faster than it drained. Her timer stabilized. 8 months, 14 days. Then rose. 9 months. 10 months. A year. 2 years. But something else happened. Something unexpected. The temporal energy he was channeling, drawn from his blank space, from the infinite connection to the source, didn't just flow into Lin Yuyan's lifespan. It formed a structure. A thread. A golden thread of pure temporal energy, connecting his spiritual core to hers, permanent and unbreakable, woven from the fabric of his blank timer and anchored in the foundation of her cursed bloodline. The thread pulsed with warmth. With his timer perception, Shen Wei could see it, a line of golden light stretching between them, carrying temporal energy in both directions. Through the thread, he felt Lin Yuyan's spiritual signature, her ice element cultivation, her fierce intelligence, her determination, her fear, her pain, and something else. Something she felt when she looked at him, something that the thread transmitted with the honesty of a mechanism that couldn't lie. She felt it too. Through the thread, her awareness touched his temporal perception, his death visions, the vast scope of his sight. For 1 second, one overwhelming second, she could see what he saw. Every timer, every number, every death. She screamed, not in pain, in revelation. The sound was the vocal equivalent of a mind expanding beyond its boundaries, processing information that human consciousness wasn't designed to hold. The connection narrowed. The thread remained, but the full sharing receded, leaving only a residual sensitivity, a faint echo of timer perception that Lin Yuyan could access when touching Shen Wei's skin. What? She was sitting up now, the frost receding from her skin, color returning to her face. Her timer read 3 years, 1 month. Not cured, but stabilized. The curse was still active, but the golden thread was feeding her lifespan faster than the curse could drain it. What did you do? I bought you time. Shen Wei looked at the golden thread connecting them, visible only to his timer's sight, but real, tangible, permanent. And I think I did something else. Something I don't fully understand. I saw numbers. Above your head, above everyone's heads. And above yours, there was nothing. A blank. She looked at him with eyes that held a new kind of understanding. The understanding of someone who has glimpsed a truth too large to fully grasp. That's what you can see. That's how you know things. He nodded. The secret was out, at least partially, at least with her. And strangely, the weight of carrying it alone lifted by exactly the amount that sharing it with someone who understood could lift. The death timer, he said. I can see everyone's remaining lifespan. Everyone's death. Except my own. Because your timer is blank. Because my timer is blank. She reached out and took his hand. The golden thread pulsed. And through their connected perception, they could feel each other's timers, or rather, her timer through his sight, and his blank space through her touch. We're connected now, she said. Whatever you did, this thread, it's permanent, isn't it? I think so. Good. She squeezed his hand. Then we're connected while we burn by Xian's empire to the ground. Chapter 35. The golden thread changed everything. In the days following the emergency treatment, Shen Wei and Lin Yuyan explored the thread's properties with the systematic curiosity of cultivators who had been given a new tool. The thread was permanent. It persisted across distance, growing thinner but never breaking, connecting their spiritual cores like a bridge across which temporal energy flowed continuously. The flow was bidirectional but asymmetric. From Shen Wei to Lin Yuyan, the thread carried raw temporal energy, lifespan, drawn from his blank space, feeding the curse's endless hunger without depleting his reserves. From Lin Yuyan to Shen Wei, the thread carried something else, a shared perception, her ice element clarity enhancing his temporal sight with a precision that he hadn't possessed before. When they were in contact, hands touching, shoulders brushing, any physical connection, Lin Yuyan could faintly perceive timers. The ability was dim compared to Shen Wei's full sight. She saw numbers, but not death visions, approximations, but not exact counts. But it was real, and it added a second perspective to Shen Wei's analysis. This is theoretically impossible, Lin Yuyan said, examining the thread with her own spiritual perception on the 3rd day. Fate Weaver abilities are supposed to be inherent, born, not transferred. But this thread is carrying timer perception to me through your temporal energy. Maybe the ability was always transferable. Maybe the Fate Weavers chose not to share it. Or maybe, she said slowly, this is new. Something that happens when a Fate Weaver with a blank timer connects to someone through lifespan sharing. Your blank timer means you're connected to the source of temporal energy. By threading that connection through me, you've given me a tap into the same source. The implications were significant. If the Fate Weaver power could be shared through the golden thread, then Shen Wei wasn't the only potential weapon against lifespan harvesters. Lin Yuyan, with training, could develop her own timer perception, and any future allies connected by similar threads could gain similar abilities. But the immediate practical benefit was tactical. With 2 timer perceivers instead of 1, the Alliance's intelligence-gathering capabilities doubled. Lin Yuyan could monitor social situations for timer anomalies, while Shen Wei focused on investigation. She could serve as early warning during combat while he engaged directly. They were, through the thread, more than the sum of their parts. The curse remained active. Her timer, stabilized at 3 years, 1 month, was no longer dropping but wasn't increasing either. The golden thread held it in stasis. The curse consumed temporal energy, and the thread replaced it, in a balance that would persist as long as Shen Wei's blank space remained connected to its source. A permanent reprieve, but not a cure. The cure required higher cultivation, nascent soul realm, where Shen Wei could directly manipulate timers and potentially rewrite the curse's architecture. That was months away at his current advancement rate. Months they didn't have, because Bai Xian was escalating. Intelligence from the Alliance's network, 12 cultivators positioned across the region, reported increasing Crimson Lotus activity in mortal territories. More unexplained deaths in remote villages. More recruitment of mortal laborers for sect projects that nobody returned from. The Harvest Festival's annual drain wasn't enough anymore. Bai Xian was increasing his harvesting frequency. Something had changed. The sect leader's behavior suggested urgency. A man who had been content with annual harvests for decades was suddenly accelerating. Why? Shen Wei found the answer in Bai Xian's timer. During a regional trade meeting that both the Azure Crane sect and Crimson Lotus attended, Shen Wei observed Bai Xian from across the room and examined his timer with core formation stage 3 perception. 1,247 years, 8 months, 19 days. The same number he'd seen at the first conference. Unchanged. But that was the problem. 1,200 years should be slowly depleting, decade by decade, as the natural expenditure of lifespan consumed the reserves. Instead, the number was static. Fixed. As though something were maintaining it at exactly that level. Consuming stolen years precisely as fast as Bai Xian could accumulate them. Something was draining Bai Xian. The irony was bitter and fascinating. The great harvester was himself being harvested, or rather, his stolen reserves were being consumed by some external force that kept his timer locked at 1,247 years. He was running on a treadmill, stealing lives faster and faster just to maintain his current level. What was consuming him? Shen Wei's death vision provided no answer. Bai Xian's death was still a shifting complexity of possibilities, too many variables for a single clear prediction. But the consumption pattern was consistent with a parasitic drain, something attached to Bai Xian's spiritual foundation, siphoning stolen years for its own purposes. A parasite feeding on a parasite. The cultivation world's ecosystem of exploitation had layers that Shen Wei hadn't imagined. Chapter 36 Tian Shou's timer reached 3 months. Shen Wei made the journey to the old man's cave on a morning of cold autumn rain, the kind of rain that felt like the sky was grieving. The forest paths were slick with fallen leaves, and the mountain air carried the crisp finality of a season ending. The cave was unchanged. The mushrooms still glowed. The tea still steamed. But Tian Shou had changed more than the cave could compensate for. He was thinner, slower, his movements carrying the careful economy of a man who knew that each expenditure of energy brought him closer to a balance that would soon zero out. His timer, 3 months, 2 days, 14 hours. You look terrible, Shen Wei said, and then immediately regretted the words, because they were true and unhelpful. I look like a man with 3 months to live. Tian Shou smiled, and the warmth in it was undimmed by mortality, which is considerably better than a man with 3 months to live who pretends otherwise. Sit. I have things to tell you. They sat in their familiar positions, student and teacher, separated by a low table and connected by the shared language of people who could count the days. I'm going to tell you the full history of the Fate Weavers, Tian Shou said. Not the fragments I've shared before. Everything I know. I've been waiting until you had the cultivation level to understand it, and now you do. He spoke for 3 hours. The story was vast, complex, and terrible. The Fate Weavers, he explained, were not simply cultivators who could see timers. They were a civilization, the first organized society in the cultivation world's history, who had discovered the fundamental truth about death. It was not natural. Death did not emerge from the interaction of biological processes and entropy. Death was written. Every living thing's lifespan was encoded, inscribed into the fabric of reality by a mechanism the Fate Weavers called the loom. The loom was not a physical object, but a cosmic structure. a place beyond the physical world where threads of fate converged, were measured, cut, and assigned to every being that came into existence. The Fate Weavers had learned to perceive the loom's output, the timers. At higher levels, they could interact with the loom itself, adjusting timers, sharing lifespan, seeing the threads that connected all living things. And at the highest levels, levels that no Fate Weaver had reached in over 1,000 years, they could theoretically rewrite the loom's instructions. The power to rewrite death itself, Tian Shou said quietly. That is what the Bureau of Fate destroyed the Fate Weavers to prevent. What is the Bureau? An enforcement mechanism. The Fate Weavers believed it was created by whatever entity operates the loom, the being that writes the timers. When the Fate Weavers began to interfere with the loom's output, changing timers, extending lives, the Bureau appeared. First as warnings, then as violence. The entity that writes the timers. What is it? We don't know. The Fate Weavers called it the Keeper of Endings. They believed it was the first living being, something that existed before the current cultivation era, perhaps before time itself. It writes death because death is the only function it knows. Without it, nothing would ever end. And my blank timer? Tian Shou looked at the empty space above Shen Wei's head with eyes that held decades of accumulated question. My best theory, and it is only a theory, is that the Keeper never wrote your death. You exist outside the loom's architecture. Whether this was an accident, a deliberate omission, or something else entirely, I don't know. Could it mean I'm immortal? It could mean anything. It could mean you'll live forever. It could mean you'll die tomorrow, and the loom simply won't have predicted it. The blank is not a guarantee of anything. It is an absence of information, and absence is not the same as knowledge. They sat in silence for a long time. The Bureau's agent at the assembly hall, Shen Wei, said. He had a blank timer too, which suggests he exists outside the system, like you. Bureau agents, if they're actual entities rather than constructs, might have had their timers erased as part of their service. The Keeper who writes all deaths could, logically, also unwrite them. Tian Shou reached into his robes and produced a final jade slip, one that Shen Wei hadn't seen before, smaller and older than the technique slips. This is my personal journal. 40 years of research, observations, and theories about the Fate Weavers, the Bureau, and the loom. Take it. Read it when you have time, which you have plenty of, or none at all, depending on what that blank space means. He pressed the slip into Shen Wei's hand, and Shen Wei felt the warmth of the old man's palm, thin-skinned, calloused, carrying the particular temperature of a body that was slowly, gently, shutting down. Master Tian. Don't. The old man's voice was firm, though his eyes were bright. Don't say what you're about to say. I know you want to save me. I know you could try. The lifespan sharing technique, the golden thread, the temporal energy from your blank space. You could probably add years to my timer. Then let me. No. Tian Shou held up a hand. My death is fixed, woven into the pattern. If you change it, you unravel things that are connected to it. Things I can't see and you can't predict. My death is the price of the pattern that brought you to this point. The pattern that led you to the lightning, to the timers, to me, to Lin Yuyan, to this moment. Change my death, and you risk changing everything that follows. Shen Wei felt tears on his face for the first time since the girl with the candied hawthorn. They were hot, persistent, and absolutely useless. I'm not asking you to be strong, Tian Shou said softly. I'm asking you to be wise. Wisdom knows the difference between a battle worth fighting and a reality worth accepting. 3 months, 90 days, 2,160 hours. Shen Wei held the jade slip and memorized the exact reading of Tian Shou's timer. 3 months, 2 days, 11 hours. He would check it again, many times, in the days to come. And each time, the number would be smaller, and the weight in his chest would be greater, and the blank space above his own head would continue to offer nothing, not comfort, not answers, not time. Just silence. Chapter 37. Tian Shou died on schedule. The timer reached 0 at 3:47 a.m. on a cold winter morning, and the old man passed in his cave, surrounded by glowing mushrooms and the lingering scent of thunderleaf tea, with an expression of such profound peace that it looked like the most natural thing in the world. Shen Wei was there. He watched the timer count down its final minutes and hours, and he did not intervene, and not intervening was the hardest thing he had ever done. The grief that followed was not the sharp, explosive kind, not the mother's scream at the cart accident, not the sudden shock of betrayal. It was a slow, deep, settling grief, the kind that filled empty spaces gradually, like water seeping into soil. It colored everything without destroying anything. The world continued. Shen Wei continued. The timers continued their counting, indifferent to the fact that the man who had taught him to read them was now beyond their measure. He buried Tian Shou in the cave's garden, among the luminous mushrooms, and placed the Fate Weaver recognition token on the grave. It seemed right. The token had been the old man's connection to a destroyed civilization, and now it would serve as his marker in the earth of a world that had largely forgotten both. Zhao Kang came to the funeral. Lin Yuyan came. Zhao Mei came. The four of them stood in the cave and observed a minute of silence that contained more meaning than any speech could have offered. He was the last link to the Fate Weavers, Lin Yuyan said afterward, as they sat around Tian Shou's hearth drinking the last of his thunderleaf tea. Without him, you're on your own. I was always on my own, Shen Wei said. He just made the loneliness bearable. He found himself talking to the grave. Not the desperate, bargaining conversation of someone who couldn't accept loss, but the quiet, one-sided dialogue of a student who still had questions. I met someone, he said on the third morning, sitting beside the mushrooms in the pre-dawn darkness. Lin Yuyan. You would have liked her. She has the same stubbornness you had, the same refusal to waste time on things that don't matter. Her curse is from a Fate Weaver. You know, your ancestor. The same bloodline that gave you your sight gave her family their sentence. I'm going to break it. I don't know how yet, but I'm going to find a way. The mushrooms pulsed with their gentle light. The cave was silent. Bai Xian has 1,200 stolen years. He harvests mortals by the village. He runs a festival where 5,000 people come to be drained, and they don't even know. I'm going to destroy him. I'm going to take apart everything he's built and return every stolen year to its rightful owner. He paused. And the Bureau is behind it. They wrote to Bai Xian about me. They want me collected or eliminated. Whatever the Keeper of Endings is, it knows I exist, and it doesn't like what it sees. The silence of the cave was not empty. It held the echo of Tian Shou's voice, his patience, his wisdom, his gentle insistence that knowledge without action was decoration and action without wisdom was chaos. I miss you, Shen Wei said, but I'll make sure you didn't wait 40 years for nothing. A week later, grief had been processed into purpose. Shen Wei channeled the loss into cultivation, pushing through core formation stage 4 with a ferocity that the Fate Weaver techniques barely contained. The temporal energies surged through him, amplified by emotion, and his timer perception expanded to encompass distances that would have been impossible a month ago. He could now scan the entire Azure Crane sect from his cultivation chamber. Every timer, every death vision, every fluctuation, a city of lifespan data flowing through his awareness like a river of numbers. He learned to filter, prioritize, and analyze with the efficiency of a mind that had been shaped by months of practice and refined by grief. The political campaign against Bai Xian resumed with renewed urgency. Shen Wei presented the evidence, the harvest festival documentation, the formation mapping, the pattern of dead villages, to Grand Elder Yunfeng. The sect leader examined the materials with the careful thoroughness of a nascent soul cultivator and the political caution of a man who knew that accusing the region's most powerful sect leader was equivalent to declaring war. The evidence is compelling, Yunfeng said. But evidence doesn't win wars. Bai Xian has allies on the Regional Cultivation Council. Half of them benefit from his operations, either directly or through the economic activity his sect generates. Presenting this evidence to the council will result in a vote, and the vote will fail. Then we don't go through the council, Shen Wei said. What alternative do you propose? Direct action. We gather enough forces to confront Bai Xian militarily, present the evidence publicly, not to the council, but to the general cultivation population, and let public pressure force the council's hand. Yunfeng's expression was carefully neutral. You're proposing that I commit the Azure Crane sect's military resources to a conflict with the Crimson Lotus Sect, based on the evidence of one inner disciple. One inner disciple, the testimony of 12 allied cultivators, the documented deaths of 4,000 mortals, and the formation architecture of a 7th-generation lifespan extraction array operating beneath the Crimson Lotus main hall. Shen Wei met the sect leader's eyes. Grand Elder, how many more villages have to die before the political calculus changes? Yunfeng was silent for a long time. Then, I will not commit sect resources to an offensive action, but I will not prevent individual disciples from pursuing their own investigations, and I will ensure that the sect's defensive formations are prepared for any retaliatory action by Crimson Lotus. It wasn't a yes. It wasn't a no. It was a door left ajar, enough for Shen Wei to walk through, but not enough for Yunfeng to be held responsible if the walk ended in disaster. Shen Wei took it. Chapter 38. The siege of the Crimson Lotus Sect was not a siege in the traditional sense. 16 cultivators, Shen Wei's alliance of 12 plus the 4 core members, could not besiege a sect of 300, but they could disrupt, infiltrate, and force a confrontation that Bai Xian could not control. The plan was built on Shen Wei's intelligence. the formation array beneath the main hall, the temporal energy infrastructure, and the specific timing of Bai Xian's harvesting operations. The Crimson Lotus Sect was weakest immediately after a mass drain. The formation array needed 12 hours to recharge between operations, and during that window, the defensive formations powered by stolen temporal energy were at reduced capacity. The Alliance struck during one such window. Intelligence from the network confirmed that a harvesting operation had been completed the previous night. Another remote village, 37 dead, and the recharge cycle was in progress. Shen Wei led the assault team through the drainage tunnels he'd mapped during the festival infiltration. 8 cultivators, all Foundation establishment or above, moving in darkness through channels that smelled of waste and hummed with residual temporal energy. Their objective was the formation array itself, the heart of Bai Xian's operation. Lin Yuyan led the diversion team. 8 cultivators plus herself and Zhao Kang, approaching the outer compound through legitimate channels. The Lin clan's trade relationship with Crimson Lotus gave them an excuse to visit, and the visit served as cover for the tunnel infiltration. Their job was to draw Bai Xian's attention to the main gate, while Shen Wei's team worked beneath it. Zhao Mei coordinated from outside the compound, maintaining the resonance link between both teams and managing communications with Grand Elder Yunfeng, who had positioned a defensive patrol of Azure Crane disciples within 1 hour's flight of the Crimson Lotus compound. Coincidentally, of course, the tunnel team reached the formation array at midnight. The chamber was dark, the array dormant, but still radiating residual temporal energy. The crystallized reservoir at its center pulsed with a dim, sickly light, thousands of stolen years, compressed into a mass the size of a human torso, containing more temporal energy than Shen Wei had ever seen in one place. Begin, Shen Wei said. The team's formation experts, 2 cultivators with specialized knowledge of array architecture, began placing disruption seals at the array's primary nodes. Each seal would introduce a cascading error into the formation's energy routing, causing the channels to overload and burn out. The process was delicate, requiring precise placement and timing. Shen Wei stood guard, his timer perception scanning the compound above for any sign that they'd been detected. The diversion team was performing admirably. Lin Yuyan's delegation had engaged Bai Xian's hospitality officers in a prolonged trade negotiation, drawing the sect leader's personal attention. But Bai Xian's personal attention was a two-edged sword. With core formation stage 9 perception, the sect leader could sense disturbances that lower-level cultivators would miss. And the disruption seals, while designed to be stealthy, produced faint temporal energy signatures that a lifespan harvester, someone intimately familiar with temporal energy, might detect. 12 minutes in, the ceiling shook. Not from an earthquake, from a cultivation technique. A massive pulse of spiritual energy directed downward from the main hall above, scanning the formation chamber with the focused intensity of a predator that smelled blood. He knows, Shen Wei said. Accelerate. The formation experts doubled their pace, slapping seals into place with precision that sacrificed caution for speed. The array's dormant channels flickered as the seals began their disruption sequence, cascading errors propagating through the network, each one weakening the formation's integrity. The ceiling exploded inward. Bai Xian descended through the shattered stone like a crimson meteor, his cultivation pressure preceding him in a wave that drove half the assault team to their knees. Core formation stage 9, the peak of the realm, a hair's breadth from nascent soul, and behind the pressure, the sickly weight of 1,200 years of stolen time. Interesting, Bai Xian said, landing on the formation array's central platform with the casual grace of a man stepping off a staircase. His warm, public-facing smile was nowhere to be seen. In its place was an expression of cold assessment, the face of a man who managed a 12th century criminal empire and did not appreciate uninvited guests. The perception threat and his little alliance. I've been expecting you. Han Peng had warned him. Of course he had. The spy had reported the alliance's plans, and Bai Xian had allowed the infiltration, allowed them into his trap, where his power was greatest and theirs most constrained. The disruption seals are already in place, Shen Wei said, his voice steady despite the crushing weight of Bai Xian's cultivation pressure. Your formation is failing. Formations can be rebuilt. People cannot. Bai Xian raised his hand, and crimson qi gathered at his palm. Not pure cultivation energy, but temporal energy, stolen years converted to destructive force. I'm going to kill you now, Shen Wei. Slowly, because I want to study that interesting perception ability of yours before it dies with you. The battle that followed was not a fight. It was a catastrophe. Bai Xian at core formation stage 9 was a force that Shen Wei at core formation stage 4 could not match. The difference in raw power was a chasm. Each of Bai Xian's strikes carried the weight of centuries, and Shen Wei's temporal perception, while it allowed him to dodge, couldn't create openings against an opponent who didn't leave them. The assault team fought, all 8 of them, attacking from every angle, using coordinated techniques that Zhao Kang had drilled into them over weeks. Against a normal opponent, the assault would have been overwhelming. Against Bai Xian, it was an inconvenience. He deflected their attacks with waves of stolen temporal energy, not even turning to face them. His attention focused entirely on Shen Wei. The diversion team, alerted through the resonance link, abandoned their cover and attacked the Crimson Lotus Sect's outer defenses. Lin Yuyan's ice techniques shattered the main gate's formation barrier. Zhao Kang led a charge into the inner compound. The battle expanded from the formation chamber to the entire sect complex. But the formation chamber was where it mattered, and in the formation chamber, Shen Wei was losing. Bai Xian's strikes drove him back, step by step, each dodge narrower than the last. His timer perception screamed warnings, probability of death spiking and falling with each attack, the fluctuations becoming sharper, more extreme, as Bai Xian learned to read Shen Wei's evasion patterns. The disruption seals were doing their work. Behind Bai Xian, the formation array was failing, channels burning out, nodes overloading, the crystallized reservoir cracking as the energy routing destabilized. But the reservoir's failure would take time, and Shen Wei was running out of it. A strike caught his side, a blade of crimson temporal energy that opened a wound from hip to ribs. The pain was extraordinary, not just physical but temporal, as though the stolen years in the attack were trying to drain his own. His blank timer rejected the drain, but the physical damage was real: blood, torn muscle, compromised movement. He fell. Bai Xian stood over him. Crimson energy gathered for a killing strike, and for one clear, terrible moment, Shen Wei saw his own death, not through a timer, which he didn't have, but through the simple physics of a more powerful cultivator about to end a less powerful one. Then the ceiling exploded again. Lin Yuyan dropped through the hole like a falling star, ice element qi blazing around her in a corona of crystalline destruction. She landed between Shen Wei and Bai Xian and unleashed a technique that turned the air itself into a lattice of razor-edged frost. Bai Xian's crimson energy met Lin Yuyan's ice in a collision that shook the mountain. The formation chamber's walls cracked. The reservoir shattered. The stolen years detonated outward in a wave of golden light, and the world changed. Chapter 39. Bai Xian staggered. The reservoir's detonation released 20,000 years of compressed temporal energy in an uncontrolled burst that washed through the formation chamber like a tidal wave. The stolen years, freed from their crystalline prison, sought return, flowing outward through the formation channels, through the compound's infrastructure, through the earth itself, streaming back toward the mortal populations they'd been extracted from. It wasn't a full return. The energy was too dispersed, too degraded by compression and storage. But across the region, in villages and towns and cities, thousands of people suddenly felt a warmth they couldn't explain, a surge of vitality, a moment of youth, a few recovered years settling back into bodies that had been quietly diminished without their knowledge. In the formation chamber, the effect on Bai Xian was immediate and catastrophic. The sect leader's power was built on stolen time, and the reservoir had been his largest store. Without it, his 1,200 years of accumulated lifespan began to destabilize, the composite structure of stolen years losing coherence, each layer separating from the next like geological strata during an earthquake. His timer fluctuated wildly. 1,247 years dropped to 1,100, then 900, then 700. The stolen years were evaporating, consumed by the chaotic energy release, and Bai Xian's power was evaporating with them. But the man was not finished. You think the reservoir was everything? Bai Xian snarled, his composure fully shattered. The reservoir was storage. My core holds centuries more. He was right. Shen Wei's timer perception could see it. Bai Xian's spiritual core, at the center of his dantian, was itself a construct of stolen temporal energy. The reservoir had been an external supply, but the core was internal, integrated into Bai Xian's cultivation base. Destroying it would require destroying Bai Xian's cultivation entirely. The duel resumed. Bai Xian, reduced but not defeated, versus Shen Wei and Lin Yuyan, damaged but determined. The golden thread between them pulsed with shared energy, amplifying their coordination. Shen Wei's temporal perception feeding Lin Yuyan's ice techniques, her precision guiding his evasion. Bai Xian fought with the savagery of a cornered predator. His techniques burned stored years. 700 became 600, 600 became 500. Each attack was weaker than the last, but even weakened, core formation stage 9 was devastatingly powerful. Lin Yuyan's ice locked down his movement. Shen Wei's temporal perception found the gaps in his defense. They struck in alternation, ice and time, cold and calculation, a partnership forged in shared perception and tested in shared combat. "You can see my death," Bai Xian said, between exchanges, his voice ragged with exertion and fury. "I can feel you reading me. Every time I attack, you see the probability. Every time I defend, you find the weakness. And you can see something similar," Shen Wei replied, reading the truth in Bai Xian's techniques. "You have a crude version of the timer sight. Where did you get it?" Bai Xian's face twisted. "I consumed a Fate Weaver descendant. Decades ago. A girl, barely 16, with golden eyes that showed me the numbers. I ate her alive, thread by thread, and gained a shadow of her sight." The words hit Shen Wei like a physical blow. A Fate Weaver descendant, a girl with golden eyes, a girl who could see timers. Consumed. Eaten. Her ability torn from her living body and absorbed into the man who now used a shadow of her power to predict and exploit the deaths of thousands. "Her name," Shen Wei said, and his voice was very quiet. "I don't remember the names of things I consume." The golden glow in Shen Wei's eyes blazed to full intensity. The timer ability surged, fed by rage and grief, and the terrible clarity of understanding exactly what Bai Xian was. Not just a harvester, not just a murderer, a consumer of the last remnants of a destroyed civilization, a man who had eaten a child for power and couldn't be bothered to remember her name. Shen Wei saw the core. With his timer perception at maximum intensity, he could see the structure of Bai Xian's stolen power, the lifespan core at the center of his cultivation, a compressed mass of 12 centuries of stolen years. It was composite, made of thousands of individual contributions, each one a stolen life, a murdered person, a consumed thread of fate. And at its center, older than all the rest, was a fragment of golden light that didn't belong. The Fate Weaver descendant's ability, the girl's golden eyes, her timer sight, her connection to the loom. Consumed, but not destroyed. Still alive, in some sense. Still glowing. "I see your core," Shen Wei said. "I see what you stole. I see who you consumed. And I see the weakness you built into your own power by eating something that was never meant to be eaten." He reached, not physically, but with his temporal perception, extending his awareness through the golden thread with Lin Yuyan and beyond, into the loom's domain where timers were written and lifespan was measured. He found the threads connecting Bai Xian's core to its stolen sources, thousands of thin, sickly lines stretching outward to the places where lives had been shortened. And he pulled, not the threads themselves, the connections. He used his death vision to identify the core's structural dependency. The lifespan core existed because the stolen threads held it together. Remove the threads, and the core collapsed. One by one, he severed the connections. Each severance released a burst of golden light. A stolen year returning to its origin, a thread of fate snapping back to its rightful place. Bai Xian screamed with each one, his power diminishing, his core destabilizing, centuries of stolen life unwinding like a ball of yarn pulled from its center. 500 years. 400, 300, 200, stop. Bai Xian's voice was no longer commanding. It was begging. "You don't understand. Without the years, my cultivation, everything I am, everything you are was stolen," Shen Wei said. "Every year, every moment. Stolen from people who didn't choose to give it. 100 years. 50. The golden fragment at the core's center, the consumed Fate Weaver girl's ability, broke free. It hovered in the air between them, a mote of golden light the size of a firefly, carrying the last echo of a girl whose name Bai Xian had never learned. Bai Xian's timer appeared. 0 years, 0 months, 0 days, 8 seconds. Without the stolen years, he was a man who was 347 years old, who had outlived his natural lifespan by 2 centuries, whose body was sustained entirely by theft. He aged, like Mu Qian, but worse, 3 centuries of deferred age compressed into seconds. His crimson robes hung on a body that was withering, collapsing, the bone structure shrinking beneath skin that had turned to paper. His eyes, the last part of him to show life, held something that might have been understanding, or might have been the final, futile protest of a consciousness that had refused to accept endings. "The Bureau," he whispered, and dust fell from lips that were already disintegrating. "The Bureau sends its regards. The blank one is yours to collect." His timer hit 0. Bai Xian ceased. Chapter 40. The Crimson Lotus Sect surrendered within the hour. Without their leader, without the temporal energy infrastructure that had powered their defenses, the sect's combat capability collapsed. The Alliance's 16 cultivators, supplemented by Grand Elder UNVEILING's defensive patrol, which arrived with suspicious promptness, secured the compound, arrested the senior officers who had knowingly participated in the harvesting operations, and liberated the sect's general membership, most of whom were genuinely shocked to learn what had been happening beneath their feet. The formation chamber was sealed and documented by a team of formation experts from 4 different sects, ensuring that the evidence couldn't be disputed or suppressed. The Regional Cultivation Council, faced with undeniable proof and overwhelming public pressure, formally dissolved the Crimson Lotus Sect's charter and charged its leadership posthumously. Shen Wei stood in the wreckage of the formation chamber and looked at the mote of golden light that still hovered where Bai Xian had died. The Fate Weaver girl's fragment. Her consumed ability, freed from its prison, carrying the last echo of a person who had been erased. He reached out and touched it. The fragment merged with his own temporal energy, and for one instant, one brilliant, aching instant, he felt her. Not a memory, not a ghost, but a resonance. A girl of 16 who had seen the numbers, who had been afraid, who had been alone, who had been consumed by a man who couldn't be bothered to remember her name. Her name was Shunling. She had been his cousin, a Fate Weaver descendant, like him. The recognition was instantaneous and absolute. The same bloodline, the same temporal signature, the same golden eyes. She had been consumed 15 years before Shen Wei was born. She had been the reason the Fate Weaver ability resurfaced in their bloodline. Her death had seeded the potential that the lightning strike later activated in Shen Wei. He wept. For Shunling, whose name he had never known. For the girl with the candied hawthorn, whose death he hadn't prevented. For Master Tianshou, whose timer had reached 0 on schedule. For every stolen life that Bai Xian had consumed, each one a universe of unrealized potential. The fragment settled into his spiritual core, and his cultivation surged. Core formation stage 5, sudden and overwhelming. The addition of Shunling's temporal energy, not stolen but freely given. The last gift of a girl whose life had been taken, but whose spirit had endured, pushed Shen Wei past the barriers that would have taken months of cultivation to breach. His timer perception expanded to encompass the entire compound, the surrounding territory, the distant mountains. Death visions resolved with perfect clarity. Causal chains stretched backward through time, revealing the connections between events and people and choices that had led to this moment. And in Bai Xian's records, discovered in the sect leader's private study, contained in jade slips sealed with temporal energy locks, Shen Wei found a letter. The letter was old, written in formal script on paper that had been preserved with cultivation techniques. Its message was brief. The Bureau sends its regards. The blank one has surfaced. His ability is accelerating beyond predicted parameters. Harvest him if possible, eliminate him if not. The Keeper grows impatient. Signed, a Bureau seal. The same black and gold design as the masked figure's mask. The Bureau hadn't just noticed him. They had been actively working to eliminate him, through Mu Qian, through Bai Xian, through a network of lifespan harvesters who served as the Bureau's proxies in the mortal world. The harvesters weren't just criminals operating independently. They were agents, knowingly or unknowingly, of a cosmic entity that wanted Shen Wei collected or destroyed. The blank one is yours to collect. Shen Wei held the letter and looked up through the shattered ceiling of the formation chamber, through the broken stone and the winter sky, toward the stars that were beginning to appear in the evening darkness. Somewhere beyond those stars, beyond the sky, beyond the physical world, the loom existed. The place where deaths were written. And the Keeper of Endings, who wrote those deaths, wanted him. The golden thread between him and Lin Yuyan pulsed with warmth. She was above, helping coordinate the surrender. Zhao Kang was directing the evidence collection. Zhao Mei was tending to the wounded. The alliance was functioning, the mission was complete, and the immediate threat was neutralized. But the larger threat, the cosmic, incomprehensible, ancient threat that had destroyed the Fate Weavers and was now directing its attention to their inheritor, was still out there, still waiting, still writing deaths for every living thing in the world, including the people Shen Wei loved. He looked at his blank timer, the absence, the void, the silence that had been his constant companion since the lightning struck. You who have no death written, the void seemed to say. What are you? He didn't know yet, but he was going to find out. Above the mountains, the stars turned slowly, and somewhere in the space between them, something vast and ancient waited for the boy who could see death, but could not see his own. Chapter 41. The invitation arrived by Spirit Hawk, a golden feathered construct that materialized above the Azure Crane sect's main gate at dawn and descended with the precision of an arrow finding its target. It landed on Shen Wei's windowsill as though it had always known exactly where to go, which, given that it was a nascent soul-level construct, it probably had. The message was inscribed on jade, not paper. The formal medium of communications too important for anything that could burn, tear, or be stained by rain. The characters were precise, each one carved with qi rather than ink, and they glowed with a faint amber light that suggested the Cinder's cultivation realm was considerably above Shen Wei's own. To Shen Wei, inner disciple of the Azure Crane sect, recognized participant in the exposure of lifespan harvesters operating in the southern territories. You are hereby invited to compete in the continental trials, to be held at the floating arena of the Nine Heavens, commencing on the first day of the new year. The trials are open to cultivators below the age of 25 who have achieved core formation or above. The prize for the champion, one heavenly Dao fruit, a treasure capable of accelerating cultivation by an entire major realm. Registration is mandatory. Failure to attend after acceptance of invitation will be considered forfeit and may carry consequences under continental cultivation law. Your talent and accomplishments have been noted by the organizing committee. We look forward to your participation. The Continental Trials Organizing Board, Shen Wei read the invitation 3 times. The language was formal, but the implications were anything but. The Continental Trials were the cultivation world's premier competitive event, held once per decade, attended by the most talented young cultivators from every sect, clan, empire, and independent faction on the continent. Winners received resources that could change the trajectory of their entire cultivation career. Losers received valuable experience and contacts. Everyone received attention. Attention was exactly what Shen Wei didn't want. 6 months had passed since the fall of the Crimson Lotus Sect. In that time, Shen Wei had advanced to core formation stage 5, trained relentlessly with the Fate Weaver techniques, and worked with Lin Yuyan to develop the Golden Thread's capabilities. The thread now allowed her to perceive timers at moderate resolution even without physical contact, though her range was limited to roughly 20 feet. He brought the invitation to Grand Elder Yunfeng, who examined it with an expression that mingled pride with political calculation. You should go, Yunfeng said. The Azure Crane sect has never sent a competitor to the Continental Trials. Your participation elevates our reputation. And the heavenly Dao fruit. The sect leader's eyes gleamed with the particular hunger of a cultivator who understood that a treasure capable of realm acceleration was worth more than most sects' entire resource stockpiles. I'm concerned about exposure, Shen Wei said. The Bureau of Fate knows about me. A public tournament is an opportunity, Yunfeng interrupted. Public visibility is also public protection. If the Bureau acts against you openly, in front of the entire continent's cultivation establishment, they expose themselves. And exposure is exactly what organizations that operate in shadow fear most. The logic was sound. Reluctantly, Shen Wei accepted. He spent the next 2 months preparing. Cultivation, combat training, strategy sessions with Zhao Kang and Lin Yuyan. He advanced to core formation stage 6, then stage 7 in rapid succession. The Fate Weaver techniques and the Golden Thread's feedback were accelerating his growth to a pace that would have been impossible through standard methods. At core formation stage 7, the timer ability developed a new refinement. He could now see the causal web surrounding any death with enough clarity to trace backward through chains of decisions, identifying not just the immediate cause, but the root cause, the first domino in every chain that led to every death. It was useful. It was also overwhelming. Every person he looked at now carried not just a number and a vision, but an entire history of the choices that would lead them to their end. The information density was staggering, and learning to filter it required weeks of practice. Lin Yuyan accompanied him. Her timer had stabilized at 3 years through the Golden Thread's continuous energy transfer, and her developing timer perception made her invaluable as a partner. Zhao Kang and Zhao Mei came as well, not as competitors, but as support. The trials allowed each competitor an entourage of 3. They traveled northeast for 2 weeks, through territories that grew progressively more spiritually charged as they approached the trial's location. The land itself seemed to be climbing, mountains growing taller, rivers running with water that tasted of mineral qi, forests where the trees were old enough to have developed rudimentary spiritual consciousness and watched travelers pass with patient, wooden eyes. The floating arena appeared on the horizon like a second moon. It hung above a vast mountain plateau, suspended by formation arrays so ancient and powerful that they had become part of the landscape. Pillars of light rising from the earth to support a structure the size of a small city. The arena's surface was flat, white as bone, divided into sections for competition, habitation, and spectacle. Around it, lesser platforms orbited like satellites, each one carrying delegation quarters, training facilities, or merchant pavilions. Thousands of cultivators had already gathered. Shen Wei could feel their collective spiritual pressure from miles away. a dense, competitive, electric atmosphere that pressed against his timer perception like static. Hundreds of young cultivators at core formation and above, accompanied by their retinues, their elders, their ambitions. He expanded his timer sight and was immediately overwhelmed. The timers of hundreds of powerful cultivators filled his vision like a galaxy of numbers. Most were long, decades, centuries, the healthy lifespans of talented young people with resources and power. A few were shorter, combat deaths, illness, accident. The death visions played in overlapping sequences, a kaleidoscope of possible futures that took several minutes of focused filtering to organize. And then he saw the anomaly. One timer, among the hundreds, that wasn't stable. It flickered. Not the gradual fluctuation of a timer affected by changing circumstances, but a rapid, irregular oscillation, jumping between different values, showing different lifespans, as though the person it measured existed in multiple simultaneous states of possibility. 23 years, 47 years, 6 months, 89 years, 2 days, 63 years. The numbers cycled through a range so wide it was meaningless. No single value persisted long enough to be read as a true prediction. The timer was broken, or the person it measured was something Shen Wei had never encountered. He found the source, a young man of about 20, standing alone at the edge of the arrival platform, watching the arena with an expression of quiet intensity. He was tall, lean, with features that seemed familiar in a way Shen Wei couldn't immediately place. Sharp jaw, dark eyes, angular eyebrows. His cultivation was at core formation stage 4, unremarkable for the competition, but his spiritual signature carried an undercurrent that Shen Wei recognized instantly. Temporal energy, the same type that powered Shen Wei's own cultivation. This young man was a temporal energy cultivator, not a standard practitioner who had learned temporal techniques, but someone whose spiritual foundation was built on the same energy that the Fate Weavers had used. The flickering timer, the temporal energy signature, the familiar features. Shen Wei approached. Chapter 42. The floating arena's registration hall was a cavern of organized chaos. Hundreds of young cultivators and their entourages queued before registration desks staffed by neutral arbiters, cultivators at nascent soul realm whose job was to verify identities, confirm cultivation levels, and assign competition brackets. Shen Wei queued with the rest, using the weight to scan the room with his timer perception at reduced range. The participants were an education in the cultivation world's diversity. There were Orthodox sect disciples in formal robes, Azure Crane, Iron Mountain, Jade River, and a dozen others, each delegation bristling with talent and resource-backed confidence. There were clan cultivators, whose inherited bloodline techniques gave them advantages that transcended individual effort. There were independent cultivators, wild and unpredictable, their techniques cobbled together from scattered teachings and personal innovation. There were also several cultivators whose timers suggested they were considerably more dangerous than their cultivation levels implied. A young woman from the Western Desert whose core formation stage 3 cultivation masked a killing intent that Shen Wei's death visions translated as 12 combat kills before age 20. A boy from the Eastern Islands whose spiritual signature carried the resonance of something ancient and hungry, and whose timer flickered with the instability of someone drawing on power sources that weren't entirely his own. And there were the delegations from the empires. The Southern Alliance, which included the Azure Crane sect's territory, was one of 4 major political entities on the continent. The Northern Yin Empire, the Eastern Sea Confederation, and the Western Desert Alliance each sent delegations whose members were, on average, a full cultivation stage above the sect representatives. Resources, training, and imperial backing translated directly into power. The Northern Yin Empire's delegation drew Shen Wei's particular attention. 20 young cultivators, all at core formation stage 6 or above, wearing military-cut robes of midnight blue with silver eagle insignia. Their leader, a broad-shouldered man named General Su, according to the registration board, was at nascent soul stage 9. His timer read 187 years, stable and radiating the calm confidence of someone who had never questioned whether he would survive any given encounter. But it was another Yin cultivator who caught Shen Wei's eye. A thin woman with alchemist stains on her fingers and a timer that flickered between 2 months and 15 years with irregular oscillation. Not the wild flickering of the young man at the platform, but the controlled fluctuation of someone whose survival depended on choices not yet made. She was afraid, Shen Wei could see. Her death vision showed the Yin Emperor's face, which meant her death was connected to her Emperor's will. Information to be catalogued. Shen Wei filed it alongside the 100 other observations his timer sight was feeding him and focused on the immediate priority, finding the young man with the impossible timer. He found him at the competitor's dormitory platform, a circular structure of individual chambers orbiting a central common area. The young man had claimed a chamber at the outermost ring, as far from other competitors as possible, and was sitting on its threshold staring at the clouds below the arena's edge. "Your timer is flickering," Shen Wei said, dispensing with social preamble. The young man looked up. His eyes, dark, sharp, familiar, widened by the smallest fraction. Then he smiled, and the smile transformed his face from merely handsome to something warmer, more human, more alive. "You can see it," he said. "I thought you'd be able to." "What do you mean, you thought I'd be able to?" "I mean, I've been looking for someone who could see my timer for a very long time, and the odds of finding that person here, today, were..." He tilted his head, and the flickering timer above him cycled through values. 23, 47, 6, 89, 2, 63. We're about 63%. Better in the timelines where I arrived early. Worse in the ones where I waited. Timelines. "My name is Luo Chun." The young man stood and extended his hand. "And you are Shen Wei, my younger brother. I've been searching for you since the day our parents were killed." The world went silent. Not literally. The arena's ambient noise continued, cultivators talking and training and arguing over quarters. But in Shen Wei's mind, a silence fell as the words arranged themselves into meaning, and the meaning rearranged everything he thought he knew about himself. "Brother," he repeated. "Born 2 years before you. Separated at birth when bureau agents killed our parents." Luo Chen's expression held the particular quality of someone delivering news they'd rehearsed, but that still hurt to say. "Our father was Shen Wei, a fate weaver descendant. Our mother was Shen Rui, also a descendant. 2 bloodlines that shouldn't have combined, but did, producing 2 children with active fate weaver abilities. I was told my parents were unknown. I was raised as an orphan. You were hidden. Our parents knew the Bureau was tracking fate weaver bloodlines. When they realized both their children had active abilities, they separated us. You to an orphanage in Azure Crane City with a jade pendant as your only inheritance, me to a distant cousin in the Eastern Islands. They erased your timer, both our timers, to make us invisible to the Bureau's detection methods. They erased. Our blank timers weren't accidents, Shen Wei. They were gifts. Our parents used the last of their power to write us out of the Loom's registry. That's why you have no timer. Your death was never written because your parents unregistered you before the keeper could assign one." Shen Wei sat down heavily on the dormitory threshold. The jade pendant at his throat, his mother's pendant, his only inheritance, felt suddenly warm, as though the temporal energy embedded in it was responding to the proximity of someone who shared its origin. "Your timer flickers," he said. "It's not blank like mine. Because my ability is different from yours." Luo Chen sat beside him. "You see timers, the Loom's output, the definitive lifespan measurement for each being. I see probability. My timer flickers because I exist in a state of quantum superposition, as our mother described it. Multiple possible lifespans simultaneously, each one corresponding to a different timeline, a different set of choices, a different future. You see alternate timelines? I see probable futures. Hundreds of them, constantly shifting. In some futures, I live to 90. In others, I die tomorrow. The flickering timer shows all of them at once, because I can't be pinned to a single outcome." He paused. "It's exhausting." Shen Wei looked at his brother. His brother, a word he'd never expected to use, a relationship he'd never expected to have, and felt something crack in the careful architecture of emotional control he'd built since the lightning strike. Not grief, not rage, but a deeper shift. The reorientation of a man who had defined himself as alone discovering that he wasn't. "I have a great many questions," Shen Wei said. "I have many answers. Some of them are even helpful." Luo Chen's smile was warm, self-deprecating, and carried the weight of someone who had spent 20 years looking for a family he'd been told existed, but never met. "But first, brother, we need to talk about the trials. Because in 67% of the futures I can see, you die here. And I've come to change that number." Chapter 43. They talked through the night. Luo Chen's story was both simpler and more complex than Shen Wei's. Raised by a distant cousin on a fishing island in the Eastern Sea, he discovered his probability site at age 12 when a vision of an approaching tsunami had saved his adopted village. Unlike Shen Wei's lightning-activated timer site, Luo Chen's ability had been present from birth, a consequence, he believed, of their parents' unregistration. His relationship with time was fundamentally different. Where Shen Wei saw the definitive, Luo Chen saw the possible. "I see branching paths," Luo Chen explained. "Every decision creates a fork, and I can see down each branch for a limited distance. The farther ahead I look, the more branches there are, and the harder it becomes to distinguish which is the most probable. That sounds maddening. It is. Imagine trying to navigate by staring at every road on the continent simultaneously. Most of the time, I'm guessing which branches are most likely based on experience and instinct. But near temporal nexus points, moments where many timelines converge on a single event, the branches collapse into fewer possibilities, and I can see more clearly. The Continental Trials are a nexus point, one of the largest I've ever encountered. Hundreds of powerful cultivators gathered for a competitive event that will determine resource distribution across the continent for the next decade. The decisions made here cascade outward through thousands of future branches. I can see the trials more clearly than almost anything else. And in those visions, I die. In 67% of timelines, yes. The cause varies: combat death in the later rounds, assassination by bureau agents, a confrontation with the judge that ends badly. But the common thread is that you face the trials alone, without information about what's coming. The judge, Luo Qin's flickering timer spiked, all values dropping simultaneously before rebounding. The reaction was visceral, involuntary. The judge is the trial's official overseer, a masked figure in black and gold robes who enforces rules and mediates disputes. He has a blank timer, like yours and mine, and he is very, very dangerous. Shen Wei's memory flashed to the bureau agent at the assembly hall, the masked figure who had walked through a wall and whispered, "The bureau has noticed you." The same black and gold. "Bureau," Shen Wei said. "The judge claims to serve the Bureau of Fate directly. I've seen him in hundreds of timelines. In most of them, he targets you specifically, not during the public rounds, but in the spaces between, the private moments when witnesses aren't watching. He's not here for the competition. He's here for you. Why hasn't the Bureau simply sent agents to kill me outside the trials? Because you're becoming too visible. The Mu Qian exposure. The Crimson Lotus destruction. The cultivation world knows your name now. A direct assassination would draw investigation. An investigation might reveal the Bureau's existence. The trials provide cover. Accidents happen in competitions, competitors die, and nobody asks too many questions." Shen Wei processed this while staring at the clouds beneath the arena's edge. The mist caught the moonlight and glowed with silver phosphorescence, creating an impression of floating above a sea of liquid light. "In the timelines where I survive," he said, "what's different? You're not alone. You have me. And you know what the judge is before he moves against you." Luo Qin's flickering timer settled, briefly, just for a moment, on a single value, 47 years. It was the longest Shen Wei had seen it hold. "In the survival timelines, we work together. Your definitive sight and my probability sight complement each other. You see what is, I see what might be. Together, we cover the gaps that each of us has alone." "You said the flickering was exhausting. How does it affect your combat performance?" "Significantly. The probability visions are constant. I see possible outcomes for every action, which means I can predict what opponents will do with moderate accuracy. But the mental load is enormous. In extended fights, my processing speed degrades. After 20 minutes of intense combat, I'm functionally blind. 20 minutes. That's your limit. In current timelines, it used to be 10. Practice helps." They planned through the remaining hours of darkness. Luo Chun shared his probability maps of the trials, which opponents were most dangerous, which rounds presented the highest risk, which moments the judge was most likely to act. Shen Wei shared his timer analysis of the competitors, their lifespans, death visions, and the causal chains that connected them. By dawn, they had a strategy. It was built on information that no other competitor possessed, and it required a level of coordination that only two brothers with complementary temporal abilities could achieve. "One more thing," Luo Qin said, as the first light of morning touched the arena's white surface. "The trial's rules prohibit forbidden perception arts. The judge will be watching for your timer sight specifically. If you use it too openly, if you're seen dodging attacks you shouldn't be able to see, reading opponents you shouldn't be able to read, the judge will have grounds to disqualify or detain you. So I need to hide it. You need to use it selectively. Save the full sight for moments that matter. Let yourself take hits in the early rounds. Look human." Shen Wei thought of the sect entrance exam, months ago, where Tian Shou had given him the same advice. "Win ugly." "I can do that," he said. "I've had practice." They spent the remaining hours before dawn examining the arena's layout, identifying the locations of registration halls, training facilities, medical stations, and the officials' quarters where the judge resided. Luo Qin's probability maps were invaluable. They showed which paths through the complex were most likely to be monitored, which areas offered privacy, and which moments in the daily schedule provided windows for unobserved activity. The judge maintained surveillance through temporal resonance, Luo Qin explained. He can sense disturbances in the arena's temporal field. Basically, any use of timer-related abilities registers as a ripple that he can detect. Your timer sight, when fully expanded, creates a distinctive ripple pattern. How do I avoid detection? You can't eliminate the ripple, but you can mask it. Use your timer sight in short bursts rather than continuous scanning. Keep the perception radius small, and avoid manipulating anyone's timer directly. Manipulation creates a much larger ripple than observation. Short bursts. Small radius. No manipulation. Think of it as whispered conversation in a room where someone is listening. You can talk, but you have to be quiet. Shen Wei filed the information alongside the 100 other tactical considerations that the trials demanded. This was a different kind of combat, not the direct confrontation of Mu Qian or Bai Xian, but a strategic game played against an adversary who shared his fundamental ability and had 5 centuries of experience using it. He was outmatched in power, in experience, and in institutional support. His advantages were youth, allies, and the specific quality of his temporal perception, full-spectrum sight versus the judge's broader but less focused awareness. There was also the golden thread. Lin Yuyan's developing timer perception, transmitted through their connection, provided a second set of eyes that the judge couldn't detect. Her ability operated through the thread's unique energy signature, which didn't create the same temporal ripples as direct timer sight. She could serve as his hidden surveillance, monitoring the judge's movements while Shen Wei kept his own perception dormant. "I'll watch for you," she had said, when he explained the plan. "Let me be your eyes when you can't afford to look." The offer was practical, but the emotion beneath it was not. They had been moving towards something since the first sparring match, a convergence of 2 people whose abilities complemented each other in ways that went beyond tactical utility. The golden thread was a metaphor made physical, a connection that neither of them had sought but both of them needed, carrying not just temporal energy, but the 1,000 small signals of 2 people learning to trust each other completely. It would have to be enough. Chapter 40. For the morning of the first trial, Shen Wei met his brother in the common area of the competitor's dormitory. Luo Chun was dressed in simple gray robes. No sect affiliation, no clan crest, the anonymous presentation of an independent cultivator. His flickering timer was in a relatively stable phase, oscillating between 40 and 55 years, which Luo Chun said indicated a favorable probability spread. "The timelines are aligning well this morning," he said. 73% survival across the first round. Better than yesterday. They walked to the arena's registration point together, and Shen Wei took the opportunity to ask the question that had been forming since their first conversation. "Our parents. You said they were killed by Bureau agents. What do you know about what happened?" Luo Chen's expression tightened. "Fragments. Our cousin who raised me, Aunt Ling, she called herself, though the blood relation was thin, told me what she'd been told. Our parents were both Fate Weaver descendants. Their union was deliberate. They wanted to concentrate the bloodline, produce children with full Weaver abilities. The Bureau learned of us and sent agents. Agents like the judge? I don't think so. From what Aunt Ling described, the agents were constructs, automated enforcers, not sentient beings. Our parents fought them off long enough to separate us and erase our timers. Then they were killed." A pause. "I've looked for the specific timeline of their deaths in my probability site. I can't find it. It's as though the event is shielded, hidden from temporal perception, even retroactive perception. The Bureau erased it. Or the Keeper did. Either way, we can't see how they died. Only that they did." They reached the registration point. The arena's central platform had been transformed overnight into the first round's venue, a vast, enclosed space that the registration arbiters described as the Death Garden. All competitors will be transported to the Death Garden simultaneously. The environment is a self-contained ecosystem populated by spirit beasts of varying strength. Your objective, survive for 7 days. Competitors who are killed, incapacitated, or extracted will be eliminated. The final 100 survivors advance to the second round. 240 competitors. 100 would survive. The mathematics were not comforting. Shen Wei scanned the competitor field with his timer sight, working quickly before the judge's attention could focus on him. The results were informative. Of the 240 competitors, approximately 30 had timers suggesting death within the next 7 days. The rest had longer timers, meaning their survival through the first round was likely. But likely wasn't certain. Timers changed with circumstances, and the Death Garden spirit beasts would create circumstances that none of them could fully predict. Luo Chen's probability insight had given Shen Wei another crucial piece of information. The Death Garden's ecology was not natural. The spirit beasts inside it were curated, selected, placed, and in some cases modified by the trial's organizers to create specific threat profiles. The garden's formation arrays didn't just contain the ecosystem. They controlled it, adjusting beast behavior, territory boundaries, and aggression levels in real time to ensure the proper number of casualties. The organizing board considers 30 to 40% elimination rate optimal, Luo Chun had explained. Too few casualties, and the trials lose credibility. Too many, and the political backlash from lost disciples damages their authority. The garden is calibrated to kill between 70 and 100 competitors. Calibrated, Shen Wei repeated. They're engineering deaths. Welcome to the Continental Trials. The moral dimension of this information sat heavily in Shen Wei's chest. He had seen death engineered before, Mu Qian's draining, by Xian's festivals. But those had been criminal acts, hidden from public view. The trial's death engineering was institutional, sanctioned, celebrated. The cultivation world accepted that young people would die in competition, and it called this natural selection rather than what it actually was, a system that assigned value to survival and discarded the rest. His timer site would save lives. Not all. He couldn't protect everyone in a garden the size of a small country, but some. Every competitor whose timer he read, every death chain he traced, every beast he redirected. Each one was a refusal to accept the garden's calibrated death toll. The transport formation activated, and the world dissolved into light. Chapter 45. The death garden materialized around Shen Wei like a fever dream rendered in vegetation. He appeared on a ridge of black stone overlooking a valley so dense with spiritual flora that the canopy formed a continuous carpet of green, broken only by occasional clearings where the trees had been too afraid to grow. The air was thick with the scent of growth and decay in equal measure, the particular perfume of an ecosystem where everything was eating everything else, continuously, without pause or remorse. Spirit beasts were audible before they were visible. The deep, resonant growl of something large to the south. The chittering of insect-type beasts in the canopy. The splash of a water creature in an unseen river. The ecosystem was dense, active, and hungry. Shen Wei expanded his timer perception carefully, not to maximum range, which would draw attention, but to a 100-foot radius that gave him early warning without broadcasting his abilities. Within that radius, he could detect the timers of spirit beasts and competitors alike. The nearest spirit beast was 40 feet below, in the valley floor, a four-legged predator with a timer reading 8 years, which suggested a powerful but not extraordinary creature. Its death vision showed it dying to a cultivator's sword technique in roughly 6 months, meaning it would survive the trials and continue its existence, which in turn meant it wasn't a threat to anyone who avoided its territory. The nearest competitor was 80 feet to the east, a young woman from the Jade River Sect, timer reading 44 years, advancing through the undergrowth with the cautious efficiency of someone trained for wilderness survival. She wasn't a threat. Shen Wei gave her a wide berth. The first day was about orientation. Shen Wei moved through the Death Garden's terrain, mapping the ecosystem's hierarchy through timer analysis. The most dangerous beasts had the longest timers, centuries of accumulated power that made them apex predators. The weakest had timers measured in months. By cataloging the timer distribution, he created a mental map of safe zones, areas dominated by weak beasts with short timers, and kill zones, areas where long timer apex predators hunted. He avoided the kill zones. He avoided other competitors. He found a defensible position, a cave on a cliff face accessible only by a narrow ledge, and settled into wait. On the second day, he began helping people. The decision was deliberate. Luo Chun had warned that the judge was watching for his timer sight, so direct use of the ability needed to be subtle. But helping competitors who were in danger, pulling them away from approaching beasts, guiding them around kill zones, sharing food and water, was perfectly within the rules and didn't require visible use of supernatural perception. It just required knowing where the dangers were, which his timer sight provided. He saved 4 competitors on the second day. A boy who was walking directly toward a nest of venomous serpent beasts. Shen Wei intercepted him and redirected his path, claiming to have heard the serpents ahead. A pair of cultivators from a minor sect who had set up camp in the hunting range of a nascent soul-level predator. Shen Wei warned them that the area felt dangerous, and they moved without argument. An independent cultivator who had been injured in a beast encounter and was lying in a shallow cave with a timer dropping by the hour. Shen Wei treated her injuries with his herbalist knowledge and stabilized her lifespan. Each rescue created an alliance. By the 4th day, Shen Wei had gathered a loose group of 8 competitors who shared resources, took rotating watches, and survived together. None of them knew about his timer sight. They simply recognized that Shen Wei had an uncanny ability to find safe routes and avoid dangers, and they were happy to follow someone who seemed to know what he was doing. Luo operated independently, appearing at predetermined meeting points to share probability updates. His flickering sight showed the Death Garden's future in probability clouds, regions where death was likely, moments where beast activity would surge, windows where the terrain would shift as the garden's formations reconfigured. On the 5th day, the judge appeared. Shen Wei felt the blank timer before he saw the figure, an absence in his perception, a hole where a countdown should be. The judge was standing on a ridge overlooking the valley, black and gold robes immaculate despite the garden's inhospitable environment, the lacquer mask catching sunlight in ways that made the gold filigree seem to move. He was watching Shen Wei, not the garden, not the competitors. Shen Wei specifically. Attention, competitors. The judge's voice carried across the entire garden, amplified by a technique that made it seem to come from everywhere at once. A reminder that the use of forbidden perception arts, including divination, fate reading, and temporal manipulation, is prohibited under Continental Trials regulations. Any competitor found using such abilities will be disqualified and detained for investigation. The warning was general. The gaze was specific. The judge's blank timer stared at Shen Wei across the distance, two absences acknowledging each other's existence. Shen Wei continued his strategy without modification. He helped people, avoided beasts, and survived. He didn't use his timer sight overtly. No visible golden glow, no obvious prediction of attacks, no impossible knowledge displayed in front of witnesses. He was simply a competent cultivator with good instincts and better luck. On the 7th day, the Death Garden's formations collapsed, returning all surviving competitors to the central arena. Of 240 entrants, 112 remained. The casualties were bruised, bleeding, and in several cases, unconscious, carried by comrades who had refused to leave them behind. Shen Wei's group of 8 was intact. Not a single loss. As the survivors regrouped on the arena platform, the judge descended from his observation post and walked through the crowd. His blank timer was invisible to every cultivator present, invisible to everyone except Shen Wei, who felt its absence like a cold spot in warm water. The judge paused near Shen Wei, close enough to speak, close enough to notice that Shen Wei's eyes tracked the mask with the particular attention of someone who could see more than should be visible. Interesting survival rate, the judge murmured. Your group lost no one. Statistically improbable. Good leadership, Shen Wei said. Or good perception. The mask's gold filigree caught the light. We'll see. He moved on. Shen Wei exhaled slowly and checked his hands. They were steady. The inside of his chest was not. Chapter 46. The second round was announced the following morning, the Labyrinth of Mirrors. The arena's formations reshaped the central platform into an underground maze, a vast complex of corridors, chambers, and dead ends that shifted and reconfigured at random intervals. The walls were mirrored, reflecting not the physical appearance of those who passed, but their spiritual signature, their cultivation, their techniques, their elemental affinities rendered as visible light. The challenge was not navigation. It was confrontation. The labyrinth was populated by illusions drawn from each competitor's mind, their deepest fears, their most traumatic memories, their worst possible futures. The illusions were combat capable. They could strike, injure, and theoretically kill. A competitor who fell to their own fear would be eliminated. Shen Wei entered the labyrinth with the particular dread of someone who knew exactly what his deepest fear was. The first illusion appeared within minutes. It was mundane, a recreation of Fong Du, the gang leader from Azure Crane City, lunging at him with a knife. Shen Wei dispatched it with a single chi strike. The illusion shattered like glass, its fragments reflecting his own face in 1,000 tiny mirrors before dissolving. The second was harder. Master Tian Shou, alive and healthy, standing in his cave, smiling, and then crumbling to dust while Shen Wei watched. The timer above the illusion Tian Shou's head counting down to 0 with merciless precision. Shen Wei's hands shook, but he struck the illusion down. It dissolved, and the grief it evoked dissolved with it, leaving only a residual ache that he packed away into the compartment where he kept such things. The third illusion was Mu Qian, restored to his stolen centuries, attacking with the full force of a core formation elder. This was combat rather than emotion, a test of martial skill against a memory of a real opponent. Shen Wei fought it with the techniques he'd developed since, dismantling the illusion Mu Qian with a precision that the real encounter had lacked. The fourth illusion was Lin Yuyan, dead. Her body crystallized from the curse, her timer at 0, her face a sculpture of frozen pain. Shen Wei stood before it and felt the golden thread between them, the real thread, connecting him to the real Lin Yuyan somewhere in the labyrinth, pulse with warmth. She was alive. The illusion was a lie. He shattered it with a burst of temporal energy that made the surrounding mirrors crack. The fifth illusion was his own fear. The labyrinth shifted, walls rearranging into a vast chamber. And in the chamber, every surface, floor, ceiling, walls, even the air itself, showed timers. Not a few timers. Not the manageable hundreds he encountered in daily life. Every timer in the world. Billions of numbers, billions of death visions, billions of final moments playing simultaneously in a cacophony of ending that threatened to subsume his consciousness entirely. This was his deepest fear, universal death. A world where everyone's timer reached zero simultaneously. The end of all life, seen through eyes that couldn't look away. The numbers pressed against his mind like a physical weight. He could feel each one, each life, each death, each final breath. The farmer in a distant village. The empress in her palace. The infant who would never open its eyes. All of them dying, all at once, in a silence so total that it erased the concept of sound. Shen Wei fell to his knees. The pressure was enormous. Not physical, but spiritual. The weight of witnessing every death in existence concentrated into a single moment. His timer sight, pushed beyond any limit it had reached before, screamed with overload. He searched for Lin Yuyan's thread. Found it, a golden line of warmth threading through the billion deaths, persistent, stubborn, alive. He followed it, not physically, spiritually, pulling himself along the thread like a drowning man following a rope to shore. The thread led him to a single point of silence in the storm of dying. A blank space. Not his own, someone else's. A second absence in the universe of endings, familiar but not identical. Luo Chun, his brother's flickering timer, existing in probability rather than certainty, refused to be part of the universal death. It flickered, shifted, oscillated, defying the illusion's narrative that all things must end simultaneously. Two blank spaces. Two absences in the storm. Shen Wei anchored himself to them, his own void and his brother's impossible flickering, and pushed back. The illusion shattered. The chamber collapsed inward, mirrors cracking, fragments falling like silver rain. The universal death receded, compressed, folded back into itself until it was nothing more than a memory of a possibility. Shen Wei stood in the labyrinth's corridor, breathing hard. His timer sight had been pushed to its absolute limit and had survived. More than survived. It felt sharper, clearer, as though the overload had burned away impurities in his perception. He continued through the labyrinth with the steady pace of someone who has faced the worst thing they can imagine and walked through it. The remaining hours in the labyrinth were anticlimactic by comparison. The illusions that followed his deepest fear were lesser things. Echoes of anxieties rather than existential terrors. An illusion of Zhao Kang accusing him of using their friendship for his own purposes. An illusion of the Azure Crane sect expelling him. An illusion of Han Prong, smiling his friendly smile while counting silver behind Shen Wei's back. He destroyed each one with measured force, not rushing but not lingering. The labyrinth was a gauntlet, and gauntlets were meant to be run, not explored. Near the exit, he found something unexpected. Another competitor, curled in a fetal position against the mirrored wall, eyes wide and unseeing, trapped in their own fear illusion. The competitor was a young woman from a minor sect. Her timer read 63 years, stable, but her spiritual signature was dimming as the illusion consumed her willpower. The labyrinth's rules didn't prohibit helping other competitors. Shen Wei knelt beside her and placed his hand on her shoulder, channeling a pulse of temporal energy through the contact. The energy didn't attack the illusion directly. It reinforced the woman's sense of time, her connection to the present moment, anchoring her awareness in reality rather than the illusion's false narrative. She gasped, shuddered, and her eyes refocused. The illusion shattered around her like broken glass. What? You're in the labyrinth of mirrors. The exit is 30 feet ahead, through the blue-lit corridor. Can you walk? I think so. She stood on shaking legs. Thank you. I couldn't find my way out of it. Nobody can alone. That's the point of the exercise. She looked at him with the particular expression of someone who has been saved from their own mind and doesn't know how to process the gratitude. Who are you? Shen Wei. Azure Crane Sect. I'll remember that. He watched her walk toward the exit, her timer steady, her stride regaining confidence with each step. Another life extended. Another calibrated death avoided. The organizing board would have to adjust their numbers. Outside the labyrinth, in the post-round recovery area, Shen Wei found Luo Chun waiting with a cup of medicinal tea and an expression of carefully managed relief. 89% survival across the second round, Luo Chun reported. Better than projected. Your probability tracks are trending strongly positive. How are you? The labyrinth showed me what you'd expect, 100 timelines, all different, all demanding attention simultaneously, like standing at a crossroads with 1,000 roads and trying to walk all of them at once. Luo Chen sipped his tea. I managed by focusing on the timelines where you survived. They were the brightest. Shen Wei took the tea and drank. It was bitter and warm, and the warmth spread through a body that was still processing the aftershock of universal death. The judge's attention was heavy during the labyrinth, Luo Chen added. He was monitoring your fear illusion specifically. I could see the probability branches shifting as he observed. His knowledge of your deepest fear is now a variable in future calculations. He saw the universal death fear. And now he knows that the death of all timers is what you fear most. That information gives him leverage. Luo Chen's flickering timer cycled through a low phase. 6 months, 3 months, 8 months. Be careful what you show the judge. Every revelation is a weapon that can be turned against you. Shen Wei filed the warning alongside the 100 others that had accumulated since the trials began. The game was becoming more complex with each round, each interaction, each piece of information exchanged between himself and the ancient Fate Weaver who wore the Bureau's mask. Chapter 47 The Labyrinth of Mirrors eliminated 43 competitors. 69 remained. Among the survivors, stories circulated about the fears the labyrinth had conjured. One cultivator had faced an army of undead ancestors. Another had fought an endless loop of his own death, repeated 100 times. A third had been trapped in a vision of her sect's destruction, watching everyone she loved die while she stood paralyzed. Nobody asked Shen Wei about his experience. Something in his expression, the particular flatness of someone who has seen too much and processed it into a controlled quiet, discouraged casual inquiry. The days between rounds were supposed to be rest periods. They were actually intelligence-gathering opportunities. Shen Wei used the time to analyze the remaining competitors with his timer sight, building a comprehensive tactical map. The strongest threats were concentrated in the upper brackets. General Su of the Northern Yin Empire, whose nascent soul stage 9 cultivation made him the tournament favorite, 3 nascent soul cultivators from the Eastern Sea Confederation, and a core formation stage 9 prodigy from the Western Desert, whose timer showed 97 years but whose death vision was violence, suggesting a career of combat ahead. Luo Chen brought probability updates. The timelines are converging on a specific bracket arrangement for the one-on-one rounds. The judge is manipulating the draw. In 78% of futures, you face General Su in the finals. That's not random. That's engineered. The judge wants me to lose in the finals. A nascent soul stage 9 against a core formation stage 7. The outcome is predetermined. In most timelines, yes. But there are branches, narrow ones, less than 10%, where you win. Luo Chen's flickering timer settled briefly on 47 years. The winning branches all share one characteristic. You break through during the fight. Not before. During. Break through to nascent soul during combat with a nascent soul stage 9 opponent. I told you the percentages were low. Luo Chen's smile was humorless. But the alternative is losing, and in the timelines where you lose to General Su, the judge detains you afterward. Something about forbidden perception arts violations. You don't survive the detention. Shen Wei processed this with the cold, analytical clarity that crisis produced. Then I need to reach the finals and win. Which means getting through the earlier rounds without revealing too much. Chapter 48 The breakthrough to nascent soul happened in the spaces between rounds, not during them. Shen Wei had been pushing toward the barrier for weeks. Core formation stage 7 was the peak. Beyond it lay the vast, qualitative leap to nascent soul, which required not just power accumulation, but a fundamental transformation of the spiritual core into a nascent soul, a semi-independent spiritual entity within the Dantian that could act, perceive, and cultivate independently of the physical body. The Fate Weaver techniques describe the nascent soul formation differently than standard methods. Where orthodox cultivation created a soul from compressed chi, the Fate Weaver approach created a soul from temporal awareness, a consciousness that existed partially outside normal time, perceiving past, present, and probable future simultaneously. The breakthrough came at midnight, 2 days before the one-on-one rounds began. Shen Wei was meditating in his dormitory chamber, working through the 7th Fate Weaver technique Jade's instructions, when the barrier between core formation and nascent soul simply dissolved. His spiritual core opened, not cracked or shattered, opened, like a flower, revealing the nascent soul within. It was small, luminous, and golden-eyed, a miniature version of himself, sitting cross-legged in his dantian, its hands raised in the timer perception mudra. The moment the soul formed, his power doubled, then tripled. His chi reserves expanded from a lake to an ocean. His spiritual sense stretched outward, encompassing the entire floating arena. Every competitor, every arbiter, every spectator. Thousands of people, each carrying their timer, each connected by threads of fate that he could now perceive. And the timer ability evolved again. He could manipulate timers. Not the death visions, not the numbers, the actual temporal energy that timers measured. He could reach into a person's timer and adjust it, adding small amounts of time, subtracting small amounts, shifting the balance between life and death by direct intervention. He tested it carefully, on himself first. His blank timer remained blank. The manipulation ability couldn't create a timer where none existed. But when he extended his perception to a nearby spirit beast, a small lizard sunning itself on his windowsill, timer reading 1 year, for months, he could feel the temporal energy structure of its lifespan. He added 10 minutes, gently, and the timer ticked up, 1 year, for months, and 10 minutes. The lizard paused in its sunning. Its tiny head tilted, as though it had felt something. A moment of inexplicable warmth, perhaps, or the subtle shift in its body's temporal metabolism that 10 additional minutes of life produced. Then it resumed its position and closed its eyes. He removed the added time immediately, returning the lizard to its original lifespan. The manipulation was clean, precise, and entirely internal. No visible technique, no energy signature that an observer could detect. He experimented further over the next 2 days, keeping his tests small and reversible. He added an hour to a sparrow nesting outside his window, then removed it. He subtracted 5 minutes from a bush rat that had been chewing through the dormitory's food stores, watched the animal become fractionally more lethargic, then restored its time. Each manipulation taught him about the mechanics of lifespan adjustment, the way temporal energy flowed, the resistance points, the difference between adding, smooth, effortless, like pouring water downhill, and subtracting, difficult, requiring force, like pushing water uphill. The ethical dimensions of the ability were staggering. He could, in theory, extend any life or shorten any life within his perception range. The manipulation had limits. Adding years rather than minutes required proportionally more energy, and his nascent Soul Stage 1 reserves could support perhaps a month of addition before depleting. But the principle was absolute. He had the power to decide, within constraints, how long something lived. He resolved, in the quiet of his dormitory room with the lizard still sunning on his windowsill, to use subtraction only in combat, and only against those who were actively threatening innocent lives. The power to shorten life was the power to kill by decree, and that was a line he would not cross casually. Addition, however, was a different matter. If he could add time, he could heal. If he could heal, he could save. And saving was the entire point of everything he'd endured since the lightning struck an herbalist's apprentice and showed him numbers above every living head. But the implications were staggering. If he could add time, he could subtract it. If he could adjust a lizard's lifespan, he could adjust a cultivator's. In combat, this meant he could theoretically shorten an opponent's lifespan by small amounts, not enough to kill, but enough to weaken. Or he could extend an ally's lifespan during critical moments, healing injuries through temporal restoration. He reported the breakthrough to Luo Chun, who received the news with the unsurprised nod of someone who had seen this coming in 83% of timelines. The judge will notice the power increase, Luo Chun warned. Nascent soul releases a distinctive spiritual pressure wave during breakthrough. He'll know you've advanced. Good. Let him know. The one-on-one round started in 2 days. I want him worried. Worried? The judge doesn't worry, but he recalculates. And a nascent soul Shen Wei changes his calculations significantly. During the third round's one-on-one combat, Shen Wei used his new abilities sparingly. In his first match, against a fire cultivator from the Southern Alliance, he relied primarily on standard combat techniques, sword strikes, chi projection, evasion. But when the fire cultivator launched a devastating technique that would have been fatal, Shen Wei felt the man's timer dip and used that information to dodge to the precise angle where the technique's energy dissipated harmlessly. The fire cultivator's timer was interesting. It dropped sharply each time he used his most powerful technique. The man was burning his own lifespan for power, a common side effect of fire element combat arts that pushed the body beyond safe limits. Each ultimate technique cost him months of life. Shen Wei let him burn. He dodged, evaded, waited, and watched the man's timer drop. 45 years, 43, 41, 39. After 7 uses of his ultimate technique, the fire cultivator's body simply couldn't sustain the strain. He collapsed, his timer stabilizing at 34 years, 11 years shorter than when the fight began. Match concluded, the arbiter announced. Victory to Shen Wei. The crowd murmured. The victory was clean but confusing. Shen Wei hadn't landed a single offensive strike. He'd simply avoided everything until his opponent burned himself out. It was a valid strategy, but an unusual one. The judge watched from the official's platform. Behind the mask, Shen Wei could feel the intensity of attention, the particular weight of a being without a timer evaluating another being without a timer. His second match was more challenging. A sword cultivator from the Jade River Sect whose technique combined water element chi with an adaptive fighting style that adjusted to an opponent's patterns in real time. Shen Wei couldn't simply outlast this one. The adaptive style meant that his evasion patterns would be cataloged and countered within minutes. He won by changing his approach mid-fight. For the first 3 minutes, he used his timer perception to guide his evasion, establishing a pattern that the sword cultivator's adaptive style began to read. Then, abruptly, he switched to conventional combat. The sword techniques Zhao Kang had taught him, stripped of temporal enhancement, raw and direct. The adaptive style, calibrated for temporal evasion patterns, was momentarily wrong-footed by the shift to orthodox combat. In that moment of confusion, lasting perhaps 2 seconds, Shen Wei struck. A clean sword slash across the opponent's weapon hand, opening a cut that made the man's grip falter. A follow-up palm strike to the sternum that used just enough temporal energy to momentarily slow the man's reaction time. And a final, decisive kick that sent the Jade River cultivator sliding off the arena's edge. Match concluded. Victory to Shen Wei. The crowd's reaction was mixed, appreciation for the tactical sophistication, unease at the methods. Shen Wei was winning, but he was winning strangely, and strangeness made cultivators nervous. Between matches, Shen Wei found a quiet corner of the competitor's rest area and used a healing technique to address the minor injuries from both bouts. His timer perception, kept at minimum range, showed him the immediate surroundings. Healers tending to wounded competitors, officials conferring over brackets, the thin woman from the Yen delegation sitting alone and staring at her hands with the particular focus of someone contemplating something they didn't want to contemplate. Her timer still flickered between 2 months and 15 years. He filed the observation and rested. The quarterfinals were tomorrow, and the opponents would only get harder. Chapter 49, the judge came to him that night. Shen Wei was alone in his dormitory chamber. Luo Chun was in a separate section of the competitors' quarters, and Lin Yuyan and Zhao Kang were in the support delegation area. The knock on his door was polite. 3 precise raps, evenly spaced. He opened the door to the blank timer and the black and gold mask. "May I come in?" the judge asked. His voice was different from the public announcements, softer, older, carrying the weariness of someone who had been performing a role for a very long time. "This is not an official visit." Shen Wei stepped aside. The judge entered and stood in the center of the small room, hands folded in his sleeves, mask tilted slightly, as though examining the sparse furnishings with the curiosity of someone unfamiliar with modest accommodations. "You broke through to nascent soul," the judge said. "I felt it. Temporal basis breakthrough, fate weaver methodology, unless I'm mistaken." "You're not." "No, I rarely am." The judge was silent for a moment. "I'm going to tell you something, and then I'm going to make you an offer. The something first. I know what you are. You're a fate weaver descendant with full ability expression, a blank timer indicating you exist outside the loom's registry, and a cultivation trajectory that will, if unchecked, make you the most powerful temporal cultivator since the fate weaver's destruction. The Bureau is aware of you. The Keeper is aware of you, and I have been sent to handle you." Handle. The Bureau's preferred term. It encompasses several options: voluntary surrender, involuntary detention, ability extraction, and termination. In that order of preference. The judge's voice held no threat, only the mechanical recitation of organizational policy. "The offer is this: surrender your timer ability voluntarily. The Bureau has methods to extract the ability cleanly, without permanent damage to your cultivation base. You would lose the timer site, but retain your standard cultivation. You would be free to live a normal life, with a normal lifespan, under a normal timer that the Keeper would assign. And the Bureau would leave me alone. And the Bureau would leave you alone, as well as your brother, your allies, and the woman connected to you by the golden thread." A pause. "The alternative is that the Bureau escalates. Not through me. Through measures I cannot predict or control. The Keeper's patience is not infinite, and an unregistered being at nascent soul realm represents a threat that the Bureau's protocols require addressing." Shen Wei looked at the judge's blank timer, the matching absence, the shared condition of existing outside the system. "Your timer is blank too." "Yes." "Because the Bureau erased it. As part of your service." "Yes." "What were you, before the Bureau?" The silence was long. The mask's gold filigree caught the room's dim light and held it. "I was a fate weaver," the judge said. the last surviving elder. When the Bureau came for us, I was offered a choice: serve or die. I chose to serve. My timer was erased as part of the contract. I have existed outside the system for 500 years, enforcing the will of the entity that destroyed my sect. Why? Why serve the thing that killed your people? Because the alternative was the complete erasure of Fate Weaver knowledge from existence. By serving, I preserved fragments, the techniques that your teacher Tian Shou inherited, the recognition token he gave you, the jade slips that have accelerated your cultivation. I ensured that the knowledge survived, even as the people did not. The judge's voice cracked on the last word, a hairline fracture in the mask of professional detachment. I have been waiting 500 years for someone to use that knowledge. I did not expect to be sent to destroy them when they finally appeared. Shen Wei felt the weight of the revelation settle into his understanding. The judge was not simply an enemy. He was a prisoner, a Fate Weaver elder who had sacrificed his freedom, his identity, and his timer to preserve the possibility that his sect's knowledge would someday be reclaimed. I refuse your offer, Shen Wei said. I expected you would. And you'll report my refusal to the Bureau. I am required to. The judge moved toward the door. But I am also required to attend to the trial's administration, which is a time-consuming obligation. My report will be thorough, detailed, and consequently slow to prepare. It may not reach the Bureau for several days. He paused at the door. Win the trials, Shen Wei. Win them convincingly. Power is the only language the Bureau respects. If you're strong enough, the cost of handling you becomes higher than the cost of tolerating you. That calculus is the only thing keeping you alive. He moved toward the door, then stopped. The pause was uncharacteristic. Every other movement the judge had made was deliberate, calculated, the product of 5 centuries of practiced control. This pause was spontaneous. Human. The techniques in the jade slips, the judge said, not turning around. I wrote them. 40 years after the sect fell, when I realized the Bureau would never allow me to teach directly. I encoded everything I knew into 7 jade slips and placed them with the one person I trusted to keep them safe. Tian Shou. Tian Shou, who waited 40 years for you, just as I waited 500. He was a good man, the best I ever knew. And his death, fixed, immutable, woven into the pattern, was my doing. I wrote that fixed death into the loom as the price of preserving the jade slips. The Bureau would have destroyed them if they'd known the slips existed. By tying their preservation to Tian Shou's fixed lifespan, I made the slips invisible to the Bureau's detection. But the cost? His voice broke. 500 years of composure. 500 years of the mask and the role and the mechanical execution of duties, and it broke on the memory of a good man's death that he had engineered to save knowledge for a boy who didn't exist yet. The mask turned. Behind it, Shen Wei could feel, not see, feel, the ghost of golden eyes. Eyes that had wept in secret, in the spaces between Bureau assignments. For every life the judge had been forced to ruin in service of an entity that had destroyed his world. My name, the judge whispered, was Wei Changfeng. I was the Fate Weaver's Grand Elder. And you are carrying everything I failed to protect. He left. The door closed. And Shen Wei stood in his room, alone with the blank space above his head and the knowledge that the judge, the enemy, the enforcer, the last Fate Weaver, had been trying to save him all along. He sat on the edge of his bed and pressed his palms against his eyes, pushing against the ache that wasn't physical but felt like it should be. The chain of sacrifice was becoming visible. His parents, who died to hide him. Tian Shou, whose death was engineered to preserve the knowledge that would train him. Wei Changfeng, who sold 5 centuries of freedom to ensure the knowledge survived long enough to reach the student. Shen Ling, his cousin, consumed by a monster but whose fragment endured to strengthen the heir. Every person who had enabled his existence had paid for it with their own. The Fate Weaver inheritance wasn't just knowledge and ability. It was a debt, accumulated over generations, owed to the dead and payable only through the actions of the living. He would pay it, not through guilt, which was useless, but through the only currency that mattered, using what they'd given him to change the world that had destroyed them. Through the golden thread, he felt Lin Yuyan's awareness, distant, asleep, her timer steady at 3 years. Through the resonance link, he felt Zhao Kang's waking presence, alert, concerned, standing guard outside the dormitory. Through some new, unnamed connection, he felt Luo Qin's flickering consciousness, calculating, probability mapping, always working even in rest. He was not alone. The inheritance was his, but the mission was theirs. He slept, and for the first time since the lightning struck, he dreamed not of numbers and death, but of golden threads stretching forward into a future that nobody had written yet. Chapter 50. The one-on-one rounds continued. Shen Wei advanced through the bracket with a deliberate strategy of controlled performance. Each match was won, but won in ways that didn't reveal his full capabilities. Against a body cultivator from the Iron Mountain sect, he won through endurance, absorbing hits that his timer sight told him were non-lethal and waiting for the larger man to exhaust himself. Against an ice cultivator from the Eastern Sea, he won through technical skill, using sword techniques rather than temporal abilities. Each match drew the judge's attention. The blank timer watched from the official's platform, and Shen Wei felt the weight of that attention like a physical pressure, the scrutiny of a man who was evaluating whether his protege would survive what was coming. Between rounds, he cultivated. Nascent Soul Stage 1 stabilized, then advanced to Stage 2 under the accelerated conditions of intense competition and the Fate Weaver technique's feedback loop. His timer manipulation ability strengthened. He could now adjust timers by hours rather than minutes, and his range for reading timers expanded to encompass the entire arena complex. Chapter 51 Luo Chun found Shen Wei between the quarterfinal and semifinal rounds, in the quiet hour before dawn when the arena was empty of spectators and the competitors slept. "We need to talk," Luo Chun said, and his flickering timer was in a state Shen Wei hadn't seen before, cycling rapidly through low values. 6 months, 3 months, 2 weeks, 4 days, all of them short, none of them comforting. "Your timer. I know what it looks like." Luo Chun sat on the arena's edge, feet dangling over clouds. "The probability branches are collapsing. The trials are a nexus point, remember? As we approach the finals, the possible timelines narrow. Fewer branches, clearer outcomes. And in those outcomes, in the ones where you win the tournament, I'm fine. Timer stabilizes at 40-something years. Normal, healthy, long." He paused. "In the ones where you reach the finals, my timer drops to near zero. What happens? I can't see the specific events. The probability is too concentrated, too many timelines overlapping. But the pattern is consistent. In timelines where you fight General Su in the finals and win, I survive. In timelines where you fight General Su and lose, I don't. The branching point isn't the fight itself. It's something that happens before it. Something I do that changes your probability of winning. You sacrifice yourself." Luo Chen's flickering timer spiked to 2 days, held for 3 seconds, then resumed its oscillation. "In some timelines, not all, the sacrifice timelines are actually the minority, about 30%. In the other winning timelines, I do something less dramatic but equally important. I can't see what specifically, because the probability is too tightly wound. If you can see multiple outcomes, we can choose the one where you survive. That's what I'm hoping. But Shen Wei, my probability sight has limits. I can see the branches, but I can't always tell which one we're on until we're already committed. The best I can do is identify the decision points and try to steer us toward the safer branches." "What are the decision points?" "There are 3. First, our match in the semifinals. You and I are bracketed against each other. How we fight, and who wins, determines which branch we're on. Second, the night before the finals, something happens that I can see in multiple timelines but can't identify clearly. Third, the finals themselves, the fight against General Su. The semifinals. You and me, brother against brother." Luo Chen's smile was strained. "The judge arranged it, I'm sure. In every timeline, we're matched against each other. He wants to see what we do, whether we refuse to fight, whether we collude, whether we reveal our abilities." "We fight," Shen Wei said. "Genuinely. No timer tricks, no temporal manipulation. A real bout, skill against skill, and we let the better fighter advance." Luo Chen looked at him for a long moment. "That's the decision point. In the timelines where we fight genuinely, with full effort and no deception, the probability of both of us surviving increases to 87%. In the timelines where we hold back or try to manipulate the outcome, it drops to 43. Then we fight for real. For real." Luo Chen extended his fist. Shen Wei met it with his own. The gesture was simple, human, and carried the weight of 2 brothers who had been separated by the destruction of their family and reunited at the edge of a cosmic conflict. "One more thing," Luo Chen said. "My flickering timer, the probability sight. It has a cost. Every time I look too deeply into the branches, the effort destabilizes my own temporal signature. That's why my timer flickers. It's not just showing possibilities. It's reflecting the damage that constant probability viewing does to my own thread of fate. Damage. The more I use it, the less stable my own timeline becomes. Eventually, not soon, but eventually, the flickering will become permanent. My lifespan will be truly indeterminate, not because of probability, but because my thread will have frayed beyond the loom's ability to measure." "How long? At current usage rates? Years. Decades, maybe. But if I push hard, If I look deeply at critical nexus points, like the ones coming, the degradation accelerates. His flickering timer settled briefly at 47 years, then resumed its oscillation. I wanted you to know, so that when the time comes, you understand why I make the choices I make. Chapter 52. The quarterfinal match was the hardest fight of Shen Wei's life to that point. His opponent was a body cultivator from the Western Desert Alliance, a man named Gao Shan whose physical cultivation had transformed his body into something closer to stone than flesh. His muscles were dense enough to deflect sword strikes. His skin had the hardness of spiritual ore. His speed, despite his bulk, was remarkable. Body cultivation techniques compressed power into movement with an efficiency that standard cultivators couldn't match. His timer read 73 years, stable as bedrock. His death vision showed old age in a desert monastery, decades of peaceful cultivation ahead. This was a man who would survive today, regardless of the outcome, which meant Shen Wei couldn't rely on timer manipulation to win. Against an opponent with a long, stable timer, adjusting the numbers by hours or even days wouldn't create enough of a physical effect to change the fight's outcome. He had to win with skill. The arena floor was a standard combat platform, 50 feet square, bounded by containment formations that would prevent lethal force from exceeding the stage. The rules were simple. Fight until one competitor submitted, was knocked unconscious, or was unable to continue. Gao Shan attacked first. His opening strike was a straight punch that carried enough force to crater the stone platform beneath his foot. Shen Wei dodged, not with timer prediction, because he was deliberately limiting his ability use, but with combat reflexes honed through months of training with Zhao Kang. The dodge was narrow. Gao Shan's fist passed within an inch of Shen Wei's jaw, and the wind displacement alone was enough to rattle his teeth. The fight devolved into a brutal exchange of endurance versus evasion. Gao Shan's body was nearly impervious to Shen Wei's sword strikes. The blade bounced off hardened skin, leaving scratches but no real damage. Shen Wei's evasion was excellent, but required constant energy expenditure, and his nascent Soul Stage 2 reserves, while vast, were not infinite. Shen Wei used his death vision, not to manipulate, but to analyze. Gao Shan's death vision showed the man dying of old age, but within the vision, details were visible. The man's body in old age showed a healed scar on his left hip. A childhood wound. A weakness that had been reinforced but never fully corrected. Shen Wei targeted the hip, not with a killing strike, with a series of precise, accumulating impacts directed at the point where the childhood injury had compromised Gao Shan's otherwise impervious body. Each strike was individually ineffective, but cumulatively, they stressed the old wound's reinforcement. After 17 targeted impacts, delivered over 8 minutes of grueling combat, the reinforcement cracked. Gao Shan's left leg buckled. Not dramatically, a slight hitch in his step, a fractional loss of balance. But in a high-level fight, fractions were everything. Shen Wei exploited the opening with a sword technique that combined temporal energy with physical force, driving the blade into the weakened point with enough precision to penetrate the hardened skin. Blood. First blood, after 8 minutes of combat. Gao Shan grunted, staggered, and looked at the wound in his hip with the surprised expression of someone who had forgotten he could bleed. How? The body cultivator asked. Everyone has a weak point, Shen Wei said. I just had to find yours. The fight continued for another 4 minutes. Gao Shan fought through the injury with the determination of a body cultivator whose entire philosophy was built on endurance, but the damaged hip compromised his movement, which compromised his attack patterns, which gave Shen Wei the openings he needed. The match ended when Shen Wei delivered a palm strike to the wound that sent Gao Shan to one knee. The body cultivator raised his hand. I submit. The crowd roared. Shen Wei offered his hand. Gao Shan took it, rising with the dignity of a man who had lost well. That weakness, Gao Shan said. I've had it since I was 7. I fell from a cliff and shattered the bone. 3 healers and 12 years of body cultivation to fix it. Nobody has ever found it in combat before. Get a 4th healer, Shen Wei said. The reinforcement needs to be rebuilt from the foundation, not just patched. Gao Shan laughed, a booming sound that shook his massive frame. Herbalist's advice in a combat arena. You're a strange one, Shen Wei. They parted with a clasped arm salute, the combatants' gesture of mutual respect, and Shen Wei walked to the recovery area, where a healer examined his hands for stress fractures, and Lin Yuyan was waiting with water and the particular expression of someone who had been watching a fight with her timer perception through the golden thread. His hip, she said. You saw the weakness through his death vision? Through his timer. The death vision shows the body at the moment of death, old age, in his case. In the vision, the healed scar on his hip was visible because it's a permanent part of his physical history. I worked backward from the death to the present and identified the structural flaw. That's an application of the death vision I hadn't considered. Lin Yuyan's analytical mind was already extrapolating. If you can identify physical weaknesses through death state analysis, you can find vulnerability points in any opponent whose death vision shows their body. That's an enormous tactical advantage. Only if the death vision is clear enough. Vague or fluctuating visions don't show sufficient detail. He paused. And it only works against opponents whose death is natural. Combat deaths show the killing blow, not the body's underlying structure. Still, we should catalog the technique. For the Alliance. Shen Wei smiled. Even in the middle of a tournament, Lin Yuyan's first instinct was to systematize, analyze, and prepare. It was one of the things he found most deeply attractive about her, the relentless intellect that drove her ice element precision, applied with equal rigor to combat strategy and emotional honesty. After the trials, he said, when we have time. When do we ever have time? She looked at the blank space above his head with the faint perception the golden thread allowed her, and he saw in her eyes the particular tenderness of someone who loved a person whose existence was defined by uncertainty. When do we ever have anything except the next crisis? We have this. He touched the golden thread between them, not physically, but through temporal perception, a gesture she could feel through their shared connection. The thread pulsed warmly. We have right now. She took his hand, and for a moment, in the chaos of the Continental Trials quarterfinals, two people who lived their lives measuring time simply existed in the present. Chapter 53 Lin Yuyan's match was in the adjacent bracket, and Shen Wei watched from the competitor's gallery with his timer perception focused on her. Her opponent was a cultivator from the Northern Yin Empire, a woman named Su Meili whose cultivation combined fire element techniques with a specific knowledge of bloodline weaknesses. Meili had studied the Lin clan's ice element bloodline and knew about the curse. The fight opened with ice against fire, classical elemental opposition that filled the arena with a spectacular display of clashing energies. Lin Yuyan's techniques were devastating. She created ice constructs of increasing complexity, each one designed to lock down her opponent's movement and channel combat energy through structures that amplified her power. But Meili fought dirty. Instead of engaging the ice constructs directly, she targeted the curse in Lin Yuyan's bloodline, using fire techniques specifically designed to aggravate the temporal energy drain that the curse maintained. Each fire strike didn't just burn, it heated the curse's mechanisms, accelerating their consumption of Lin Yuyan's lifespan. Shen Wei watched Lin Yuyan's timer fluctuate wildly. 3 years, 2 years, 1 year, 6 months. The golden thread between them pulsed with alarm. He could feel her pain, her fury, and the terrible sensation of her lifespan being consumed faster than the thread could replace it. He nearly intervened. His hands gripped the gallery railing hard enough to dent the metal, and his timer sight blazed with the urge to reach across the arena and stabilize her timer through direct manipulation. But Lin Yuyan didn't need saving. She understood what Meili was doing. The curse's acceleration was painful but not instantly lethal. She had minutes, not seconds, before the drain became critical. And those minutes were enough. She froze the arena. Not the surface, the air itself. Every moisture particle, every chi signature, every thermal current. She crystallized the entire combat space into a lattice of ice so dense that light refracted through it in rainbows. The technique was a total domain attack, not targeting Meili specifically, but transforming the entire environment into an extension of Lin Yuyan's will. Meili's fire techniques died. Fire required air, movement, thermal energy, all of which Lin Yuyan had locked down. The Yin cultivator stood in a prison of crystallized atmosphere, her techniques useless, her body rapidly losing heat. Yield, Lin Yuyan said, her voice carrying through the ice with perfect clarity. Her timer had stabilized. The golden thread's temporal energy was counteracting the curse's acceleration now that the fire stimulus had been removed. Or freeze. Meili yielded. The crowd erupted. Lin Yuyan deactivated the technique, and the crystallized air shattered into a million glittering fragments that fell like snow across the arena floor. She stood in the center of the artificial snowfall, pale and beautiful and alive, and she looked up at the gallery where Shen Wei was standing and smiled. Through the golden thread, Shen Wei felt her emotion, triumph, exhaustion, love, and a fierce, burning determination to survive whatever came next. Chapter 54 The discovery of the judge's true identity came from Luo Chen's probability site rather than Shen Wei's timer analysis. Between the quarterfinals and semifinals, Luo Chen looked deeply into the probability branches surrounding the judge, pushing his ability harder than usual, his flickering timer cycling through dangerously low values. What he found rewrote everything they knew about the trial's power structure. The judge isn't just a bureau agent, Luo Qin reported, his face drawn with the effort of deep probability reading. He's Wei Changfeng, the last Fate Weaver Grand Elder. The one who surrendered to the Bureau 500 years ago. I know, Shen Wei said. He told me. Luo Qin blinked. He told you. In a private meeting. He offered me a deal, surrender the ability, and the Bureau leaves us alone. I refused. He responded by telling me to win the tournament. Of course he did. Because in the probability branches where you win, the judge's own situation changes. His contract with the Bureau has a clause. I can see it in the branches, that allows him to be released if a Fate Weaver of sufficient power emerges. You're that Fate Weaver. He wants to be freed. He wants the Bureau to be forced to release him. And the only way that happens is if you become powerful enough that the Bureau's contract enforcement mechanism can't contain both of you. If you win the trials, claim the Heavenly Tao fruit, and advance another realm, you'll be powerful enough that the Bureau has to renegotiate. Shen Wei processed this. The judge, Wei Changfeng, had engineered the trials bracket to put Shen Wei in the most challenging possible position, not to destroy him, but to force him to grow. Every obstacle was a test. Every test was training. Every bout of training brought Shen Wei closer to the power level that would free them both. The enemy was an ally. The test was a gift. And the 500-year-old prisoner behind the black and gold mask was betting everything on the boy who couldn't see his own timer. Chapter 55, the semifinal. Shen Wei versus Luo Qin. The arena was full. Every seat occupied, every gallery packed, every spectator space crammed with cultivators who had traveled from across the continent to watch the trial's conclusion. The atmosphere was electric, cultivation pressure from thousands of powerful observers creating a pressure field that made the air hum. Shen Wei and Luo Qin faced each other across the combat platform. Two brothers. Two Fate Weaver descendants. Two blank timers. One void. One flickering, staring at each other across 50 feet of white stone. No timer tricks, Shen Wei said. No probability tricks, Luo Qin agreed. Pure cultivation. Best fighter wins. Best fighter wins. The crowd fell silent. The arena's formation arrays dampened ambient noise to near zero, creating a space where the only sounds were breath, footstep, and qi. 30,000 cultivators watched as two brothers, though the crowd didn't know them as brothers, only as two dark-haired young men with golden undertones to their spiritual pressure, took their positions at opposite ends of the platform. Shen Wei studied his brother across the distance. Luo Qin's flickering timer cycled through its values, but something had changed. The cycles were slower, the values more clustered. As though the proximity of the decision point was compressing the probability space, narrowing the possible futures toward a single outcome. They bowed. The arbiter signaled. The fight was beautiful, not because of its violence, though there was violence, precise and controlled and powerful. Not because of its spectacle, though the clash of temporal energies created visual effects that the audience had never seen. Golden light trailing from each strike, like calligraphy written in time. It was beautiful because it was honest. Two brothers who had never trained together fought with a coordination that shouldn't have been possible. They read each other not through abilities but through blood, the shared instincts of a common origin, the resonance of matching temporal energy, the particular understanding that only siblings possessed. Each strike was answered by a counter that felt less like combat and more like conversation. Shen Wei attacked with sword techniques enhanced by temporal energy, strikes that arrived from slightly unexpected angles because his blade moved through fractionally different temporal flows, reaching its target a heartbeat before conventional physics predicted. Luo Qin defended with probability-informed movement, dodging to positions that his ability identified as the least likely to be attacked, occupying the spaces between Shen Wei's strikes. They fought for 12 minutes. In that time, neither landed a clean hit. Every attack was answered, every defense was tested, and the audience watched in stunned silence as two evenly matched opponents performed a martial dialogue that transcended competition. On the 13th minute, Shen Wei found an opening, not through his timer's sight, through observation, through the combat instincts that Zhao Kang had drilled into him. Luo Qin's probability dodge had a pattern. He always moved to the statistically safest position, which meant he always avoided the most dangerous strike. Shen Wei threw a feint, a technique that looked devastating but was actually harmless, and Luo Qin dodged to the safe position, directly into the path of Shen Wei's real attack. A palm strike to the chest. Clean, controlled, non-lethal. Luo Qin staggered back 3 steps, caught himself, and looked at Shen Wei with an expression of genuine surprise. You faked the probability, Luo Qin said. I faked the intention. Your probability site reads the most likely outcome, but if I genuinely intend the feint, the probability shifts. That's very clever. Thank you. Luo Chen straightened. His flickering timer stabilized, briefly, beautifully, at 47 years. The longest sustained reading Shen Wei had seen. I yield, Luo Chen said. You're the better fighter today. The crowd erupted. Shen Wei crossed the platform and embraced his brother, an impulsive, human gesture that the cultivation world's martial decorum didn't account for, but that the audience, surprisingly, applauded. Your timer, Shen Wei whispered in his ear. It stabilized when you yielded. 47 years. I know. I can feel it. Luo Chen's voice was thick with something that might have been relief. The decision point passed. We're on the good branch. They stood on the arena platform for another moment, brothers in a crowd of strangers, connected by blood and ability, and the shared understanding of what it meant to exist outside the system that governed everyone else. Above them, two blank spaces, one void, one flickering, occupied the sky where timers should have been, and the absence felt less like a curse and more like a promise. I have to fight General Su in the finals, Shen Wei said. I know, and I'll be watching from the gallery. Luo Chen gripped his shoulder. In every timeline where you trust the people around you, you're stronger. Remember that. I trust you. I know. That's why the good branch exists. The crowd was still cheering as they walked off the platform together. Behind them, the arbiter's voice echoed. Semi-final concluded. Shen Wei of Azure Crane Sect advances to the finals. In the competitors' rest area, Lin Yuyan was waiting. She took one look at the two of them, brothers, side by side, the family resemblance suddenly obvious when they stood together, and her silver blue eyes softened with something warmer than her ice element normally permitted. You fought well, she said. Both of you. He won, Luo Chen said, with the gracious ease of someone who had always intended this outcome. He won because you let him find the opening. Your probability dodge pattern in the 4th minute was deliberately simplified. Lin Yuyan's analytical, I missed nothing. You wanted him to see through it. Luo Chen's flickering timer spiked briefly to 52 years, the highest single reading Shen Wei had ever seen. She's perceptive, he said to Shen Wei. I like her. Everyone likes her eventually, Shen Wei said. She just makes them work for it. Lin Yuyan's expression combined dignity with the faintest trace of pleased color at her cheeks. If you're quite finished discussing me in the third person, we have a finals match to prepare for. Chapter 56. The judge made his move the following morning. Shen Wei was announced as a finalist, bracketed against General Su of the Northern Yin Empire. The match was scheduled for the next day, one night to prepare for a fight against an opponent 3 full stages above him. But between the announcement and the match, the judge used his authority to rearrange the bracket. General Su's original semi-final opponent, a core formation stage 9 cultivator from the Eastern Sea, was disqualified on a technicality, alleged use of prohibited spiritual artifacts, evidence provided by an anonymous source. General Su advanced directly to the finals without fighting. The result, Su entered the finals fully rested, while Shen Wei had just fought a grueling semi-final. The judge is stacking the odds, Zhao Kang said, when Shen Wei reported the bracket change. He's making the fight as hard as possible. He's making my potential victory as impressive as possible, Shen Wei corrected. Remember, he wants me to win. But he needs the win to be overwhelming. If I barely scrape past General Su, the Bureau can argue I'm not strong enough to warrant renegotiation. If I dominate a nascent soul stage 9 at nascent soul stage 2, the Bureau can't ignore me. That's insane. That's the judge's 500-year gamble. The night before the finals, Shen Wei sat in his dormitory and studied General Su through his timer sight. The Yin general was formidable. Nascent soul stage 9, military-honed combat experience, techniques refined through decades of actual warfare. His timer read 187 years. Long, stable, confident. His death vision showed old age in a palace, decades of honored retirement ahead. He would survive this fight regardless of the outcome. But the timer analysis revealed something else. When Shen Wei studied Su's previous fights, recorded in memory jades available to all competitors, he noticed a pattern. Each time Su used his most powerful technique, a military-grade formation strike called Dragon Emperor's Descent, his timer dipped. Not by years, like by Xian's Fire Cultivator. By weeks. Small amounts, individually negligible, but cumulative. The technique was consuming Su's lifespan. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, but consistently. The Yin military's premier combat technique was a weapon that used its wielder's own years as fuel. 7 uses in a single fight would consume approximately 6 months. 14 uses would consume a year. 21 uses would consume enough lifespan to begin affecting Su's physical performance, fatigue, slowed reactions, diminished spiritual pressure. Shen Wei had to survive 21 uses of Dragon Emperor's Descent against a nascent Soul Stage 9 opponent who could shatter mountains. He went to find Lin Yuyan. Chapter 57. They had one night. They used every minute. Shen Wei, Lin Yuyan, Zhao Kang, and Luo Chun gathered in Shen Wei's dormitory and worked through strategy with the intensity of generals planning a campaign. General Su's fighting record shows a consistent pattern, Zhao Kang said, spreading memory jade recordings across the table. He opens with standard techniques, sword strikes, chi projection, formation barriers. He tests his opponent's limits. Then he deploys Dragon Emperor's Descent when he identifies a weakness. The number of times he uses the descent depends on the opponent's resilience, Lin Yuyan added. Against weak opponents, once is enough. Against equals, he's used it up to 9 times in a single fight. I need him to use it 21 times, Shen Wei said. Silence. 21 times, Zhao Kang repeated. Against a technique that can shatter defensive formations at core formation level. At your cultivation, I can dodge it. My timer perception gives me enough warning to evade. But evasion needs to look difficult. If I dodge too easily, he'll stop using the descent and switch to techniques that don't cost him lifespan. You need to bait him, Luo Chun said, his flickering timer cycling through values with the intensity of someone processing probability at high speed. Make him believe the descent is working. Take near misses. Let him see you struggling. Every time he thinks he's close to finishing you, he'll use it again. That requires precision, Lin Yuyan said. One miscalculation and a near miss becomes a direct hit. I know. Shen Wei looked at each of them in turn. That's why I need all of you. The plan was collaborative. Lin Yuyan would be in the stands, connected to Shen Wei through the golden thread, feeding him her own timer perception as a secondary data stream. Luo Chun would be watching from the competitor's gallery, using his probability sight to identify the highest risk moments and signaling through the resonance link. Zhao Kang would analyze Su's technique patterns in real time and provide tactical adjustments. For people, working in concert through resonance links and golden threads and probability analysis to support one fighter in the arena. It's unprecedented, Zhao Kang said. So is everything else about this situation. Shen Wei stood. Get some rest. Tomorrow, we either change the Bureau's calculus or we die trying. Inspiring speech, Luo Chun said dryly. Very motivational. Chapter 58. The finals of the Continental Trials drew every cultivator on the floating arena to the central platform. 30,000 spectators. Representatives from every major sect, clan, and empire on the continent. The Continental Trials Organizing Board. Neutral arbiters at nascent soul and above. And, standing on the official's platform in his black and gold mask, the judge, watching with the intensity of a man whose 500-year gamble was about to pay off or collapse. Shen Wei entered the arena to a wave of noise. Cheers from the Southern Alliance contingent, polite applause from neutral observers, and stony silence from the Northern Yen delegation. He wore plain robes, carried no weapons beyond his standard sword, and projected the calm of someone who had already accepted whatever outcome the next hour would bring. General Su entered from the opposite side to thunderous applause. The Yen general was impressive in person, broad-shouldered, square-jawed, radiating the specific gravity of a man who had commanded armies and won wars. His robes were midnight blue with silver embroidery that formed eagle patterns across the shoulders. His spiritual pressure, at nascent soul stage 9, pressed down on the arena like a physical weight. His timer, 187 years. Stable. Confident. The arbiter announced the rules. Combat until submission, incapacitation, or death. Lethal force was permitted but discouraged. Medical response teams were positioned around the arena. Begin. Su attacked first. Not with the Dragon Emperor's Descent, with standard technique. A sword strike at combat speed, enhanced by nascent soul-level chi, carrying enough force to split the arena platform if it connected. Shen Wei dodged. The timer fluctuation warned him 0.3 seconds before the strike, enough time to shift his weight, adjust his stance, and move to the precise position where the sword's energy dissipated into the air beside him. The maneuver was narrow enough to look desperate, which was exactly what he wanted. The crowd gasped. Su frowned. His second strike was faster, harder, adjusting for Shen Wei's evasion pattern. Shen Wei dodged again, narrower this time, the blade's energy displacing his hair. 5 minutes of standard exchanges established the dynamic. Su was overwhelmingly powerful, and Shen Wei was impossibly evasive. Each dodge was closer, tighter, more dangerous. The audience watched with the held breath of people witnessing something they didn't fully understand. Through the golden thread, Lin Yuyan fed him data. His pattern shifts after the 7th standard strike. He's preparing. Through the resonance link, Luo Chen signaled, descent incoming. High probability. Right side. Dragon Emperor's descent. The technique was visible before it arrived. A coalescing of spiritual energy into a pillar of compressed chi shaped like a dragon's head, descending from above with the weight of an empire behind it. The arena shook. The containment formation strained. The crowd recoiled. Shen Wei waited until the last possible moment. The moment when the technique's trajectory was fully committed and couldn't be adjusted, and threw himself sideways. The dragon head struck the arena floor 6 inches from his position, cratering the stone and sending shockwaves that launched debris into the containment barrier. He rolled, stood, and staggered. The stagger was deliberate, selling the near miss, making Su believe the technique had almost worked. Su's timer dipped, 3 weeks of life consumed. Again, Shen Wei muttered. The goading was subtle. He positioned himself at angles that invited the descent rather than discouraging it. He dodged with decreasing margins, each evasion looking more desperate than the last. He allowed the shockwaves to hit him, taking superficial damage that bled convincingly. Descent 2. Descent 3. Descent 4. Each time, Su's timer dropped. 3 weeks per use. After 4 uses, Su had lost 3 months. After 8 uses, the fight now in its 20th minute, he'd lost 6 months. His movements, imperceptible to standard observation, showed the faintest signs of fatigue, a fractionally slower recovery between strikes, a marginally wider stance to compensate for reduced core stability. Through the resonance link, he's suspicious, Luo Chen warned. Probability of him stopping the descent is rising. Shen Wei adjusted. On the 9th descent, he deliberately got hit. Not fully, but enough to take real damage. The technique's edge caught his left arm, shattering the bone below the elbow. The pain was blinding, white-hot, and absolutely real. The crowd screamed. Lin Yuyan's alarm surged through the golden thread. But the gambit worked. Su, seeing his technique finally connect, doubled down. Descent 10, 11, 12. Shen Wei fought one-armed, his shattered left arm hanging useless, his evasion compensating with increasingly desperate agility. Each dodge was real now. The pain narrowed his focus, sharpened his perception, made every timer fluctuation stand out like a signal fire in darkness. 13, 14, 15. Su's timer had dropped by over a year. His face showed the first signs of strain, a sheen of sweat, a tightness around the eyes, the particular expression of a man who is spending more than he's accustomed to spending. He's reaching the threshold, Lin Yuyan transmitted through the thread. His body is beginning to feel the drain. 16, 17, 18. Su realized something was wrong on the 19th use. He'd been fighting for 40 minutes, using a technique that had never been deployed more than 9 times in a single battle, and his opponent, a cultivator 7 stages below him, was still standing, still dodging, still wearing that expression of calm that had nothing to do with desperation and everything to do with certainty. You're not dodging randomly, Su said, breathing hard. You know the technique's cost. You're making me burn myself. You're burning yourself, Shen Wei corrected, spitting blood from a split lip. I'm just giving you the opportunity. Su's expression shifted from combat focus to cold fury. He understood now. Understood that the near misses had been calculated, the injuries accepted deliberately, the entire fight designed not to win through force but to win through attrition. Then I'll end this before the cost matters, Su snarled. He gathered energy for the most powerful Dragon Emperor's descent yet, not a single use, but a triple-layered variant that combined 3 descents into a single, devastating strike. The spiritual energy was enormous. The arena's containment formations groaned under the pressure, and several spectators in the front rows erected personal defensive barriers. Through the golden thread, Lin Yuyan's voice, I'm with you. Through the resonance link, Luo Chen, now. Shen Wei stopped dodging. He stood in the center of the arena, one arm broken, blood on his face, and reached for the golden thread that connected him to Lin Yuyan. Her ice element energy flowed through the thread, cold and precise, merging with his temporal energy in a fusion that neither of them had attempted before. The combined technique erupted from his outstretched right hand, a wave of temporal ice that froze the air between him and Su's triple descent. Not physical ice, temporal ice. A crystallization of time itself, locking the space between them in a frozen moment that trapped Su's technique mid-flight. The descent hung in the air, frozen. Dragon head constructs of compressed chi, motionless, their destructive energy locked in temporal stasis. Su stared. Shen Wei released the frozen technique sideways, redirecting 17 stages of accumulated power into the arena's containment barrier, which absorbed it with a sound like thunder. Then he stepped forward, into the space the frozen descent had occupied, and struck General Su in the chest with a palm coated in pure temporal energy. The strike didn't damage Su's body. It targeted his timer. Shen Wei pushed temporal perception through the contact, reading Su's lifespan structure with the intimacy of a healer examining a patient's meridians. He found the Dragon Emperor's descent damage, the accumulated year and a half of consumed lifespan, and reversed the flow. Instead of the technique consuming Su's years, Shen Wei redirected the consumed years back into the descent's energy, completing the conversion cycle that the technique had started. The effect was not what anyone expected. Su's body spasmed, not with pain, but with the shock of temporal energy rebalancing. His consumed lifespan returned, but the descent's energy cost had to go somewhere. It went into exhaustion, pure, crushing, physical exhaustion that dropped Su to his knees as 18 uses of his most powerful technique caught up with him simultaneously. "I yield," Su gasped, his body shaking with fatigue that should have accumulated over 40 minutes but instead arrived in a single second. His timer was unchanged, 187 years, stable, because Shen Wei hadn't stolen anything. He'd simply returned what the technique had consumed, all at once, and the temporal whiplash of a year and a half of accumulated fatigue hitting simultaneously was enough to end the fight without a single lethal technique. The arena was silent for 3 full seconds. 3 seconds in which 30,000 cultivators processed what they had seen. A nascent Soul Stage 2 cultivator defeating a nascent Soul Stage 9 general, not through superior power, but through superior understanding of the fundamental mechanics of life and death. He had read the general's technique, understood its cost, baited its use, and then turned that cost against its wielder, all without killing, without maiming, without the casual cruelty that characterized most high-level cultivation combat. Shen Wei had won by giving General Su back what his own technique had taken. It was the most merciful victory the Continental Trials had ever seen. Then the arena erupted in sound that was less applause and more collective shock. 30,000 cultivators processing the fact that a nascent Soul Stage 2 cultivator had just defeated a nascent Soul Stage 9 general without landing a conventional blow. Shen Wei stood in the center of the arena, his broken arm throbbing, his face bloody, and looked up at the judge's platform. The black and gold mask inclined forward. Behind it, Shen Wei felt, the ghost of a smile. Chapter 59. The aftermath of the finals was chaos. Officials swarmed the arena. Healers descended on both combatants. The crowd's noise was a physical thing, a wall of sound that pressed against Shen Wei's battered body with almost tangible force. A healer set his broken arm while he sat on the arena's edge, watching the official's platform. The judge had not moved since the match ended. He stood at the platform's edge, mask facing the crowd, hands folded in his sleeves. Waiting. Shen Wei stood. The healer protested. The arm needed more time. The bone was still setting. He ignored her and walked to the center of the arena, where the crowd's attention was focused and the formation arrays ensured his voice would carry to every seat. "I have something to say," Shen Wei announced, and his voice, amplified by the arena's formations, reached 30,000 cultivators simultaneously. About the judge. The crowd noise diminished. The judge's mask turned toward Shen Wei. The judge, the official overseer of these trials, is not a neutral arbiter. He is Wei Changfeng, the last Grand Elder of the Fate Weaver sect, destroyed 500 years ago. He has been serving as an enforcer for an entity called the Bureau of Fate, which controls the mechanisms governing life and death. He was forced into this service under threat of erasure, and he has spent 5 centuries waiting for someone to set him free. The crowd erupted into chaos. Cultivators shouted, argued, demanded clarification. Officials moved toward Shen Wei, uncertain whether to silence him or listen. The judge remained motionless. "The Bureau of Fate is real," Shen Wei continued, his voice cutting through the noise. "It destroyed the Fate Weavers 500 years ago for discovering the truth about death. That lifespans are not natural but written, assigned by a cosmic mechanism called the Loom. The Bureau operates through agents, constructs, and proxies, including lifespan harvesters like Elder Mu Qian and sect leader Bai Xian, who stole years from mortals and cultivators to fuel the Bureau's purposes." Enough. The judge's voice, when it came, was quiet but carried a weight that silenced the arena. He stepped off the official's platform and floated to the arena floor, landing across from Shen Wei with the controlled grace of a being that had existed for half a millennium. "You're exposing us both," the judge said, his voice now private, pitched only for Shen Wei's ears. "The Bureau will respond. Let them." Shen Wei looked at the mask, the black lacquer and gold filigree that had hidden a Fate Weaver elder for 5 centuries. "Take off the mask, Wei Changfeng." A pause. The kind of pause that contains 500 years of accumulated exhaustion, resignation, hope, and terror. The judge raised his hands to the mask. The gold filigree trembled. The lacquer surface, which had been smooth and perfect, developed cracks, thin lines spreading outward from the center, each one a fracture in the facade that had contained a man's true identity for longer than most civilizations lasted. The mask broke. Behind it was an old man's face, ancient, weathered, lined with centuries of service to an entity he hated. His eyes were golden, fate weaver gold, the same color that blazed in Shen Wei's eyes when his timer perception was fully active. "My name is Wei Changfeng," the old man said, and his voice carried across the arena without amplification, carried on the weight of truth spoken after 500 years of enforced silence. "I am the last Grand Elder of the Fate Weavers. I have served the Bureau of Fate for 5 centuries, and I am done." He looked at Shen Wei with eyes that held the particular expression of a prisoner seeing daylight for the first time. "You don't understand," Wei Changfeng whispered, and the words were desperate, urgent, the warning of someone who sees the cage opening and knows what waits outside. "The Bureau isn't coming for you. They're already here." A beam of light descended from the sky. It was not sunlight. It was not spiritual energy. It was something older, colder, more fundamental. A pillar of pure temporal force that reached from the heavens to the arena floor with the precise targeting of a mechanism that had been aimed for a very long time. The beam struck Wei Changfeng. His body shuddered. His golden eyes dimmed. And slowly, molecule by molecule, the last Grand Elder of the Fate Weavers began to dissolve into the light. Recalled by the Bureau, retrieved by the mechanism he had served, taken back to whatever place agents went when their service was no longer useful. "Find the loom," Wei Changfeng gasped, his form flickering. "Write your own ending." "It's the only way." He vanished. The light receded. And for 1 second, one terrifying, universal second, every timer in the arena flickered. Every cultivator, every arbiter, every spectator, every spirit beast in the surrounding ecosystem. Every timer simultaneously blinked off and back on, as though the system that maintained them had hiccuped. The effect was instantaneous and universal. 30,000 people felt their lifespans flicker, felt the momentary absence of the mechanism that measured their existence, and felt it return with a stability that somehow seemed more fragile than before. The message was clear. The Bureau existed. The Bureau controlled the timers. And the Bureau wanted everyone to know that its power extended to every living thing. Panic erupted. Cultivators shouted, demanded explanations, clutched at their own spiritual signatures as though checking for damage. Sect leaders conferred in urgent clusters. The trial's arbiters attempted to restore order, but 30,000 frightened cultivators were not easily calmed. Shen Wei stood in the arena's center, alone, watching the chaos. His timer perception showed him everything. The spike in anxiety-related timer fluctuations, the brief but measurable drop in collective lifespan caused by the stress of the flicker event, and the gradual stabilization as people's natural resilience reasserted itself. The flicker had lasted 1 second. In that second, every living being in the arena had experienced what Shen Wei lived with constantly, the awareness that their lifespan was measured, maintained, and ultimately controlled by something beyond their understanding. For Shen Wei, who had no timer to flicker, the event confirmed something he had suspected. The Bureau's power was real, but not omnipotent. The flicker had been a display of force, not an exercise of it. If the Bureau could simply erase every timer at will, it would have done so rather than sending warnings and agents. The flicker was a threat because threats were cheaper than action. The Keeper of Endings was powerful, but it was also constrained, and constraints could be exploited. Lin Yuyan found him in the aftermath, pushing through the crowd with ice element composure that parted the chaos around her like a bow wave through water. She took his hand, and the golden thread pulsed between them, warm, steady, a lifeline in the cosmic turbulence. "The Bureau showed its hand," she said, and in doing so, showed its limits. Shen Wei squeezed her hand. "The Keeper can flicker timers. It can recall agents. But it can't simply erase me. If it could, it would have done so long ago." "What does that mean?" "It means the blank space above my head isn't just an absence. It's armor. Whatever my parents did when they unregistered me, they didn't just hide me from the system. They made me resistant to it." Through the golden thread, he felt her understanding settle into place alongside his own. Two perspectives, shared through a connection that no Bureau could sever. They were still standing together, hands clasped, when Zhao Kang and Luo Chen reached them. Zhao Kang's expression was grim but resolute. Luo Chen's flickering timer had stabilized, 47 years, holding steady, the good branch confirmed. "The declaration of war changes everything," Zhao Kang said. The Yin Empire's timer reader army. If that's real, it's real, Shen Wei said. I could feel it during the Su fight. His techniques carried traces of artificial temporal energy, similar to what Bai Xin used, but cruder, mass-produced. The Yin Emperor has found a way to replicate timer reading through alchemy. An army that can see death coming, Luo Chen murmured. That's an unbeatable strategic advantage. Unless the other side has the original. They looked at Shen Wei. He looked at the sky, at the threads of fate stretching upward from 30,000 cultivators, converging on the distant loom. Then we go to war, he said. And we win it. The four of them stood together on the arena's edge, Shen Wei with his blank timer, Lin Yuyan with her cursed countdown, Zhao Kang with his steady 60 years, Luo Chen with his flickering probability. For people bound by alliance, by friendship, by love, by blood, each carrying their own relationship with time, one who couldn't see his own, one whose was being stolen, one whose was honestly earned, and one whose existed in quantum superposition. Against an empire, against the Bureau, against the keeper of endings itself. The odds were not in their favor. But the odds, Shen Wei had learned, were measured by the loom. And the loom had never been able to measure him. Chapter 60. The heavenly Dao fruit was presented to Shen Wei in a ceremony that was equal parts celebration and controlled panic. The ceremony itself was formal. The trial's organizing board had not anticipated the day's events, and their carefully prepared presentation of the prize to the champion proceeded with the surreal normality of an institution following protocol while the world shifted around it. Arbiters in formal robes presented the prize case. Officials made speeches about merit and achievement. The audience, still rattled by the timer flicker, applauded with the distracted enthusiasm of people who were processing trauma while trying to enjoy a celebration. The fruit itself was a luminous sphere the size of a fist, golden white, radiating temporal energy, so pure that holding it made Shen Wei's timer perception sing. It contained the accumulated spiritual energy of an ancient formation, a treasure that appeared once per decade, capable of accelerating a cultivator's advancement by an entire major realm. When Shen Wei held it, the temporal energy inside resonated with his own, the fruit's energy and his blank timer's connection vibrating at the same frequency, like two instruments tuned to the same note. He could feel the fruit's potential. It was not raw power, it was condensed time. Decades of accumulated temporal energy, compressed into a sphere no larger than a peach, carrying the distilled essence of thousands of natural lifespan cycles that the arena's formations had collected over their centuries of existence. He consumed it in the arena, in front of 30,000 witnesses, because privacy was no longer an option and hiding was no longer a strategy. If the Bureau wanted to observe his advancement, let them. If the cultivation world wanted to witness his transformation, let them watch. The breakthrough was immediate and violent. Core Formation Stage 7 through Nascent Soul Stage 3, the fruit's energy, combined with his existing cultivation base, crashed through barriers like water through paper. His nascent soul expanded, matured, and the timer ability evolved to a degree that left him gasping. Nascent Soul Stage 3. He could now see not just timers and death visions, but the threads of fate connecting all living things. Visible, tangible lines of temporal energy stretching between every person in the arena, connecting them to each other and to something vast and distant above. The threads converged upward, through the arena's enchanted ceiling, through the sky, through the atmosphere and beyond. Every thread of fate stretched toward a single point, a cosmic destination that Shen Wei could sense but not see. The loom, where deaths were written, where timers were assigned, where the mechanism that governed all life operated in the silence between stars. The vision lasted only seconds, his perception snapping back to normal range as his nascent soul stabilized. But in those seconds, he had seen the architecture of existence. Every living thing was connected. Every timer was a thread, and every thread was woven by something that sat at the center of the cosmic web, writing endings with the patience of an entity that had been doing it since the beginning of time. The blank space above his head pulsed, not with a timer, not with a death vision, but with something else entirely. A warmth, a recognition, as though the source of all timers had felt him looking and had looked back, and what it had seen had provoked something that wasn't quite anger and wasn't quite fear but existed in the space between recognition and response. He had touched the edge of something immense, and the immensity had noticed. The arena's reaction to his breakthrough was a mixture of awe and alarm. Nascent Soul Stage 3, achieved by a 19-year-old who had been at Core Formation 6 months ago, was a rate of advancement that bordered on legendary. Combined with his tournament victory, his public exposure of the Bureau, and the timer flicker that had shaken every cultivator present, Shen Wei had become something that the cultivation world couldn't ignore. He was, for better or worse, the most famous young cultivator on the continent. And fame, in a world where powerful entities operated in shadow, was both a shield and a target. As the arena began to empty and the trials officially concluded, a messenger arrived from the northeast. A military courier, riding a spirit beast mount at full speed, bearing the seal of the Northern Yin Empire. The message was short. The Northern Yin Empire declares war on the Southern Alliance. The sovereign Yin Emperor has created an army of timer readers. Surrender Shen Wei, or face annihilation. Shen Wei read the message twice. The words were simple, their implications enormous. The Northern Yin Empire, the largest military power on the continent, backed by resources that dwarfed any single sect or alliance, had declared war on the Southern Alliance, which included the Azure Crane sect's territory and every civilian population within it. And the declaration came with a specific demand: surrender Shen Wei. He looked at the messenger's timer, 14 years, a professional soldier who would survive the coming war. The man's death vision showed old age in a military hospital, decades of service ahead. He was a career soldier, not a zealot, and his eyes held the weary professionalism of someone delivering a message he wished he didn't have to carry. The sovereign Yin Emperor requires a response within 30 days, the messenger said. After that, his forces will advance on the southern territories. Thank you, Shen Wei said. You may return to your emperor and tell him that the Southern Alliance will respond through formal channels. The messenger nodded, mounted his spirit beast, and departed. Shen Wei watched him go, tracking the timer until it disappeared over the horizon. Zhao Kang was at his side within minutes. The Yin Emperor has created artificial timer readers. An army of them. We confirmed it through the Su fight. The general's techniques carried artificial temporal signatures. Manufactured from what source? That's what we need to find out. Artificial timer reading requires a fragment of Fate Weaver ability. We know that from Bai Xian, who consumed a descendant to gain his crude sight. The Yin Emperor would need a larger source to mass-produce the ability for an army. A larger source, like a Fate Weaver relic, or a captured descendant, or... Shen Wei stopped. The fragment of Shen Ling's ability that he'd absorbed from Bai Xian's remains, his cousin's consumed power. If Bai Xian had gained crude timer reading from consuming one descendant, what could an emperor gain from a more systematic approach? We need to investigate the source, Shen Wei said. And we need to prepare for war, both at the same time. Lin Yuyan joined them, her ice element composure firmly in place despite the stress of the day. My clan has military alliances with 3 other major families in the southern territories. I can mobilize defensive coordination within 2 weeks. Luo Chun appeared from the competitor's quarters, his flickering timer cycling through values that all trended longer, the good branch holding. The probability branches for the war show a wide spread. In the timelines where the Southern Alliance acts early and decisively, casualties are minimized. In the timelines where they hesitate, the Yin Army's timer reader advantage is devastating. Then we don't hesitate, Shen Wei said. He looked northeast, toward the distant empire whose ruler had found a way to replicate his ability. The war would be brutal. An army that could predict casualties before battles began, that could see the strategic implications of every engagement through the lens of temporal knowledge. Against such a force, conventional military strategy was useless. Only someone who understood the timer ability from its source could counter its artificial imitation. The war was coming. The Bureau was watching. The Keeper was waiting. And somewhere above the sky, the loom continued its eternal work of writing endings for every living thing. Except Shen Wei, whose ending had never been written, and who was beginning to suspect that the absence above his head was not a flaw in the system, but the reason the system was afraid. Chapter 61. The war drums reached Azure Crane City on a morning of iron-gray clouds, and every timer in Shen Wei's perception trembled. Not literally. The timers continued their steady countdown as they always had. But the ambient temporal energy of the region shifted, destabilized by the collective anxiety of millions of people who had just learned that the most powerful military force on the continent was marching toward them. Fear shortened lifespans. Stress compressed timers. The net effect was measurable. Across the Southern Alliance's territory, average life expectancy dropped by approximately 6 months as the population absorbed the news of war. 6 months. Millions of people, each losing half a year to fear alone, before a single arrow was fired. Shen Wei stood on the Azure Crane Sect's observation platform and watched the threads of fate stretch northeast toward the advancing Yin army. His nascent soul stage 3 perception could see the threads from here, thousands of golden lines connecting the Southern Alliance's population to their eventual deaths, and a growing number of those deaths now showed battlefield violence rather than the peaceful endings they'd previously predicted. The war was rewriting futures, changing death visions, transforming the quiet timers of farmers and merchants and children into the shortened, violence-edged countdowns of a population under siege. The Yin army crossed the Red River 3 days ago, Zhao Kang reported, striding onto the platform with a military dispatch in his hand. His own timer, 61 years now, shortened by the stress of command, burned with the steady amber of a man who had accepted risk and was managing it rather than fearing it. 40,000 soldiers, organized in 12 divisions. 3 divisions are led by artificial timer readers. 3 divisions. How many readers per division? Intelligence suggests approximately 50 per division. 150 artificial timer readers, able to predict casualties, assess enemy strength, and anticipate tactical movements. 150 crude imitations of Shen Wei's ability, deployed as strategic weapons across a military force of 40,000. The numbers were staggering, not because of the readers themselves, but because of what they represented. The sovereign Yin Emperor had industrialized the Fate Weaver ability, turning a rare, deeply personal perception into a mass-produced military tool. What do we know about the artificial reader's capabilities? Shen Wei asked. From the captured soldier you examined after the trials, crude number reading only. No death visions, no causal chains, no temporal manipulation. They see timers as approximate values, accurate to within months rather than seconds. And the ability is consuming them. Every reader's own lifespan is being shortened by the artificial eyes operation. How quickly? The captured soldier had lost approximately 8 years since the artificial eye was implanted. If the rate is consistent, most readers will be dead within 5 to 10 years regardless of combat casualties. Shen Wei's jaw tightened. The Yin Emperor wasn't just weaponizing the timer ability. He was weaponizing his own soldiers, burning their lifespans as fuel for a strategic advantage they wouldn't live to enjoy. The artificial readers were disposable tools, their lives a calculated cost in the Emperor's ledger. We need to counter their advantage, Shen Wei said. The artificial readers give the Yin army precognition. They can predict which soldiers will die in which formations and restructure accordingly. Against standard tactics, that's unbeatable. But you can see more than they can, Lin Yuyan said, joining them on the platform. Her timer glowed steady through the golden thread. 3 years, stable, and her expression held the cold determination of someone who understood that the war was personal in ways beyond politics. Your sight is full spectrum. You see death visions, causal chains, exact timers. Their readers see approximations. Which means I need to be at the front, Shen Wei said. The Southern Alliance's generals will never agree to placing a nascent Soul Stage 3 cultivator in a strategic command position, Zhao Kang said. You're too young, too untested in military operations, and too valuable as a cultivator to risk in the field. Then we convince them. Convince them how? Zhao Kang asked. The Alliance's generals have been fighting wars since before you learned to walk. They're not going to hand command authority to an inner disciple based on a tournament victory. They'll hand it over when I show them what I can see. Shen Wei walked to the platform's railing and looked down at the sect's training grounds, where outer disciples were running formation drills in preparation for conscription. Their timers floated above them. Years, decades, the long, healthy lives of young people who didn't yet know that the mathematics of war was about to shorten those numbers. Every soldier in our army carries a countdown above their head, Shen Wei said. I can see which formations produce the fewest casualties. I can identify which soldiers will die in which positions and restructure the units to avoid those deaths. I can read the enemy's artificial timer readers through their corrupted temporal energy and anticipate their tactical adjustments before they make them. You're describing a god's eye view of a battlefield, Zhao Kang said. I'm describing what I actually see. Every time I look at a person, I see the future of their death. In a military context, that's not a gift, it's a strategic weapon. The only question is whether the generals are pragmatic enough to use it. Lin Yuyan, who had been listening silently, spoke. There's another question, the one nobody's asking. She turned to face them, her ice element composure carrying an edge that Shen Wei had learned to recognize as carefully controlled anger. What happens to you when you spend every day watching soldiers die? When you carry the timers of 80,000 people in your perception and watch the numbers drop in real time as they're cut down on a battlefield? The question landed in the silence between them like a stone in still water. I'll manage, Shen Wei said. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. Chapter 62 Convincing the Southern Alliance's military leadership required a demonstration. Shen Wei, accompanied by Zhao Kang and a delegation of Azure Crane Sect officers, traveled to the Alliance's military headquarters. a fortified complex in the Central Plains where generals from a dozen sects and clans coordinated the continental defense. The headquarters hummed with urgency, messengers arriving and departing at all hours, formation specialists reinforcing defensive arrays, supply officers managing logistics for an army of 80,000 mobilizing against the Yin advance. The commanding general was a woman named Deng Zhilan, Core Formation Stage 9, veteran of 3 border wars, with a timer reading 14 years that showed a battlefield death she had long accepted. She was 60, hard-featured, and possessed of the particular impatience of someone who had been fighting wars since before Shen Wei was born and didn't appreciate unsolicited strategic advice from teenagers. "You want a command position," Deng Zhilan said, not quite making it a question. "I want to demonstrate what I can do," Shen Wei said. "Give me 1 division, 1 engagement, and 1 day. If the results are convincing, you give me strategic command of the Alliance's forces. If they're not, I'll serve as a regular cultivator in whatever capacity you assign." Deng Zhilan studied him with the evaluating eye of a woman who had assessed 1,000 young cultivators and correctly predicted the majority of their failures. The trial's champion. The one who beat General Su. The same. Su was an impressive opponent. Beating him speaks well of your combat abilities. But combat and command are different skills. A man who can fight isn't necessarily a man who can lead. Let me show you what I can see. Shen Wei expanded his timer perception to encompass the entire headquarters complex. Thousands of soldiers, officers, support staff, each carrying their timer, their death vision, their causal chain. The information flooded his awareness, and he filtered it with the practiced efficiency of months of training. Your Western Division's 3rd Battalion has 17 soldiers whose timers suggest death within the next 2 weeks, Shen Wei said, scanning the complex's population. 14 of those deaths are combat-related. They'll die in the first engagement if deployed in their current formation. The other 3 are illness-related and need medical attention immediately. Deng Zhilan's expression didn't change. "You can see their deaths? I can see their remaining lifespan, the manner of their death, and the causal chain leading to it. For the 14 combat deaths, I can identify the specific tactical scenario that kills them. Flanking attack from the northeast, exploiting a gap in the formation between 3rd and 4th squads. If you reinforce that gap or rotate the vulnerable soldiers to rear positions, their timers extend by years." "Prove it." Shen Wei named the 17 soldiers. Deng Zhilan had her officers check. The 3 illness cases were confirmed by medical examination within the hour. The 14 combat deaths couldn't be verified without the engagement occurring, but the specificity of the predictions, which soldiers, which formation gap, which direction of attack, was detailed enough to be tested in a war game simulation. The simulation ran the next morning. Deng Zhilan's tactical staff recreated the predicted scenario, 3rd Battalion in standard formation against a simulated flanking attack from the northeast. The results matched Shen Wei's prediction. The gap between 3rd and 4th squads collapsed under flanking pressure, and the simulation designated 14 casualties in positions that corresponded exactly to the soldiers Shen Wei had identified. Deng Zhilan restructured the formation according to Shen Wei's recommendation and ran the simulation again. 0 casualties. "You can do this for the entire army?" Deng Zhilan asked, her voice carefully neutral. "I can see every soldier's timer. I can identify the scenarios that lead to their deaths and recommend formations that avoid those scenarios. I can't guarantee 0 casualties. Timers change with circumstances, and the enemy's artificial readers give them their own predictive capability. But I can dramatically reduce our losses." A long silence. "Then, you have your command position. Don't make me regret it." Chapter 63. The heavenly Dao fruit's effects continued to manifest as Shen Wei prepared for war. His cultivation, already accelerated by the Fate Weaver techniques, surged toward the next breakthrough with an urgency that mirrored the military situation. Spirit severing came on the eve of the first major battle. The breakthrough was different from previous ones. Core formation to nascent soul had been a qualitative leap, the formation of a spiritual soul within the Dantian. Nascent soul to spirit severing was something else entirely, a severing of the cultivator's dependence on external spiritual energy, creating a self-sustaining cultivation system that could operate independently of environmental qi. The process was violent. The heavenly Dao fruits accumulated energy, which had been integrating slowly with his cultivation base since the continental trials, reached critical mass during a nighttime meditation session. Shen Wei felt the barrier between nascent soul and spirit severing not as a wall, but as a membrane. Thin, permeable, already weakened by the fruit's energy and his own accelerated advancement. He pushed through it. The membrane tore, and what lay beyond was a space of absolute clarity. as though every previous cultivation level had been a room lit by candles, and spirit severing was the moment someone opened the curtains and let in the sun. His nascent soul, the semi-independent spiritual entity within his dantian, underwent a transformation. It shed its dependence on external qi, becoming a closed system that generated its own spiritual energy through temporal recycling, a fate weaver innovation that used the flow of time itself as fuel. His cultivation would now advance regardless of environmental conditions, independent of spirit stones or cultivation grounds, or any external resource. He was, in the most literal sense, self-sustaining. A cultivator who needed nothing but time to grow stronger. And time, for a man with a blank timer, was the one resource that might be infinite. For Shen Wei, spirit severing meant severing his perception's dependence on proximity. His timer sight, which had previously required him to be within a certain range of his targets, now operated through the threads of fate themselves. He could follow a thread from one person to another, tracing connections across distances that ranged from miles to, in the case of particularly strong connections, continents. And the ability evolved again. At spirit severing, he could see the threads of fate connecting all living things. The transition happened during meditation. One moment, his perception showed the familiar landscape of timers and death visions, and the next, a new layer appeared, overlaying the world like a second sky. The threads were visible to his golden eyes with a clarity that was almost unbearable, each one a line of pure temporal energy, stretching between every living thing in his perception range, forming a web so dense and interconnected that individual threads were almost impossible to distinguish from the collective glow. He spent the first hour after the breakthrough simply staring. The threads were not random. They followed patterns, creating structures that repeated at different scales. Families were connected by thick bundles of threads, each strand representing a shared experience, a shared emotion, a shared moment of life that linked parent to child, sibling to sibling, lover to lover. Communities were connected by thinner threads, the webs of casual interaction, shared space, mutual dependence that bound people who lived near each other into something greater than proximity. And all of it, every thread, every connection, every shining line of temporal energy, converged upward, toward the sky, toward the distant mechanism that governed all of it. Not metaphorically, literally. Visible lines of temporal energy stretching between every person in his perception, connecting family members, friends, enemies, strangers whose lives would intersect in ways they couldn't predict. The threads formed a web, a vast, incomprehensibly complex network of connections that overlaid the physical world like a second reality visible only to his golden eyes. The web was beautiful. It was also terrifying, because the threads converged, all of them, every single connection between every living thing, on a single point. A point that existed beyond the sky, beyond the physical world, in a dimension that Shen Wei could sense but not yet reach. The loom. He could see it now, not clearly. His spirit-severing perception was strong, but not yet at the level required to perceive the loom directly. But he could see the convergence point, feel the gravitational pull of the cosmic structure that anchored every thread, and understand, with a clarity that previous cultivation levels hadn't provided, that the loom was not just a mechanism. It was alive. The loom was maintained, operated, tended, controlled, by something that had intention. Not the random processes of a natural phenomenon, but the deliberate actions of an intelligence. The threads were not randomly woven. They were authored. Each connection was a decision made by the entity at the loom's center, the keeper of endings. And the keeper's threads extended to something else, something massive and dark, coiled around the base of the loom like a shadow wrapped around a candle. The Yin Emperor's artificial timer readers were connected to this shadow. Their crude ability wasn't an independent creation. It was parasitic, drawing power from something that was itself drawing power from the loom. The Yin Emperor's artificial eyes are connected to the loom, Shen Wei told his alliance. Not directly, through an intermediary. Something attached to the loom that the Emperor has found a way to tap. What kind of intermediary? Lin Yuyan asked. I can't see clearly at this distance. But it's large, dark, and it doesn't belong there. It's parasitic, feeding on the loom's output, siphoning temporal energy. The artificial timer readers are extensions of this parasite, creating a network that the Yin Emperor uses for strategic advantage. Can you sever the connection? At spirit severing, I can sever individual threads. But the connection to the parasite is complex, hundreds of threads woven together. Severing them one by one during combat is possible, but time-consuming. Then we need to find the source, Zhao Kang said. The parasite itself. Cut it off at the root. Chapter 60 For the first battle of the war was fought on the Red River Plains, a vast expanse of grassland where the Yin army's numerical advantage should have been decisive. 80,000 Southern Alliance soldiers faced 40,000 Yin troops. The numbers favored the Alliance, but the Yan's artificial timer readers gave them a strategic edge that made numbers less relevant. They could predict casualties, identify weak points in the Alliance's formations, and adjust their tactics in real time based on temporal intelligence. Against this advantage, Shen Wei deployed his own. He stood on a ridge overlooking the plains. His spirit-severing perception expanded to encompass the entire battlefield. 80,000 Alliance timers glowed on his left. 40,000 Yin timers burned on his right. The threads of fate connecting them, the interactions, the strikes, the deaths, formed a web of golden light that only he could see. Through his perception, the battle was a chess game played in lifespan. Each formation change shifted timers. Each tactical decision altered death probabilities. He could see, in real time, the cascade of consequences that every order produced. Move a division left, and their timers extend by months. Hold a position too long, and a flanking maneuver creates a death corridor that consumes hundreds. The visual was overwhelming. 80,000 amber gold timers on his left, 40,000 on his right, each one fluctuating with every footstep, every sword swing, every formation adjustment. The death visions played in overlapping sequences, 1,000 possible deaths, each one connected to the tactical decisions being made in this moment, each one changeable if the right order was given at the right time. He had to see all of it, process all of it, decide all of it, and do it faster than the artificial readers on the other side could adapt. The pressure was unlike anything he'd experienced, not the physical pressure of cultivation breakthroughs or the emotional pressure of personal loss, but the cognitive pressure of carrying 80,000 lives in his awareness and knowing that every second of delay, every suboptimal decision, every miscalculation would cost some of those lives. He compartmentalized. Each section of the battlefield became a discrete calculation, timers in, formation options out, optimal configuration selected. He processed sectors in parallel, using the Fate Weaver technique's perception management to split his awareness into multiple streams, each one handling a portion of the battlefield independently. It worked. Not perfectly. There were gaps, moments where two sectors demanded simultaneous attention and one had to wait. But the system was functional, and the orders that emerged from it were better than anything conventional military intelligence could produce. He began issuing orders. 3rd Division, shift left by 200 yards. 4th Division, hold position but rotate the front line to the reserves. 7th Division, advance to the creek bed and hold. The terrain advantage there extends their timers by 3 years average. The orders flowed through the command chain, translated by Zhao Kang into military language that the Alliance's generals could implement. Deng Zhilan, watching from the command tent, observed the results with the sharp eyes of a veteran who knew what impossible looked like. The results were staggering. In the first hour, the Alliance's casualties were 87 soldiers. The Yan's projected casualties for the same period, based on their timer readers' predictions, had been over 2,000. Shen Wei's full-spectrum perception, applied at strategic scale, was neutralizing the Yan's advantage and then some. But the Yin commanders adapted. Their artificial readers, sensing the unexpected shift in predicted casualties, recalibrated. The Yin divisions restructured, probing the Alliance's lines for weaknesses that Shen Wei's sight might miss. They found one. The Alliance's supply line, a column of wagons and support personnel stretching 3 miles behind the front lines, was lightly defended. Shen Wei's timer perception focused on combat personnel, and the supply column's timers, being non-combatants, didn't register as high-priority threats. A Yin division, guided by their artificial readers' predictions that the supply column's destruction would create cascading failures in the Alliance's combat effectiveness, struck the column at noon. Shen Wei saw it, but 3 seconds too late. The Yin division's attack was faster than his perception could relay through the command chain, and 3 seconds of delay translated to 200 supply personnel caught in the open. Their timers plummeted. Shen Wei watched helplessly as 200 numbers dropped. Not to 0, not instantly, but dramatically, the non-combatants' long lifespans compressing to months or weeks as injuries and exposure took their toll. He saved most of them. A redirected Alliance division cut off the Yin attack within minutes, and the supply column's casualties were limited to 31 dead and 67 injured. But the experience was searing. 3 seconds of delay, 200 lives threatened, 31 lost. The battle continued through the afternoon. The Yin army, despite losing the supply column gambit, pressed their attack with the disciplined tenacity of a professional military force. The artificial timer readers, while unable to match Shen Wei's full-spectrum perception, provided enough tactical intelligence to make the Yin divisions dangerously adaptive. Shen Wei found himself locked in a chess match across a landscape of blood and steel. Every formation adjustment he made, the Yin readers partially countered. Every tactical innovation he introduced, they analyzed and adapted to within minutes. The artificial reader's crude perception was like a blurred copy of his own sight, unable to match his resolution but fast enough to track his adjustments in near real time. The key advantage was his depth vision. The artificial readers could see timers, approximate lifespans, general survival probabilities. But they couldn't see how people would die. Shen Wei could, and the manner of death contained information that no number could convey. The specific direction of a killing blow, the exact formation gap that would be exploited, the particular moment when a soldier's attention would waver and leave them vulnerable. He used this advantage ruthlessly. Each formation change was designed not just to minimize casualties, but to create the specific scenarios that the artificial readers couldn't predict, flanking movements that appeared suicidal by the numbers, but were actually safe because the death visions showed the Yin soldiers in those positions dying to friendly fire confusion rather than alliance attacks. Tactical withdrawals that looked like retreats, but actually drew Yin divisions into terrain where their own timer readers would provide contradictory data. The mental strain was enormous. Managing 80,000 timers simultaneously, cross-referencing death visions with tactical scenarios, and processing the emotional weight of watching every death occur exactly as he'd predicted. All of it compressed into hours of sustained cognitive effort that left him physically trembling and spiritually drained. By mid-afternoon, the Yin commanders recognized the pattern. Their assault shifted from conventional engagement to a targeted strike against the command structure, specifically, the source of the ghost tactics that were neutralizing their reader advantage. 3 Yin divisions converged on the Alliance's command ridge, using their artificial readers to identify the temporal energy signature that was directing the enemy's impossible formations. Shen Wei felt them coming. 3 divisions, 15,000 soldiers, their artificial readers' sickly green threads converging on his position like arrows on a target. He had perhaps 20 minutes before the assault reached the ridge. He used those 20 minutes to end the battle. By reading the Yin division's timers as they advanced, he identified the commanders, the officers whose deaths would cause the most tactical disruption. He directed surgical strikes against those specific individuals, not killing them, but using alliance cultivators to incapacitate the Yin officers at the exact moments when their deaths or absence would create cascading failures in the chain of command. 7 officers. 7 precisely timed incapacitations. The Yin advance faltered, stalled, and collapsed into disorganized retreat as the command structure that coordinated 15,000 soldiers was dismantled in less than 3 minutes. The battle ended at dusk with a nominal alliance victory. Yin forces retreated across the Red River, leaving behind 700 dead. Alliance losses, 412. In any conventional battle, these numbers would have been considered remarkably low. But Shen Wei, who had seen every one of those 412 timers reach zero, who had felt each death through his expanded perception like a needle driven into his awareness, did not consider the day of victory. He sat in the command tent after dark, surrounded by maps and jade-slip communications and the ambient noise of an army settling in for the night, and looked at the threads of fate stretching northward from 412 recently severed endpoints. "You saved thousands today," Lin Yuyan said, sitting beside him. Her timer glowed steady through their thread. "Without your perception, casualties would have been 10 times worse. I lost 412 people. The Yin lost 700. I'm not comparing scores. 412 people are dead because my perception was 3 seconds too slow." She took his hand. The golden thread pulsed. Through the connection, she felt what he felt. The weight of 412 deaths, each one a universe of unrealized potential, each one a timer that had reached zero while he watched. "If you carry every death as a personal failure," she said gently, "you'll break. And then everyone dies. I'm not going to break. Promise me." He looked at her, at the 4-year curse and the 3-year reprieve, at the ice element composure and the warmth beneath it, at the silver blue eyes that had seen his ability and chosen to love the man behind it. And he said, "I promise." It was the first promise he'd made since the lightning strike that he knew he could keep. Not because the blank space above his head guaranteed invulnerability. It didn't, and he'd long since stopped assuming it did. But because the promise wasn't about not breaking. It was about what he did when the cracks appeared. He would carry the 412, and the 700 on the other side, and the thousands who would come after, in the battles that the war demanded. Each one a timer, he would watch reach zero while commanding formations from a ridge. He would carry them because that was the weight of the ability he'd been given, not just the power to see death, but the responsibility to witness it, to honor it, to remember every single life that ended under his watch. The blank space above his head was not armor against grief. It was permission to grieve indefinitely, because a man with no timer could carry unlimited sorrow without running out of time to process it. Lin Yuyan lay beside him in the darkness of the command tent, her timer glowing faintly through their golden thread. 3 years, still counting, still consuming, still held at bay by the temporal energy he poured into her through their connection. Her breathing was steady, her hand warm in his, her presence a reminder that among the million timers he carried, there were some that burned not with the cold light of professional obligation, but with the warm gold of love. The war won't last forever, she murmured, half asleep. Nothing lasts forever. That's what makes it matter. Profound for 3 in the morning. I've had practice. She smiled without opening her eyes, and the golden thread between them pulsed once. Warm, certain, alive. A connection that the loom hadn't written, that the keeper hadn't predicted, that existed because 2 people had chosen it and continued to choose it every day, despite everything. Chapter 65. The Southern Alliance's military council appointed Shen Wei as strategic commander after the Red River engagement. The promotion was unprecedented, a 19-year-old cultivator at spirit-severing stage, holding authority over generals 3 times his age and at higher cultivation levels. The appointment was controversial, contested, and ultimately implemented because the alternative was continuing to lose soldiers at rates the Alliance couldn't sustain. Shen Wei's command style was unlike anything the Alliance's military tradition had seen. He didn't give orders based on tactical theory or military doctrine. He gave orders based on timers. Each morning before an engagement, he scanned the army. Every soldier, every officer, every support staff member. He identified the individuals whose timers showed imminent danger and restructured formations to move them to safer positions. He identified the Yin divisions where the enemy soldiers had the shortest timers, indicating they would take the heaviest casualties in the coming engagement, and directed the Alliance's attacks against those units. The effect was devastating. In the second engagement, Alliance casualties dropped to 143. In the third, to 67. By the fifth battle, the Yin army's commanders recognized that their numerical and strategic advantages were being systematically neutralized by a factor they couldn't identify or counter. They know something is wrong, Deng Zhilan reported. The Yin generals are calling it ghost tactics, formations that shouldn't work but consistently produce impossible casualty ratios. Can they trace the source? Their artificial readers detect an unusual temporal signature in our command structure, your signature. They know you're the variable, but they can't counter you because your perception outclasses their crude readings by orders of magnitude. The Yin generals tried 3 more approaches over the following weeks. First, they concentrated all their artificial readers into a single division, creating a super unit with 150 readers providing overlapping timer coverage. Shen Wei countered by directing his forces to avoid the super unit entirely, engaging the now reader-blind regular divisions with devastating efficiency. Second, they deployed the readers as forward observers rather than embedded tactical assets, positioning them behind the front lines to provide strategic intelligence without exposing them to direct combat. Shen Wei countered by reading the observers' communication threads, the spiritual energy transmissions between readers and commanders, and introducing misinformation by subtly adjusting the temporal energy patterns in the observer's perception range. Third, and most dangerously, they tried to assassinate Shen Wei directly. 3 separate teams, each at nascent soul realm or above, infiltrated the Alliance's rear areas and approached the command position. Shen Wei detected them through their timers. Assassins with suicide mission profiles showed distinct temporal patterns, their death visions converging on the near future with unusual clarity. He intercepted 2 teams personally. The third was stopped by Zhao Kang, whose combat abilities had advanced to Foundation Establishment Stage 8 during the war, the stress and intensity of combat driving his cultivation forward. The war ground into a stalemate. The Yin army couldn't advance without catastrophic losses. The Alliance couldn't push them back without risking the timer reader divisions in open engagement. Both sides settled into fortified positions along the Red River, and the war became a waiting game. Shen Wei used the lull to investigate the Yin Emperor's artificial timer operation. But the lull affected him in ways he hadn't anticipated. The battlefield deaths, 412 Alliance soldiers, 700 Yen, lingered in his perception, not as numbers or statistics, but as memories. His spirit-severing perception had been active during every death, recording the final moments with a fidelity that standard memory couldn't match. He knew the exact second each person had died. He knew the expression on their faces. He knew the causal chain that had led them to that specific point on that specific field at that specific moment. He dreamed about them, not every night, but often enough that his sleep became fragmented, interrupted by the vivid recollection of a soldier's timer reaching zero while Shen Wei watched from a ridge, unable to intervene because the command chain was 3 seconds too slow. "You're not sleeping," Lin Yuyan said one morning, finding him at the command tense map table at an hour when no reasonable person was awake. His eyes were shadowed, his complexion pale, the signs of chronic sleep deprivation that his cultivation could compensate for physically, but not mentally. "I'm reviewing formations for the next engagement. You're avoiding sleep because you see their deaths when you close your eyes." He looked at her. Through the golden thread, she could feel what he felt. The weight of 412 deaths, each one a small universe of unrealized potential. Each one a timer that had reached zero while he held the illusion of control. "The generals think I'm a weapon," he said. "A strategic asset that translates timer perception into tactical advantage. And they're right. That's exactly what I am. But a weapon doesn't feel. A weapon doesn't remember the face of the man whose timer hit zero because the command chain was 3 seconds too slow. You're not a weapon. You're a man with an impossible ability and a conscience that won't let him use it without caring. Caring is a liability in a war. Caring is the only thing that makes you worth following." She took his hand, and the golden thread pulsed with warmth that cut through the cold of accumulated grief. "Come to bed. Sleep. I'll be there. And when the dreams come, I'll wake you." He slept. She kept her promise. The dreams came. She woke him. And in the small hours of the night, between the battle that had passed and the battle that was coming, two people who measured time differently held each other and found a peace that no timer could count. Chapter 66. The investigation required getting behind enemy lines. This was not a decision made lightly. The military council debated it for 2 days, with General Deng Zhilan arguing forcefully against risking the alliance's greatest strategic asset on a covert operation. "If you're captured, we lose our advantage entirely," Deng Zhilan said. Her core formation stage 9 pressure filling the command tent with the weight of a woman who was accustomed to having her strategic assessments accepted. "Every tactical benefit you provide, the formation optimization, the casualty reduction, the reader counter operations, all of it disappears the moment you cross the river. And every day we don't address the source of the artificial readers, they produce more," Shen Wei countered. "The reader count is increasing. 30 new readers have been deployed since the Red River engagement. At this rate, within 2 months the Yen army will have enough readers to completely counter my advantage. Then we increase our own capabilities. Train more cultivators with temporal techniques. Temporal perception isn't trainable. It requires Fate Weaver bloodline activation. There are 2 people on the continent who have it. Me and Lin Yuyan through the golden thread. We can't produce more. The Yen Emperor can." Deng Zhilan stared at the map table, her jaw working. "How long?" 10 days maximum. Behind enemy lines for 3 days of travel, 2 days at the facility, 3 days return, and 2 days margin for contingency. If you're not back in 10 days, I assume you're dead and adjust the alliance's strategy accordingly. Fair. One more thing. Deng Zhilan met his eyes with the particular intensity of a commander who had sent soldiers to their deaths for 30 years and felt every one. "Don't die. You're too useful." "That might be the kindest thing you've ever said to me, General." It wasn't kindness. It was resource management. Shen Wei, accompanied by Lin Yuyan, Zhao Kang, and a small team of elite cultivators, crossed the Red River at midnight using a combination of concealment formations and temporal energy camouflage. The latter was Shen Wei's innovation. By aligning his temporal energy signature with the ambient background, he became effectively invisible to the artificial reader's crude perception. The technique couldn't hide physical presence, but it disguised the distinctive temporal signature that the Yan's readers were specifically calibrated to detect. The journey behind Yen lines was 3 days of careful movement through enemy territory. The countryside was scarred by the war, fields trampled by marching armies, villages emptied by conscription, roads clogged with supply wagons moving north to south. The timers of the civilians they passed were shortened across the board, the stress and deprivation of wartime compressing lifespans by years. On the second day, they captured a Yen patrol. Among the prisoners was an artificial timer reader, a young woman whose sickly green eyes marked her as one of the Emperor's augmented soldiers. Her own timer read 3 years, 2 months, the artificial ability consuming her from the inside, just as the captured soldier after the trials had described. Shen Wei examined her with his spirit-severing perception, tracing the artificial eye's energy signature back to its source. What he found was worse than he'd imagined. The artificial timer ability was powered by a fragment of genuine Fate Weaver temporal energy, a shard of golden light embedded in the woman's spiritual core, radiating the sickly green of corrupted temporal energy. The shard was connected by a thread to something distant, the same dark mass he'd sensed attached to the loom during his spirit-severing breakthrough. And the shard's temporal signature was familiar, not the corrupted green, the original golden light beneath it. The frequency, the resonance pattern, the specific harmonic of the temporal energy. It was his mother's. Shen Wei's hand trembled on the examination table. The Fate Weaver fragment powering the Yin Emperor's artificial readers was extracted from his mother, Shen Wei, Fate Weaver descendant, killed by Bureau agents 20 years ago. The Bureau hadn't just killed his parents. They'd harvested them, taken the Fate Weaver ability from his mother's body and given it, or sold it, or traded it, to the Yin Emperor as raw material for his artificial eye program. Shen Wei. Lin Yuyan's voice was sharp with concern. She could feel his emotional state through the golden thread, the surge of rage and grief, and the terrible understanding of what had been done to the woman who gave birth to him. I'm all right. He wasn't. But the mission required functioning, and functioning required compartmentalization. He packed the grief into the same place. He kept Tian Shou's death, and Xin Ling's consumption, and the 412 soldiers who had died under his command. The compartment was getting crowded. One day, the weight of accumulated loss would force it open, and he would have to face everything he'd stored there. But not today. Today, the mission required clarity, and clarity required compartmentalization, and compartmentalization required the cold discipline of a man who had been carrying other people's deaths since he was 18 years old. He passed the eye to Lin Yuyan, who examined it with the combined perception of her ice element sight and her thread-enhanced timer reading. Her expression, usually so controlled, cracked when she felt the temporal energy signature, the same frequency as Shen Wei's own ability, the echo of a mother's power in a father's son. This is her, Lin Yuyan whispered. This is your mother's sight. It's what's left of it. Shen Wei took the eye back, cradling it in his palm. The golden light pulsed against his skin, warm, alive, recognizing the temporal energy of the son who had inherited its purpose. The Bureau killed her and gave this to the Emperor. 15 years of use as a military resource. Can you save it? The eye itself, can you restore its temporal energy? Not at my current level. The corruption from the artificial reader process has degraded the original power by half. Restoring it would require. He paused, consulting the Fate Weaver techniques in his memory. Dao Lord level. At minimum, Dao Lord was 2 realms above his current spirit severing. Under normal advancement, that gap would take years. With the Fate Weaver techniques and the Golden Thread's feedback loop, perhaps months. But they didn't have months. The war was consuming resources and lives at a rate that demanded immediate action. Sever the connections first, Lin Yuyan said, her analytical mind cutting through the emotional weight to the tactical core. Shut down the artificial readers. Deal with the eye's restoration later. She was right. The mission was the readers. The eye's restoration was a personal matter that the war couldn't afford to prioritize. But Shen Wei held his mother's eye in his palm and felt the warmth of her sight against his skin, and something in him made a silent vow. He would restore it. Not today, not this week, but before his journey was over. He would give his mother's power back its full strength, even if the woman who had wielded it was 20 years gone. Chapter 67 Lin Yuyan's breakthrough to nascent soul happened during a skirmish on the 3rd day behind enemy lines. The Yin patrol they'd captured had triggered an alert. Reinforcements converged on their position, and what was supposed to be a stealth infiltration became a running battle through enemy territory. 3 Yin squads, each led by an artificial timer reader, pursued them through a river valley, using the crude timer reading to anticipate their movements and cut off escape routes. Shen Wei's full-spectrum perception countered the pursuit. He could see the Yin soldiers' timers and death visions with perfect clarity, predicting their movements before they made them. But he couldn't fight and predict simultaneously. The cognitive load of managing combat and strategic perception was at his limit. Lin Yuyan filled the gap. The golden thread between them, which had been carrying temporal energy for months, now served as a tactical communication channel. Through the thread, Shen Wei fed her raw timer data, enemy positions, threat levels, attack trajectories, and she translated it into ice element combat techniques with a speed and precision that standard communication couldn't match. She was brilliant. Her ice techniques, informed by timer perception, became surgically precise. She froze specific soldiers at specific moments, creating gaps in the pursuit that the team exploited to break free. She locked down entire squads with formation ice that targeted the Yin soldiers with the shortest remaining timer values, those most likely to die in the engagement, rendering them combat ineffective without killing them. And in the heat of the battle, with temporal energy flowing through the golden thread at volumes neither of them had tested, Lin Yuyan broke through. Nascent Soul Stage 1. The breakthrough was explosive, a detonation of ice element chi combined with temporal energy that flash froze everything within a 100-foot radius. Yin soldiers, trees, river water, the very air, all of it crystallized in an instant of absolute cold. The pursuit ended. The frozen Yin soldiers would thaw in an hour, unharmed but disoriented. The team used the window to disappear into the northern forest. Lin Yuyan's timer shifted with the breakthrough. The golden thread, now connected to a nascent soul-level spiritual core, carried more temporal energy than before. The curse's consumption was still active, but the thread's replacement rate increased proportionally. Her timer stabilized at 3 years, for months, a small but meaningful increase. More significantly, her timer perception strengthened. At nascent soul, connected through the golden thread to Shen Wei's spirit-severing sight, she could now see timers at full resolution. Not just numbers, but depth visions, causal chains, the complete temporal profile of every living thing within her perception range. I can see everything, she said, standing in the frozen aftermath of her breakthrough, ice crystals sublimating around her in a halo of mist. Her silver blue eyes held a new depth, the particular quality of someone who has just gained a sense they didn't previously possess. The numbers, the death visions, all of it, only in my presence, Shen Wei cautioned. The golden thread requires proximity. Then I stay close. She looked at him with eyes that now shared his burden, the weight of seeing every death, every ending, every countdown. We carry this together. The breakthrough changed the dynamics of their partnership. Previously, Lin Yuyan had been a combatant who occasionally received timer data through the golden thread. Now she was a full partner, a timer reader in her own right, limited by proximity, but capable of independent analysis within Shen Wei's range. They developed a shared combat language, shorthand signals that communicated timer data without words. A touch on the left arm meant short timer approaching from the left. 2 taps on the shoulder meant enemy cultivation higher than displayed. A squeeze of the hand meant, I love you. And also there's a flanking attack in 3 seconds. The last signal was used more often than either of them had expected. Zhao Kang, watching their coordination develop, observed that their combat partnership was the most seamless he'd ever witnessed. You move like one person with 2 bodies. It's unsettling. The golden thread carries emotional state as well as temporal energy, Lin Yuyan explained. We feel each other's intentions before they become actions. In combat, that translates to coordination that doesn't require verbal communication. You're reading each other's minds. We're reading each other's temporal intentions, which is similar but more specific. I don't know what she's thinking, but I know what she's about to do and when she's going to do it. That is definitively unfair, Zhao Kang said. And I say this as someone who spent his entire life leveraging unfair advantages. Chapter 68. The infiltration team reached the Yin Empire's heartland after 5 days of travel. The countryside here was different from the war-scarred border regions, prosperous, ordered, displaying the wealth of an empire that had been draining its neighbors' resources for decades. The cities were large, well-maintained, their populations carrying timers that were, on average, longer than the Southern alliances, the benefit of imperial stability and resources. But the timers of certain populations were dramatically shortened. The mortal laborers in the empire's industrial districts showed lifespans compressed by years of exposure to the artificial timer production facilities. Entire neighborhoods glowed with the sickly green of corrupted temporal energy, their inhabitants aging prematurely as the byproducts of the emperor's alchemy leached into their water, their air, their food. The artificial timer production facility was located beneath the imperial capital's central district, a massive underground complex that Shen Wei could sense from 3 miles away through the concentrated signature of corrupted temporal energy. It's enormous, he told the team, as they surveyed the capital from a wooded ridge. Multiple levels, thousands of workers, heavy formation security. The production process uses mortal prisoners as test subjects. I can see their timers dropping in real time. Can you identify the core? Zhao Kang asked. The fragment of your mother's eye? Shen Wei closed his eyes and pushed his spirit-severing perception through the facility's formation barriers. The barriers were strong but not temporal-proof. They were designed to prevent standard spiritual detection, not the specifically calibrated perception of a fate weaver. He threaded his awareness through the defenses like a needle through cloth, tracing the corrupted temporal energy to its source. The facility's layout resolved in his mind. An outer ring of production cells where mortal prisoners were implanted with artificial eyes. A middle ring of testing chambers where the implanted subjects were evaluated for ability activation. An inner ring of failed experiments, subjects whose bodies had rejected the artificial eye, left to die in medical bays that were more like morgues. And at the center, in a sealed vault beneath the deepest level, the fragment. It was larger than Shen Wei had expected. Not a shard or a splinter. A complete Fate Weaver eye, preserved in a crystal case, radiating golden light that had been corrupted to sickly green by the alchemical processes used to extract and replicate its power. His mother's eye, taken from her body after her death, preserved by techniques that Shen Wei recognized from the Fate Weaver jade slips as Bureau standard extraction methods. The Bureau had killed his mother. They had given her eye to the Yin Emperor, and the Emperor had used it to create an army of artificial timer readers who were dying as fast as they were being produced. I found it, Shen Wei said, opening his eyes. The eye is in a vault beneath the facility. Reaching it will require penetrating multiple levels of security and an unknown number of guards. And then, I destroy the eye, or rather, I sever its connections to the artificial readers. Without the power source, every artificial eye shuts down simultaneously. That's the plan, Lin Yuyan said. Simple, elegant, almost certainly fatal. Not fatal, dangerous. The distinction, in combat situations, is largely academic. She turned to the rest of the team, 4 elite cultivators from the Alliance's Special Operations Unit, each one at nascent soul stage, each one handpicked by Zhao Kang for their discretion and combat capabilities. The facility's guard rotation changes at midnight and again at dawn. The waste tunnels are unmonitored between those shifts, a 6-hour window for infiltration, objective completion, and extraction. 6 hours is tight, said Captain Feng, the team's second-in-command. He was a compact, scarred man whose timer read a healthy 38 years and whose death vision showed a peaceful retirement that he had earned through decades of service. If we encounter resistance in the inner levels, the timeline compresses. Which is why I need to handle the inner levels alone, Shen Wei said. My perception gives me the ability to navigate the facility without triggering detection. The team holds the perimeter and extraction route. I go in, reach the vault, sever the connections, and come back. Alone in the heart of the Yin Empire's most secured facility, Captain Feng said, his voice carrying the measured skepticism of a soldier who had seen too many solo heroics end badly. With no backup closer than 3 levels above. With perception that shows me every guard's position, every formation barrier's weakness, and every threat before it materializes. Shen Wei met the captain's eyes. I've been doing this since I was an herbalist apprentice sneaking through a city market. The scale has changed. The principle hasn't. Captain Feng looked at Zhao Kang, who nodded. He's done it before, Zhao Kang confirmed. Multiple times. In worse conditions. Worse than infiltrating the Yin Emperor's personal facility. He once crawled through sewage to reach a lifespan harvesting formation beneath a sect leader's throne room. This is actually a step up. Chapter 69. The infiltration of the facility took 2 days of preparation and 1 night of execution. The preparation involved detailed reconnaissance from the team's base camp, a concealed position in the wooded hills 3 miles from the capital's eastern wall. Shen Wei spent the first day mapping the facility through his spirit-severing perception, building a 3-dimensional model of the underground complex in his mind. Corridors, chambers, formation barriers, guard positions, and the temporal energy flows that connected every component to the fragment at the center. The facility employed 1,200 workers and 300 guards. The workers were a mix of alchemists, formation specialists, and medical staff, the support infrastructure for a production operation that ran continuously, producing artificial eyes at a rate of approximately 2 per week. The guards were elite soldiers, all at Foundation establishment or above, armed with formation-enhanced weapons designed for close-quarters combat. The second day was spent briefing the team on the infiltration plan, which Shen Wei had designed based on the guard rotation schedules he'd observed through timer analysis. Guards whose timers showed them dying of old age decades hence were on routine rotation. They followed predictable patterns and didn't deviate. Guards whose timers showed shorter lifespans or combat deaths were the wild cards, positioned at critical junctures, alert for exactly the kind of infiltration the team was planning. We avoid the combat death guards entirely, Shen Wei explained, marking the map with positions he'd identified through his perception. They're the experienced ones, the ones whose training has shortened their projected lifespans through accumulated risk. They'll be alert, suspicious, and fast. The routine guards, by contrast, are complacent. Their long timers tell them they have nothing to fear, and that certainty makes them predictable. You're using their own lifespan confidence against them, Captain Feng observed. Their lifespans are long because their jobs are safe. Safe jobs produce safe habits. Safe habits create exploitable patterns. Shen Wei traced the infiltration route on the map, a path through the waste tunnels that avoided every guard whose timer suggested combat awareness, and passed only through sectors monitored by guards whose long, stable timers indicated years of uneventful service. We enter here, pass through this junction at 2:15 when the overlap between guard shifts creates a 90-second gap, and reach the inner ring by 3 o'clock. The vault is below the 7th level. I handle the vault alone. The formation barriers there are keyed to temporal energy, and I'm the only one who can pass through them without triggering alerts. Captain Feng reviewed the plan with the thoroughness of a professional soldier and found no fault he could articulate. It's the best approach given our resources, he acknowledged. I just don't like it. Nobody likes crawling through sewage, Zhao Kang said. But it works. Shen Wei's team entered through the facility's waste disposal system, a network of tunnels that carried the byproducts of the alchemical process out of the underground complex and into a sealed containment area. The waste was toxic, corrupted temporal energy that made Shen Wei's timer sight flicker and blur, but the tunnels were unguarded, because nobody expected an enemy to willingly crawl through temporally toxic sewage. They reached the facility's inner ring at midnight. The guards were mortal soldiers, conscripts whose timers showed decades of remaining life, men who were following orders without understanding what they were guarding. Shen Wei incapacitated them without permanent harm, using temporal energy pulses to induce temporary unconsciousness that would wear off in hours. The vault was at the bottom of a spiral staircase that descended 7 levels below the facility's deepest floor. The air grew colder with each level, not physically cold, but temporally cold, the particular chill of compressed time that made the skin crawl and the mind slow. At the vault's entrance, they found her. Wen Qing, the chief alchemist, sat on a stone bench beside the vault door, as though she'd been waiting for them. She was thin, middle-aged, with hands stained by the chemicals of her trade and eyes that held the dull resignation of someone who had stopped fighting their circumstances long ago. Her timer read, 2 months, for days. You're the perception one, she said to Shen Wei. The real one. I've been wondering when you'd come. You expected us? I expected someone. The Emperor's project has been deteriorating for months. The artificial readers are dying faster than we can produce them, and the eye fragment is destabilizing. The alchemical process is unsustainable. She folded her hands in her lap. I have 2 months to live. The Emperor will kill me when the project fails completely, because dead alchemists don't reveal secrets. Her death vision confirmed it. A quiet execution in a palace chamber, administered by a guard whose face she would recognize, performed with the clinical efficiency of an empire that treated inconvenient specialists as loose ends. I can help you, Shen Wei said. Not the 2 months, that's... He paused, examining her timer more closely. Her timer wasn't fixed like Tian Shou's had been. It was circumstantial. Your timer is changeable. If we remove you from the Emperor's reach, your death vision changes. Hope flickered in her eyes, a brief, painful flash that she immediately suppressed. You can see that? I can see that your death is caused by the Emperor's order, not by illness or injury. Remove the cause, and the timer extends. What do you want in return? Information. How does the artificial eye work? What's its weakness? And how do we destroy the fragment without triggering a catastrophic energy release? Wen Qing looked at him for a long moment, evaluating. Her timer fluctuated. 2 months, for days shifting to 2 months, 8 days as the possibility of Shen Wei's offer registered in the causal chains of her future. Hope, even tentative, added days. The Emperor recruited me 20 years ago, she began. I was the finest temporal alchemist in the Empire, not because I wanted to be, but because my family's alchemical tradition specialized in lifespan extension compounds. The Emperor came to me with a proposition: develop a method to replicate the Fate Weaver ability using an original source. He provided the source, your mother's eye, and I provided the expertise. Did you know where the eye came from? I knew it was extracted from a living person. I didn't know the circumstances until years later. By then, I was too deep in the project to leave. The Emperor doesn't permit retirement from classified work. She described the alchemical process in detail, the extraction of temporal energy patterns from the eye, the synthesis of artificial crystals that mimicked those patterns, the surgical implantation of the crystals into subjects' spiritual cores. The process was invasive, unreliable, and fundamentally parasitic. Each artificial eye drew power from the original, degrading it incrementally with each copy produced. The early subjects died, Wen Qing said, her voice flat with the professional detachment of someone describing work that had cost her soul. The first 50 attempts all failed. The artificial crystals rejected the host's spiritual core, or the host body rejected the temporal energy, or the connection to the original I overloaded the subject's meridians. We went through 300 test subjects before achieving stable implantation. 300 people died for this project. 317. Most were prisoners. Some were volunteers, soldiers who were told the procedure was safe and would grant them special abilities. None were told the truth about the mortality rate. She paused. I kept records. Names, dates, causes of death. It was the only form of resistance I could manage, ensuring that the dead weren't anonymous. Shen Wei looked at her timer. 2 months, 12 days now. The act of sharing information, of choosing a side, was extending her life minute by minute. I want those records, he said. For the families. They're in my quarters. 3rd floor, room 7. Sealed jade case under the floorboards. She met his eyes. I'm a monster, Shen Wei. I built this thing. I optimized it. I made it work. Every artificial reader in the Yin army exists because I solved the technical problems that nobody else could solve. You're a scientist who was coerced into service by a dictator. That doesn't absolve me. No, but it explains you. And explanation is the first step towards something that isn't absolution, but is close to it. He extended his hand. Help me shut it down. Not because it earns forgiveness, because it's the right thing to do. She took his hand. Her timer jumped to 2 months, 19 days. Then, as she committed to the decision, to 14 years, 3 months. A full life, waiting for her on the other side of one correct choice. Then she told him everything about the eye's technical details. Chapter 70. The fragment was his mother's right eye. Wen Qing explained the process with the clinical precision of a scientist, describing her life's work and its failures. The Yin Emperor had obtained the eye from a bureau agent 15 years ago, payment for services rendered, she believed, though the exact transaction was above her clearance. The eye had been living tissue preserved in a bureau stasis field, its temporal energy intact and active. The alchemical process involved replicating the eye's temporal energy signature, creating synthetic copies that carried a fraction of the original's perception ability. Each artificial eye was a degraded copy, carrying approximately 1% of the original's power. The degradation was cumulative. Each copy made the original slightly weaker, and after 15 years and approximately 2,000 copies, the fragment was operating at less than half its original capacity. The flaw is the connection, Wen Qing said. Every artificial eye is connected to the fragment through a temporal energy thread. The thread is what powers the reader's ability, but it also drains the fragment. The more readers are active, the faster the fragment depletes. Currently, with 150 active readers in the field, the fragment will burn out in approximately 3 months. And when it burns out, the artificial eyes lose their power. The readers go blind, temporally blind, and the backlash of the fragment's destruction propagates through the threads, causing neurological damage to every connected reader. Fatal damage? In most cases, yes. The artificial eyes are integrated into the reader's spiritual cores. When the power source dies, the eyes attempt to draw energy from the host's lifespan. The resulting drain kills within hours. Shen Wei absorbed this with the cold analysis that military command had taught him. 150 artificial readers, connected to his mother's dying eye, would die when the fragment burned out, whether by natural depletion or by deliberate destruction. Is there a way to shut down the artificial eyes without killing the readers? He asked. Wen Qing blinked. You want to save them? They're soldiers following orders. Most of them were conscripted. Their timers show years of remaining life if the artificial eyes are removed cleanly. Removal requires surgical disconnection of the temporal thread while the reader is in a controlled stasis field. It takes approximately 2 hours per subject. For 150 readers, that's 300 hours of surgical time, 12.5 days, working around the clock. We don't have 12 days. Then you have a choice. Destroy the fragment now and accept the reader's deaths, or find a way to disconnect the threads without destroying the fragment. Shen Wei looked at the vault door. Behind it, his mother's eye, the eye that had once seen timers with the clarity that he'd inherited, was dying, used up, consumed by an emperor's ambition. I can disconnect the threads, he said. My spirit-severing ability allows me to sever fate threads. If I sever the connections between the artificial eyes and the fragment, the readers lose their ability, but survive. From here, the readers are hundreds of miles away, in the field. The threads extend across any distance. I can see them from here, 150 sickly green lines stretching outward from the vault through the facility's walls, through the earth, across the countryside, to the readers in the field. Wen Qing stared at him. You can see threads across hundreds of miles? I can see threads across the continent. Shen Wei turned to the vault door. Open it. Wen Qing hesitated. The vault is sealed with a formation array key to the Emperor's personal qi signature. I can't open it. You don't need to. Shen Wei placed his palm against the vault door. The formation array was strong, imperial grade, designed by the finest formation specialists the Yin Empire could employ. But it was standard formation work, built to resist standard cultivation energy. Shen Wei's temporal energy was not standard. It flowed through the formation's defenses like water through sand, finding the spaces between the array's construction where the designers hadn't thought to build resistance against temporal manipulation. Because why would they? The only beings who could manipulate temporal energy were Fate Weavers, and the Fate Weavers had been destroyed 500 years ago. The formation dissolved. The vault door swung open, revealing a chamber bathed in golden light. And there it was, his mother's eye. It floated in the center of the vault, suspended in a crystal case that hummed with preservation formations. The eye was intact, iris, pupil, sclera, but it was not a dead organ preserved in stasis. It was alive. The temporal energy within it pulsed with a rhythm that matched a heartbeat. The golden light of a Fate Weaver's sight still active, still perceiving, still connected to the loom through threads that stretched upward into dimensions beyond the physical world. It had been alive for 15 years. Torn from his mother's body, preserved by bureau techniques, sold to an emperor, and kept in a vault beneath a military facility, and it was still seeing, still reading timers, still connected to the fundamental mechanism that governed life and death. Shen Wei approached the case. His own temporal energy resonated with the eyes, the same frequency, the same harmonic, the biological echo of a son's ability recognizing its source in his mother's flesh. Hello, he whispered. The eye's golden light brightened by a fraction. Not enough to be coincidence. Wen Qing watched from the vault's entrance, her expression caught between scientific fascination and something more human. It responds to you. She does. Shen Wei's voice was thick. He reached for the crystal case, and the preservation formations parted for his temporal energy like curtains drawn aside. He lifted the eye from its prison with both hands, cradling it as gently as he would have cradled the woman who had once used it to see the world. The moment he held it, the connection completed. His mother's temporal perception merged with his own, not replacing it, but layering over it, adding depth and resolution that his own development hadn't yet achieved. Through her eye, he could see the threads of fate with a clarity that spirit severing alone couldn't provide. And he could see, stretching outward from the eye, 150 threads of corrupted green energy, the connections to the artificial readers, each one a parasitic link that drew power from the eye and shortened its lifespan. The eye's timer was visible now, reading through its own perception. 3 months, 12 days. If nothing changed, the eye would die in 3 months, taking 150 artificial readers with it. Unless Shen Wei severed the connections first. Chapter 71. Before Shen Wei could enter the vault, Luo Qin's message arrived through the resonance link, a pulse of urgency, tinged with the particular quality of someone whose probability sight had converged on a critical nexus point. 3 days, Luo Qin transmitted, his flickering timer cycling through dangerously low values across the link. My timer has stabilized. 3 days. Shen Wei stopped. Your timer stabilized? At 3 days. It's not flickering anymore. It's fixed. A pause. Shen Wei, this is the timeline. The one I told you about at the trials. In the timelines where you win, where you destroy the fragment, and end the war, my timer reads 3 days at this point. The sacrifice timeline. I told you the sacrifice timelines were a minority, 30%. But we're in one now. The probability branches have collapsed. I can see only one path forward, and in that path, I distract the Yin Emperor's guard while you reach the throne room. No, it's not a request. In every other branch I can see from this point, the guard intercepts you and the mission fails. The only branch where you succeed is the one where I engage them alone. Then we change the branch. We find another way. There is no other way. I've looked. Every alternative leads to failure, capture, or mutual death. Luo Qin's voice was steady, the steadiness of someone who has seen their own death approach and chosen to walk toward it rather than away. A fate weaver who cannot accept fate is no weaver at all. The words echoed Tian Shou's philosophy with painful precision. Luo Qin, listen to me, brother. My probability sight has shown me hundreds of futures. In every future where you trust the people around you, you're stronger. I told you that. And in this future, this one, right now, trusting me means letting me do what I was born to do. You were born to live, not to die for my mission. I was born to see probabilities, and I've seen them all, and this is the one where the most people survive. Not just you. Not just Lin Yuyan and Zhao. Everyone. The readers will die if you don't sever the threads. The soldiers will die if the war continues. The millions of mortals whose timers are being shortened by the Emperor's ambition. My 3 days buys all of them decades. Shen Wei closed his eyes. The blank space above his head stared back at him, offering no counsel, no comfort, no prediction. He couldn't see his own death, and he couldn't see the right choice. He could only see his brother's timer. 3 days, 0 hours, 47 minutes, fixed and falling. I won't accept this, Shen Wei said. You don't have to accept it. You just have to let me do it. The resonance link fell silent. Shen Wei stood in the vault, holding his mother's eye, and felt the weight of his brother's choice press down on him like a physical thing. The blank space above his head, the absence that had been his constant companion since the lightning struck, seemed to pulse with a new quality. Not absence, accusation. The blank timer that had been his parents' gift now felt like a curse. He couldn't die, or at least the system couldn't predict his death, and that invulnerability came at the cost of everyone around him. His parents had died to give him the blank timer. Tian Shou had died to give him the knowledge. Shen Ling had been consumed to give him the power. And now Luo Chen, his brother, his family, the flickering probability seer who had crossed a continent to find him, was choosing to die so that Shen Wei could reach the throne room. The pattern was unmistakable. The blank timer wasn't just armor against the loom. It was a gravity well, pulling the deaths of everyone who loved him into its orbit, turning their endings into fuel for his survival. No, he said aloud, and the word echoed in the vault's crystal walls. I refuse. He couldn't stop Luo Chen. The resonance link was one way at this range, and his brother was miles away, already in motion, already walking the single timeline he'd chosen. But he could honor the choice by completing the mission so effectively that Luo Chen's sacrifice accomplished what it was meant to accomplish. He turned to the mother's eye. The 150 green threads stretched outward, each one a parasitic link that drew power from the fragment and delivered crude perception to a soldier who was dying from its use. I'm going to free you, he whispered to the eye, and then I'm going to end this. Lin Yuyan's voice came through the golden thread. Shen Wei, the battle's begun. The alliance is moving. I know. Give me 15 minutes. You have 10. He began severing threads. The first thread was the hardest. Not technically. The severance required only a focused pulse of Dao seeking temporal energy, precisely targeted at the connection point between the artificial eye and the mother eye fragment. The difficulty was emotional. Each thread was made from his mother's temporal energy. Each one carried her signature, her frequency, the particular harmonic that Shen Wei's own ability resonated with. Severing a thread felt like cutting a string that was part of his own body, a phantom pain, a sense of loss, as though each connection to the artificial readers was also, in some twisted way, a connection to the woman who had given him everything. He cut the first thread, a burst of golden light, a distant soldier gasping as their artificial perception vanished. He felt the severance through his expanded perception. The reader was a young man, 23 years old, stationed with the Yen Army's 7th Division on the Red River's north bank. His timer, which had been dropping due to the artificial eye's consumption, stabilized at 31 years. He would live. He would live because Shen Wei had cut the thread that was killing him. The second thread, a woman, 26, stationed in the capital's garrison. Timer stabilized at 44 years. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Each severance required roughly 6 seconds of focused effort. 6 seconds to identify the thread, target the connection point, deliver the cutting pulse, and verify that the reader's timer had stabilized. At that rate, 150 threads would take 15 minutes. He didn't have 15 minutes. Lin Yuyan's message through the golden thread was urgent. The Alliance's assault was approaching the capital's outer defenses, and the Yen Army, still in possession of its readers, was organizing a coordinated defense that would cost thousands of lives. He worked faster, for seconds per thread. 3. The technique became rhythmic: identify, target, cut, verify. A meditation of severance, each cut precise, each result a life saved and a connection to his mother lost. By the 50th thread, his hands were shaking. By the 100th, his vision was blurring. The cognitive load of maintaining spirit-severing perception across continental distances while performing precision temporal surgery was pushing him beyond limits he'd known he had. Lin Yuyan felt his strain through the golden thread and responded by pouring her own energy into the connection. Not just emotional support, but active cultivation energy. Her nascent soul ice element chi cooling and stabilizing his overheating meridians. The cold was welcome, grounding, a reminder that he wasn't alone in the vault, wasn't alone in the war, wasn't alone in the impossible task of dismantling an empire's weapon one thread at a time. 120. 130. 140. Chapter 72. The Southern Alliance launched a massive assault on the Yin capital simultaneously with Shen Wei's infiltration team's action at the facility. The assault was coordinated through the resonance link. Zhao Kang commanded the Alliance forces from the field, using Shen Wei's pre-battle timer analysis to optimize formations. The battle was the largest of the war. 60,000 Alliance soldiers against 35,000 Yin defenders, fighting through the approaches to the imperial capital. The Yan's artificial timer readers, still active and still providing strategic intelligence, made the defense brutally effective, but Shen Wei's pre-battle analysis had identified the readers' positions, and targeted strikes by elite cultivators systematically eliminated the readers from the battlefield. During the battle, Shen Wei broke through to Dao seeking. The breakthrough happened in the vault, as he touched his mother's eye for the first time. The contact was electric. The fragment, his mother's fate weaver eye, preserved for 15 years, corrupted but not destroyed, resonated with his own temporal energy with the force of a recognition that transcended technique. Mother and son, connected through the most fundamental form of shared biology, the temporal energy that ran in their blood. Shen Wei's cultivation erupted. Spirit severing shattered into Dao seeking, the sixth realm, the realm of those who seek the fundamental truth of their cultivation path. For Shen Wei, the truth was temporal, the nature of death, the mechanism of timers, the architecture of the loom. At Dao seeking, he gained the power to sever fate threads. Not just observe them, not just follow them, sever them. Cut the connections between people and their assigned deaths, rewriting the causal chains that led to their endings. He began immediately. 150 threads stretched from the fragment through the vault's walls, through stone and earth and air, reaching across hundreds of miles to the artificial readers embedded in the Yin army. Each thread was a line of corrupted temporal energy, sickly green, carrying his mother's stolen power to soldiers who were dying from its use. He severed them, one by one, with surgical precision, cutting each thread at the point where it connected to the fragment. Each severance released a burst of golden light, the corrupted energy dissipating, the reader's artificial eye shutting down, the soldier on the other end suddenly blind to timers but alive, their consumed lifespan stabilizing. 50 threads. 100. 150. The artificial timer reader army went dark. Across the battlefield, 150 soldiers simultaneously lost their augmented perception, stumbling, confused, their crude timer reading vanishing as though it had never existed. The Yin army's strategic advantage evaporated in the time it took Shen Wei to sever 150 threads. The Alliance pressed the advantage. Without the artificial timer reader's strategic intelligence, the Yin army's tactical coordination collapsed. Divisions that had been operating with precognitive synchronization suddenly found themselves fighting blind. Standard military intelligence, standard perception, standard uncertainty. After months of relying on the artificial eyes for every tactical decision, the Yin commanders had forgotten how to fight without them. The battle shifted from a strategic chess match to a conventional engagement, and in conventional warfare, the Alliance's superior numbers told. The Yin divisions fell back toward the capital, abandoning fortified positions that had held for weeks, retreating through terrain that Shen Wei's expanded perception showed was rapidly becoming indefensible. But the cost was already paid. Across the Yin army, 150 soldiers clutched their heads as the artificial eyes shut down, the temporal threads severed, the connection to the power source broken. Most experienced nothing worse than blindness and headache. But 17 of the readers, whose artificial eyes had been deeply integrated into their spiritual cores by years of use, suffered cascade failures that sent them into cultivation deviation. Shen Wei felt each one through his perception, 17 timers dropping sharply, 17 bodies convulsing as spiritual energy went haywire, 17 soldiers facing death because the eyes they'd been forced to accept were tearing them apart from the inside. He reached out through the severed threads, not to reconnect them, to stabilize the reader's spiritual cores from a distance, using his Dao-seeking ability to smooth the temporal energy disruptions that the sudden disconnection had caused. It was delicate work, performed while the battle raged around him, requiring a split of attention that would have been impossible without the golden thread carrying Lin Yuyan's supportive perception. 15 of the 17 stabilized. 2 were too far gone. Their artificial eyes had been consuming their spiritual cores for years, and the disconnection revealed damage so extensive that no temporal manipulation could repair it. Their timers hit zero within minutes of each other, and Shen Wei felt their deaths with the same intimate precision he felt every death. 2 more additions to the compartment. 2 more names he would remember. Chapter 73. Luo Chun found the Yin Emperor's guard at the capital's inner gate. He'd traveled ahead of the battle, using his probability sight to navigate through the chaos of war with the precision of someone who could see every future simultaneously. His flickering timer had stopped flickering. 2 days, 14 hours, counting down with the mechanical certainty of a clock that had been wound for exactly this purpose. The Guard was an elite unit, 50 of the Yin Emperor's personal soldiers, all at nascent soul realm, all equipped with weapons forged from crystallized lifespan. They stood between the inner gate and the throne room where the Yin Emperor waited, and they would not move for any force short of a Dao Lord. Luo Chun was not a Dao Lord. He was core formation stage 6, with a probability sight that showed him every future where these 50 soldiers hesitated, stumbled, made mistakes. He fought, not to win, to delay, to buy time, to create the window that Shen Wei needed to reach the throne room. His probability sight, pushed to its absolute limit, made him a ghost on the battlefield. He dodged strikes that should have been invisible, appeared in positions that no tactical analysis predicted, and attacked with a precision that turned his modest cultivation into something that 50 elite soldiers couldn't pin down. His flickering timer blazed, not flickering but burning, brighter than it had ever been, as though the act of choosing a specific future rather than existing in probability gave his existence a clarity it had never possessed. He fought for an hour, 2 hours. His body accumulated wounds that his probability dodging couldn't fully prevent. A cut here, a broken rib there. The accumulating damage of a man fighting 50 opponents with nothing but foresight and stubbornness. He bought Shen Wei the time. The guards fell, one by one, as Luo Qin's probability sight found the futures where they hesitated, stumbled, made the microscopic errors that a man who could see every possible outcome could exploit. He was a tornado of calculated precision, each strike landing where the probability of success was highest, each dodge carrying him to the position where the fewest attacks could reach. His flickering timer burned steadily now, 1 day, 3 hours. The numbers were falling, but for the first time in his life, they weren't fluctuating. Luo Chun was walking a single timeline, and the clarity of that singular purpose made him more dangerous than he had ever been. The last guard fell as the sun broke the horizon. Luo Chun stood in the courtyard, surrounded by 50 unconscious elite soldiers, his body broken in a dozen places, but still standing. His probability sight, pushed beyond any limit he'd ever tested, began to fail, the futures blurring, the branches dissolving into white noise. But he could see one future clearly. The future where Shen Wei was walking through the inner gate, carrying their mother's eye, heading for the throne room where the war would end. Go, brother, Luo Chun whispered, his legs finally buckling. He fell to his knees, then to his side, his flickering timer settling into its final steady count. I can see the branch. You win. The probability sight faded. The futures went dark, and for the first time since he was born, Luo Chun couldn't see what came next. It was peaceful, more peaceful than he'd expected. Chapter 74. Shen Wei reached the throne room with his mother's eye in one hand and his father's jade pendant in the other. The throne room was the Yin Empire's heart, a vast chamber of black marble and gold fixtures, dominated by a throne that glowed with an inner light. The throne was made of crystallized lifespan, millions of stolen years compressed into a solid structure, the same technology that Bai Xian had used but scaled to imperial proportions. It pulsed with a rhythm that matched a heartbeat, the stolen years maintaining a collective consciousness that was more than the sum of its parts. The sovereign Yin Emperor sat upon the throne, and Shen Wei understood immediately why the war was happening. The Emperor was dying. His timer read 3 years, 7 months, short for a void sovereign cultivator who should have centuries remaining. Something was draining him, not the bureau, not the loom, but the throne itself. The crystallized lifespan he'd accumulated was consuming its container. The millions of stolen years, compressed into solid form, were generating a temporal gravity that pulled the Emperor's own lifespan toward them, slowly, inevitably, merging the thief with his theft. You're the blank one, the Emperor said. His voice was deep, resonant, and tired, the particular exhaustion of a man who had been fighting entropy for decades and losing. His cultivation was at void sovereign level, the 8th realm, far beyond Shen Wei's Dao seeking. The raw power differential was a canyon. But Shen Wei could see the threads. The Emperor's fate threads were a tangle, connections to the throne, to his soldiers, to his empire, to the dark mass attached to the loom. Each thread was draining him, pulling his lifespan in different directions, creating a temporal undertow that no amount of stolen years could overcome. You started this war because you're dying, Shen Wei said. I started this war because the loom is killing me. The Emperor's voice held no anger, only the flat resignation of a man stating facts. My timer drops regardless of how many years I steal. I traced the drain to the loom, something attached to it, something that feeds on temporal energy. The same thing that powers my artificial readers. I discovered it decades ago and thought I could control it. I was wrong. The dark mass. You can see it? The Emperor's exhaustion flickered toward interest. Then you know what it is. I know it's parasitic. I know it's attached to the loom. I don't know what it is. It's the Bureau's anchor. The mechanism by which the Bureau connects to the physical world. Every Bureau agent, every enforcement action, every timer flicker, all of it flows through that anchor. And the anchor feeds on the loom's energy to sustain itself. My artificial readers tap the anchor's energy. That's how they work. But the anchor takes more than it gives. It's been draining me through the connection, using my stolen years to fuel the Bureau's operations. You're funding the Bureau's enforcement with stolen mortal lifespan. Unwillingly. The connection was supposed to be one way, me taking from the anchor. Instead, it's bidirectional. The Bureau is using me as a battery. The Emperor leaned forward on his throne of stolen years. That's why I declared war. Not to conquer the South. To capture you. Me. You're the only one who can sever the connection. Your Fate Weaver ability, the real ability, not my crude copies, can cut threads. Cut the thread between me and the anchor, and I'm free. Cut the thread between the anchor and the loom, and the entire Bureau loses its power. It was an offer, an alliance against a common enemy. Shen Wei looked at the throne, at the millions of stolen years crystallized beneath the Emperor, and saw the timers of the people those years had been taken from. Mortals. Thousands of them. Their stolen lifespans compressed into furniture for a king who sat above them like a mountain atop the corpses of ants. No, Shen Wei said. The word landed in the throne room like a stone dropped into still water. The Emperor's offer, an alliance against the Bureau, a partnership between the blank timer Fate Weaver and the Void Sovereign who had tapped the Bureau's power, was strategic, logical, and morally bankrupt. Shen Wei looked at the throne. Through his Dao-seeking perception, amplified by his mother's purified eye, he could see every stolen year compressed into the crystalline structure. Not as abstract numbers, as lives. Each crystal facet held the temporal echo of a person whose years had been taken. The farmer who lost 7 years and died of a treatable illness because his body no longer had the vitality to fight it. The child who lost 3 years and never grew tall enough to reach the apples in the tree behind her house. The grandmother who lost 12 years and never met the grandchild who was born a month after her premature death. Millions of stolen years. Millions of stolen moments. Millions of futures that had been compressed into furniture. You offer an alliance, Shen Wei said, and the price is accepting that the throne you sit on is made of people. Not stolen years, stolen people. Their experiences, their memories, their love. You compressed them into a chair and sat on them for decades. The Bureau forced my hand. The anchor, the Bureau didn't force you to drain villages. The Bureau didn't force you to create an army of artificial readers powered by my mother's eye. The Bureau didn't force you to start a war that has killed thousands and shortened millions of lifespans through fear alone. Shen Wei's voice was quiet, controlled, and absolutely certain. You made those choices. The Bureau provided the opportunity. You provided the moral failure. The Emperor's expression shifted from negotiation to something harder. Morality is a luxury of the powerful. I was dying. Everyone is dying. That's the point. The difference is what you do with the time you have, and you spent yours taking from people who couldn't fight back. Chapter 75. No? The Emperor's voice hardened. You killed thousands to steal those years. You created an army of disposable soldiers whose artificial eyes consumed their own lifespans. You declared war on half the continent, causing hundreds of thousands of people to lose years to the stress and violence of military conflict. And now you want me to free you from the consequences. I want you to address the actual threat. The Bureau. The Keeper. The entity that writes death for every living thing. The entity that writes death is a problem for another day. Today's problem is you. The Emperor's eyes narrowed. His cultivation pressure surged. Void Sovereign, the Eighth Realm, a power that dwarfed Shen Wei's Dao, seeking the way the ocean dwarfed a pond. The throne's stolen years amplified the pressure, millions of lifetimes of temporal energy adding their weight to the Emperor's will. Then we fight, the Emperor said, and the stronger survives. The duel was not a duel. It was a collision between scales of power so different that the word fight barely applied. Shen Wei assessed his options in the fraction of a second before the Emperor's first strike. Dao Seeking Stage 2 versus Void Sovereign. 2 full realms of difference. In raw cultivation power, the Emperor outclassed him the way a mountain outclassed a hill. Direct confrontation was suicide. Standard combat techniques would bounce off the Emperor's defenses like pebbles against a fortress wall. But Shen Wei didn't fight with raw power. He fought with perception. And at Dao-seeking stage 2, with his mother's purified eye amplifying his sight, his perception showed him things about the Emperor's cultivation that the Emperor himself might not know. The stolen years that comprised the Void Sovereign's power were not a monolithic structure. They were a mosaic, thousands of individual contributions, each one carrying the temporal signature of its original owner, layered together over centuries of accumulation. The layers interacted, sometimes reinforcing each other, sometimes creating interference patterns that weakened the overall structure. The Emperor's cultivation was strong the way a wall built of mismatched stones was strong, impressive from the outside, but with fractures running through its interior that are precise enough I could find and exploit. Shen Wei had the most precise eyes in existence. The Emperor's first strike shattered the throne room's ceiling, sending black marble cascading downward in a rain of debris. His cultivation techniques were imperial grade, refined over decades, powered by stolen centuries, executed with the precision of a void sovereign who had been the strongest cultivator on the continent for 20 years. Shen Wei dodged. His Dao-seeking perception showed every thread of fate connecting the Emperor's attacks to their intended consequences. Each strike was a causal chain that terminated in Shen Wei's death, and by severing the chains before they completed, Shen Wei could redirect the attacks into harmless directions. But severing causal chains was not the same as countering cultivation techniques. The raw power behind each strike was enormous, and Shen Wei's Dao-seeking reserves, while substantial, were insufficient to match a void sovereign blow for blow. He couldn't win in raw power. He could win in understanding. Every battle he'd fought since the lightning struck had been won not through superior force, but through superior information, seeing what others couldn't, knowing what others didn't, and acting on that knowledge with precision that compensated for every disadvantage in raw cultivation. This fight would be no different. The Emperor was stronger. Shen Wei was smarter. And in the gap between strength and intelligence, lives had always been saved. His Dao-seeking perception, amplified by his mother's purified eye, showed the Emperor's cultivation architecture in exquisite detail. The Void Sovereign's power was vast, but it was built on stolen time, layer upon layer of harvested years, each one a patch in a quilt of accumulated theft. The structure was strong when all the layers were aligned, but misaligned layers created stress fractures, points where the different sources of temporal energy interfered with each other. Shen Wei began targeting the fractures. Each strike was precise, directed not at the Emperor's body but at the temporal structure of his stolen power. A pulse of pure temporal energy, aimed at a fracture between two incompatible layers, would cause the layers to separate, releasing a burst of golden light as stolen years decompressed and escaped. The Emperor felt each release as pain. Not physical pain, temporal pain, the agony of losing years that had become part of his identity. Each burst of escaping time took with it a portion of the Emperor's accumulated experience, the memories and knowledge that had been sustained by stolen lifespan. Stop, the Emperor gasped after the 7th targeted strike. You don't understand what you're doing. I'm returning what you stole. I'm not talking about the years. I'm talking about the memories. Every year I stole carried the memories of its original owner. When you release them, those memories, thousands of them, from thousands of people, they flood back to the world. Voices, faces, lives. Shen Wei paused. His perception confirmed it. The released temporal energy carried echoes of consciousness, fragments of the mortal lives that had been compressed into the throne's crystalline structure. As the years escaped, those fragments scattered, each one seeking return to the place where its original owner had lived and died. The throne room filled with ghosts. Not literal spirits, temporal echoes, impressions of lives that had been consumed and were now being freed. A farmer's laugh, a child's first word, an old woman's prayer. The sounds layered over each other, creating a symphony of recovered existence that was both beautiful and devastating. Every year you stole, Shen Wei said, was a year of someone's life. Their experiences, their memories, their love. I know. The Emperor's voice was hollow. I've carried them for decades. Do you think I don't hear them? Every night, I hear the voices of the people I consumed. They never stop. Then let them go. The Emperor stared at him. The ghosts of consumed lives swirled around them. Faces, voices, the temporal echoes of people who had been compressed into crystalline furniture and were now tasting freedom for the first time in decades. The sound was not quite music and not quite speech. A collective murmur of existence that filled the throne room with the ambient warmth of thousands of remembered lives. If I let them go, the Emperor said slowly, there is nothing left. The years sustain my cultivation. My cultivation sustains my empire. My empire sustains everything I built. Everything you built was built on murder. Letting go is the only honest thing you've done in 300 years. Don't say honesty is a luxury. People who steal from others always say that, as though their theft was inevitable rather than chosen. Shen Wei's voice was steady, his eyes golden, his perception showing every thread of fate connecting the emperor to his stolen years. You chose this. Every village, every mortal, every year. You chose it because you were afraid to die, and fear made you into something that the person you started as would have been ashamed of. The emperor was silent for a long time. Around them, the ghosts continued their murmur, the ambient sound of thousands of lives, briefly freed, remembering what it was like to exist. I was 19 when I started, the emperor said quietly. Young, talented, terrified of death in the way that all young cultivators are terrified. I found the Bureau's anchor by accident, a fragment of cosmic infrastructure that nobody else could see. I thought I could use it to extend my life. Just a little. Just enough to accomplish what I wanted to accomplish. And then just a little became a lot. And a lot became a system. And a system became an empire built on the consumed lives of people who couldn't stop you. Yes. The single word contained more honesty than anything the emperor had said in decades. Yes, that's exactly what happened. Then stop it. Let the years go. Accept whatever time you have left, your natural time, your honest time, and let the dead go home. Another long silence. Then the emperor looked at the ghosts swirling around them, and something shifted in his ancient, stolen eyes. No, he said, and the word was hard with the particular hardness of a man who has looked at honesty and found it insufficiently profitable. I refuse. Chapter 76. Shen Wei refused the emperor's offer because acceptance would have meant validating the logic of theft, the premise that stolen years were currency, that mortal lives were resources, that the strong had the right to consume the weak. But refusing didn't mean fighting stupidly. Against a void sovereign, Shen Wei needed every advantage his perception provided. He used the Tao-seeking ability to its fullest, severing the fate threads that connected the emperor to his stolen lifespan. Each severed thread caused the emperor to age, not dramatically, but measurably. Decades of stolen time evaporating with each cut, the emperor's artificially maintained youth eroding like a sandcastle under rising tide. The emperor felt it. His eyes widened as his hands aged before his face, skin loosening, veins rising, the decades he'd denied catching up with each severed thread. You're unraveling me, he said. I'm returning what you stole. He cut faster. The threads were thick, dense, woven tightly into the emperor's spiritual foundation over decades of accumulation. Each one resisted, clinging to the emperor's cultivation base with the desperate tenacity of stolen time that didn't want to let go. But Shen Wei's Tao-seeking perception was precise enough to identify each thread's anchor point and sever it cleanly. The emperor fought back with increasing desperation. His strikes became wilder, more powerful, burning stored years for combat energy the way Mu Qian had. His timer, visible now that the stolen years were thinning, dropped like a stone. 3 years, 2 years, 1 year. You'll kill me, the emperor gasped. Your own stolen years are killing you. I'm just accelerating the return. Chapter 77. The severing continued. Thread by thread, the emperor's stolen lifespan was returned to the temporal flow. Millions of years of compressed human existence, releasing from the crystallized throne in waves of golden light that dispersed through the palace walls and outward, seeking their original owners. Across the empire, timers shifted. The stolen years, freed from their crystal prison, flowed back toward the communities they'd been taken from. Not all of them. The energy was too dispersed, too degraded by decades of compression, but enough. In villages and towns hundreds of miles away, people felt an inexplicable warmth, a moment of clarity, a few recovered months settling into bodies that had been quietly diminished. The throne cracked. The crystallized lifespan, its structural integrity compromised by the mass severance, began to fracture. Lines of golden light appeared along the cracks, the compressed years seeking escape. The emperor tried to absorb the throne, to take its remaining energy into his own cultivation base, using the millions of stored years as a final power source. He pressed his palms against the cracking crystal and pulled, channeling the stolen lifespan through his meridians with the desperate force of a man trying to drink an ocean. Chapter 78. When the emperor absorbed the throne, the fragment of Shen Wei's mother's eye, which Shen Wei had been carrying, resonated. Not with the emperor, with the throne. His mother's eye had been the original source from which the artificial readers were created. The throne, made of crystallized lifespan, had been constructed using techniques derived from the same fate weaver knowledge. The resonance between the eye fragment and the throne was not coincidental. They were connected, two products of the same stolen legacy. The resonance triggered a vision. Shen Wei saw his parents, not as memories, not as imagined faces, as temporal echoes, preserved in the resonance between the eye fragment and the throne's temporal energy. His mother, Shen Wei, young and fierce, with golden eyes that blazed with full fate weaver sight. His father, Shen Wei, quiet and strong, his temporal energy signature the same frequency as Luo Qin's flickering. They were standing together in a room that might have been a home. They were holding two infants, and they were making a choice. The vision showed what Luo Qin had described. The Bureau's agents approaching, the parents separating their children, the final technique, their last fate weaver art, that erased both children's timers from the loom's registry. But the vision showed more. It showed the cost. Erasing the timers required the parents to sever their own threads, to disconnect themselves from the loom so completely that the Bureau couldn't find them through temporal detection. The severance made them invisible to the Bureau. It also made them mortal in the truest sense, not just vulnerable to death, but actively dying, their unsevered bodies degrading without the loom's maintenance. They had given their lives, not in combat, not in sacrifice, but in slow, deliberate dissolution, to protect two children whose timers would never be written. The blank space above Shen Wei's head was his parents' final gift. The absence was not a flaw. It was love, encoded in the architecture of existence, paid for with two lives that chose to end, so that two others could begin without the keeper's permission. Shen Wei wept. The tears fell on his mother's eye fragment, and the fragment responded, golden light blazing, the corrupted green burning away as the original temporal energy reasserted itself. The eye was clean, pure, radiating the full power of a fate weaver's sight for the first time in 15 years. And through it, Shen Wei's cultivation surged. Zhao seeking stage 2, powered by the resonance of his parents' sacrifice and the reclaimed purity of his mother's eye. The advancement was not just quantitative, it carried understanding. At Zhao seeking stage 2, the fate weaver techniques revealed their deepest layer, the ability to rewrite death causes. Not the death itself, the mechanism. He could see the causal chain leading to a person's death and alter the links, changing the manner of their ending without changing the timing. This was, he realized, what the fate weavers had originally been designed to do. Not to predict death, not to prevent it, but to ensure that deaths were meaningful. A death by accident could be rewritten into a death by old age. A death by violence could be redirected into a death by natural causes. The timing remained the same, but the quality of the ending changed. The fate weavers had been editors of death, curators of endings, and the Bureau had destroyed them because curating death implied that death as currently written was inadequate, an accusation that the keeper of endings could not tolerate. Shen Wei held his mother's purified eye and understood, for the first time, the full scope of what he'd inherited. Not just the ability to see death, the ability to give death meaning, to ensure that the ending of a life was worthy of the life it ended. This understanding would matter soon. At the loom, Chapter 79, the Emperor had absorbed the throne's remaining power. His cultivation blazed, void sovereign at maximum capacity, powered by millions of stolen years, a force that should have been unstoppable. But the stolen years were destabilizing. Without the crystalline structure to contain them, the compressed lifetimes were expanding, fighting against the Emperor's meridians, seeking return to their original flow. The Emperor was trying to hold an ocean in a cup, and the cup was cracking. Shen Wei, at Zhao seeking stage 2, with his mother's purified eye fragment amplifying his sight, could see every crack. He struck, not with force, with precision. His Zhao seeking ability severed the last threads connecting the stolen years to the Emperor's spiritual core. The compressed lifetimes, freed from their final constraint, detonated outward. The explosion of released temporal energy was the largest the world had seen in 500 years. Golden light erupted from the throne room, through the palace, through the city, outward in an expanding sphere of returned time. Across the continent, not just the empire, the entire continent, timers shifted. The stolen years, millions of them, flowing back to their original owners and their owners' descendants, restoring time that had been taken decades ago. The Emperor's timer appeared. Not a timer he'd had before, a new timer, generated by the subtraction of all stolen years from his total. It read, 0 years, 0 months, 0 days, 0 hours. The sovereign Yin Emperor had been alive for 312 years. His natural lifespan, without stolen years, was 260. He had outlived his actual time by half a century. He aged. The process was faster than by Xian's dissolution, decades of deferred age arriving in a single, devastating moment. His void sovereign cultivation base collapsed as the stolen years that sustained it evaporated. His body withered, shrank, the imperial robes hanging on a frame that was diminishing with each heartbeat. The bureau. The emperor whispered, his voice thin as paper. They knew you'd come. They wrote, my ending with you in it. Your ending was written by the years you stole, Shen Wei said. I just returned them. The emperor's timer hit 0. He crumbled. Not like a man dying, like a structure whose foundation had been removed. The body dissolved into temporal energy, golden motes that dispersed through the broken ceiling and into the sky, carrying with them the final consciousness of a man who had been too afraid of death to live honestly. The throne room fell silent. The ghosts faded. The temporal echoes of thousands of consumed lives completed their journey home, leaving behind an empty chamber of black marble where an empire's ambition had been seated and found wanting. Shen Wei stood alone with his mother's eye in his hand and his father's pendant at his throat, and he felt the profound exhaustion of a man who has ended a war by ending a man, and who knows that the distinction between justice and violence is thinner than the philosophers pretend. Through the golden thread, Lin Yuyan's presence pulsed with relief, love, and the particular quality of someone who has been holding her breath and can finally release it. Through the resonance link, Zhao Kang's signal came sharp and military, objective achieved. Capital secured. All units reporting. Through the silence where Luo Qin's connection used to be, nothing. Shen Wei walked out of the throne room. Through the palace's shattered corridors, past the bodies of guards and the wreckage of imperial furniture, toward the inner gate where his brother had made his stand. Chapter 80. The war ended with the emperor's death. The aftermath was not clean. Wars never end cleanly. They trail off into logistics, politics, and the slow process of repairing what violence has broken. The Yin military command, deprived of both its artificial timer readers and its sovereign, fractured into competing factions. Some surrendered immediately. Others retreated to fortified positions and negotiated terms. A few, the most zealous, the most committed to the emperor's vision, fought until the alliance's superior numbers made continued resistance a form of suicide. The Southern Alliance's military council managed the transition with the disciplined efficiency of a command structure that had been operating under Shen Wei's timer-optimized guidance for months. Casualty projections for the post-war pacification, which standard military estimates placed at 10 to 20,000, were reduced to under 1,000 through Shen Wei's continued strategic perception. He directed the final operations from the emperor's captured palace, sitting in a room adjacent to the shattered throne room where the crystallized lifespan had stood. The room still resonated with temporal energy, the ghosts of stolen years lingering in the stone, an ambient pressure that made normal cultivators uncomfortable but that Shen Wei's perception rendered as a constant, mournful hum. The Yin army, deprived of its artificial timer readers and its sovereign, surrendered within the day. The Southern Alliance's forces secured the capital. The artificial eye production facility was shut down, its remaining prisoners freed, its alchemical equipment destroyed. Wen Qing, the chief alchemist, was given safe passage and a new identity. Her timer, freed from the emperor's death sentence, extended to 41 years, a full life ahead of her, paid for by the information she provided. She carried with her the jade case of records, 317 names of test subjects who had died during the artificial eye's development. The records would be delivered to the Regional Cultivation Council as evidence, ensuring that the dead were remembered and that the families received what restitution the post-war tribunals could offer. The artificial eye production facility was demolished by the Alliance's formation specialists. Every piece of alchemical equipment, every synthesis chamber, every research note destroyed under the supervision of cultivators who understood what the facility represented and had no intention of allowing any government or organization to rebuild it. The mortal prisoners in the facility's test chambers, 37 survivors of failed implantation attempts, their bodies damaged but alive, were evacuated to medical facilities. Their timers, which had been compressed to months by the experimental procedures, extended by years once the corrupted temporal energy in their bodies was cleansed. Not all of them would recover fully, some damage was permanent, but they would live, and they would live as free people rather than experimental subjects. And Luo Qin's body was found at the inner gate. Zhao Kang found him first. The young master, who had been coordinating the Alliance's final push through the capital streets, had felt the resonance link go silent, and had followed the absence to the courtyard where the inner gate opened onto the palace grounds. 50 elite guards lay scattered across the courtyard stone floor, arranged in a pattern that told the story of the fight. The initial engagement at the gate itself, the progressive retreat as Luo Qin pushed through them, the final desperate circle where the last 10 guards had tried to overwhelm him with numbers. Most of the guards were alive, unconscious, wounded, but alive. Luo Chun had fought to incapacitate, not to kill, even when his own death was closing in. He lay at the center of the courtyard, his face peaceful, his body bearing the wounds of 3 hours of combat against overwhelming odds. Cuts across his arms, a deep wound in his side that had been ignored in favor of continued fighting, bruises that mapped the trajectory of 50 different attacks. His flickering timer had stopped, not at 0, but simply stopped, the numbers frozen at the moment of his death. 0 years, 0 months, 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. The flicker was gone. For the first time in his life, Luo Qin's timer was still. Shen Wei knelt beside his brother's body and held his hand. The hand was cold, the fingers stiffened, the probability sight behind those closed eyes permanently dark. No more flickering. No more branches. No more futures. Through the resonance link, Shen Wei felt the absence. The space where Luo Qin's consciousness had been, now empty, a silence more profound than the blank above his own head. You said trusting the people around me makes me stronger, Shen Wei whispered. You were right. And I hate that being right cost you everything. Zhao Kang stood behind him, silent, his hand on Shen Wei's shoulder. The young master's own grief was visible in the tightness of his jaw and the controlled stillness of his posture. Zhao Kang processed loss through discipline, channeling emotion into the structured patterns of duty and honor that his family had taught him. He had not known Luo Qin long, but he had respected the man who had chosen death for a stranger's survival. He should be buried with the Fate Weavers, Zhao Kang said quietly. In Master Tianshou's cave, if possible, among the mushrooms. Yes, Shen Wei said. He should. They would arrange it. When the war was fully over, when the logistics of surrender and reconstruction allowed a personal journey, Shen Wei would carry his brother's body back to the mountain where an old man had taught a young orphan to see the numbers above people's heads. He would bury Luo Qin beside Tianshou in the garden of luminous mushrooms, and the two people who had shaped Shen Wei's understanding of temporal sight would rest together in the earth of a mountain that had been their shared home. But that was for later. For now, he sat with his brother's body as the sun set over the conquered capital. The sky turned gold, then amber, then the deep red of a day ending. The threads of fate stretching upward from the city's population caught the light and glowed, thousands of golden lines connecting the living to the mechanism that governed their existence. And then something happened that Shen Wei had not expected. A thread descended from above, not from the sky, from beyond the sky, from the place where all threads converged. A single, massive thread of pure temporal energy, golden white, brighter than anything Shen Wei had ever perceived, reaching down through the dimensions toward the courtyard where he sat with his dead brother. A voice echoed in his mind, not words, but meaning, transmitted through temporal energy with the directness of a thought. You who have no death written, come to the loom. It is time we met. The thread pulsed. Around the capital, around the continent, every timer in existence flickered simultaneously. 1 second of universal absence. Every living thing momentarily disconnected from the loom. Timers vanishing and returning. A cosmic hiccup that reminded every creature on the planet that their existence was maintained by something they could neither see nor understand. Shen Wei looked up at the descending thread. It hung in the air above him, patient, waiting, the invitation of an entity that had been writing death since the beginning of existence. The Keeper of Endings wanted to meet the boy who had no ending. Above his head, the blank space said nothing. His brother's still timer said everything. It was time to go to the loom. Lin Yuyan found him there, as the last light faded and the stars appeared. She sat beside him without speaking, her hand finding his, the golden thread pulsing between them with the steady warmth of a connection that had survived everything the world had thrown at it. He knew, Shen Wei said eventually. He saw the timelines. He chose the one where I survived, even though it meant he didn't. He loved you. He barely knew me. We had weeks together. Weeks, after 20 years of separation. Love doesn't require time. It requires recognition. She squeezed his hand. He recognized you as his brother the moment he saw you. Everything after that was details. They sat together in the courtyard of a conquered capital, holding hands over a brother's body, watching the threads of fate stretch upward into a sky that held something ancient and patient and waiting. Tomorrow, they would address the political aftermath of the emperor's fall. Tomorrow, they would rebuild the command structure, negotiate the Yin Empire's surrender, and begin the long process of healing a continent scarred by war. Tonight, they grieved, and above them, the cosmic thread descended from the loom, patient as eternity, carrying the invitation of an entity that had been writing death since the beginning of time. The Keeper of Endings wanted to meet the anomaly, the boy who had no death written, the man who had freed his mother's eye, ended an emperor's reign, lost his brother, and still carried a blank space above his head that said nothing about when he would stop. Shen Wei looked up at the thread. He looked at Luo Qin's peaceful face, his brother, who had seen every possible future and chosen the one where Shen Wei survived, even at the cost of his own existence. He looked at Lin Yuyan, whose cursed timer still counted down despite everything. 2 years, 11 months now, and whose eyes held a determination that matched his own. Zhao Kang stood behind them, his hand on his sword hilt, his timer steady at 60 years. The young master who had started as an arrogant aristocrat had become something more, a warrior, a strategist, a brother-in-arms whose loyalty was forged not by debt or obligation, but by the simple, powerful choice to stand beside someone who needed standing beside. Zhao Mei was with the Alliance's medical corps, tending to the wounded, her timer at 53 years, a full life ahead of her, bought by an anonymous note from an herbalist apprentice who had seen her parasite before anyone else could. She didn't know that the war's outcome had been shaped by the same perception that had saved her life years ago. She didn't need to know. The important thing was that she was alive, and she was helping others live, and the chain of saved lives extended outward from a moment of kindness in a sect dormitory to a continental peace. The threads of fate stretched upward, millions of golden lines converging on the loom. And among them, Shen Wei's thread, the one that wasn't there, the absence that was a presence, the blank space that was a choice his parents had made before he was born, stretched toward something that no thread had ever reached before. The source, the origin, the place where death was written and life was measured, and the keeper of endings sat alone in the silence between stars, waiting for the first being in the history of existence who existed outside its authority. "We're going to the loom," he said. "Together," she said. "Together." The thread pulsed. The invitation stood. And somewhere beyond the sky, the keeper waited with the patience of something that had been alive since before time had a name. Chapter 81. The cosmic thread descended from beyond the sky, and Shen Wei followed it upward. The ascension began at the Yen capital's central plaza, where the thread had anchored itself to the world like a luminous rope dropped from heaven. Shen Wei stood beneath it with Lin Yuyan at his side, the golden thread between them pulsing with the shared energy of two people about to step beyond the boundary of the physical world. "You don't have to come," Shen Wei said. He meant it. The journey beyond the physical world into the weaving grounds was unmapped, unpredictable, and potentially one-way. His blank timer protected him from temporal hazards, but Lin Yuyan had no such protection. Her self-generated timer, stabilized by the golden thread, was still a timer, still countable, still depletable, still fragile in ways that his absence was not. "You don't have to be an idiot." Lin Yuyan took his hand, and the golden thread pulsed between them with the warmth of a connection that had survived everything the world and several cosmic entities had thrown at it. Her timer, 2 years, 11 months, the curse still counting, glowed with the faint red edge that had been her constant companion since the day he'd first seen her. The curse was placed by a fate weaver at the loom. The only way to cure it permanently is at the loom itself. "I'm not staying behind." The thread responded to their intent. When Shen Wei reached toward it with his temporal perception, the thread brightened and expanded, forming a gate, a vertical opening in the air that showed not the sky beyond, but something else entirely. A space between spaces, a dimension that existed in the gap between the physical world and whatever lay above it. They stepped through. The transition was not gentle. Physical reality peeled away like skin from a fruit, leaving their spiritual bodies exposed to a medium that was neither air nor void nor any substance the cultivation world had named. It was temporal energy, pure and unfiltered, the raw material of time itself, flowing in currents and eddies that pushed against their spiritual forms with the insistent pressure of a river that wanted to carry them somewhere. Shen Wei held Lin Yuyan's hand and oriented himself by the thread, which continued upward through the temporal medium like a path through fog. They followed it, ascending through currents of pure time that carried impressions, not memories, but temporal echoes of every moment that had ever occurred and every moment that ever would. The past flowed around them, the rise and fall of civilizations, the lives and deaths of billions of beings, the slow accumulation of existence condensed into a river of temporal energy. The future flowed with it, less defined, more fluid, carrying the weight of probability rather than certainty. The present was the surface tension between the two, a thin membrane of now that Shen Wei and Lin Yuyan were piercing through with every upward step. The journey upward was not smooth. The temporal currents pushed against them, not with hostile intent, but with the indifference of a natural force that wasn't designed for human traffic. Shen Wei anchored himself to the cosmic thread and pulled Lin Yuyan close. wrapping them both in a shell of temporal energy that deflected the worst of the currents. Through the golden thread between them, they shared the experience. His Zhao seeking perception, mapping the dimension structure, while her analytical mind identified patterns and potential hazards. The temporal medium was not chaotic but organized, flowing in patterns that corresponded to the physical world below. Dense currents over populated areas, thin streams over wilderness, eddies and pools where great concentrations of life created temporal turbulence. They passed through layers. The first was the physical world's temporal reflection, a mirror image of the land below, rendered in temporal energy rather than matter. Cities appeared as bright clusters of concentrated time, each one a nexus of millions of lifespans flowing together. Mountains were dark voids where little life existed. Oceans were vast plains of low-density temporal energy, populated by the simple, steady timers of marine life. The second layer was deeper, the historical layer, where the temporal energy of past lives had accumulated into geological formations of compressed time. Here, the echoes of civilizations long destroyed still resonated. The Fate Weaver's temporal signature, 500 years old, appeared as a brilliant vein of golden light running through the otherwise neutral medium. The signature of every person who had ever lived and died formed strata of temporal sediment, the geological record of mortality. The third layer was the weaving grounds, the dimension where the loom existed, where threads converged, where the architecture of death was maintained. After what might have been minutes or hours or days, time had no meaning in a dimension made of time itself. They arrived. Chapter 82. The weaving grounds were not what Shen Wei had expected. He had imagined machinery. Something mechanical, industrial, the loom as a device, gears turning and threads being measured and cut by a mechanism of cosmic engineering. What he found instead was a landscape, vast, surreal, and alive with a beauty that physical reality couldn't match. The sky was made of threads, not distant stars or clouds, but actual threads of fate, woven into patterns that stretched from horizon to horizon in every direction. Each thread glowed with its own color, amber for the living, silver for the dying, red for the endangered, white for the newborn. Together, they formed a canopy of interconnected existence, so intricate and so vast that trying to comprehend it as a whole was like trying to read every book in a library simultaneously. The ground was sand. Not normal sand, temporal sand, each grain a compressed moment of existence. When Shen Wei knelt and let the grains run through his fingers, he saw scenes. A farmer planting rice in a distant province. A child learning to walk on the steps of a temple. An old man watching the sun set from the window of a house he'd lived in for 40 years. Each grain was a life's moment, preserved in temporal energy, scattered across the weaving grounds like the memories of a world. The air was warm, carrying a scent that Shen Wei could only describe as the smell of time, not musty or ancient, but the particular freshness of a moment that has just happened, multiplied by every moment that has ever happened. It was overwhelming and beautiful and deeply, fundamentally sad, because every moment it showed had ended or would end, and the weaving grounds were a monument to the transience of everything. It's alive, Lin Yuyan whispered, her ice element perception responding to the temporal medium in ways that made the air around her crystallize into tiny sculptures of frozen time. The whole place is alive. The threads, the sand, the air, it's all one organism. The loom, Shen Wei said. It's not a machine. It's an ecosystem. A living structure that grows and changes with every life that's born and every death that's written. He expanded his timer perception, fully, without restriction, for the first time in his life. In the physical world, full expansion would have overwhelmed him with billions of timers. Here, in the weaving grounds, the timers were not data points, but physical objects, threads that he could touch, follow, and manipulate directly. He reached out and grasped the nearest thread. It was warm, vibrant, carrying the temporal signature of a young woman in a coastal village on the far side of the world. Her thread stretched from the canopy to the ground, anchored at both ends, her birth at one end, her death at the other. The distance between the anchors was her lifespan. He could see it, measure it, feel the life contained within it. And he could see where the thread connected to other threads, the web of relationships that defined every life. Her parents' threads ran parallel to hers, crossing and intertwining at the points where their lives intersected. Her friends' threads brushed against hers in passing encounters. Her future husband's thread, currently distant, would converge with hers in 3 years, 7 months. It was the most intimate perception he'd ever experienced, more intimate than looking at someone's timer, more revealing than reading their death vision. In the weaving grounds, he could perceive the full text of a life. Every connection, every moment, every choice, from birth to death. "We need to find the loom's center," he said. "Where the keeper sits." They walked. The sand shifted beneath their feet, showing scenes from lives they'd never know. A soldier's last stand, a mother's first embrace, a cultivator's breakthrough, a mortal's quiet death in a bed surrounded by loved ones. Each step was a story. Each story was a life. The loom's center was visible from anywhere in the weaving grounds, a point of light at the heart of the thread canopy where all threads converged. It grew brighter as they approached, the density of connections increasing until the air itself was more thread than space. Shen Wei and Lin Yuyan walked toward it. The sand showed them scenes with every step, a mother singing to her infant, a warrior drawing his sword for the last time, an old couple sitting in companionable silence on a porch overlooking a valley. Each scene was a life. Each life was a story. And each story had an ending that someone, the keeper, had written before the first chapter was even begun. "How many threads are there?" Lin Yuyan asked, looking up at the canopy with the overwhelmed expression of someone confronting infinity. "More than I can count. More than any number can represent." Shen Wei's Zhao, seeking perception, tried to estimate and failed. The scale was simply beyond what numerical representation could handle. Every living thing on the planet. Every living thing that has ever existed on the planet. Their threads don't disappear when they die. They thin, fade, become part of the historical sediment we pass through. But they're still here, still connected. The dead are still in the system? The dead are part of the system. Their temporal energy didn't disappear when they died. It was recycled, redistributed, used to power the loom's continuing operation. Every person who has ever lived is, in some residual sense, still contributing to the mechanism that writes death for the living. The implications of this were vast and deeply troubling. The Keeper's system didn't just manage death, it incorporated the dead into its mechanism. Every premature death that the Keeper had written didn't just end a life. It conscripted that life's temporal energy into permanent service. Lin Yuyan was quiet for a long time after that revelation. When she spoke, her voice was steady, but her eyes were bright with something that might have been anger or grief or both. "We're going to change this," she said. "All of it." "Yes," Shen Wei said. "We are." Chapter 83. The ruins appeared on the third day of walking. They rose from the sand like bones from a shallow grave. Stone structures, once grand, now crumbled to fragments. Buildings that had housed an entire civilization, reduced to foundations and scattered walls. The architecture was unlike anything in the physical world. Curved walls, spiraling towers, windows that opened into the thread canopy rather than the sky. Everything was built to interface with the threads. Channels cut into the stone for thread routing, platforms designed for thread manipulation, laboratories where threads had been studied, analyzed, repaired. "The Fate Weavers lived here," Shen Wei said, running his hand along a wall that still hummed with residual temporal energy. "This isn't the remains of a sect. It's the remains of a civilization. They lived in the weaving grounds, among the threads they tended." Lin Yuyan explored the ruins with the analytical focus she brought to everything. She found records, jade slips preserved by the temporal energy that permeated the weaving grounds, their contents intact despite 5 centuries of abandonment. She read them aloud as they walked, piecing together the history that Tian Shou had told in fragments and that the ruins revealed in full. The Fate Weavers had not been created by the Keeper. They had evolved, a species that developed in the weaving grounds the way fish developed in water, their biology adapted to temporal energy, their perception naturally attuned to the threads. They had been the Keeper's first companions, the only other beings in the weaving grounds, serving as assistants in the endless work of writing death. For millennia, the relationship had been symbiotic. The Keeper wrote deaths. The Fate Weavers ensured that deaths were meaningful, editing causes, adjusting timings, smoothing the transitions between life and ending. They were curators of mortality, artists of cessation, making sure that each life's final chapter was worthy of the story that preceded it. Then the rebellion. They found something. Lin Yuyan read from a jade slip, her voice carrying the careful neutrality of someone conveying information that was personally devastating. A pattern in the deaths they were editing. Not random, not natural, deliberate. The Keeper was writing premature deaths for certain individuals, curtailing lives that should have lasted decades longer, for reasons the Fate Weavers couldn't understand. Why? The slip doesn't say, but the Weavers confronted the Keeper, and the Keeper's response was not explanation. It was violence. The ruins told the rest of the story in their architecture. Blast marks on walls where temporal energy attacks had struck. Shattered platforms where Fate Weavers had made their last stand. A great hall, collapsed inward, where the final battle between the Keeper and the rebellious Weavers had been fought. The Bureau. Shen Wei said, tracing the blast patterns. The Keeper created the Bureau as an automated defense system after the rebellion, not to hunt fate weavers in the physical world, to prevent anyone from ever returning to the weaving grounds and challenging the Keeper's authority again. Which means the Bureau in the physical world is just an extension of the Keeper's defense system here, Lin Yuyan added. The agents, the enforcers, the timer flicker, all projections of the Keeper's will, extending through the threads into the physical world. And the masked figure at the assembly hall, the Bureau's agent, was a construct, not a person. A projection of the Keeper's attention, wearing a mask to mimic humanity. Then Wei Changfeng, the judge, was a real person who was integrated into a construct system. A human consciousness trapped in the Bureau's projection mechanism for 500 years. The horror of that settled between them like a cold stone. Wei Changfeng, the Grand Elder who had written the Fate Weaver techniques, who had waited 5 centuries for Shen Wei to appear, who had manipulated the continental trials to give Shen Wei the best chance of survival, had been a living mind inside a machine. Conscious, aware, feeling, but unable to act against the system that contained him except through the smallest loopholes in his programming. A delayed report here, a bracket manipulation there, a whispered warning in a dormitory room. 500 years of imprisonment. 500 years of watching the Bureau hunt and kill the descendants of the people he'd failed to protect. 500 years of enforcing the will of the entity that had destroyed his family, while secretly, desperately, preserving the knowledge that might one day produce someone who could end it. Shen Wei understood now why Wei Changfeng's mask had cracked during the continental trials. Not from Shen Wei's public challenge. From the accumulated pressure of 5 centuries of performance, the hairline fractures of a consciousness that had been pretending for so long that the pretense had become indistinguishable from identity. The judge had given everything. His freedom, his identity, his sanity, his lifespan, all of it sacrificed to preserve the possibility that Shen Wei was now fulfilling. When we change the system, Shen Wei said, we free him too. If he still exists, if any part of his consciousness survived the recall beam, the new architecture will release it. And if he doesn't survive, then we honor him. By succeeding, Shen Wei looked at the ruins of the civilization that had given him his ability, his knowledge, and his purpose. The Fate Weavers had been destroyed for asking why. Why was the Keeper writing premature deaths? Why was mortality not natural but authored? Why was an entity that controlled the deaths of all living things acting with what appeared to be malice? He didn't know the answer yet. But the Keeper was at the loom's center, waiting, and the answer would be there. Chapter 84. The Bureau's defense system activated on the 4th day. They had been walking through the ruins when the air shifted, a change in temporal pressure that Shen Wei's perception read as the activation of an ancient formation array. The threads above them rearranged, forming geometric patterns that pulsed with the specific frequency of the Bureau's energy signature. Constructs materialized from the thread canopy. Not human-shaped, they were geometric, abstract, formed from compressed temporal energy into crystalline structures that moved with purpose but without any pretense of biological form. Each construct was a weapon, a defense mechanism, an automated response to the presence of unauthorized beings in the weaving grounds. The Bureau isn't an organization, Shen Wei said, watching the constructs descend. It's a defense grid, an immune system, where the infection it's designed to eliminate. The first wave was probing, 3 constructs that circled them at a distance, scanning their temporal signatures, cataloging their abilities. Shen Wei read their structure through his perception. Each construct was powered by threads drawn from the canopy, connected to the loom's energy through a network of channels that he could see and, critically, could sever. He severed the nearest construct's power threads. The crystalline structure flickered, froze, and dropped to the sand like a dead bird. Its temporal energy dispersed back into the weaving grounds. The second and third constructs adapted. They rerouted their power threads, drawing from different channels, their connection to the loom becoming more complex and harder to sever. Shen Wei cut them down, but it took longer, 7 seconds instead of 3. The second wave was larger. 10 constructs, faster, more aggressive, their geometry sharper and more lethal. Lin Yuyan engaged them with ice element techniques amplified by the golden thread. Her attacks crystallized the temporal energy around the constructs, interfering with their power supply. Shen Wei severed threads while she held them in place. The third wave was 50 constructs, and they emerged from the ground as well as the canopy, the weaving grounds itself defending against the intruders. The battle lasted an hour. By its end, Shen Wei and Lin Yuyan were both exhausted, their cultivation reserves depleted by sustained combat in a dimension where the very environment was hostile to their presence. But the constructs had stopped coming. The defense grid has a limit. Shen Wei observed, scanning the surrounding weaving grounds for further threats. It can produce a finite number of constructs before needing to recharge. We've exceeded its immediate capacity. How long before it recharges? Based on the energy flow patterns, approximately 6 hours. Then we have 6 hours to reach the keeper. They ran. The weaving grounds blurred past them, sand and ruins and scattered scenes of mortal lives playing in the grains beneath their feet. The temporal medium resisted their movement, but Shen Wei's Dao-seeking cultivation carved a path through the resistance, creating a tunnel of cleared temporal energy that he and Lin Yuyan sprinted through at speeds that would have been impossible in the physical world. As they ran, the ruins of the Fate Weaver civilization continued to appear, scattered remnants of a world that had once been alive with a purpose that the Keeper's violence had ended. Schools where young weavers had learned to edit death. Workshops where thread manipulation tools had been crafted. Gardens where temporal flowers had grown. Plants whose blooms lasted for exactly one meaningful moment before withering. Each one a demonstration of the principle that endings could be beautiful. Lin Yuyan ran beside him, her nascent soul cultivation sustaining her pace, her ice element energy creating a cooling effect that prevented their spiritual bodies from overheating in the dense temporal medium. Through the golden thread, she fed him spatial awareness, her analytical perception mapping the terrain ahead while his was focused on the approaching loom center and the entity that waited there. The Keeper's energy signature is growing stronger, she reported, her breath steady despite the exertion. It knows we're coming. It invited us. It wouldn't have sent the cosmic thread if it didn't want this meeting. Wanting a meeting and welcoming the outcome of that meeting are different things. True. Shen Wei pushed harder, increasing their speed. The loom's central light grew brighter ahead, its pull on the surrounding threads creating a gravity well of temporal energy that they were now falling toward as much as running toward. Be ready for anything. I'm always ready. It's you who needs the reminder. Despite everything, the cosmic stakes, the approaching confrontation with the oldest being in existence, the weight of a mission that would determine the fate of mortality itself, Shen Wei smiled. Lin Yuyan's particular blend of precision, warmth, and no-nonsense pragmatism was a constant in his life that no amount of cosmic upheaval could diminish. Chapter 85. The loom's center was a pillar of light. Not literal light, temporal light, the concentrated luminescence of every thread in the weaving grounds converging on a single point. The pillar rose from the sand to the canopy and beyond, stretching upward into dimensions that even Shen Wei's Dao-seeking perception couldn't fully resolve. It was the axis of the system, the spindle around which all threads were wound, the central mechanism from which all timers were generated. At the pillar's base, where the concentrated temporal energy was densest, sat the Keeper of Endings. Not a monster, not a cosmic horror, not an eldritch entity of incomprehensible form. The Keeper was old. That was the first impression. Age, vast and weary, etched into features that were almost human, but not quite. The Keeper's body was tall, thin, wrapped in robes made of woven threads that shifted color with every breath. The face was lined with the particular depth of wrinkles that come not from sun or stress, but from the passage of time so extreme that the concept of age became insufficient. The eyes were golden, Fate Weaver gold, but dim, flickering, carrying the exhaustion of a consciousness that had been performing the same task since before time had a beginning. Above the Keeper's head, no timer, not blank, like Shen Wei's, simply absent, as though the concept of lifespan didn't apply to a being that existed before the system was created to measure it. You came, the Keeper said. The voice was quiet, papery, carrying the particular quality of words spoken for the first time in centuries. The sound echoed in the weaving grounds, amplified by the temporal medium, carrying not just the words but the emotional weight of an entity that had been speaking only to itself for longer than language had existed. I've been waiting, not with anticipation or dread, just waiting. It's what I do. Wait for things to end. You're the Keeper of Endings, Shen Wei said. You write death. I am the Keeper. And yes, I write death. I have written every death that has ever occurred, for every living thing that has ever existed, since the beginning. The Keeper's golden eyes focused on Shen Wei with an intensity that was both sharp and profoundly weary. And you are the one whose death I cannot write. The admission carried the weight of eons. The Keeper, the entity that had authored every ending in existence, had found one being whose ending it could not compose. Not wouldn't, could not. The blank space above Shen Wei's head was not a gap in the Keeper's attention. It was a limitation in the Keeper's power. I have tried, the Keeper continued. Since the moment your parents erased your timer, I have tried to rewrite it, to reassign you, to find a way to register you in the system. Every attempt fails. Your temporal energy is self-referencing. It loops back on itself, creating a closed circuit that my writing authority cannot penetrate. You are, in the most literal sense, a story that I cannot end. And that frightens you. It destabilizes me. I am the being that ends all things. If there exists a thing I cannot end, then my purpose is incomplete. My authority is qualified. My existence, which has been defined by the absolute certainty that I can write any death, is undermined by the existence of a being for whom that certainty does not hold. Your authority was always qualified. You just didn't know it until now. The keeper was silent. The pillar of light at the loom's center pulsed with the rhythm of 1,000,000,000 timers, each one ticking, each one counting, each one approaching an ending that this ancient being had authored. And in the silence, Shen Wei could feel the keeper's loneliness, a loneliness so vast and so old that it had become invisible to the being that carried it, like water to a fish. How long have you been alone here? Shen Wei asked. Since before the concept of alone had meaning. Since before there was an other to be separated from. I have been the only one for so long that one is not a number to me. It is a state of being. It doesn't have to be. You speak of companions. I had companions. The Fate Weavers. I destroyed them. The keeper's voice cracked on the word, a fracture in the composure of an entity that had been composing itself for longer than mortality had existed. I destroyed the only beings who understood what I do. The only ones who could share the burden. I destroyed them because they questioned me, and I was too afraid of the question to allow it to be asked. What was the question? They asked why I wrote premature deaths. They discovered the system's flaw, the fuel requirement. And instead of answering honestly, instead of admitting that the system I had built was imperfect, I silenced them. Because admitting imperfection would have meant admitting that my authority was qualified. The circle completed. The keeper's fear of Shen Wei's blank timer and its fear of the Fate Weaver's question were the same fear, the terror of imperfection. The terror of a being whose entire identity was built on the absolute authority to write death, confronted with evidence that the authority was neither absolute nor necessary. Lin Yuyan, who had been listening in silence, spoke. You were alone for longer than time had direction. You found purpose in writing death. The purpose sustained you. And when someone threatened the purpose, you defended it. Not because the purpose was right, but because without it, you'd go back to being alone with nothing. The keeper looked at her. You understand. I lived under a curse for 19 years. The curse was horrible, but it was mine. When it was lifted, I felt lost for days, because the curse had been part of my identity, and without it, I didn't know who I was. She held out her hand to the keeper. Identity is not purpose, and purpose can change. Chapter 86. The keeper spoke, and the history of existence unfolded in words. I was the first, the keeper said. The first living thing. Before the cultivation world, before the mortal realm, before time had direction. I existed, and I was alone, and I was alive. And because I was alive, I would eventually die. The keeper's hands moved as it spoke, and the threads around them responded, forming visual illustrations of the story, scenes rendered in temporal energy that played out like a three-dimensional theater. But nothing else existed to cause my death. No disease, no predator, no entropy. I was the only living thing, and without an external cause, I could not end. So I existed, and existed, and existed, for a duration that I cannot express in any unit of time, because time did not yet have units. You were immortal? I was unending. There is a difference. Immortality implies the choice to continue living. I had no choice. I simply continued, without purpose, without companionship, without anything to mark one moment as different from another. The thread illustrations showed it, a single figure, alone, in a void of nothing. Not space, nothing. No direction, no substance, no reference point. Just existence, indefinite and unconditioned. I went insane, the keeper said simply. Several times. I recovered. Went insane again. Recovered again. The cycle repeated until I developed a form of consciousness that could sustain itself through isolation, a mind structured around the single purpose of enduring. And then others appeared. Life emerged, not from me, but from the same source that had produced me. Other beings, each one brief, each one dying. And their deaths were. The keeper paused, and something crossed its ancient face that might have been the memory of wonder. Their deaths were beautiful. The most beautiful thing I had ever witnessed. Because death gave their lives meaning. Death made their moments precious. Death was the frame that turned existence from an endless blur into a picture worth looking at. You fell in love with death. I fell in love with meaning. And death was the mechanism by which meaning was created. So I began to write it. Not out of cruelty. Out of devotion. I wrote deaths that were meaningful, that completed the stories of the lives they ended, that gave each being a final chapter worthy of their existence. The loom. I built the loom to manage the writing. As more life appeared, more deaths needed writing, and the task exceeded my ability to handle individually. The loom was my tool, a mechanism that translated my intentions into individual deaths, assigning timers, connecting threads, maintaining the web of existence that gave structure to mortality. And the fate weavers. They evolved here, in the weaving grounds, as companions. The first companions I'd had since the beginning. They helped me write deaths, not just assigning timers, but ensuring that each death was meaningful, that each ending served the story of the life it concluded. The keeper's voice softened. They were my family. You destroyed your family. The silence was absolute. The threads above them stopped moving. The sand beneath them went still. They discovered something, the keeper said, and its voice was the voice of someone who has been carrying a confession for 500 years. Something I had been hiding. Not all the deaths I wrote were meaningful. Some of them were premature, lives cut short not because their story was complete, but because I needed their temporal energy to sustain the loom. Chapter 87. Lin Yuyan's words had opened something in the keeper, a crack in the ancient composure that had held for 500 millennia. The being sat very still, its golden eyes flickering with the effort of processing an insight that it had never been offered, that identity and purpose were separate things, and that the loss of one did not require the destruction of the other. The confession continued, and its weight pressed down on the weaving grounds like a hand pressing on sand. The loom consumes temporal energy to function, the keeper explained. Every death I write, every timer I assign, every thread I maintain, all of it requires power. And the power comes from the temporal energy released when a being dies. Death fuels the mechanism that writes death. It is a cycle, self-sustaining, but only if sufficient deaths occur at sufficient intervals. You were killing people to keep the death-writing system running, Shen Wei said. The premature deaths, they weren't editorial choices. They were fuel. Some of them. Not all. The vast majority of deaths I write are genuine, timely, meaningful, natural conclusions to lives that have run their course. But the loom requires a baseline energy input that natural deaths alone cannot sustain. A small percentage, perhaps 3 to 5%, of all deaths are premature, written not to end a story but to fuel the system that writes endings. 3 to 5% of every death that had ever occurred, across all of existence. Shen Wei's mind staggered at the mathematics. Billions of beings, over millennia of existence. 3 to 5% killed early, their stolen years consumed by the loom. Their stories ended mid-sentence so that the mechanism of ending could continue to function. The fate weavers discovered this, Lin Yuyan said, her voice carrying the cold precision of someone who understood the full scope of the revelation. They were editing deaths, curating endings, and they noticed that some deaths couldn't be improved because they weren't real endings. They were harvests. Yes. The keeper's golden eyes were dim with the particular shame of someone who has been caught in a crime they cannot undo. They confronted me. They demanded that I find another power source for the loom. I refused, not because I wanted to refuse, but because there was no other source. The loom runs on death. That is its nature. That is my nature. Without premature deaths, the loom would fail. Without the loom, death would become random, meaningless, chaotic, stripping every life of the structured ending that gives it purpose. So you destroyed the fate weavers to prevent them from shutting down the premature deaths. I created the Bureau to prevent anyone from interfering with the system. The fate weaver's destruction was a consequence, not a goal. The distinction was thin, and the keeper seemed to know it, because its next words were barely audible. I have regretted it every moment since. Shen Wei looked at the keeper, at the ancient, weary, profoundly lonely being that had been writing death for longer than time had a name, and felt something he hadn't expected. Not anger, not outrage, not the righteous fury of a man who had lost parents, a teacher, a cousin, and a brother to the system this entity maintained. Compassion. The keeper was a prisoner, not of the Bureau, of itself, of the role it had been born into, the function it couldn't escape, the solitary existence of being the only entity in the cosmos responsible for ending every life that had ever existed. It was alone, it was tired, and it had been committing a necessary evil for so long that the evil had become indistinguishable from its nature. I have an ultimatum, the keeper said, and I am sorry for it, because ultimatums are the last resort of beings who have run out of options. Tell me, accept a written death. Choose when, where, and how you die. Any death of your choosing, any time, any place. I will write it into the loom, and you will be registered, and your existence will no longer destabilize the system. And if I refuse? Your blank timer is tearing holes in the fabric of fate. Every day you exist unregistered, the loom's integrity weakens. Threads fray. Timers malfunction. The flicker event at the Continental Trials, that was a symptom. There have been others, smaller ones, across the world. If you continue to exist outside the system will eventually fail. And when the loom fails, death becomes random, meaningless. Every life on the planet loses the structured ending that gives it purpose. The ultimatum was stark. Accept death and preserve the system. Refuse and destroy it. There's a third option, Shen Wei said. The keeper's golden eyes focused on him with an intensity that suggested it had been waiting for exactly this response. What third option? Shen Wei looked at the keeper, at the ancient, lonely, profoundly tired being that had been performing the same task for longer than comprehension could encompass. He looked at the threads above them, the billions of assigned timers that represented the keeper's life's work. He looked at the sand beneath them, where the moments of lives played in endless, beautiful, heartbreaking repetition. And he looked at the golden thread between himself and Lin Yuyan, the self-generated connection that had formed naturally from lifespan sharing, that sustained itself without the loom's authority, that existed because two people had chosen to be connected and kept choosing every day. The third option, Shen Wei said, is changing the system so that it no longer needs premature deaths to function. Not destroying the loom, transforming it. From a centralized authority that writes death into a distributed network where death emerges naturally from each life. The keeper's eyes widened. That's theoretically impossible. The loom requires a single writer. The architecture was designed by you, for you, based on the assumption that only one being could write death. That assumption was true when you were alone. It's no longer true. Shen Wei held up the golden thread, literally, gathering the temporal energy of his connection with Lin Yuyan into a visible cord of light that pulsed between them. This thread is proof. It was not written by you. It was generated by us. It sustains itself. It contributes to the network without consuming from it. If one thread can be self-generating, all threads can. You're proposing to rebuild the loom while it's running. To convert billions of threads from written to self-generated without interrupting the system that maintains existence. Yes, that would require power beyond anything I've seen in 500 millennia of existence. Then it's fortunate that I have access to the one power source in existence that isn't connected to the loom, myself. Shen Wei touched the blank space above his head, the frozen absence, the permanent void. My temporal energy is self-generating, independent of the loom, unlimited by the centralized system. I am the template for the new architecture. The keeper stared at him with golden eyes that held centuries of exhaustion and, beneath them, a flicker of something that the being had not felt in longer than memory, hope. You would remake the entire mechanism of death. I would free it. Chapter 88. Shen Wei didn't answer immediately. Instead, he fought. Not because he wanted to, because the keeper's ultimatum activated the Bureau's defense grid, and the grid interpreted his refusal as a threat requiring immediate elimination. Constructs materialized in waves, pouring from the loom's central pillar in geometric formations that filled the space between the keeper and the intruders. The battle was cosmic in scale. The constructs were powered by the loom's full energy, each one stronger than any Bureau agent in the physical world, each one drawing on the infinite temporal energy that flowed through the weaving grounds. Shen Wei and Lin Yuyan fought side by side, the golden thread between them carrying shared perception and shared power in a fusion that made them a single entity with two bodies. Shen Wei broke through to Dao Lord. The breakthrough happened mid-combat, a shattered barrier, a surging expansion of power, and the sudden ability to do something that changed the nature of the fight entirely. He could freeze timers. Not metaphorically. He could reach into the temporal structure of any being and lock its timer in place, stopping the countdown, suspending the life-death cycle for as long as he maintained the freeze. The construct he targeted stopped in mid-attack, its crystalline geometry locked in temporal stasis, every particle of its being frozen in a single moment. He froze 10 constructs simultaneously, then 20, then 50. The Dao Lord ability was astonishingly powerful. Each frozen construct became a statue of temporal stasis, locked in the moment of its attack, every particle of its being suspended in a single instant that would persist as long as Shen Wei maintained the freeze. The defensive grid adapted. New constructs formed from the thread canopy, faster, smaller, designed to overwhelm through numbers rather than individual power. Shen Wei froze them in waves, his perception expanding to encompass hundreds of targets simultaneously. The cognitive load was enormous. Each frozen construct required a fraction of his attention to maintain, and the fractions accumulated rapidly. Lin Yuyan shifted her support. Instead of holding the loom's frame together, the conversion's momentum was now self-sustaining. She directed her ice element cultivation at the incoming constructs, creating barriers of frozen time that slowed them enough for Shen Wei's stasis technique to lock them down. They worked in concert, the golden thread carrying their shared perception and shared intent, two people functioning as a single temporal weapon. The battle became a dance of precision and endurance. Shen Wei froze constructs. Lin Yuyan slowed them. The constructs formed faster. They worked harder. The weaving grounds shook with the force of cosmic defense mechanisms colliding with cosmic transformation. After 20 minutes, the defensive grid's reserves were depleted. The last wave of constructs fell to Shen Wei's stasis technique, and the weaving grounds fell silent. The particular silence of a battlefield after the fighting ends, heavy with potential and light with relief. And then he did something that even the keeper hadn't anticipated. He froze his own non-existent timer. The technique should not have been possible. You cannot freeze something that does not exist. This was not a philosophical statement, but a statement about the mechanics of temporal stasis. The freezing ability operated by targeting a timer's temporal energy and locking it in a single moment. Without a timer, without temporal energy to target, the technique had nothing to freeze. But Shen Wei had been living with impossibility since the lightning struck. His entire existence was built on the premise that a being without a timer could still be alive, still function, still matter. If he could exist without a timer, he could freeze the absence of a timer. The absence was not nothing, it was something. It was a hole in the system, a gap in the registry, a void with edges that could be defined and therefore targeted. The paradox was deliberate. You couldn't freeze something that didn't exist. The blank space above Shen Wei's head was not a timer. It was an absence, a void, a hole in the loom's registry. Freezing it meant applying temporal stasis to nothing, locking the absence in place, crystallizing the void, making the blank space permanent and immutable. The weaving grounds shuddered. The paradox rippled outward from Shen Wei like a shock wave through water, distorting the threads, warping the sand, sending tremors through the loom's central pillar. In the physical world, far below, on the surface of the planet, every timer flickered for the second time. Every living thing felt its lifespan hiccup, stutter, and resume. "What have you done?" the keeper whispered. "I've made my absence permanent," Shen Wei said. "The system can't write my death because I was never registered. Now it can't register me even if it tries. The blank space is frozen, locked in temporal stasis, immune to modification. That will tear the loom apart. No, it will force the loom to adapt." Chapter 89. The loom began to unravel. Threads snapped. In the canopy above, individual threads, each one representing a life, a death, a connection, began to fray and break as the paradox of a frozen absence propagated through the system. The loom's architecture, designed to process a finite number of registered beings, couldn't accommodate an unregistered anomaly that had been made permanently unregisterable. The system error cascaded, each broken thread weakening the threads around it, creating a chain reaction that threatened to collapse the entire web. In the physical world, people's timers vanished. Across the continent, across the world, timers blinked out, disappearing from the spiritual perception of the few who could see them. The effect was instantaneous and universal. Every living thing was, for a brief, terrifying moment, unregistered. Without timers, without measured lifespan, without the mechanism that gave their death meaning and structure. The keeper panicked. Its ancient composure shattered under the weight of the system's failure. 500 millennia of careful death writing collapsing in seconds. It launched an assault on Shen Wei with the full power of its cosmic authority, temporal strikes that carried the weight of every death ever written, each one aimed at erasing the anomaly that was destroying the system. Lin Yuyan held the loom's frame together. Her ice element cultivation, amplified by the golden thread and adapted to the weaving ground's temporal medium, created structures of frozen time that supported the loom's architecture like buttresses supporting a collapsing cathedral. She froze the fraying threads in place, preventing further cascade failure, buying Shen Wei the time he needed to complete whatever impossible thing he was attempting. "I can hold this for about 10 minutes, she shouted, her voice strained with the effort of supporting a cosmic structure with human cultivation. The curse in her bloodline, agitated by the temporal stress, flared, frost spreading across her skin, her timer dropping toward the red. "That's enough," Shen Wei said. But before he could act, the keeper's assault intensified. The ancient being, despite its earlier confession, despite its expressed weariness, fought with the desperate ferocity of something that had been the sole authority for longer than concepts like authority had existed. The strikes came faster, temporal blades that cut through the dimension's fabric, creating wounds in reality that bled pure time. Shen Wei dodged, countered, and absorbed. His Dao Lord ability to freeze timers gave him a tactical edge. He could freeze the Keeper's attacks in mid-flight, creating walls of temporal stasis that blocked the assault. But the Keeper's power was at Celestial Emperor level, the ninth realm, and the raw force behind each strike was enough to shatter Shen Wei's defenses through sheer volume. Lin Yuyan held the loom's frame together with increasing difficulty. The ice structures she'd created were degrading under the stress of supporting a cosmic mechanism, cracks spreading through the frozen threads, her cultivation reserves depleting faster than her golden thread connection to Shen Wei could replenish them. "I need a solution," Shen Wei said, blocking a temporal blade that would have bisected him from shoulder to hip. "Not more combat. A solution." He closed his eyes in the middle of the battle, a suicidal gesture, except that his timer perception didn't require physical sight. His golden eyes blazed behind closed lids, and he looked, not at the Keeper, not at the constructs, not at the collapsing loom, but inward. He looked at the blank space above his own head, the frozen absence, the permanent void, the gift his parents had given him before he was born. And he understood. The blank space wasn't just armor. It wasn't just invisibility to the loom's registry. It was a template, a proof of concept, a demonstration that a living being could exist without a Keeper-assigned timer and still be alive, still function, still matter. He was the first self-generating life. His parents had made him that 20 years ago when they erased his timer and disconnected him from the loom. He had been living proof, all along, that the centralized system was unnecessary. He didn't need to invent the distributed architecture. He needed to share what he already was. Chapter 90. The revelation came not as a thought, but as a vision, a moment of clarity so absolute that it transcended the boundary between knowing and being. Shen Wei, standing in the collapsing weaving grounds, fighting the Keeper's assault while Lin Yuyan held the loom together with frozen time, understood. The Keeper wasn't the enemy. The timers weren't the enemy. The loom wasn't the enemy. Death itself wasn't the enemy. The problem was monopoly. One being wrote all deaths. One consciousness decided every ending. One entity, however ancient, however well-intentioned, however exhausted, controlled the most fundamental aspect of every life in existence. And because it was alone in this task, because the Fate Weavers had been destroyed and no one else could participate, the system had become brittle, inflexible, and dependent on premature deaths to fuel itself. The solution wasn't destroying the system. It was distributing it. A world where death was not dictated by one entity, but where each person's death emerged naturally from their own choices. Timers that were not assigned from above, but generated from within. Endings that were not written by a cosmic author, but authored by the lives that experienced them. Self-sustaining mortality. Death as an emergent property of life, rather than an external imposition. "I don't need to destroy the loom," Shen Wei said, and his voice carried a certainty that resonated through the weaving grounds like a bell struck in a cathedral of threads. "I need to rewrite it." The understanding crystallized with absolute clarity. Every experience he'd had since the lightning struck. The girl with 3 days, Mrs. Chen's poison, Zhao Mei's parasite, Mu Qian's harvesting, Bai Xian's festivals, the war, the bureau, the judge, the continental trials, his brother's sacrifice. All of it converged on this single insight. Death was not the enemy. Monopoly was the enemy. One entity controlling the most fundamental aspect of every life in existence was the structural flaw that produced premature deaths, bureau enforcement, harvester parasites, and cosmic loneliness. The solution was not eliminating death. Death gave life meaning, as the Keeper had honestly observed, but distributing the authority to die. Every person's death should be their own. Shen Wei continued, and his voice carried a resonance that made the threads above them vibrate. Not written by a cosmic entity, not assigned by a centralized system, not harvested by predators. Owned, personal, emerging from the life itself, not imposed from above. The Keeper, still attacking, paused. The temporal blades hovered in midair, their destructive energy held in check by the Keeper's wavering conviction. The ancient being looked at Shen Wei with golden eyes that held the first genuine uncertainty of its existence. "That would require rebuilding the loom's entire architecture," the Keeper said, "while it's running, without interruption, without killing anyone in the transition." "Yes, that's the most ambitious undertaking any being has ever proposed. I've had ambitious teachers. Tian Shou, who waited 40 years for a student he'd never met. Wei Changfeng, who spent 5 centuries preserving knowledge inside a prison of bureau servitude. His parents, who gave their lives to protect 2 children from a system that would have consumed them. Luo Chun, who saw every possible future and chose the one that cost him everything. Ambitious teachers, impossible sacrifices, and a student who would honor them all by finishing what they'd started. Chapter 91. The breakthrough to Void Sovereign was not a cultivation advancement. It was a transformation. Shen Wei's spiritual body expanded, not in size, but in capacity. His Tao seeking cultivation, which had been the highest a Fate Weaver had reached in 500 years, broke through the barrier to Void Sovereign on the strength of a single insight. The ability to create new timers. Not modify existing ones. Not extend or shorten or freeze them. Create them. From nothing. Generate new lifespan assignments that were not copies of existing threads, but original creations. Timers that were self-sustaining, self-adjusting, emerging from the life they measured rather than being imposed upon it. The Void Sovereign breakthrough was catalyzed by the act of creation itself. Previous breakthroughs had been driven by combat, crisis, or the absorption of external energy. This one was driven by intent, the pure, focused desire to build something new rather than destroy something old. Creation, Shen Wei realized, was a higher form of cultivation than destruction. Any cultivator could tear down. Only a Void Sovereign could build from nothing. He began with a single thread. Drawing temporal energy from the weaving ground's ambient medium, he wove a new thread, not attached to the loom, not connected to the keeper's writing mechanism, but anchored in the life it represented. A self-generating timer, one that measured lifespan not as a countdown assigned from above, but as a calculation derived from the life itself. Its health, its choices, its circumstances, all contributing to a continuously updated prediction that belonged to the individual rather than the system. The thread glowed. Not amber or silver or red, golden, the color of Fate Weaver's sight, carrying the warmth of a timer that was owned rather than assigned. You're rewriting the loom's architecture. The keeper breathed, its assault faltering as it recognized what Shen Wei was doing. You're changing it from a single writer system to a distributed network. Each person's timer becomes self-generating, Shen Wei confirmed, weaving a second thread, a third, a fourth, based on their own fate rather than your writing. The loom doesn't disappear. It transforms. From a mechanism of control to a framework of support. The threads still exist. The connections still exist. But the timers are generated by the lives they measure, not dictated by an external authority. The premature deaths become unnecessary. A distributed system doesn't require central power. Each self-generating timer produces its own temporal energy, sustaining the network without requiring harvested deaths. The 3 to 5% of premature deaths, the fuel, becomes zero. The keeper watched from the loom's central pillar, its golden eyes tracking Shen Wei's technique with the focused attention of an entity that had spent millennia developing the architecture being replaced. The keeper did not interfere, neither helping nor hindering, suspended in the uncertain space between the role it was losing and the role it had not yet gained. It's different, the keeper said softly, examining the first self-generating thread that Shen Wei had created. The texture, the resonance. My threads have a uniformity. Each one written in my style, carrying my signature. These carry. It paused, searching for words to describe something it had never encountered. Individuality. Each one is unique, shaped by the life it measures. That's the point. No two lives are the same. No two endings should be the same. The old system imposed uniformity, standardized timers, standardized deaths. The new system reflects the diversity of the lives it measures. Diversity is inefficient. Diversity is honest. The keeper was quiet for a long time. Then, I have written efficient deaths for longer than efficiency has been a concept. Perhaps it is time to try honesty. Shen Wei continued weaving. As Shen Wei wove thread after thread, each one a new paradigm. A self-sustaining timer that drew power from the life it measured, contributing to the network rather than consuming from it. The weaving was the most complex technique in cultivation history, requiring every skill he'd developed. Timer reading to understand the structure. Death vision to predict the outcomes, lifespan sharing to distribute energy, thread severing to disconnect old connections, thread creation to build new ones. And it was beautiful. The new threads glowed with a golden warmth that the old threads had never possessed, the warmth of ownership, of autonomy, of a life whose ending belonged to itself rather than to a distant entity. Chapter 92. The keeper resisted, not with violence this time, with fear. The ancient being's golden eyes flickered with the particular terror of someone whose entire existence is being redefined. If you change the loom, the keeper said, its voice carrying the tremor of genuine panic. What happens to me? My purpose is writing death. If death becomes self-generating, I have no purpose, and a being without purpose. It looked at its own absent timer, the void where a lifespan should be, the same absence that Shen Wei carried. A being without purpose is what I was before the first other living thing appeared. Alone, unending, insane. You don't have to end, Shen Wei said, pausing in his weaving to face the keeper directly. You just don't have to be alone. What does that mean? It means the new system doesn't eliminate your role, it transforms it. You're no longer the sole author of death. You're a guardian, a curator, one voice among many in the web of fate, not the sole writer, but a participant in a network that no longer depends on your writing for its existence. I don't know how to be a participant. I've been the sole authority for longer than any other concept has existed. Then learn. You have time. Shen Wei's voice held a compassion that surprised even himself, a warmth directed at the being that had, directly and indirectly, caused the deaths of his parents, his teacher, his cousin, and his brother. The Fate Weavers were your family once. They helped you write death. Let the new system be their legacy, a world where death is a collaboration, not a dictation. The Keeper was silent. The threads above them continued to fray and reform as the loom processed the transition, old threads disconnecting, new threads emerging, the architecture shifting from centralized to distributed in real time. I am tired, the Keeper said. I know. I have been writing death since before time had direction. I have ended every life that has ever existed. I have carried the weight of every ending, every loss, every goodbye, for a duration that no number can express. I know. Show me another way. Chapter 93. Shen Wei reached Celestial Emperor, and the world opened. At the 9th realm, higher than any cultivator in the physical world, higher than any fate weaver in recorded history, Shen Wei gained the ability to see the grand timer. Not a person's timer, not a thread's timer, the timer of the world itself. It read, 47 years. The world was dying. Not from external threat, not from cosmic catastrophe, but from systemic failure, the loom's deterioration, accelerated by Shen Wei's paradox and the centuries of premature death that had weakened the system's foundations. Without intervention, the loom would collapse in 47 years, and with it, the mechanism that gave death meaning. The result would not be immortality, but chaos, random, meaningless death, stripping every life of the structured ending that the Keeper had spent eternity crafting. 47 years, Shen Wei said. That's how long we have to complete the transition. The transition from centralized to distributed death writing, Lin Yuyan said, still holding the loom's frame together with ice element cultivation that was slowly depleting her reserves. Her timer had dropped to 2 years, 6 months, the curse accelerating under the stress. How many threads need to be rewritten? All of them. Every thread in the loom, every timer for every living thing on the planet, needs to be converted from Keeper-written to self-generating. How many is that? Shen Wei looked at the thread canopy, the vast, incomprehensible web of connections that stretched from horizon to horizon. Billions. The word hung in the air between them, carrying the weight of a number that defied human comprehension. Not millions, billions. Every living thing on the planet, from the smallest insect to the most powerful cultivator, each one carrying a thread that needed to be converted from the old architecture to the new. Lin Yuyan, whose ice element mind excelled at reducing impossibilities to solvable problems, immediately began calculating. At one thread every few seconds, the conversion would take longer than the world's remaining timer. We need a parallel process, a method of converting multiple threads simultaneously, or a method of converting threads that doesn't require individual attention, Shen Wei said. A pattern that propagates, like a cultivation technique that spreads through practice, like a seed that grows on its own once planted. Exactly like that. Shen Wei looked at the golden thread between them, the self-generated connection that had formed naturally, that sustained itself without external authority, that existed because two people had chosen each other. The thread was a living demonstration of the principle he was proposing, self-generating, self-sustaining, powered by the relationship it represented rather than by a cosmic mechanism. The golden thread is the template, he realized. The pattern of self-generation that we created through lifespan sharing. It's not just a personal connection. It's a prototype for a new kind of timer. If I can extract the pattern and introduce it into the loom's network, it would propagate. Lin Yuyan finished, her analytical mind racing. Each thread converted by the pattern would carry the pattern seed, converting adjacent threads through contact. An exponential cascade. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8. The conversion rate would be, theoretically infinite, limited only by the network's connectivity, which, since every thread is connected to every other thread through the loom, is total. They looked at each other. The golden thread between them pulsed with the shared excitement of two minds that had found a solution to an impossible problem through the simple mechanism of being connected. "Let's do it," she said. But the mathematics of individual conversion were still impossible. Even at his current speed, one thread every few seconds, rewriting billions of threads would take longer than the world's remaining timer. He needed a different approach. He found it in the golden thread between himself and Lin Yuyan. The golden thread was not keeper-written. It was self-generated, a connection that had formed naturally from the lifespan sharing between two people who chose each other. It was, already, a proof of concept, a thread that sustained itself without the loom's central authority, drawing power from the relationship it represented rather than from the premature death of others. "The golden thread is the template," Shen Wei said. "I don't need to rewrite each thread individually. I need to introduce the self-generating pattern into the network and let it propagate. Like a virus, but benign, a seed that transforms threads from written to self-generated through contact." He began the final rewrite. Using the golden thread as his template, he encoded the self-generating pattern into a pulse of temporal energy and fed it into the loom's network. The pulse traveled outward from the golden thread, touching adjacent threads, converting them from written to self-generated, each converted thread then passing the pattern to its neighbors. The conversion was exponential. One thread became two became four became eight. The cascade moved through the loom's network with the speed of a wildfire and the precision of a cultivation technique. Each conversion perfectly tailored to the life it transformed, each new self-generating timer carrying the unique signature of the individual it measured. Within minutes, thousands of threads were converting. The canopy above shifted, regions of golden warmth expanding outward from the epicenter where the golden thread had introduced its pattern, consuming the old amber architecture and replacing it with the new self-generating design. Within an hour, millions had converted. The weaving grounds transformed around them. The canopy's colors shifted, the amber, silver, and red of assigned timers gradually replaced by the golden warmth of self-generated ones. The change was visible, beautiful, and irreversible. Chapter 94. As the loom restructured, Lin Yuyan's curse unraveled. The curse had been written by a fate weaver 300 years ago, a temporal reduction embedded in the Lin clan's bloodline, assigned and maintained by the loom's centralized authority. When the thread carrying the curse was converted to the self-generating pattern, the curse's instructions, reduce firstborn daughter's lifespan, lost their enforcement mechanism. The loom no longer wrote individual deaths. The curse's instructions, addressed to an authority that no longer existed, simply dissolved. Lin Yuyan gasped. The frost that had been spreading across her skin, the curse's physical manifestation, retreated, sublimating into mist that carried the temporal signature of 300 years of accumulated punishment. Her timer extended. Not gradually, not incrementally, but in a sudden, dramatic leap. 2 years, 6 months became 5 years, then 20, then 40, then 67. A natural lifespan, unrestricted by curse, unshortened by temporal reduction, determined entirely by her own health, choices, and circumstances. She wept. The tears crystallized in the weaving ground's temporal medium, becoming tiny diamonds of frozen time that caught the golden light of the converting threads and scattered it across the sand like stars. Shen Wei caught her as her knees buckled. The golden thread between them pulsed with an emotion so intense and so unguarded that no temporal perception was needed to read it. Pure, overwhelming relief, the particular joy of someone who has lived with a death sentence for her entire life and has just been pardoned. "It's gone," she whispered. "The curse. I can feel it. It's gone. The loom doesn't write individual curses anymore. Your timer is yours now. Nobody else's." She pulled back enough to look at him. Really look. With eyes that had been carrying the weight of a 4-year countdown since the day she learned the truth about her bloodline. Those eyes were free now. Clear. Silver blue and brilliant, seeing a future that had always been denied to her. 67 years, she said, reading her own timer through the golden threads, shared perception. That's a lifetime. That's your lifetime. Not the keeper's assignment. Yours. She kissed him. In the weaving grounds, surrounded by converting threads and temporal sand, and the slowly transforming architecture of cosmic mortality, two people whose relationship with time had defined their entire lives held each other and occupied a single, perfect, unwritten moment. The golden thread between them blazed, not with the desperate urgency of lifespan transfer that had characterized their early connection, but with the steady warmth of a bond that no longer needed to save anyone. The thread was no longer a lifeline. It was a love line, a connection maintained by choice, sustained by devotion, existing because two people who had been shaped by mortality had chosen each other in the face of everything that time could throw at them. Around them, the weaving grounds continued their transformation. Threads converted, the keeper observed, the distributed architecture stabilized. The cosmic work continued. But in the center of it all, two people stood in the eye of the storm and found peace. "I love you," Shen Wei said, because the words had never been sufficient but were also the only words available. "I know." She smiled against his chest. "I've known since the terrace at the conference, when you challenged me to a spar because you couldn't figure out a more normal way to start a conversation. The spar was strategically necessary. The spar was you being unable to process romantic interest through standard social channels. It was endearing then, and it's endearing now." She pulled back enough to look at his timer. 19, counting forward, golden and warm. "But I love you too." In case that wasn't clear. It was clear. Through the golden thread, it had always been clear. From the first sparring match to the present moment, the thread had carried the truth between them with the honesty of a mechanism that couldn't lie. Chapter 95. The Bureau's defense grid activated for its final assault. The loom's conversion had not eliminated the Bureau. The automated defense system still operated on the old architecture, its constructs still drawing power from the centralized mechanism. As the conversion progressed, the Bureau's available power diminished. Each thread converted to self-generation was a thread removed from the Bureau's energy supply. But the remaining centralized threads concentrated their power, and the Bureau directed everything it had into one final attempt to stop the conversion. Hundreds of constructs materialized, not the geometric crystals of previous waves. These were massive, complex, multidimensional structures that occupied space in ways that the weaving ground's physics barely supported. They converged on Shen Wei's position from every direction, their temporal energy signatures burning with the desperate intensity of a system fighting for its existence. Reinforcements arrived, not from the physical world, through the threads. Zhao Kang, Zhao Mei, and the alliance members who had stayed behind had felt the resonance link's call, the pulse of urgency that Shen Wei had transmitted when the Bureau's assault began. They had followed the threads upward, through the gate that the cosmic thread had left open, ascending to the weaving grounds with the particular determination of people who had been told to stay behind and had decided not to. "You told us to wait," Zhao Kang said, landing on the sand with his sword drawn and his timer steady at 60 years. "We decided that was a suggestion. It was an order. I don't take orders from people younger than me. It's a family rule." They fought. Shen Wei felt a surge of emotion that was part relief, part exasperation, and entirely love. The complex feeling of a man whose allies refused to let him face danger alone, despite his explicit instructions. "How did you get through the temporal medium?" he asked between defensive formations. "Zhao Mei figured it out," Zhao Kang said, cutting a construct in half with a technique that had clearly been refined through months of war. "Turns out the golden thread creates a navigation signature that the temporal currents follow." She tracked the thread from the physical world to here. "I was a biology apprentice before I was a cultivator," Zhao Mei said, deflecting a construct with a formation technique that was impressively advanced for core formation. Navigating temporal currents isn't that different from tracing spiritual parasites through meridian systems. Just bigger. The Alliance, 16 cultivators from the physical world, plus Shen Wei and Lin Yuyan, held the defense perimeter while the conversion continued. Zhao Kang's sword techniques, developed through months of war, were devastating against the constructs. Each strike was precise, efficient, and carried the particular authority of a young master who had started as an arrogant aristocrat and transformed into a warrior through the crucible of real conflict. His timer, counting upward at 22 years, burned with the steady gold of a man who knew exactly who he was and what he was willing to fight for. Zhao Mei's cultivation, now at core formation stage, provided support that stabilized the Alliance's formation. Her technique had evolved in the war. She developed a parasite tracking method that she'd adapted for construct tracking, using her understanding of parasitic energy patterns to predict the construct's attack vectors before they materialized. It was creative, unconventional, and devastatingly effective. The 12 Alliance members, hardened by military service, fought with the coordinated precision of soldiers who had trained together under fire. Each one carried their own golden timer, counting upward, self-generated, and the timers pulsed in unison as the Alliance fought as a single unit. Their connection strengthened by the shared experience of having traveled through dimensions together to support a man who had changed the world. The Bureau's constructs fell, one by one. Each construct destroyed weakened the old system's grip on the weaving grounds and strengthened the new architecture's hold. The conversion accelerated with each victory, a positive feedback loop where combat success directly translated into systemic transformation. The Alliance fought for 3 hours. By the end, They were exhausted, cultivation reserves depleted, bodies battered by temporal energy impacts, minds strained by the alien physics of the weaving grounds. But they held. Not one member fell. Not one timer reached zero. Zhao Kang, surveying the aftermath of the final construct wave, said, "That was the most absurd battle I've ever fought. We literally fought automated defense systems in a dimension made of time. And won," Zhao Mei added. "And won. I'm adding this to the Zhao family combat records. Nobody will believe it. The Bureau's constructs fell, one by one. Each construct destroyed was a reduction in the Bureau's combat capability, and each thread converted was a further reduction in its power supply. The tide turned slowly but inexorably. The Bureau's assault weakened, the conversion accelerated, and the weaving grounds architecture shifted from centralized to distributed with the gradual certainty of a sunrise. By the time the last construct fell, the conversion was 90% complete. The weaving grounds had transformed around them. What had been a landscape of assigned mortality was becoming a landscape of chosen mortality, each thread glowing with the warmth of ownership rather than the coolness of imposition. The alliance rested briefly, tending wounds and sharing cultivation energy in the particular communion of people who have fought together in impossible circumstances and emerged on the other side. Shen Wei used the respite to check each member's timer, all counting upward, all stable, all golden. The self-generating architecture was working. Each person's timer drew energy from their own life rather than from the loom's centralized supply, creating a sustainable system that didn't require premature death to maintain. "It's working," he said, and the relief in his voice was palpable. "The distributed architecture is stable, self-sustaining. Every converted thread is maintaining itself without external input." "The remaining 10%? Lin Yuyan asked. "The oldest and most complex threads. Ancient cultivators, cosmic entities, the keeper itself. They'll take longer to convert." "Then let's finish this." Zhao Kang sheathed his sword and looked at the loom's center, where the keeper sat amid the last remnants of centralized authority. Together, Chapter 96, Shen Wei began the final rewrite. The remaining 10% of threads were the oldest and most deeply connected to the keeper's writing. The threads of ancient cultivators, immortal beings, and the few entities whose lifespans stretched across millennia. These threads resisted conversion because they had been part of the centralized system for so long that the distinction between the thread and the loom had blurred. Converting them required not just introducing the self-generating pattern, but untangling centuries of accumulated connections. It was the most complex technique in cultivation history. Shen Wei sat in the center of the weaving grounds, surrounded by the Alliance's protective perimeter, and worked. Each thread was a puzzle, a knot of connections that had to be carefully loosened, reoriented, and restructured into a self-sustaining pattern. Some threads took seconds, the younger lives, whose connections were fewer and whose timers were simpler. Some took hours, the ancient cultivators, whose millennia of existence had woven their threads so deeply into the old architecture that separating them was like untangling roots from stone. The most challenging were the spirit beasts, ancient creatures of enormous power whose timers were intertwined with the natural cycles of the world. A mountain dragon whose timer was connected to the geological stability of the range it inhabited. A sea serpent whose lifespan was linked to the ocean currents that sustained its territory. A sky whale whose temporal energy fed the weather patterns of an entire continent. For these beings, conversion required not just restructuring their individual threads, but adjusting the environmental connections that their existence maintained. The mountain dragon's self-generating timer needed to sustain the geological stability that had previously been a side effect of the keeper's writing. The sea serpent's new timer needed to maintain the ocean current cycle. Each conversion was an exercise in ecological engineering at the temporal level, ensuring that the transition from written to self-generated didn't collapse the environmental systems that the old architecture had incidentally maintained. Lin Yuyan's analytical mind was invaluable. She mapped the environmental dependencies, identified the critical connections that needed to be preserved, and designed conversion protocols that maintained ecological stability while transforming the underlying architecture. Her ice element cultivation, adapted to the weaving grounds medium, created precise structural supports that held environmental connections in place while the threads they were attached to were converted. "You're doing temporal ecology," she said, watching Shen Wei convert a particularly complex beast thread that was connected to 3 separate weather systems and a major river's flow pattern. "I'm doing herbalism at a cosmic scale. Same principle. Understand the system, identify the connections, make changes that support health rather than undermine it." Master Ho would be proud. Master Ho would be confused. But then he'd make tea and figure it out. Each one was a life, an ancient cultivator whose ending had been written millennia ago, a spirit beast whose death was connected to the cycles of nature, a cosmic entity whose timer had been maintained by the keeper's personal attention. He worked with every skill he developed. Timer reading showed him the structure. Death vision revealed the connections. Lifespan sharing distributed the energy. Thread severing disconnected the old pattern. Thread creation built the new one. The Fate Weaver techniques, inherited through jade slips that Wei Changfeng had written and Tian Shou had preserved and Shen Wei had mastered, came to their final purpose. Not the perception of death, but the liberation of it. Lin Yuyan worked beside him, her ice element cultivation and timer perception providing the precision that his broad strokes sometimes lacked. Through the golden thread, they operated as a single mind with two bodies, his vision guiding her execution, her analysis refining his approach. The alliance held the perimeter. The keeper watched. Thread by thread, the loom transformed. The old architecture, centralized, authoritarian, dependent on premature death, was replaced by a new architecture that was distributed, democratic, self-sustaining. Each thread now generated its own timer, measured its own lifespan, and contributed to the network without consuming from it. The conversion reached 95%, 98, 99. As the conversion progressed, the weaving grounds themselves transformed. The sand, which had been showing scenes from past and present, began to show something new, possibilities. Future moments that were not predetermined but probable, the outcomes that would emerge naturally from lives making their own choices. A farmer deciding to plant a new crop, a child choosing to befriend a stranger, a cultivator selecting a technique that would define their path for decades. The scenes were less precise than the old death visions, fuzzier, more uncertain, carrying the inherent ambiguity of a future that hadn't been written. But they were alive in a way that the old visions had never been. They vibrated with potential, with the electric quality of moments that could go in any direction, unbound by the certainty of pre-written endings. Lin Yuyan watched the scenes with the fascination of a woman who had spent her entire life under the shadow of a predetermined death and was now witnessing the beauty of uncertainty. "It's messy," she said, watching a scene of two possible futures branching from a single decision point. A young woman choosing between two paths, each one leading to a different, but equally valid life. Messier than the old system. But the old system's cleanliness was purchased with 3 to 5% of all lives cut short. Shen Wei looked at the branching futures and felt a profound rightness. Not the satisfaction of a plan completed, but the deeper recognition of a truth revealed. Mess is the price of freedom. I'll take mess. As the conversion approached completion, the weaving grounds began to settle into their new configuration. The sand, which had been turbulent during the transition, showing competing scenes from the old deterministic system and the new probabilistic one, calmed into a single, unified medium that showed life as it actually was. Unpredictable, messy, beautiful, and entirely owned by the beings living it. The thread canopy above had transformed completely. Where before it had been a structured tapestry, threads woven in patterns dictated by the keeper's writing, it was now a living cloud of interconnected threads that moved organically, forming and reforming patterns based on the lives they represented. The patterns were less orderly than the old ones, but they were more alive. They breathed. They changed. They grew. Shen Wei stood beneath the canopy and felt something he hadn't felt since the lightning struck. Peace. Not the absence of conflict, the presence of rightness. The world above him was no longer a mechanism of control. It was a reflection of life. And life, with all its mess and beauty and uncertainty, was exactly what it should be. The last thread was the keeper's own. Chapter 97. The keeper's thread was the oldest in the loom, the original thread from which all others had been derived. It connected the keeper to every living thing that had ever existed, carrying the authority to write death, the responsibility to maintain the system, and the loneliness of being the only entity with that authority. Converting it would transform the keeper from the sole author of death to one voice among many, a guardian rather than a dictator, a participant in the web of fate rather than its single controlling intelligence. The keeper looked at Shen Wei with golden eyes that held 500 millennia of exhaustion, regret, and the terrible, honest desire to simply stop. "If you convert my thread," the keeper said, "I lose the ability to write death. The authority that has defined my existence since before time had direction. The purpose that kept me sane through the eternity of isolation. You gain something else." "What?" "Company." Shen Wei reached toward the keeper's thread, the original, ancient, impossibly complex line of temporal energy that anchored the entire system. "The new loom is a network. Every living thing participates. You won't be alone anymore." You won't be the only one carrying the weight of death. Every being, every life, every thread, they'll all share the burden. And you'll be part of that sharing, not above it. The keeper looked at the converting weaving grounds, at the billions of golden threads that now glowed with self-generated warmth rather than the assigned coolness of centralized authority. At the alliance members who had come from the physical world to protect the transformation. At Lin Yuyan, whose curse had been dissolved by the new architecture. At the sand, which now showed not just past moments, but future possibilities. The expanded range of a world where death was owned rather than imposed. I am tired, the keeper said. I have been tired for longer than your species has existed. I have wanted to stop, to rest, to close my eyes, to simply not, for a duration that makes your concept of eternity seem like a moment. You can rest now. Can I? If I lower my defenses, if I let you convert my thread, I become finite. Mortal, in a sense. Not dying, but no longer sustained by the system's energy. I will age. Slowly, over eons, but I will age. And eventually, your self-generated timer will reach its natural end. Yes, I have never had an end. I am the being that writes endings. The concept of my own. Silence. The weaving grounds held their breath. Show me another way, the keeper said. And then, with the quiet dignity of the oldest being in existence making the bravest choice of its existence, I trust you. The words were the bravest the keeper had ever spoken. Braver than the millennia of death writing. Braver than the creation of the Bureau. Braver than the destruction of the Fate Weavers. Those acts had been expressions of control, the actions of a being that feared what would happen if it let go. Trust was the opposite. The decision to let go, completely, irrevocably, placing the entirety of its existence in the hands of someone it had spent 500 years trying to eliminate. The keeper looked at Shen Wei. Shen Wei looked back. Two beings with blank timers, one by nature, one by design, facing each other across the gulf between authority and freedom. Before I open my thread, the keeper said, I want you to know something. Your brother, Luochen, his probability sight showed him 100 futures, and he chose the one where you succeeded. But there is a future he couldn't see, a branch beyond his probability range. In that future, the one we're creating now, his death is not permanent. What do you mean? In the new system, death is self-generated. But Luochen's death was written by the old system, my system. When the old architecture is fully replaced, the deaths I wrote lose their enforcement. His thread will re-emerge. Not immediately, not easily, but the temporal energy that comprised his life will reconnect. He will have the chance, the possibility, not the certainty, of return. Shen Wei's breath caught. Not guaranteed, not certain, but possible. In a system built on self-determination rather than cosmic decree, even death could be renegotiated if the temporal energy was willing and the connections were strong enough. One more reason to finish this, Shen Wei said, his voice thick. The keeper lowered its defenses. The last thread opened. Chapter 98. Shen Wei integrated the keeper into the new loom. The process was the most delicate work he had ever performed, converting the original thread, the foundation of the entire system, from centralized control to distributed participation. The keeper's authority didn't disappear, it was redistributed, flowing outward from the central thread into every self-generating timer in the network, becoming a background influence rather than a direct control. The keeper's role transformed. No longer the author of death, it became the guardian of the system, one entity among billions in the web of fate, carrying the memory and wisdom of the original design while participating in the new architecture as an equal. Not the sole voice, but the eldest voice. Not the dictator, but the advisor. Not alone. The transformation rippled outward from the keeper's converted thread. The last remnant of the centralized system dissolved, and the distributed network snapped into full operation with a resonance that shook the weaving grounds to their foundations. The thread canopy blazed, every thread simultaneously converting to its final self-generated state, the golden warmth of own mortality replacing the assigned coolness of dictated death. The keeper felt the change in real time. Its authority, the cosmic power to write death, dissolved, redistributed, absorbed into the network. What remained was something different: wisdom, knowledge, the accumulated understanding of 500 millennia of observing death, now available as a resource rather than wielded as a weapon. The keeper was no longer the author of death. It was the library of death, a repository of every ending that had ever been written, available for consultation but no longer capable of imposition. It doesn't hurt, the keeper said, with the surprised tone of someone who had expected transformation to be painful. It feels like setting down a weight I've been carrying for longer than I can remember. That's because you were never meant to carry it alone. Shen Wei placed his hand on the keeper's shoulder, a gesture of connection that the ancient being had not experienced since the Fate Weaver's destruction. The contact carried temporal energy, flowing from Shen Wei's self-generating reserves into the keeper's newly transformed thread, a gift of time from someone who had unlimited supply to someone who was learning to live within limits. The keeper's eyes widened. You're sharing temporal energy. Voluntarily. It's what Fate Weavers do. What they were always meant to do. Not control time. Share it. The understanding settled into the keeper's ancient consciousness like water into dry earth, slowly, deeply, transforming the landscape it touched. The Fate Weavers had not been the keeper's enemies. They had been its potential salvation, the companions who could have shared the burden of death riding, who could have distributed the weight that had driven the keeper to premature harvesting. If the keeper had trusted them instead of fearing them, the 500 years of violence and loss could have been avoided. But the past was the past, and the new system meant that the past's mistakes were no longer encoded into the future's architecture. The keeper sat in the center of the new loom, and for the first time, the threads around it responded to it rather than being commanded by it. They pulsed with their own warmth, their own rhythm, their own purpose. The keeper was part of the music rather than the conductor, and the change was, in the being's own words, the first new experience I've had in an eternity. And in the moment of transformation, Shen Wei achieved what no cultivator had ever achieved. Eternal Tao, the mythical 10th realm. The realm where a cultivator transcended the boundary between personal power and cosmic truth, becoming a fundamental force of existence rather than merely a practitioner of it. At Eternal Tao, Shen Wei's power was not power in the conventional sense, not raw force, not cultivation pressure, not the ability to move mountains or shatter formations. His power was the power to write his own timer. For the first time in his existence, Shen Wei could decide his own relationship with death. Not immortality, choice. The ability to choose when and how his life would end, if it ended at all. He could give himself a timer. He could leave the blank space blank. He could write an ending that was worthy of the story that preceded it, or he could decline to write one and continue indefinitely. The choice was his, not the keeper's, not the bureau's, not the loom's. His. The power settled into his cultivation base with the quiet finality of water finding its level. Eternal Tao was not explosive or dramatic. It was the opposite. It was the stillness at the center of all motion, the silence at the heart of all sound, the pause between heartbeats where the choice to continue living was made not by cosmic mechanism, but by personal will. Shen Wei looked at the weaving grounds, at the transformed architecture, the self-generating threads, the keeper sitting in the center of a system that no longer depended on its authorship. He looked at Lin Yuyan, whose timer blazed golden and free. He looked at the Alliance, standing guard at the perimeter, their own timers counting forward with the steady determination of people who had chosen to be here. He had started as an orphan herbalist struck by lightning. He was ending, not ending, continuing, as the being who had transformed the fundamental architecture of mortality. The journey between those 2 points had cost him his parents, his teacher, his cousin, and his brother. It had given him allies, love, purpose, and an understanding of death that no being had ever possessed. The balance was not clean. Some losses could not be compensated by gains, no matter how vast the gains. Luo Chen's death could not be balanced against the world's transformation. Tian Shou's sacrifice could not be weighed against the loom's restructuring. The arithmetic of loss did not produce equations that resolved into neat answers. But the purpose remained. The purpose was not to balance. It was to continue. To carry the losses forward, to honor them through action, to build a world where the sacrifices that had been made were vindicated by the freedom they had purchased. Shen Wei was ready. Chapter 99 he chose. The choice was not instantaneous. For a long time, measured not in seconds or minutes, but in the particular duration of a moment that holds the weight of an entire life's trajectory. Shen Wei stood at the center of the transformed weaving grounds and considered his options. He could remain blank. The frozen absence above his head was permanent and immutable, his parents' gift, his identity, the defining characteristic that had shaped every interaction, every battle, every relationship since the lightning struck. The blank space was who he was, the anomaly, the unwritten, the being that existed outside the system. Keeping it meant maintaining that identity forever, ageless, undying, eternal in the truest sense. He could write himself an ending. The Eternal Tao granted him the power to author his own timer, and he could choose any death, any time, any place, any manner. He could die tomorrow or in 1,000 years. He could die peacefully in bed or dramatically in battle. The ending was entirely his to write. He could let the new system generate his timer naturally. Surrender the blank space. Allow the self-generating architecture to assess his life and produce a timer organically, the same way it would for every other being in the new loom. This would mean accepting uncertainty, not knowing his end, not seeing his own death, living with the same beautiful ambiguity that the entire world was now learning to navigate. He looked at Lin Yuyan. Her timer glowed above her head. 67 years, golden, counting forward. Self-generated, owned, reflecting a life that would be long and full and entirely hers. He looked at Zhao Kang, standing at the perimeter with his sword sheathed and his 22-year timer counting upward. A man whose loyalty had been tested by war and cosmic restructuring and who had emerged from both with his honor intact. He looked at the keeper, sitting at the new loom's center, its ancient face carrying an expression that was learning, slowly, and with the awkwardness of extreme novelty, to be something other than weary. He looked at the blank space above his own head, and he made his choice. For the first time in his life, numbers appeared above Shen Wei's head. Not a countdown, not the assigned timer of a centralized system, measuring the distance between now and an ending that someone else had written. His timer counted up. 19 years. His age, the years he had lived, displayed above his head like a badge of honor rather than a sentence of doom. The timer would count forward, 20, 21, 22, and onward, for as long as he lived. It would not predict his death, because his death was not predetermined. It would not shorten or lengthen based on external forces, because his lifespan was his own. It was a timer that measured not remaining time, but accumulated time. The years he had lived, the moments he had experienced, the story he was writing with every breath. He had chosen a mortal life with a natural end, whenever that natural end might come. Not immortality, mortality, freely chosen, with a death that would emerge from the life he lived rather than being imposed by an external authority. Lin Yuyan saw the timer appear and smiled. A smile that combined joy, relief, and the particular beauty of someone who had spent years watching the man she loved carry an absence where a number should be. Numbers, she said. Numbers. He smiled back. Though mine count the wrong direction. The right direction. Forward. She traced the numbers with her eyes. 19 years, counting upward with the steady pace of a life being lived rather than a death being awaited. The counter was different from everyone else's, not generated by the system, but authored by Shen Wei himself. A self-written timer for a self-determined life. Does it feel different? She asked. Having a timer, after all this time without one? It feels grounding. Like putting on shoes after walking barefoot for years. The absence was part of me for so long that having numbers feels novel. New. A little uncomfortable. He paused. But good. Because the numbers are mine. Not the keeper's assignment. Not the loom's calculation. Not anyone else's decision. Mine. Every second on that counter is a second I chose to live. And the counter will continue until I choose to stop. Will you choose to stop? Eventually. Not soon. But eventually, yes. A life without an ending is not a life. It's a sentence. The keeper taught me that, in its own terrible way. Endings give stories meaning. And I want my story to have meaning. Then we have time. She squeezed his hand. The golden thread pulsed between them. No longer a lifeline sustaining her against a curse, but a bond of choice, maintained by mutual will rather than medical necessity. The thread's nature had changed with the loom's transformation. It was now one golden thread among billions, part of the distributed network of self-generated connections that held the world's new architecture together. We have time, he agreed. The weaving grounds responded to the final transformation. The thread canopy blazed with golden light as the last traces of the centralized architecture dissolved, replaced entirely by the distributed network of self-generating timers. Billions of threads, each one owned by the life it measured, each one contributing to a web of shared mortality that was stronger, more resilient, and more meaningful than anything the old system had produced. The keeper, transformed from dictator to guardian, sat at the loom's center and watched. For the first time in its existence, the ancient being was not alone. It was surrounded by the warm, golden glow of a network that included it rather than depending on it. The expression on its face was not quite peace and not quite happiness, but something adjacent to both. For the first time in longer than time had a name, the keeper smiled. The smile was small, uncertain, unpracticed, the expression of a being that had never had reason to smile and was discovering the mechanism for the first time. It started as a twitch at the corners of the keeper's ancient mouth, spread to the eyes, and then, in a moment that Shen Wei's eternal Dao perception captured with perfect clarity, reached the being's fundamental essence, lighting something that had been dark for longer than any concept could express. Joy. Not the complex, conditioned joy of accomplishment or reunion. The simple, primal joy of a being that has been alone for its entire existence discovering that it is no longer alone. The keeper sat in the center of the new loom and felt, for the first time, the warmth of a billion self-generating threads, each one carrying the temporal energy of a life that was being lived, each one pulsing with the rhythm of a heart that was beating, each one adding its voice to a chorus of existence that the keeper could hear but no longer controlled. The chorus was beautiful. It was messy, uncoordinated, sometimes discordant. The sound of a billion lives making their own choices, some wise and some foolish, some brave and some cowardly, all of them authentic in a way that the keeper's composed endings had never been. It's noisy, the keeper observed. It's alive, Shen Wei said. Yes. The keeper's smile deepened. Yes, it is. As Shen Wei turned to leave the weaving grounds, the keeper spoke one last time. Your brother's thread. Luo Chun. It exists in the new network. A possibility, not yet a certainty, but trending in the right direction. The distributed system doesn't write death, but it also doesn't write non-death. What happens to those who died under the old system is undetermined. Shen Wei felt the thread, thin, flickering, carrying the particular quality of a probability trending toward existence. Not today, not soon, but someday. Someday, he whispered, and the thread pulsed once in response. Chapter 100. Shen Wei returned to the mortal world with Lin Yuyan. The descent from the weaving grounds was gentler than the ascent. The temporal currents, now flowing through a distributed system rather than a centralized one, carried them downward with the patient guidance of a river that knew its bed. The layers they passed through on the way down were subtly different from the ones they'd traversed on the way up. The historical layer's sediment was lighter, no longer weighted by the residual consciousness of the conscripted dead. The physical reflection layer was brighter, its temporal energy flowing more freely now that the loom's centralized drain had been replaced by a distributed cycle. The gate through the weaving grounds deposited them in the Yen capital's central plaza, where the cosmic thread had first descended. The plaza was full, alliance soldiers, civilians, cultivators from a dozen sects, all of them staring at the sky, where the thread was slowly dissolving, its purpose fulfilled, its invitation completed. The world's timers had changed. Every person in the plaza carried a self-generating timer, golden rather than amber, counting forward rather than down. The numbers were confusing at first. Cultivators who had spent their lives aware of their remaining lifespan now saw numbers that measured their accumulated years, increasing with each passing second rather than decreasing. The adjustment would take time. The entire cultivation world would need to learn a new relationship with mortality, one where death was not a countdown but a possibility, not an assignment but an emergence. The structured endings that the keeper had provided were gone, replaced by natural endings that arose from the lives themselves. Some people would die young, not because a cosmic entity had written it, but because illness, accident, or violence cut their story short. Others would live long, not because a timer guaranteed it, but because their health, choices, and circumstances sustained them. The change was simultaneously more honest and more frightening. Without predetermined timers, the future was truly uncertain. Without the keeper's writing, every death was a surprise, even to those who could see the possibilities. Cultivators who had planned their advancement schedules around their remaining years found themselves adrift. Mortals who had accepted their allotted lifespan with resignation discovered that resignation was no longer required or possible. The adjustment would take years, perhaps decades. The entire social, political, and spiritual architecture of the cultivation world had been built on the foundation of predetermined mortality, and that foundation had just been replaced with something fundamentally different. The new architecture was stronger, more resilient, and more honest, but it was also unfamiliar, and unfamiliarity bred anxiety in a world that had valued certainty for millennia. Shen Wei and Lin Yuyan stood in the plaza and watched the world adjust. Around them, people were discovering their new timers, touching the air above their heads instinctively, reaching for the familiar countdown that was no longer there, and finding instead a forward-counting number that measured accumulation rather than depletion. Shen Wei watched the new timers settle. Across the plaza, across the city, across the world, billions of self-generating timers were calibrating, each one assessing the life it measured, calculating a forward-counting number that reflected years lived rather than years remaining. The adjustment was global, simultaneous, and deeply disorienting for anyone accustomed to the old system. But the new timers carried something the old ones hadn't: warmth. The golden glow of a self-generated timer was different from the assigned amber of the old system. It felt owned, personal, intimate. Each person's timer was uniquely theirs, carrying the particular frequency of their individual temporal signature. No two timers glowed exactly the same shade of gold. What now? Lin Yuyan asked. The question encompassed everything. The war's aftermath, the political reconstruction, the adjustment to a world without predetermined death. But Shen Wei heard the personal question beneath the global one. What do we do now, the two of us, with lives that are finally our own? I'm going to open a clinic, he said, in Azure Crane City, a place where people can come to understand their new timers, how they work, what they mean, how to live with mortality that's owned rather than assigned. An herbalist's clinic. An herbalist's clinic, with some additional services. She laughed. The sound was clean, clear, unweighted by the curse that had defined her life. It was the laugh of a woman with 67 years ahead of her and no one else's handwriting on her ending. I'll help, she said. Someone needs to keep you organized. Zhao Kang arrived with Zhao Mei, both bearing the particular dishevelment of people who had recently fought in a cosmic dimension and then traveled home through a dissolving interdimensional gate. Zhao Kang's timer, counting upward, golden, read 22 years. He would become a sect leader. Shen Wei's eternal Tao perception could see it, not from a death vision, but from a life vision. The new timers showed not just accumulated years, but trajectories, the directions lives were moving, the futures forming from choices being made in the present. Zhao Kang's trajectory was leadership, his combination of martial skill, political acumen, and genuine care for those under his command creating a natural gravity that would draw people to him. Zhao Mei's timer read 17 years, counting forward with the steady confidence of a young woman who had survived a spiritual parasite, a continental war, and a cosmic restructuring, and who had emerged from all of it with the particular strength of someone who knows exactly how close she came to never existing at all. She embraced Shen Wei with the unrestrained warmth of someone who didn't know the full story of how he'd saved her life, but who understood, in the way that people sometimes understand things beneath the level of explicit knowledge, that the quiet young man with the golden eyes had been looking out for her since the beginning. The timers are different, she said, looking at the golden numbers above her brother's head with the curiosity of a natural scientist encountering a new phenomenon. They count up instead of down. What does that mean? It means you own your life, Shen Wei said. Not the system, not the keeper, not any external authority. Your timer counts what you've lived, not what you have left. The ending comes when it comes, naturally, organically, as a consequence of your life rather than a decree from above. That sounds terrifying. Her expression was honest rather than fearful, the particular quality of a 16-year-old who has stared down death multiple times and is making a genuine assessment rather than a dramatic statement. Not having a countdown means not knowing when things end. Every old person I've met found comfort in knowing their remaining years. Some of them planned their entire lives around the number. The comfort of knowing was also the prison of knowing, Shen Wei said gently. A man who knows he'll die in 10 years doesn't invest in a 20-year project. A woman who knows she'll live to 80 doesn't learn urgency. The predetermined timer shaped behavior in ways that reinforced the prediction. It was a self-fulfilling system that created the outcomes it measured. So now we don't know. And not knowing means we have to actually think about our choices, make decisions based on what we want instead of what the timer says. Exactly. Zhao Mei considered this with the particular thoughtfulness of someone whose experience with timers, a parasite draining her life at 15, a war threatening it at 16, had given her a relationship with mortality that most people her age didn't possess. Free is good, she decided. I'll take free. The days that followed were a period of global adjustment. The cultivation world, which had built its entire power structure around the understanding that lifespans were fixed and measurable, was confronted with a new reality where lifespans were flexible and forward-counting. The political implications were enormous. Cultivation hierarchies based on projected lifespan lost their foundation. Resource allocation systems based on remaining years calculations needed complete restructuring. The very concept of immortality, the idea that sufficient cultivation could extend a timer indefinitely, became irrelevant in a system where timers counted experience rather than remaining capacity. Shen Wei's clinic in Azure Crane City became the center of the transition. People came from across the continent, cultivators and mortals alike, seeking to understand their new timers. Shen Wei, whose perception now operated at eternal Tao level, could see the self-generating timers with a clarity that allowed him to explain their mechanics to anyone who asked. Your timer shows your accumulated years, he told each visitor. It will continue counting forward for as long as you live. Your death will come naturally, not on a schedule, not by cosmic decree, but as a consequence of the life you lead. Take care of your health. Make good choices. Love the people around you. And let the number count. The clinic's patients told stories that illustrated the new reality. A farmer whose old-timer had predicted death in a farming accident now faced no specific prediction. His timer simply counted forward, and the accident, which had been written by the keeper as his scheduled ending, would now occur only if the farmer's actual circumstances led to it. He changed his farming practices. He bought better equipment. He hired help for dangerous tasks. The accident that had been his predetermined fate became a possibility he could actively avoid. A young cultivator whose old timer had shown a short lifespan due to a dangerous cultivation technique now found her timer counting forward with the steady pace of a life that might be long or short depending on her choices. She modified her cultivation approach, choosing safer techniques that the old system had not incentivized. Under the assigned timer system, her death had been predetermined regardless of her cultivation choices, so she'd had no reason to be cautious. Under the new system, every choice mattered. An old woman whose timer had predicted death within the year found herself, paradoxically, living longer. The stress of counting down to a predetermined death had been shortening her actual lifespan. The psychological weight of knowing when she would die had been a self-fulfilling prophecy. Without the countdown, she relaxed. She slept better. She ate more. Her body, freed from the hormonal effects of chronic death anxiety, recovered vitality it had lost years ago. The old system created the conditions for its own predictions, Lin Yuyan observed, reviewing the clinic's patient data with the analytical rigor she brought to everything. By telling people when they would die, it created the stress, the resignation, and the behavioral patterns that led to those deaths. The keeper wasn't just predicting death, it was causing it. Not intentionally. The system was designed to write meaningful deaths, not to manufacture them. But the side effects of predetermined mortality were indistinguishable from the mortality itself. Shen Wei looked at the data, hundreds of patients, most showing improved health and extended life trajectories under the new system. Freedom is therapeutic. The clinic grew. Within months of its founding, it had expanded from a single room above an herbalist shop, Master Ho's old shop, which Shen Wei had purchased and renovated, closing a circle that had begun with a lightning strike and a shattered window, to a complex of treatment rooms, consultation chambers, and a research library that contained the most comprehensive collection of temporal cultivation knowledge in the world. Master Ho had been dead for 2 years by then. His 14-year timer, which Shen Wei had first seen as a terrified orphan in a wrecked shop, had run its course naturally, the old herbalist passing peacefully in his sleep. Under the new system, his death was not written by the keeper, but emerged from the natural processes of an old body reaching the end of its capacity. It was exactly the kind of death that the keeper had always aspired to write. Meaningful, timely, and worthy of the life that preceded it. The only difference was that nobody had written it. It simply happened, as endings do, when the story is complete. Shen Wei kept a portrait of Master Ho in the clinic's entrance. Beside it, he placed portraits of Tian Shou, Shen Ling, and Luo Chun, the 4 people whose deaths had shaped his path from orphan herbalist to the architect of a new mortality. And one empty frame, reserved for a portrait that might one day be unnecessary, if a certain flickering thread in the weaving grounds continued its trend toward existence. The work continued. Shen Wei treated patients, trained apprentices, and consulted with cultivation organizations across the continent on the implications of the new timer system. Lin Yuyan managed the clinic's operations, conducted research on the relationship between emotional health and timer stability, and continued to develop her own timer perception through the golden thread that connected her to Shen Wei with the permanent, warm, unbreakable bond of 2 people who had changed the world together. Lin Yuyan managed the clinic with the organizational precision of an ice element cultivator and the warmth of a woman who had spent her entire life under a death sentence and now had 67 forward-counting years of freedom. She developed treatments for the psychological adjustment that many people experienced, the anxiety of not knowing their remaining lifespan, the loss of the certainty that the old timers had provided. Certainty was a prison, she told one anxious patient. You thought knowing your death date gave you control, but it actually gave the system control over you. Uncertainty is freedom. It's also scary. Both things can be true. The patient, a 50-year-old merchant whose old timer had read 12 years, and whose new timer read 50 years counting forward, nodded slowly. 50 years of living, not 12 years of dying. Exactly. In the weaving grounds, the keeper sat at the center of the new loom and watched the world through the distributed network of self-generating threads. For the first time, the ancient being was not writing death. It was observing life. And the observation, after an eternity of authorship, was the most novel experience it had ever had. The keeper smiled. Not the weary, resigned expression of a being performing a burdensome duty. A genuine smile. the kind that comes from witnessing something beautiful and knowing you helped create it. And above Shen Wei's head, the timer counted. 19 years, 0 months, 0 days, 0 hours, for minutes, 22 seconds, 23 seconds, 24 seconds, 25 seconds. The numbers counted forward, each second a moment lived, each moment a choice made, each choice contributing to a life that was being authored not by a cosmic entity, but by the man living it. The timer would reach 20, and then 30, and then 50, and eventually it would stop. Not because the keeper wrote its ending, but because the life it measured would reach its natural conclusion, in a time and manner that belonged to Shen Wei and to no one else. He sat in his clinic's garden, the garden he'd planted behind Master Ho's old shop, where medicinal herbs grew beside temporal flowers that Lin Yuyan had cultivated from seeds she'd brought back from the weaving grounds. The flowers bloomed in brief, brilliant bursts, each one lasting for exactly one meaningful moment before withering, their petals falling like golden snow. Lin Yuyan sat beside him, reading a jade slip of patient notes, her freed timer counting forward at 19 years and climbing. The golden thread between them pulsed with the steady warmth of a connection that had survived a curse, a war, a cosmic restructuring, and the thousand small challenges of building a life together in a world that was still learning to be free. A new patient tomorrow, she said. A cultivator from the northern Yin territories. His old timer showed death in combat at 40. Under the new system, his timer counts forward at 37, and he wants to know if the combat death is still coming. What did you tell him? I told him it depends on his choices. If he stays in the military, the combat risk persists. If he retires, it diminishes. The new system doesn't guarantee safety, it guarantees ownership. His death is his responsibility now. And his response? He's considering retirement. She smiled. The old system told him he would die at 40, so he had no reason to change his behavior. The new system tells him nothing, and the uncertainty is motivating him to make different choices. Freedom is therapeutic, Shen Wei said. You keep saying that. It keeps being true. Above them, the sky was clear, not the thread canopy of the weaving grounds, but the physical sky of the mortal world, blue and vast, and carrying nothing more than clouds and the faint golden glow of a billion self-generating timers, counting forward, onward, 1 second at a time. Somewhere in the weaving grounds, the keeper sat at the center of the new loom, no longer writing death, but learning, for the first time, to observe life. The ancient being had taken to watching individual threads, following the lives they represented with the curiosity of a reader discovering a new genre. Each life was a story that the keeper hadn't written, and the novelty of that experience was, after 500 millennia of authorship, the most fascinating thing the keeper had ever encountered. And somewhere in the distributed network, a thin thread flickered. Luo Chen's possibility, trending slowly but persistently toward actuality. The probability was not certain. The outcome was not guaranteed. But the trend was positive, and in a system built on self-determination rather than cosmic decree, positive trends had a way of becoming realities. One day at a time. The timer counted. 19 years, 0 months, 0 days, 0 hours, 12 minutes, 47 seconds, 48 seconds, 49 seconds, 50 seconds, onward. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.